Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 30, Chapter. Warning, Chapter 3 has been updated. It doesn't change anything in the story, but should be much better to read. Kara sat on the carpet in front of the sofa, her legs crossed under her as she focused on her meditation. Slowly releasing her breath, she opened her eyes and concentrated on the golf ball-sized marble resting a few meters in front of her. Face still relaxed, she tried to move the marble with her mind. Concentrating her mind into a single task with incredible focus, she willed it to move. Frowning, she focused even harder on the marble, actually leaning forward a little. It would move. Then the marble suddenly did go flying across the floor, batted aside by a tiny paw. The offending feline followed closely behind it, his tail twitching from side to side with excitement. Dexter. Kara growled and almost got up. Feeling her hair still firmly held in Cory's hand, she sighed and settled back down, resting her head on Cory's legs. Please, what were you trying to accomplish? Cory questioned, her hands never leaving Kara's hair as she braided a small strand of her hair on the side. Well, I have been able to use the red light of rage twice now and, according to the Fortress analysis of the Psion's little organ donation, I can also use the other parts of the light spectrum. Kara relaxed against Cory's body, giving up on her meditation and smiling as she looked at Dexter running around the room. I was trying to use the green light of will. Theoretically, it is the safest, although not the easiest. Good choice, friend Kara. You are a very willful individual. Cory nodded and released her newly created braid, a satisfied smile on her face. Hey. Speaking of willfulness, please, why have you not spoken with the Black Canary yet? Cory frowned down at her, pulling hard on her hair and poking her in the forehead with a finger. Ouch, ouch, I will. Kara tried to bat the finger aside, but Cory wasn't letting her. I'm going out with Kal-El today. I'll speak with her tomorrow, I promise. Humph, I will be watching you. Cory finally stopped poking Kara and started braiding a small strand of hair on the other side of her head. Friend Kara, I only desire for you to be more trot. Speaking with the Black Canary will promote exactly such an outcome. Trot. Kara looked at Cory's proud face and thought about what she was saying before releasing a wail. No, the pipsqueak is already polluting your mind with nonsense. Cory, listen to me because this is very important. Trot is not a word, neither is aster, whelmed, or whatever other nonsense Bird Boy comes up with. It is not. Cory's face was completely flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, Dexter jumped on top of Kara's tights, the marble held firmly in his mouth. The cat looked her in the eye and dropped the marble into her hand, his tail twisting from one side to the other. Kara didn't know cats like to play fetch. Grabbing the marble, Kara put it on the floor and watched as Dexter's butt started to wiggle. She flicked the marble, weakly, and it went flying across the room again, bouncing off the walls with a cat following closely behind. Enjoying Cory's hands in her hair, Kara let the silence stretch between them for a few seconds. Eventually, Kara started to grow uncomfortable and, just as she was about to open her mouth, Cory asked. Friend Kara, did your plans go amiss yesterday? The Tamarinin finally asked in a worried tone. You arrived fraught with anxiety. Yes. Yes, things went wrong, but also, not. I don't know. Pushing her back against the sofa, Kara lifted her arms up, her fingers curling into a sign of frustration. From a tactical point of view, yesterday was a major success. It was just far too expensive. I understand. Cory gave her a bitter smile and tied the second braid with a small string. In Tamarin, we tried to focus on the victories, and to honor the sacrifice of those lost by celebrating their lives, not grieving their losses. Please, can I help you in any way? Looking at Cory's understanding face, Kara had to embarrassingly remind herself where her friend came from. Tamarin had just been through a very long and exhausting war and was now under Citadel control. Cory was most definitely no stranger to losses. Don't worry, you're already helping. Kara released a long breath and got up, stretching her arms and legs. Plus, I already have enough people working on fixing things right now, don't worry about it. The doorbell rang and Kara looked through the door to see Kal had finally arrived. She couldn't help but snicker as she used the interface on her eye to unlock the door. Come in, I'm just getting ready. Pushing the door open, a petite brunette woman walked inside the house, her long hair was tied into a bun and she had a delicate pair of glasses on her eyes. The disapproving look on her face was perfect to complete the librarian look. Really, Kara, was this really necessary? The older woman asked with an exasperated voice. Captain Marvel said you used to just come through the windows before. Yes, the key word being, before. Flying through the window is okay when it's an emergency, but using disguises is much safer, no matter how many protections I have on the apartment. Kara said with a completely serious face, then she ruined it by snickering again. Cal released a long, suffering breath and finally closed the door before deactivating the holographic projector. The librarian seemed to glitch for a second before she was replaced by Superman in his full costume. Alright, but did it have to be a sexy librarian? Didn't you have a different setting? Cal asked while nodding in acknowledgement at Cory with a smile. It absolutely didn't have to be the sexy librarian setting, no. Her own device had about 700 different settings on it and half of them were male. But Kara had only put a couple of female forms on her spare ones, and the sexy librarian was the most congruent and family-friendly one Cal could be using. Considering that device was supposed to be used by me, of course it was gonna be female. Kara lied shamelessly. Giving him a tight hug, she turned around and found both Cory and Dexter staring at her side by side. I'm gonna go change clothes. Are you leaving with us, Cory? I am not. Master Diana will be occupied with political duties until midday, but the Titans will be meeting later in the evening. Cory picked up the cat and lifted it on her lap, waving at Kara with one of its paws. This morning, I will remain alone with Dexter. All right, have fun. Walking towards her bedroom, Kara spoke without turning back. You know, little cousin, maybe if you had accepted some of my devices, I'd have a disguise projector for you and you wouldn't need to use my spare. Hey, I already agreed to wear the radiation shield. Cal sighed from the living room. Humph, you're lucky I decided to use the projector, not the kryptonite. Kara looked around the room and briefly considered putting on her armor, but she'd be with her cousin, he could keep her safe. Plus, she didn't want to connect him to Forge in any way. Wait, what was that about kryptonite? Cal nearly yelled from the living room. 10 seconds later, Kara started walking back to the living room while adjusting the collar of her public costume, her mask tied to her belt. Cal still seemed worried about the kryptonite, causing Kara to smirk in amusement. Right, I had this entire thing prepared with pink kryptonite, but I haven't fully tested it yet, and then I got too busy with things. Putting her mask on, Kara activated her own holographic projector. Her body flickered and, in the blink of an eye, she was back to looking like she wasn't wearing the costume. Plus, you really stepped up with con and match, so I decided to keep that little treat for later. Kara, what exactly does this pink kryptonite do? I only know about red, green, and gold kryptonite, and none of them are good news. Seeing the very worried look on Cal's face, Kara gave him her most innocent smile. Well, if you're ready to start wearing the radiation shield, you won't have to find out, now will you? Anyways, see you later, Cory. Farewell, friend Kara. Good seeing you, Cory and Dar. Cal waved at her. Finally, he reactivated the projector, turning into the librarian once again and they left the building on foot. Is it really that uncomfortable? Kara snickered as she walked beside her cousin. He looked at her from the corner of his eye and shook his head in amusement. I don't actually mind, but I confess it's really not my thing. Did you have to make it so hard to download new settings on this thing? Of course. Can't have anybody install malware on my devices, can I? Right, I'll pretend I believe that. Cal snorted and opened the door of the building, letting Kara walk out into the street first. Still, I'm glad to see you're happier today. It's hard to stay sad with Cory around. Kara thought about Cory waving her goodbye with Dexter's little paws and smiled. Oh really, why don't you tell me more? Kara squinted her eyes at his teasing tone. The projection couldn't perfectly duplicate his expressions but, if she squinted just right, she could use her Kryptonian vision to see his smug smile. Right, maybe after you tell me about Lois. What exactly is complicated about that relationship? They continued making small conversation until arriving on an empty alleyway 7 blocks away from Kara's house. Checking that nothing was there to observe them, they both finally deactivated their disguises and quickly darted up into the air, moving just below the speed of sound. Soon, they floated above the cover of the clouds, too high for anything to see them from the ground. Turning towards the hero, Kara asked. All right, where now? I'm actually on call for the Justice League right now. Cal scratched the back of his neck before pulling out a communication device. I wanted you to come along because I really think you need to see something. To Metropolis then. No, we're flying to Europe. Orienting himself, Cal started flying towards the continent at a steady pace. Soon, they broke out of the city limits and Cal started picking up speed. If you want to talk, use the comms. We'll be flying faster than sound to arrive on time. With one large burst of speed, they broke through the sound barrier, accelerating to the maximum speed they could safely go without cooking everything around them while inside the atmosphere. Kara enjoyed the wind hitting her face for a minute or two as they started flying over the ocean before Cal spoke again. By the way, I know you didn't want to get directly involved in this. Sorry to spring this on you out of nowhere. He briefly glanced at her flying by his side and continued. You can just stay out of sight if you don't want people finding out about you. Don't worry, I made this costume so I could appear in public and help out. It's about time I debuted anyway. It should only make the light more worried and confused. Lowering her altitude a little, Kara stretched her hands down towards the water and glanced back. Her hand was still quite a few meters above the water's butt. Behind her, the water rose almost 2 meters in the sky from the displaced air. Say, do you mind that I kept calling you Cal? I know you were raised with your human name, but it's just. I first met you as Cal and, since you don't really use the name, it doesn't affect your secret identity. I confess it's taken some getting used to, but I don't really mind, at least not when I'm out in costume. Glancing at the wave she was making, Cal couldn't help but laugh. I really do love flying, it's very relaxing. Eventually, they approached the European continent and they had to fly up in order to not disturb anyone. What are we doing anyway? Relief effort. There was a drought in East Africa and, while we did what we could to stop it, there's still some shortage of food in the region. Cal said and started going down towards a large harbor. The League organized some food deliveries but, with military operations in the area, League presence is sometimes necessary. Also, I always take some deliveries there myself. Dropping down on the ground, Cal walked towards a fat woman wearing safety equipment. Hello, everything ready? Superman, yes, we have the containers ready for delivery. The woman handed Cal something to sign, then lifted an eyebrow as Kara decided to drop down by his side and stop hiding. Even you. I swear every hero nowadays has a damn sidekick. Cal glanced at her and smiled. My cousin actually, I'm just showing her the ropes. Call me Supergirl. I tried to come up with another name, but everything good was just too villainous. So I just decided to adopt my cousin's unimaginative naming convention. Hey, my father named me that. Cal protested and handed the document back to the woman. Actually, he named me Superboy first and then I grew into the new name. So you're really following after me? Alright, I just got the okay from the boss. The woman said, cupping a hand over her ear where there was a phone. You're free to go. Want help? Actually, yeah, it'll make things much faster. Just wait for me to lift it out of the water and then you can help me fly it there. Saying that, Cal flew into the water, causing a splash to fly up into the air. A few seconds later, a giant ship started rising out of the water, thousands of red containers piled on top of it. Kara waited until Cal had gotten it 100 meters up in the air, then she nodded towards the woman and flew under the boat, bracing it on top of her shoulders and helping lift it up. It waited, a lot, a whole fucking lot. Kara felt her muscles straining as she tried to help out and she could just imagine her face going red. Supergirl, you're taking on too much weight, let me take the lead and just help out a little. With a sigh of relief, she felt the weight decrease, then she followed Cal's lead as they started flying south. At first, things were kind of awkward but, soon, they started coordinating better and the boat started picking up speed. Together, it took them almost 2 hours to carry the damn thing towards its destination. Kara's limbs were starting to ache, and she felt her breath starting to come short. Her only consolation was that even Cal seemed a little tired from the effort of carrying such weight for so long. Sweat started to accumulate on his face and he started to take slow, even breaths. Below, Kara saw thousands of people starting to make a racket, shouting and laughing as they noticed their approach. Most of them were children. Cal's target was the ocean, but the crowd ran after them, trying their best to keep under the shadow of the boat. Alright, you can release it now. Cal nodded her way, allowing Kara to release the giant ship and drift back in the air. The entire weight of the thing settled on Cal's shoulders and he slowly started lowering it into the water. From high up in the air, Kara watched as the authorities did their best to contain the crowd while preparing to unload the very overloaded ship. All of them were laughing and cheering. Cal broke out of the water with another giant splash, clearly making a spectacle of it as he stepped down amongst the people, letting them hug and climb on his body. Most children didn't even come up to his chest and he caressed their unruly hairs with a smile on his face before motioning for her to approach. Cal spoke in a language she didn't understand, lifting one of the kids up onto his shoulders and pointing at her, causing the crowd to turn her way. Awkwardly she waved at them and watched as Cal mock whispered something to the kids, causing them all to laugh. She narrowed her eyes at him. Now she'd have to start learning other languages. Couldn't have her cousin whispering about her to her face. Kara, help me unload the ship. Cal shouted when the kids finally started dispersing. Sure, where do you want the containers? Just follow the harbor master's directions. Kara nodded and flew at the boat. A crane was already pulling out containers, but it was taking a long time to pick each one up. Grabbing one of the red rectangles, she lifted it and quickly found a man signaling at her. You know, I don't usually help with the unloading but, with your help, I made it in almost half the time. Cal released a container 2 meters beside her own and cracked his neck. If we finish this fast I can even carry the ship back today. Why deliver it yourself? I doubt this was enough for everyone to eat. Kara looked at the thousands still watching them. Not if the whole country needs help. They unloaded a few thousand containers in about 10 minutes before Kara's sensitive ears heard the announcement through Cal's Justice League comms. There's a large flood happening in Brazil, can anyone respond? Said Batman's voice. Green Lantern here, I'm currently on Mars, but I can be back to Earth in 5 minutes. Lifting his fingers to his ear, Cal answered. Superman here, finished early with the delivery, I can be there in a few minutes. Waving at the people, Cal flew up until he reached a safe distance from the ground, then accelerated up. Kara followed after him until they reached a much higher altitude than before. Without a lot of resistance from the air, they could accelerate even faster, to the point that, only 4 minutes later, Kara caught sight of the green trail as John Stewart entered the atmosphere in a straight line towards their destination. Another few minutes and they started going down. The flood was powerful. Waves of water were running through the streets at an extreme speed and carrying cars and debris through the city. Cal didn't even wait to coordinate things, immediately plunging through the waters and coming up with a half-drowned man before releasing him on top of a building and moving on. To the side, Kara saw Green Lantern lifting a couple of kids onto a green platform. There's a mining dam a few kilometers out of the city. He told both of them using his communicators. Can you check if it's compromised? Let me take a look. Cal turned towards the direction and concentrated for a few seconds, then exploded into action, flying straight towards it in a hurry. Looking around herself, Kara was momentarily lost as to what to do. On instinct, she opened her pouch and released a couple hundred of her civilian drones, then she saw part of a small building collapsing. Flying fast, she smashed through the concrete and saved a man wearing only a pair of small shorts, pulling him out and into the rain before grabbing a blanket and throwing it on top of him. Her drone started sending information directly into the interface on her eye, monitoring a large part of the city and highlighting the areas where human life was at risk. There were too many. Looking to the side, she saw Green Lantern using his ring to slow down the waters and stop most of the debris from continuing down the streets even while he rescued another couple from inside a drifting car. Plunging into the waters herself, Kara lifted a small dog on her arms and floated up, her prosthetic eye flying at astonishing speeds as she used it to deliver her orders. A second later, she had to return to the waters and lift an entire car on top of a building and out of the street, an entire family inside it. A little girl almost jumped out of the window, screaming desperately for her little dog. Still sending orders to her devices, Kara unconsciously drifted down until the girl could grab the dog, squeezing it tightly against her chest while it licked her face. Kara was just about to fly away when the little girl grabbed her coat. Kara glanced at her drones and didn't see anyone in immediate danger, so she looked at the little blonde girl. The kid had dried tears on her face, but there was also a huge smile there and it brought a warm feeling into Kara's chest. Only 3 minutes later, the evacuation platform teleported at her side. It was using several of her projector to remain invisible in order to prevent anyone from identifying it, but it also carried thousands of her devices. The platform released her equipment, allowing them to fly up in the air before teleporting back without anyone noticing. All around her, thousands of her drones had rearranged themselves into shield generators. Finally, she really started working. Forgetting about her own body, Kara accelerated her thoughts as much as she could and started using her information to direct her drones. Shield drones plunged into the waters or under cars before activating their shielding and lifting out of the treacherous waters. Others glued themselves to eroded buildings and blocked the water from doing any more damage, stabilizing the buildings and preventing their collapses. Kara sent a dozen drones into a bridge and had them protect its support pillars so it wouldn't collapse, then used the remaining time to rescue people and animals caught in the flash flood. Seeing her effectiveness, Green Lantern nodded at her and flew up, entering the dark rain cloud above and starting to use his ring to actually disperse the kilometer-long cloud, gathering the water inside it into a giant green water can. Kara did a double take, then shrugged and continued working. If it helped him maintain the construct, who was she to judge its form? It would probably cause some ecological backlash, but better than if the precipitation continued feeding the waters. Kara's drone started blaring a warning and she turned her attention left, where a large part of the landscape just started sliding down, taking people and poorly constructed buildings with it. Cal finished fixing the dam and flashed back to the city, flying as fast as a bullet and cutting a hardened path into the hill with his heat vision. The trench helped guide the mudslide away from the center of the city, while Cal rescued the people trapped underneath the mud. Kara saw him working and immediately directed some of her drones to help, quickly lifting the people above the mudslide on her devices while also creating a shield wall to block its advance. In less than a minute, they had rescued almost 200 people, but the mud was starting to overflow Kara's devices. Taking a deep breath, Superman blew a wave of ice over the mud, then did it again, freezing the entire thing in place so that Kara could retrieve her shields without fear of collapse. The Insta-iceberg would eventually have to be dealt with, but was no longer an emergency. Together, all three of them worked relentlessly for what felt like a century. With Superman and Green Lantern helping, the population was soon mostly safe from the flood, but they still worked hard to prevent more property damage. Hit with a killer headache, Kara rested her forehead against Cal's chest, the both of them floating above the city and watching as the waters fully drained. According to her drones, there had only been 2 fatalities, an old couple caught on the streets before even Green Lantern had arrived. Despite the destruction, Kara's drones already informed her they had saved the city, the citizens in it, and spared them more than $250 million in damages. At their side, Green Lantern finished releasing the water he had gathered into the river, downstream, making sure to do it slowly so it wouldn't overflow. To wrap things up on her end, Kara ordered her shields to start lowering back, releasing cars, animals and people back on the city. The streets were still covered in mud and debris, the buildings still heavily damaged, but the people didn't seem to care, hugging each other or their pets and cheering as the heroes looked up from above. So, was this what I was supposed to learn? That places like this have been skimping on their civil engineering, playing the odds that they'd get bailed out when, not if, things went sideways with their infrastructure. Or how to help out in a flood. Well, that second one's always important, but no. Kara, look at them. Cal nodded down at the people, some already starting to clean things. Look at how many we saved today. 93, at least by my software's estimation, the others would have survived. Kara massaged her temples and deactivated most drones, ordering them to gather into a single mass so she could carry them away. Kara, you've been focusing too hard on the villains. I wanted you to see this, to understand this. Cal motioned at the people, then looked into her eyes, his face filled with pride. Villains don't really matter, well, they matter in that they too are humans, but hitting them isn't important, defeating them isn't really the goal. The goal is to protect people. Kara looked down at the happy people below, she remembered the smiles and laughs from the kids in Africa. Finally, she looked at her cousin and thought about Cory. Kara, I don't win a fight when I hit the villain hard enough. I win it when I keep him from hurting anyone. Caressing her hair, she floated away from her, his cape waving in the wind. You're saying yesterday was a huge loss then? I didn't save Red Arrow. No, I'm saying Red Arrow won, he saved Dr. Rocket. And he probably helped save a lot of other people with his actions. Looking up, Cal released an exhausted sigh. Yes, the price he paid was too steep, but he won, even if he didn't defeat or kill his enemies. Please, don't start focusing solely on revenge or on defeating and killing your enemies and lose focus of what you really care about. Kara kept quiet as they flew back, thinking about her actions. In truth, the reason she had started planning against the light was because she wanted to protect Cal, she wanted to finally fulfill the goal her parents had left her and protect him from them. Unfortunately, Cal was kind of right. She had been focusing far too much on eliminating the light and forgetting that their defeat had never been the goal, not really. Damn, even if she did defeat them all, even if she managed to kill Clarion, kill Vandal, and Luthor, then what? It was not like Cal would stop having to face enemies. And she had already seen that there was far more in this world than just the light. Yes, neutralizing the light was still important, and some of them still needed to die, particularly Clarion, but they shouldn't be her sole priority, or even her first one. Thanks Cal, I think I'm gonna be taking a break for a few days, try to put my thoughts in order and rest. And finally talk with someone. Cal interrupted, squinting at her. Yeah, Cory's already bothering me about that. I'll speak with Black Canary tomorrow. She waved his concern away with a snort. Still, I just thought you'd be stopping robberies, fighting supervillains, and talking people off ledges, not all this, I think I needed this. Oh, I still do a lot of that, don't worry about it. You know, I even met Jimmy trying to do that. They dropped back under the clouds, floating just a little above the city of Metropolis. Jimmy was trying to kill himself. Kara lifted an eyebrow. Well, no. But I was a very new hero, and I had just arrived in the big city. What was I supposed to think when I saw a boy standing on top of a building? He turned away from her with some embarrassment. Turns out he was new too, and only wanted to see the sunset. He was my first friend here. Suddenly, Cal frowned and looked down, his eyes shining red as he released a wave of heat towards a corner of the city. Speaking of robberies. Looking down, Kara saw a young man crying out, the gun in his hand heating up enough that it actually hurt him. A second later, the couple he had been threatening managed to subdue him and call the police. So, when are you gonna tell the Titans about Red Arrow? Also, what are you gonna do with the prisoners? Kara finally asked. Talia, Ghul, and that mud monster I froze on the fortress. We decided to talk with them in private. Batman, Flash, and Aquaman are gonna be telling their apprentices in person before talking with the team as a whole. Cal shook his head with sadness. And, well, Talia actually doesn't have any active warrants after her, and we don't even know that monster's name, much less if it has committed crimes. You're letting them go free. Batman wants to talk with Talia, and he may be able to do something, but... Cal shrugged, clearly annoyed too. Well, I just got a lot of scientists from Cadmus, and they will probably need a new job. I can pitch a chance at fixing himself to the mud guy. Kara wondered aloud. Clayface really hadn't done anything as a supervillain, and she didn't know if he had any story as a member of the League of Assassins. Do you mind if I keep Talia for another day or two? I want to check something before handing her to Batman. And cover my tracks too, if I can. Can't say I'm very comfortable with that, but if it's only for a few days. Thanks for not forcing the issue, Cal. I just want to check some things first. Kara stared down at the busy city, then back up into the sky, enjoying the orange color of the sunset. All right, that's about it for today. Want to have dinner with me? Cal asked, somewhat unable to hide his eagerness at having dinner with his new cousin. Sure, let me just warn Cory, but I think she was gonna stay with the Titans anyway. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 31, Chapter. Kara sat on the sofa and stared at Dinah Lance, better known as the Black Canary. She knew it was kind of rude to be using the woman's true name instead of her heroic one, but, well, Dinah didn't wear a damn mask, so she couldn't blame anyone for doing an internet search. Dinah stared back at Kara, her legs crossed in front of her and an empty notebook lying untouched on top of her lap. Kara stared at Dinah, letting the time on her consultation freely tick by, even if she knew she should be talking. Dinah stared at her, willing to let Kara gather her thoughts and courage to finally start talking. Ugh, so awkward. Kara sighed and scratched at her itching prosthetic eye, touching its surface and moving it slightly, using the prosthetic to scratch at the back of her eye. Dinah grimaced, shivered, then couldn't help but turn away and avoid looking at the uncomfortable image. Ha! Dinah sighed. Uncrossing her legs, she leaned forwards and smiled at Kara. All right, you made me uncomfortable too. Are you ready to begin now? She wasn't, not really, even if Kara knew she should. It's not like she hadn't gone to a psychologist in her previous life. It had even worked back then, somewhat. Yeah, I guess. Where should I start? Kara lay down on the sofa, her head resting against its arm. How about you start with the reason you decided to see me? Dinah reclined back on her chair, but her eyes never left Kara's. Well, Cory and Cal were about to organize an intervention. I really didn't want that, so I decided to face the music. Is that it? Or are you just using their insistence as a way of forcing yourself? Dinah lifted an eyebrow at her and waited for an answer. When Kara kept quiet, Dinah continued. It's been my experience that the mere threat of an intervention isn't enough to get someone into therapy, not if they don't think they need it. Fine, I know I should be talking with someone, I just really didn't want to. Turning back towards Dinah, Kara let her see the frustration in her eyes. With both of them pressuring me, I really don't have an excuse to avoid you anymore. I hate that I even need this. You know, Krypton didn't even have psychologists. In her previous life, Kara hadn't been so averse to seeking help, but, in this one. Well, Kryptonians weren't really very emotional beings. Or had many psychological problems. Being genetically engineered and bred to do something, and to enjoy doing it, made psychologists mostly unnecessary. The overwhelming majority of Kryptonians actually found their jobs, and lives, very fulfilling. Really, what else was different on Krypton? Dinah asked and wrote something in her notebook. Kara stared at the woman's face for a second or two, having to make an effort not to read her notes, but decided to start talking. Well, first, it was beautiful. The crystal buildings were unlike anything you have here on Earth. Earth is filled with those boxy skyscrapers that all look the same. It's boring, plus the pollution. Row, I hate that here. I go outside my apartment or the fortress and I can actually taste the smoke, and see it too, if I squint a little. I think that's the first thing I'm gonna have to fix. Almost an hour later, Kara realized that her consultation was almost over and all she had done was talk about her home planet. Ugh, you know I'm not actually paying you for this, right? You don't need to waste time to keep me coming back. Did you really think this was a waste of time? Dinah smiled at her, releasing the notebook at the side table and leaning forward, her elbows resting on her knees. Kara, I'm not a miracle worker. I can't solve all your issues in a single consult, much less when I barely know you. I guess, but we didn't even talk about why I'm here. Kara sighed, getting into a sitting position on the sofa. And would you actually talk about it? Today? Dinah shook her head. Seeing as you spent the first 5 minutes just staring at me and trying to convince yourself to talk, I don't think so. Still, we did advance today, a lot. You opened up to me, at least a little, and when was the last time you talked about your home planet without feeling pain? Kara thought about it. Yes, she had mentioned Krypton, but it had always been too painful to really talk about it. Not that it hadn't hurt today, but she had talked about the good things, she had remembered the good times instead of focusing on its destruction. It had left her feeling a nostalgic ache in her chest, instead of the overwhelming pain it usually caused as she thought about the end. So, same time next week? She asked, quickly changing the subject. Yes, I'll be at the mountain attending to the Titans. Dinah got up and led her out of the room. Kara walked out of the room and into the mountain, then had to lean back as Kid Flash rushed through the hallway, a chocolate cookie hanging from his mouth and a plate in his hands. Hand snapping forward, Kara didn't quite manage to steal the plate, but she did snatch 2 cookies for herself. Hey! Kid Flash slid to a stop at the end of the hallway, looking from his plate to Kara's hand with a dumbfounded look. Kara ate one of the cookies whole and waved at him with a second. Hey Kid Flash, Cory and Con already at the mountain? She asked, her mouth filled with the delicious treat. Kara was feeling surprisingly good. Not perfect, far from it, but she felt like she had made some progress, even if it was incredibly small. Now, if only she could keep it up. Ah, no, Connor is still in class and Cory was busy with Wonder Woman. They should be arriving soon. The boy said, his eyes following after Kara's second cookie with a conflicted look. So, how are you finding the new gear? She asked and made way for Dinah to walk through the door. It's great actually. He nodded eagerly. Can't believe how much easier the surveillance drones make things. Kara caught him looking a little too eagerly at her second cookie, so she bit into it. Good, if you've any ideas about things to improve, make sure tell me, maybe I can come up with some more devices. Great. He looked down at his wrist and grimaced. Sorry, gotta go, I actually arrived earlier for Captain Adams' class for once. Saying that, he turned the hallway and dashed away. You know, he thinks you hate him. Dinah said as she started walking towards the Zeta tube. Who? Kid Flash. Kara gave the woman a quizzical look and, when she saw her nod, let out a long breath. I don't hate him, I dislike that he's 15. Teenagers were annoying on Krypton, much less here. Yes, he can be annoying, but he's a good kid. Dinah gave her a little smile and they continued walking through the mountain at a slow pace. How's Green Arrow, by the way? He's not taking it very well, as some of the criminals in the city found out yesterday. They went straight to the hospital instead of the jail. Dinah's shoulders sagged in a clear sign of exhaustion. Arsenal isn't helping much, he's honestly conflicted about Red Arrow's death. Obviously, he's not happy about it, but since barely knew Red Arrow, that does simplify things for him. Kara winced, she could imagine how that was going. Green Arrow's not gonna attempt using a Lazarus pit. Green Arrow is taking it hard, but he knows better than to try something like that. Dinah shook her head as they arrived in front of the Zeta tube. The heroine motioned for Kara to go first. Helps that you destroyed the only one we knew about, takes the temptation away. Kara nodded solemnly, then waved goodbye and activated the Zeta tube, stepping out of the device and back into the fortress. 4 white androids turned towards her and bowed their heads, working under the fortress AI's control. Is Dubilex doing well? Yes, Mistress Kara. Guest Dubilex is already awake and is projected to fully recover in another 2 weeks. One of the androids said in Jor-El's voice. Row damn it. The odd itch at her prosthetic eye started again, it was a constant thing that just didn't want to go away. Massaging her temple, Kara squeezed her eye shut until it faded but, even then, it didn't disappear completely. Did you wish for the treatment to take longer? The AI asked with some confusion. The effectiveness of the treatment can easily be adjusted. No, it's just. Kara opened her eye again, and smiled when the itch faded. Damn, it would be just like me to get an infection now. Do you wish for me to prepare a health check? The AI materialized a holographic image of Jor-El beside her, his face looking down at her with some concern. No, there's no hurry. I'll check it later today, after I'm done with everything else. With the fortress help, putting on her armor was fairly easy, the equipment was also fully repaired, with only a slightly different shade indicating places where the metal had to be replaced. Fully armored, Kara walked into the med bay where Talia and Clayface were being kept. Walking to the middle of the room, Kara ordered the fortress to grow her a chair, then sat down a few meters away from the pods. Pulling out her portable computer, she activated her holographic projector and the room around her changed, the floor and walls became steel gray and the crystals around turned into mechanical devices modeled after the look of her own armor. Kara had actually taken inspiration from Professor Morrow's own laboratory for her illusion. With a button, she opened Talia's pod, deactivating its stasis and allowing the woman to fully wake up. Only a minute later, Kara noticed Talia's breathing changing. Still, the villainess didn't move. You may drop the act, Talia al Ghul, I know you're awake. The woman lifted her head from the pod and looked around herself, fully awake and glancing all around the room. Seeing the small door to her right and the window to her left, Talia's eyes finally focused back to Kara's armored form. Nice place you have here. The woman spoke with a seductive tone in her voice, with deliberate slowness, she lifted her legs out of the pod and stepped down on the floor before stretching her arms up. You seem surprisingly comfortable for a prisoner. Kara commented with some amusement. I'm feeling surprisingly comfortable for a prisoner. Talia agreed. Testing her limbs, she grimaced as she saw the still missing hand, but recovered quickly. I expected far more chains and bruises, maybe a little torture and interrogation. Instead, I'm actually feeling better than before. With the fortress tech, Kara could have easily cloned the hand and reattached it, but she didn't know if she wanted to waste that kind of effort on a villain. No, Talia could live with only one hand for a while. I find torture to be highly distasteful and wasteful. Getting up from her chair, Kara made sure the woman noticed how much taller her armor made her. I have far better ways of obtaining information. Despite being utterly outclassed, Talia looked perfectly comfortable with the only sign of Kara's intimidation working being her slightly accelerated heartbeat. Talia took that in, tracing a hand through her hair to buy herself some time to think. Eventually, she caught sight of Clayface on the pod at her side. I see you've also kept my former subordinate. Indeed, he's a very interesting case. I have some associates that are gonna love studying him. Kara told her and walked closer, her hands behind her back and her posture straight in a good imitation of how she had seen Darkseid act in the animations. As for you, well, your connections are far more interesting than your body. I see. Talia studied Kara's armor, trying to read her intentions, but being covered entirely in metal and having a voice filter did wonders for hiding it. Well, despite the damage you caused, I'm sure my father would be willing to agree to a working relationship. I'm afraid you're mistaken. Your father doesn't have any capabilities that interest me. Kara answered in an amused tone. If you think you've seen the limit of our influence or ability, you truly underestimate the League of Shadows. Talia answered, maintaining her composure. With a command, Kara changed the voice filter on her armor. Next time she spoke, it was with Ra's al Ghul's own voice, taken from a recording on the Justice League's database. Kara said a single word with Ra's voice, smiling when she saw Talia's eyes widen for a second, before her entire body relaxed and she kept staring forwards, unable to even move. You knew every agent of your League of Shadows is programmed with a hypnotic failsafe. Did you think yourself the exception? Kara stepped away from Talia's immobile form. My employee was capable of finding out your particular keyword while going through your mind, so, no, I don't think I'm underestimating your pathetic little league. You see, I only woke you up because I wished to meet you, Ra's al Ghul's daughter, and Batman's former lover. Kara lifted Talia into a princess carry and laid her back in the pod. Unfortunately, it seems like you're disappointingly mundane. What a waste of time. Closing the lid over the pod, Kara stared at Talia as the woman started to recover her movements. At least I was able to reach an agreement with Batman because of you. With the click of a button, Kara reactivated the stasis pod, causing the woman to fall unconscious again. Stepping away from the pod, Kara deactivated the holographic display, causing the room to return to normal and revealing Dubilex waiting at the door. The genomorph was sitting on a crystal wheelchair, easily moved with a touchpad or the use of his powers. His chest was still wrapped in bandages, but he was otherwise looking very good. Greetings, Miss Zor-El. Dubilex's chair drifted inside the room, moved with minimal effort from his telekinesis. I hope I'm not interrupting anything. No, I was already done. No sense in letting Talia out for longer than necessary, it would only give her more chances to figure me out. Kara sat back down on her chair and considered her next step. She'd be handing Talia off to Batman tomorrow. Was that entirely wise? Revealing so many of your capabilities to them. I'm hoping that discovering she too was under hypnotic suggestion will cause her to start rethinking some of her life choices. Kara told him, taking off her helmet and laying it on top of the desk. Besides, I didn't reveal anything they didn't already know we had. They already know I exist, they already know I'm working against them, and they already know I have a team with me which includes the genomorphs. Still, it was not necessary to reveal that capability. Most of the genomes never revealed the capability to invade a mind so deeply. Dubilex pushed his chair towards Talia and Clayface. More than that, the hypnotic suggestions I found on the surface layer of their mind was already intrusive enough. You know I'm not willing to go deeper without consent. Well, it explains a lot of our knowledge, and, if they think they know how we acquired it, they aren't going to go looking for other reasons. Pushing herself away from the desk, Kara scratched at her prosthetic eye once again. Besides, it's exactly because you're not willing to go that far that I revealed it. Let them waste their time coming up with countermeasures to a villainous telepath, we were never going to go that far anyway. Also, do you know how terrifying it is to think there's a telepath working against you and willing to cross some lines? The light is already freaking out about people working against them. Thinking that there's someone like Simon out there working against them will only cause them to make more mistakes. Let them become paranoid. Smiling a bright smile, Kara walked out of the room and towards a more comfortable location. Row, if they don't think the genomes are capable of it, they may even think it was Simon himself who betrayed them. Felix Faust did it, why couldn't that creepy fucker do it too? Will you be handing off the second prisoner as well? Dubilex asked, following behind her. No, he's going to prison. Kara told him. Since you found his actual name, the Fortress was able to find 3 murder charges filed against him in England. I was still thinking about having some of Cadmus' scientists try to reverse his condition, but, frankly, they have more important things to do than helping him, maybe if he's found innocent. Miss Sorel, you do know you're supposed to be taking a break. Dubilex gave her an unamused stare. You're certainly forcing me to take one, keeping me here on the Fortress. I will, I just had to deal with Talia and Matthew today. Kara waved his concern away. Besides, now that I'm done with that, I think I'm gonna spend the afternoon choosing what part of Luther's data I'm gonna release to the public. It should be incredibly relaxing and amusing. Is he even out of police custody yet? Yes, Mistress Kara, Lex Luthor was released yesterday evening while you were accompanying Master Cal. The AI said while bringing her lunch using one of the androids. And speaking of Luthors, Miss Lena Luthor finally answered your call. She has agreed to meet you in 2 weeks. Huh, those Luthor leaks just became even more interesting. Kara said, a glint in her eyes that caused Dubilex to give her a wary look. I thought it was gonna be a long shot, but, with those leaks, what do you want to bet I can poach Lena away from LexCorp? Kara did spend the evening going through the Luthor data and, by the end of the day, she was only halfway done with it. The vast majority of the data had been easily decoded and separated into neat little folders, but the information on the second raid had been so encrypted even the Fortress was having trouble decoding it. Kara was hoping for information about the light or maybe even some recording of their meetings, but she knew Luthor probably kept something like that in independent storage devices and away from any servers. There was still a chance the fog had consumed some of those devices and the information was amongst the encrypted data, but that would really depend on how lucky she was. Still, just the amount of white-collar crimes she had already obtained evidence for was impressive, and would give Luthor decades of legal troubles. Plus, there were all the political scandals, those may be even better. Pushing herself away from the desk, Kara looked at the time and decided to call it a day. The Fortress would start leaking some of the juiciest scandals tomorrow, and Kara planned to enjoy it from her apartment sofa, preferably with Dexter on her lap and Cory keeping her company. Still, the irritating itch on her eye made her remember to have a health check before going home. If she was getting an infection or needed to replace her prosthetic, it was better to know it sooner than later. Stepping out of the healing pod, Kara put her clothes back on and asked. All right, what's the problem with my eye now? I apologize, Mistress Kara. It seems that some of the Fortress's information was faulty. Jor-El's hologram materialized at her side, his head bowed. Kara's breath caught and she stared at the hologram for a few seconds. What is it? Krypton never experimented extensively with the use of nth metal, much less under the effects of a yellow sun. The AI explained, lifting his head and returning to his usual position. Am I to understand that you have carried at least some of the material with you for nearly a month now? Yes. Well, it seems like my previous diagnosis was wrong. While your leg shows no signs of change, your damaged cells are recovering much faster than predicted, and your missing eye has started to regenerate. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 32, Chapter. Lois Lane was a shark of a reporter. Her words could cut deeper than most swords and her sharp wit was intimidating, so it was with an enormous smile that Kara watched her pester Luthor about his company's shiny new set of lawsuits. The camera zoomed out of Lois's face and Kara could see Cal's own amused smile at her side. Her cousin was enjoying Luthor squirming, a lot. I want to reiterate that Luthor Corp is doing its best to cooperate with the government in order to investigate all allegations. The bald man answered smoothly. He wasn't showing many outward signs of the pressure to the point where, if Kara wasn't a Kryptonian, she wouldn't be able to see the bags under his eyes. Luthor Corp has always had a policy of full transparency in our actions and I assure you, I will personally be working overtime to solve these issues. Next question. Using the internet, Kara had released a lot of the information she gathered with the fog. The result was Luthor Corp losing 9% of its value in only a few days, while getting swamped with civil lawsuits, as well as a few criminal ones. Luthor himself was being investigated for 36 crimes ranging from bribery to tax evasion to intellectual property theft, but there wasn't much chance that he'd be getting arrested anytime soon. Still, it was funny to watch the men squirm to solve everything. Despite all his power, his base of influence was crumbling around him and the men absolutely hated it. Good, Luthor wouldn't have much time to come up with plans to kill her cousin if he was busy dealing with the company losing money faster than the Flash could run. Time for the political assaults. With a tap of a key, Kara scheduled the release of some more information in 4 hours, right when she suspected he would be going to sleep. It was nothing illegal, but documented proof that Luthor Corp outsourced the production of its latest circuit boards to the completely legal internment camp in China would hit him hard and probably cost him the Ferris aircraft contract to Wayne Tech. Turning away from the TV, Kara continued tapping at her portable computer, putting the finishing touches on her adaptation of the fog. The tiny robots had limited use as they were, but she was still recreating them with Kryptonian modular crystals. They wouldn't be able to form her sturdiest devices, but it would speed up the formation of delicate tech and improve her hacking ability, if she didn't care that it made her actions obvious. "Friend Kara, you are supposed to be relaxing," Cory scolded as she floated towards her position on the couch. "This is relaxing. I'm genetically engineered to enjoy tinkering with technology, Cory," Kara answered as she ordered the new fog-based drones into production. "Regardless, it is your constant surveillance of Luther's actions that worries me." Cory sighed and slowly settled on the couch beside her. "But hearing the suffering of my enemies in the background as I work is the most relaxing part." "Mwah." "No, bad Kara." Cory flicked Kara's forehead, snapping her out of her laughter. "Ouch." Kara deadpanned, rubbing her forehead to get rid of the sensation. "What was that for?" Maniacal laughter is one of the most glaring signs of villainy. Cory nodded sagely as she explained this self-evident fact. Master Diana has lost many friends when they started showing symptoms that were not addressed. "Oof, fine. I have to take a shower anyway." Throwing Cory the remote, Kara lowered the lid of her notebook and floated up. "Don't forget we're going out later, you'd better be ready in an hour." "That time frame will be more than sufficient." Cory waved her concerns away. Heading to her room to grab a towel, Kara nearly stepped on the pigeon's decapitated head. Somehow, Dexter had managed to leave her a present without dirtying the floor with blood, too much. Seeing his curled form on top of one of her discarded shirts, Kara scratched him between the ears, earning herself a purr in thanks. "Good kitty." A simple command caused the cleaning robot to roll out from under her bed and start sweeping the floor. It was a blocky thing, but filled with cleaning tools and a very good AI, using mechanical tendrils to clean the most difficult spots. Now that'd be a good use for the fog. Could I program it to consume only the stains and dirt? Would be much faster than the robot. Kara wondered to herself as she stepped under the shower and relaxed. Feeling much better after she was done, Kara stared at the foggy mirror. Taking a small breath, she blew a wave of frigid air over the surface, freezing the water on it and waving a hand through to get rid of the resulting ice, leaving the mirror completely clean. Looking at her reflection, she leaned closer and started poking at her missing eye. Once it had started regenerating, Kara had to take out all the prosthetic equipment to stop the itching and give it more room. It left her with only one eye again, but only for a short amount of time. Using her improved vision, she could actually see the regeneration. It was slow and would take a week or two, but she could barely contain her happiness. Despite all her technology, her robotic eye never really reached the level of her actual flesh one. The discrepancy had been a constant reminder of what the psions had done to her, one far, far more intrusive than just her leg. With it gone, she was feeling much better. Stepping out of the bathroom, she eventually managed to slip into a black jumpsuit that hugged her body almost as much as spandex, with a cleavage that went almost to her belly button. It wasn't something Kara had even thought she'd be wearing, but Selena was having a 70s party in her club and Cory wouldn't let her miss it, or go without a costume, and Kara found that it wasn't that bad. Plus, she had invited Danette to come with them. The woman had been staying with her brother for nearly a week now, and Kara felt she had given her enough time to take in her situation. Yes, Danette had discovered she was an android, and found herself more than 60 years in the future. Kara could sympathize, but at the very least it was still the same planet. So Kara had decided to invite her out. Danette had died in 1945, so a 70s party wasn't exactly her time, but it was certainly closer than 2010, so Kara thought it was a good compromise between it and the present year. Stepping out of her room, Kara saw Cory was already ready. Wearing green bell-bottom pants and white shirt, the Tamaranine had managed to style her hair in an afro, somehow, a pair of round sunglasses over her eyes and a huge, eager smile on her lips. "You are looking marvelous, friend Kara." Grabbing her by the hand, Cory nearly dragged Kara towards the door. "I cannot wait to meet Miss Riley. Please, do you think she will like me?" "Calm down, here." Kara handed a small bracelet to Cory. "I should have made it much earlier, but you didn't ask and, honestly, didn't seem to need it." Cory put on the device and touched the stone in the middle, causing her skin to ripple and slightly change tone, turning from light orange to olive. Her eyes continued to be green, but they no longer glowed. The change didn't actually make her look much different, but now she could easily pass as human. "Friend Kara, I did not ask because I do not actually mind not having a secret identity," Cory answered, finally dropping her flight and letting her platform shoes touch the carpet. Kara made a guilty face, so Cory hurried to continue. "Do not worry, I know it makes you feel better, and I have nothing against it either. It is merely something I do not commonly think about." Kara stared at Cory's concerned face, giving the Tamaranian's hand a squeeze. She smiled. "Thanks for doing it then." Activating her own disguise, Kara only masked her missing eye with a hologram. Walking around with an eye patch was cool and all, but it did draw a lot of unwanted attention, and Kara was being more careful about that nowadays. Later that night, Kara, Cory, and Danette stepped out of the taxi and in front of the Tin Roof Club. "Thanks for inviting me," Danette said, adjusting her own blue-tinted round glasses. "I have been meaning to leave my brother's house for a while now, but I didn't really know where to go. Everything's so strange now." Kara snorted in amusement and led them towards the club while Cory nodded. Indeed. Getting accustomed to Earth's culture is very taxing. Humans wear so many layers of clothes, it is most disconcerting. Danette gave Cory an odd look, then remembered who she was talking with. Right, you would relate. Turning to stare at the line in front of the club, filled with people wearing the skimpiest versions of 70s costumes they could find, Danette shook her head. "I think I have the opposite problem." Approaching the club, Kara saw the security at the door staring at her group for some time. Just as she was about to wait in line, the men motioned for them to approach. "Miss Kara, please enter through here." Kara lifted an eyebrow. "I guess Selena put me on the list then." "Yes, the owner wants to make sure you never have to wait in line." The mountain of a men said and disconnected a red chain, allowing them to enter the club without going through the line. "Enjoy the night, the first drink is on the house." Kara thanked him and entered the club. The Tin Roof Club was fully decorated in 70s disco style, with flowers everywhere and an actual LED dance floor, BGs blasting through the room just loud enough that, if she made an effort, it completely blocked the sounds from outside in the city. At her side, Danette seemed a little intimidated by the scene. But she made the mistake of letting Cory notice it. Trading a glance with Kara and getting a nod in return, Cory dragged the android onto the dance floor, drawing a lot of attention. Kara wanted to immediately start relaxing, letting the music take her worries away, but she just couldn't do something like that, not yet. Stepping to the side, she released a small cloud of drones from her pockets. The little devices scanned the room and quickly camouflaged themselves before floating up and spreading around the club. Soon, Kara saw the footage of the entire place being shown at the bottom of her own glasses, small enough that a normal human wouldn't be able to read it. It would be able to scan anyone for weapons, and warn her if there was any trouble about to happen. Only then did she let herself enjoy the place. Focusing entirely on the music, she let the noise from outside fade and joined her friends on the dance floor. Kara enjoyed the dancing, and the free drinks, they couldn't affect her, and she wasn't really interested in any of the buyers. But, it was nice to see them try. She even danced with one or two who seemed like nice guys. Seeing one of the asshole ones try to sneak something into another woman's drink almost ruined her night, but, after Kara had crushed every bone in his hand and handed him over to one of the security guards, Cory had pulled her back to the dance floor, and the three of them had enjoyed dancing together. Danette herself had relaxed and turned out to be a fun girl to party with. Her programming didn't allow her to get drunk, but it could simulate a buzz and she had relaxed as the night went. Still, after a few hours, both Kara and Danette had almost reached their quotas for social interaction and stepped away, finding a booth to sit while Cory continued to dance. Somehow, her afro had collapsed and her hair had settled back into a straight mane, only curling slightly at the end. Kara briefly wondered if Cory could actually control her hair and made a note to ask her later, before settling on the booth with a smiling Danette. "Thanks, I really needed that," the android said as she flicked the little umbrella out of the way and took another sip of her drink. "I'm glad you're enjoying yourself." Kara drained her own whiskey and asked for another. "Have you made up your mind yet?" "No. I think I'll accept your offer, but I still need some time." Danette played with the little umbrella for a second, swirling the ice cubes inside and further mixing the drink. "Brother seems happy to be a doctor and was I a hero because it was what I wanted, or just because it was what father programmed me to be?" Letting the slower music fill her hearing, Kara focused her eye entirely on Danette and thought about the question. "Well, you did take a bullet for Flash, that's pretty heroic if you ask me, and probably not a part of your programming. Professor Morrow wouldn't recognize self-sacrifice if it hit him in the face, much less be able to program it." Danette's hand unconsciously massaged at her chest, messing up her clothes as she touched the place where Dragon King had shot her. "It's hard to believe it's been more than 60 years. The young woman looked around and had to stop herself from shaking her head. "You know, I used to be the bold one, wearing pants and provocative shirts everywhere." "Really, bolder than Wonder Woman?" Kara lifted an eyebrow, causing Danette to blush. "No, Diana always had me beat there, with her completely exposed legs and arms." The former heroine lay back against the seat and snickered. "You know, she once told me she only dressed like that to fluster the men who complained. Seeing as she wears far more clothes now than back then, I believe her. You know, you don't have to be a hero constantly. Pretty much all of the senior members of the Justice League have college degrees, some even have several." Thanking the waiter for the new drink, Kara briefly checked if it wasn't spiked before taking another sip. "I can pay for your classes if you want to study anything. It's the least I can do since I got so much from studying your father's laboratory and tech. I think I'll take you up on that." The blonde finally finished her drink and stared at the cup for a little bit. "It's so strange, knowing that drinking that did nothing for me, I don't really need to eat or drink after all. Well, in a few months, I technically won't need them either, but I really don't think I'll be stopping. Kara revealed. With her cells recovering, she'd soon be able to sustain herself with only sunlight. It is nice, even more so after your upgrades. Danette turned away from her cup and looked at Cory, now dancing between an older couple. Say, can you come with me? I have been meaning to go see Flash, but I think I'll just talk myself out of it if I go alone. I'd be happy to. Want me to call him tomorrow? Danette released a long, deep sigh and nodded. Suddenly, Selena came barreling through the crowd and threw herself on the seat beside Kara, her movements a little sluggish. And here's just who I was looking for. I have to talk with you lather. Selena. You're completely drunk. Kara said, pushing the woman slightly away from her. She didn't want to get thrown up on. And whose fault is that? The older woman pointed a finger at Kara's face, or well, tried to. She missed it by a few centimeters to the left. Definitely not mine. I haven't spoken with you since our deal was done. Kara answered, taking the newest drink away from Catwoman's hand and lowering her unsteady finger. Kara traded a glance with Danette, but the android just gave her an amused smile and pushed herself up. I think I'll dance some more, let you have some privacy with your friend. Traitor, Kara mouthed at the android, but just help Selena get into a more comfortable position. It's that bitch. She's back in the city and probably living with him. Selena cursed a little, then laid her forehead against the table and sighed, tapping a finger against the table. Kara saw she was wearing her Catwoman's gloves as she scratched at the wood. I thought she was gone after he rejected her that last time. Ugh, I just bet they're both laying together in that damn Batcave of his. I stand corrected. What? Selena turned her head aside and squinted her eyes at Kara. Nothing. The Kryptonian avoided her gaze, then had to push her own drink away from Selena's grasp. I think you've had enough for the night, don't you? No, it's my club. If I can't scratch Talia's eyes out, I can at least drink myself to sleep in my own club. Selena cursed some more, trying and failing to snatch the drink from Kara's hand. Finally, she gave up and dropped her arm heavily on the table. And we were doing so well, even had a date a few days ago. Was it really a date, or was he just trying to stop one of your jobs? Same thing. Kara shook her head and helped Selena get more comfortable, pulling off her gloves and hiding them out of view. Kara had been using her tech to disrupt the sound of their conversation, but she hadn't done anything about the image, so it was better to not take any chances. Nearly an hour later, both Cory and Danette arrived at the booth. Danette sat down on the table, waking Selena up and causing Kara to lift her eyes from her phone where she had been writing some more code. Standing in front of her, Cory gave her a frown, but Kara shrugged. What? There's only so much interaction I can take before it starts getting annoying. Kara frowned. Was that a little slur she had detected in her own words? Looking at her cup, she tried to remember how many she had drunk and couldn't. She had lost count at 12. Still, she was far from drunk. She didn't think she could even get drunk with normal alcohol, but it seems like it was finally having an effect on her. I am glad you enjoyed yourself, friend Kara. Cory smiled brightly. The night was about to end, and the music had been slowing down for about an hour now, leaving only a few pairs dancing slowly on top of the LED floor. Pulling her by the arm, Cory dragged Kara away from the booth and to her feet. Almost on instinct, Kara's arms wrapped around Cory's waist. Holding the Tamaranian princess close against her chest while Cory's arms enveloped her neck, the both of them started dancing slowly, enjoying the slow songs. Eventually, the song ended and there was a slight pause in the dancing. Kara adjusted her position, interlocking their fingers as new music started. It was a slow song by Elvis. Kara didn't know the name, but it resonated with the both of them, singing about a friend that would always be there, that would dry their tears and support them when the times were rough. Kara led Cory through the steps, forgetting about everyone around them, enjoying the music filling her ears. Somehow, during the dance, Cory's disguise had deactivated, revealing her shining green eyes, and Kara lost herself in them. From the corner of her eye, Kara saw a glint of violet enveloping Cory's hologram bracelet, then she remembered that the girl didn't actually mind if she didn't have a secret identity, and the club's lights were low anyway, so she dismissed any concerns. Leaning down, Kara felt the soft tickle of Cory's breath on her nose. They stepped over by a pink lamp on the dance floor, illuminating their bodies against each other. Kara felt warmth blossom inside her chest as their lips met. Soft and silky, the kiss was completely unlike the first they had shared, both in purpose and in feeling. After what felt like an eternity, Cory's lips parted slightly and their kiss deepened. Kara lost herself in the sensation as, in the moment, sparks of violet light mixed with the pink from the lamp. Completely unwilling, Kara leaned back. She struggled to get her powers under control, the violet light influencing her mind. Cory wasn't helping by squeezing her hand with a blush on her face. A few seconds later, the light finally vanished. Looking around herself, Kara noticed the dancers around her giving them a wide berth and were avoiding looking at them, but nobody else seemed to have noticed. With Cory still held in her arms, Kara couldn't really say she even cared. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. This week, my patrons will be voting on Kara's newly regenerated eye. Chapter 33, Chapter. I'm sorry, what did you just say? Kara asked as she nursed a cup of scalding hot coffee and attempted to not think about what happened yesterday. The night had ended with all of them sleeping at Selena's place. For whatever reason, the drunken woman had dragged them all home with her before collapsing on the bed. Kara had made sure to hack every camera in the club and erase any footage of the night before they left, and now, the next morning, or well, almost evening really, Kara and Selena sat awkwardly at the kitchen table. I need your help, Selena said, drinking her own cup of coffee and looking far too good for the night she had. I'd usually go to the bat with something like this, but, with that whore in town, I guess you'll do. You're talking about that Talia woman? Kara asked, pretending that she didn't know anything about it. When Selena nodded, she continued. You do know she's staying in Bruce Wayne's manor, right? Not with Batman. Bullshit, she's just using our resident man whore as a shield so nobody can attack her at home. She's after the bat. She's always after the bat. Selena took a calming sip of her drink and sighed. Never mind the bitch, I need your help saving a friend. Explain. Kara sighed, her eye following after Cory as the girl walked into the kitchen, poured herself another cup of coffee, and left to talk with Danette on the sofa. Damn, you've got it bad. Selena smirked, but continued explaining. All right, you remember that organization I told you about after I did the job? Yes. Kara said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Well, things are chaotic in the underworld right now. A few months ago, Ivy had agreed to do a job for someone, but, in the chaos, she thought she could get away from it. Selena tapped her nails on the table and glanced at Kara to see her reaction. I take it she was mistaken. Kara lifted an eyebrow. Yes, but also no. Taking another sip, Selena laid back against her chair. With them no longer holding a monopoly on things, Ivy would normally be strong enough to get away with it, but they used her boyfriend as bait and captured her in secret. I want your help rescuing her. Kara finished her coffee and thought about the situation. They were probably the Light, so they were losing enough control of the other villains that they were getting denied. Kara just bet Vandal loved that. She tried to think about what the Light wanted with Ivy, then she remembered that Injustice League nonsense. But that was supposed to be months from now. Well. They probably needed time to plan things, and also to experiment with using Blockbuster and Venom on Poison Ivy's plants. So, how did you find out about this? Did they spread it around to intimidate other people? A hero ended up rescuing her boyfriend. The guy got hurt doing it and couldn't save her as well, but the freed boyfriend came to me for help since he knew we were friends. Selena smiled at Kara with an amused smile. Not the League or Batman? She asked, exercising a lot of restraint not to eavesdrop on Cory when she and Danette started laughing in the other room. Well, Krypton didn't think he could contact them without getting arrested too. Wait, Krypton. Poison Ivy was dating Krypton. Kara almost shouted, her mouth hanging open. Row, I thought she was a lesbian. She's actually bi. Selena snickered at Kara's reaction. Also, Krypton got a lot of clout when he helped Batman defeat the Joker. And you didn't even hear the best part, who do you think managed to rescue them? Kara thought about it, it was probably some weaker hero or something, but she had no idea who. I don't know, perhaps some third-rater. You can say that again. Selena snickered, then shook her head. It was actually the Red Bee. Don't really know him. Kara commented. I'm guessing he can control bees. That's not a bad street-level power if used right. Well, he can control a bee, just the one. Selena snorted. Calls it Michael and everything. Tried to arrest me once. So, let me see if I got this right. Kara took a moment to gather her thoughts. Krypton, Poison Ivy's boyfriend, got captured by someone. Poison Ivy herself was captured when she tried to get him back, then a dude who controls a bee rescued him, but Poison Ivy couldn't escape herself. Somehow, my respect for this organization is disappearing by the second, and for Poison Ivy. Well, in her defense, once they had her, nobody really cared about Krypton. They probably didn't waste anyone competent guarding him, and Red Bee is a good martial artist, he also has something to climb buildings. Selena stared at Kara's eye and waited a second. When Kara didn't say anything, she probed. So, are you willing to help? Kara considered it. She had promised Selena a favor, and rescuing someone, even a villain, was a far more acceptable use of her favor than helping steal something or, row forbid, actually fight off a hero. Kara didn't exactly care that Catwoman stole things as long as it didn't hurt anyone, but explaining her reason to her cousin would be a pain. Also, she really didn't want another confrontation with the light, at least not for another week or so. She'd been enjoying her vacation, damn it. With a sigh, Kara massaged her temples, eventually glancing back to Selina. Alright, do you know where Ivy is right now? Not really, I went after her when I heard about it, but they had changed locations as soon as Krypton escaped. Selina explained while grabbing the table and stretching her back like a cat. I confess I like hunting as much as the next cat, but it is very annoying when my enemies show signs of competency. Fine, I'll ask around and see if I can find her. I'll decide next steps after that. Kara glanced back at the living room and considered how angry Cory would be if she got into trouble only a few days after deciding to take a break. Still, if I think it's too much, I'll probably be calling my cousin. Fair enough. Selina sighed and pushed herself to her feet. Getting arrested by the Big Blue would be annoying for her, but escaping from Arkham is much easier than from other villains. Probably safer too. What makes you think I wouldn't arrest her? Kara narrowed her eye at Selina. It's true that she didn't care all that much about stealing things, and she even supported some of Ivy's environmental goals, but there were things she couldn't ignore. Ivy kills people, Selina, innocent people. Ivy is complicated, even I tend to stay away from her when she's having one of her episodes. Selina nodded. But Krypton was doing her wonders, and she even got herself a good psychologist, some cute blonde that's helping her out a lot. Besides, the news gives her a much worse reputation than she really deserves. She doesn't even like hurting people. Kara lifted an eyebrow. Really? That's your excuse? She's misunderstood. You do realize she could be much worse, right? Ivy tends to use vines and normal trees to cause property damage, and some poisons. When she's at her worst, she'll mind control or even poison people, but some of the plants she talks about. Selina shuddered. There's this suicide plant, from Australia, or that evil tree you can't even burn that's just, ugh. Kara had to give her that, she had hardly ever heard of poison ivy using the more tasteless plants out there. Besides, if that whole Injustice League incident was because of the light forcing her hand, she may be able to turn the villainous against them. Fine, I'll help look for her and, if I think we can pull it off, I'll call you for the rescue. Kara answered, looking at the clock on the wall and pushing herself to her feet. If you don't have anything else to talk about, it's about time I go home. Have to take a bath and see how my cat's doing. Dexter was a fairly independent kitty, and Kara's cleaning robot had been programmed to feed him and change his water, but Kara didn't like leaving him alone for more than was necessary. Thanks. Selina smiled at her. Bring the cat next time you turn up. I take care of a lot of strays, but I'm out of the house too much to have one myself. Kara left Selina's house, followed closely by Cory and Danette. Even in the morning, Gotham City looked gray and had a large cloud blocking most of the sunlight from shining through. Kara enjoyed the club, and she could see some of the beauty in the city, but she couldn't imagine living here. The android waited with them until a taxi arrived, then gave each of them a hug. Thanks for inviting me, I really needed this. Looking at Kara's eye, Danette gave her an uncertain look. Everything just feels so overwhelming right now. Can you really get Flash's address? I'd love to talk with someone familiar before deciding things. Sure, I could invite Wonder Woman too, or your younger brother. No, I admired Diana but we were never really friends. Danette confessed. And I'd like to have my life in order before meeting Red Tornado. Kara could certainly relate, even if meeting Cal before she was ready probably turned out better for her in the long run. Still, she'd give the android a few more days before pushing her. Alone, both girls returned to the apartment, getting a loud greeting by Dexter as the cat complained about sleeping alone and weaved between their legs with vigorous indignation. Lifting the cat up, Cory touched their noses while Kara kicked off her shoes and went to check on her Sunstone printer. It had finished producing a prototype adaptation of the fog in the shape of a 10 cm cube of crystal. Taking it off the printer, she brought it closer to her good eye and saw the minuscule robots neatly packed in the shape of the cube. They were supposed to incorporate the best traits of the fog in her own drones, but Kara still needed to test it. I will be occupying the bathroom first. Cory called from the other room. I still have to train with Master Diana today. All right. Kara absent-mindedly answered while ordering the cube to activate. The millions of little robots turned on, giving the cube a slight glow, then they dispersed into the shape of a small cloud. Using her tablet, Kara started testing the programmed instructions. Like her previous drones, the new fog robots had small limbs that could connect to each other, allowing them to take different shapes and form different devices, but they retained their ability to disassemble inorganic material and steal information from electronics. Unfortunately, that functionality would still result in the unsubtle destruction of the original targeted data. Ordering the robots to organize themselves into a large plate, Kara started stress testing it. Turns out, the tiny robots could form a very strong defense, but they were far less resistant than a solid block of the same material, much lesser battle armor. Still, their versatility had Kara seriously considering incorporating them into her public costume. "Friend Kara, I am leaving now," Cory yelled, finally causing Kara to lift her head from the experimentation. "However, do not think I have not noticed that you are avoiding me. That will not stand, we will talk later." Glancing at the hour, Kara realized she had wasted more than 40 minutes just testing the new invention and not thinking about anything. In a hurry, she dropped her experiments and rushed to the door. Poking her head out of the room, she saw Cory wearing workout clothes. The Tamarinin was back to using the disguise device to change her skin color, but wore black leggings and a sports bra that barely contained her breasts and left most of her body exposed. "What do you mean I'm avoiding you?" Kara swallowed hard, her eye running over Cory's body and taking it all in. Kara had thought she had gotten used to how beautiful Cory was, but yesterday's kiss seemed to have changed something and she was looking at her friend with newfound interest. "Yes, you are." Cory had a self-satisfied smile on her face at Kara's roaming gaze, then her face became serious and she narrowed her green eyes. "Still, I must fulfill my obligations to Master Diana, but we will speak tonight. Do not try to escape me." Waving her goodbye, Cory stepped out of the apartment, leaving Kara feeling very intimidated by her proclamations, and a little hot under the collar. Kara's eye followed the Tamarinin down the building until Kara managed to snap out of it and cut off her X-ray vision. Wow, was she really going to be doing this? There was a reason Kara had avoided even thinking about Cory before, and it wasn't because she wasn't attracted to the girl. No, Kara had been avoiding thinking about their relationship because knew she wasn't in a very healthy place after her ordeals. Her life was a mess, she still hadn't dealt with her second set of memories and, worse, she was getting involved with superhero stuff. Red Arrow's death was proof of just how dangerous that was. In the comics, superheroes usually ended up surviving, but, even there, nobody could accuse them of living very happy, or very safe, lives, and Kara wasn't in a comic book. Feeling frustrated, Kara punched the wall using far more strength than she meant to, causing a noise like an explosion. Oh crap! Her fist punched all the way through the wall and must have hit something important. For a second, the entire apartment shook, the lights blinked and the TV actually fell off the wall. Flashing towards it, Kara caught the device before it could hit the ground and released a breath of relief. Looking around the room, she thanked Rao that there was nobody else to see her blunder. "Meow," Dexter complained. Climbing back on the arm of the sofa, the cat glared at her with large and judgmental eyes before shaking himself and starting to lick his disheveled fur back into place, his tail puffed up like a feather duster. "Shut up, don't judge me." Narrowing his pupils, Dexter turned his back to her, lifted his butt in an imperious way and walked away to hide in Cory's room. Putting the TV back into place, Kara considered the hole in the wall. It seemed she had actually hit some kind of support structure, but it hadn't been with her full strength, so there was no real damage. Releasing a groan, she grabbed her computer and started tapping away. A few minutes of programming later, her fog-inspired drones floated towards the hole and filled it up before changing colors to perfectly mimic the rest of the apartment. There, nobody will ever know. Ugh, she knew she had to find a new home soon. There was no way people didn't know there was something strange about her building by this point, not after everything that had happened. In truth, she was supposed to have found a new place weeks ago, she just didn't have the time before. Maybe she should take the chance to apartment hunt with Cory this week. And now she was thinking about Cory again, great. Taking a cold shower, Kara prepared herself a sandwich and threw herself on the sofa. 20 minutes later, Dexter appeared again, jumping on top of her chest to steal some of her heat. With one hand caressing her cat's fur, Kara grabbed her tablet with the other and spent the morning lazing about on her device. First, Kara sent a message towards Detective Chimp asking him to look into Poison Ivy's location, then she released a few bots on the internet to look for any clue about the villainess. Finally, Kara spent the rest of the morning playing around with designing new devices. Turns out there were a surprising number of ways to create a laser pistol even with Earth's technology, some were even non-lethal. From blinding to just dazing someone, from making them explode from thermal energy to playing with Dexter, laser weapons are very versatile, if you know how to build them. Maybe she could incorporate them with her new solar panels. With her tech, it would make for a good defensive option, capable of shooting down pesky alien invaders and the inevitable eventual villain Doomsday satellite or two. Nobody had to know she had the option unless she was forced to use it. Dismissing her thoughts for later, Kara lifted Dexter away and put him back down on the sofa before changing clothes. She had promised to check in with Guardian about the Cadmus situation and the man wanted to talk with her in person. Taking the Zeta tube, Kara arrived in an underground chamber below her factory. She couldn't wait to replace the Zeta tube with her own teleportation tech, but, until then, it was better than just flying around alone. "Miss Danvers." An average-looking man called out as he deactivated the defensive turrets from another room. He looked like he was just behind a glass window, but Kara knew that, if she tried to attack it, things wouldn't end well for her. Kara lifted an eyebrow. She didn't know Dubilex had allowed humans on the underground facilities. And you are? Jonathan Banks, Miss Danvers. The boss has me guarding the Zeta tube. The young man bowed towards her. Dubilex himself gave the order. He's still supposed to be resting. Kara grumbled, and then sighed. The irony of her statement wasn't completely lost on her. Well, keep up the good work. Laying a hand against the door, she waited for the several identity checks to finish before the door slid open, revealing a long hallway. Stepping inside, she felt the door snap closed behind her and hurried towards the other side before the enclosed space started bothering her. A second check and the other door opened as well, finally letting Kara out into the genomorph's underground facility. Finding Dubilex still in his wheelchair and talking with Guardian had Kara pause. She considered both men, but decided that she couldn't blame him for getting immediately involved with organizing things, not when he was the current leader for their entire race. Dubilex, Guardian, I take it everything is in order. She greeted them as she walked into the room. Good evening, Miss Danvers. Dubilex nodded back. Evening, Mississippi. Ah, I'd really prefer you just called me James. Guardian said, scratching at his newly grown beard. I'm giving up the Guardian persona, it doesn't have very much to do with me. Are you retiring from hero work completely? Well, I still plan to act as chief of security here, but I'm not using my costume anymore. The redhead answered and stepped away from the desk, allowing Kara to sit down on the comfortable chair there. Speaking of security, what's this about normal humans down here? She tested the chair a little before fully concentrating on both of them again. Don't worry, the genomes are keeping an eye on everything, but some of the Cadmus personnel decided to stay with us and we are putting them to good use however we can. Dubilex informed her, then considered things. Also, I should warn you that a surprising number of humans in this city have grown close to some of us, and they're proving themselves trustworthy. Some of us have already revealed ourselves. Putting a hand over her regenerating eye, Kara sighed. I guess it was really too much to ask for an entire race to remain hidden. Do you prefer we remain isolated? That we keep underground and permanently under illusions? No, it's fine, as long as you continue to keep any recordings from getting out and are careful. Kara waved his accusations away. I'll just have to be less involved with this facility so I can do a Lex Luthor and plausibly deny what happens here. Truth be told, she would have preferred they did remain isolated and under illusion, at least for a little longer, a year or so. But Kara couldn't begrudge them, and she could work with it. It would still be incredibly suspicious if someone found out, but, with the Wayne contract, she was already looking to open a second factory, and an office in Metropolis. If things went wrong, she could just pretend she was being used. Oh no, they had a telepath, I didn't even know what was going on. I'm just a young human girl alone in the world. Shaking her head, Kara refocused. So, how are we dealing with the whole Cadmus thing? Well, you told us you were willing to blow the whole Cadmus debacle open once Luthor found out about it, so we told the scientists everything that was going on and offered them jobs. James answered, sitting down on his own chair at the other side of Kara's desk. Once I explained that the other option wasn't death, most of them chose to leave, but a few stayed with us. I take it those who left have no idea where this is? No. Dubilex shook his head. Although I wasn't here, they were under the G-Genome's illusions the whole time. They don't even know what the facilities truly look like, much less where it is located. Good, so why exactly did I need to be here? Kara asked. She had been perfectly willing to leave things in Guardian's hands and monitor from home for a few days. One of the remaining scientists, Dr. Amanda Spencer, had a breakthrough on the treatment of the genomorphs. Dubilex started, looking both happy and a little uncertain. It will require constant treatment, but she has found a way to drastically slow down genomorph deterioration. Do you need more funding? I told you I'd help however I can. Kara leaned forward, happy for her friend. We do require some equipment, but I called you here to discuss our shared relative. Dubilex leaned forward, then grimaced as something pulled at his wounded side. Connell has only a small amount of genomorph DNA, and his Kryptonian heritage is helping to keep him healthy, but the treatment should still be able to improve his situation. Well, now Kara was really interested. Leaning forward, she was about to continue questioning them when she realized something and couldn't help making a disgusted face. Did you say her name was Amanda Spencer? Dr. Desmond's assistant, that Amanda Spencer? Yes. James said, leaning away from her with a worried face. The same genetic scientist that was part of Project KR, happily played with my cousin's DNA without his consent, or any signs of professional ethics, in order to create Connell. Kara felt her fingers digging into the table, carving into the wood as if it were butter. Miss Kara. Dubilex started to say, but Kara lifted a hand, interrupting him. Slowly leaning back on her chair, she took a few deep breaths, noticing the small spots of red starting to gather on her vision and doing her best to calm herself. Amanda Spencer wasn't a psion, she probably wasn't an amoral woman that actually enjoyed causing pain and doing invasive experiments on people without applying anesthetics either, just one that didn't think through her actions. Wow, Kara could understand getting lost into her own experimentation and not actually stopping to think about what exactly she was doing. She didn't know if she could forgive it, but she could understand. You, trust this scientist. Even after what she did. She asked after she had finally calmed down enough. Dr. Spencer is not the most attentive, or the most caring, but she has been attempting to make amends since Con-El escaped and we took over. The genomorphs explained, being careful not to trigger her again. Closing her eye, Kara thought about Con and, more than him, she also thought about Match still resting in a pod at the fortress. Fine, but I want to talk with the woman first. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. This week, my patrons will be voting on how much smut there will be from now on, and how I'm gonna be writing it. Chapter 34, Chapter. Kara sat on her large, leather chair in the genomorph's underground base, her elbows resting on top of the wooden desk and her fingers crossed in front of her face. Her feet tapped furiously against the ground in impatience and she desperately wished she had brought Dexter with her, running a hand through his fur while he purred in her lap would have helped calm herself down. Despite herself, shards of red light had manifested around her when she had lost her temper earlier, some of them had scratched her new desk, some had left scratches at the wall at her back and one had even destroyed a lamp right above her position, leaving it slightly darker than the rest of the room. Kara actually liked the aesthetic. It kept her face in the shadows, preventing the woman she was about to meet from seeing any signs of disgust or fear. It would be much harder to notice if she flinched at the geneticist's presence. Closing her eyes, she tried to concentrate on her cousin's Torquasm Rao teachings, letting go of her anger and clearing her mind. While Torquasm Rao was created for military use, it also happened to be a great meditation technique. Kara just wasn't very good at it yet. Dr. Spencer, please come in. Dubilex opened the door with a wave of his hand, motioning for the geneticist to walk inside the room. Kara almost shuddered reflexively. To be in the same room with someone like Dr. Spencer gave her goosebumps, but she tried to focus on what the woman could do for Con, and maybe even Match. She remained silent for a few seconds more, until she had gotten her temper under control, and then opened her eyes to take in Dr. Amanda Spencer for the first time. The scientist was a young black woman, with a thin figure, she had short and curly hair and wore a white lab coat, complete with thin glasses over her brown eyes. Staring at the woman, Kara saw the slight shaking of her hands, the woman's heart accelerating, the drop of cold sweat running down her cheek. Dr. Spencer stood frozen in place like a deer in headlights. After a couple of seconds Kara noticed Dubilex glaring at her and that her eye was still shining with barely contained heat. Drawing another breath, she blinked the signs of heat vision away and nodded. Nice to meet you, Dr. Spencer. I'm told you have a solution for the genomorph's degeneration problem. Kara asked, taking her elbows off the desk and leaning back on her chair. I wouldn't call it a solution, it's more like a temporary fix until I can better study the situation. The woman said, wiping the sweat from her forehead and trying to loosen her turtleneck. The genomorph's degradation is caused by a lack of a certain element in their cells. The treatment can directly infuse that element inside them, but their body will reject it after some time and revert back, making constant doses necessary. Really, it would be best to solve the issue completely, but stopping further degradation in the meantime before it does anything permanent is necessary to buy time, and maybe I could use, it. I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I see, and what do you need to make a permanent cure? Kara asked, tapping a finger against the arm of her chair. I will need new facilities and my staff will have to be replaced. She gulped and answered. Would larger revenue help? Kara asked, doing her best to think about the benefits to Con and the genomorphs. This time, it seems like she was succeeding. The genomorph's cure is a priority for me. Yes. If I had the means to replace lost materials, it could allow me to be far less careful with testing, as well as hire more workers and better equipment. Kara traded a glance with Dubilex, seeing a satisfied smile as well as some amount of affection for the scientist on the man's face. You'll have it. Now, I'm aware that you worked on Project KR, what can you tell me about using the treatment you'll be developing on the Kryptonian clone? Well, we could not fully clone Kryptonian DNA, we used human DNA to fill in the holes and connected everything using genomorph genetic material. The woman said, seeming to forget her fear now that she was speaking about something she was passionate about. Kara had to blink and start thinking about Cory in order to stop herself from blasting her with heat vision, her fingers digging into the leather chair. At first, we believed that such a patchwork approach had made the clone vastly weaker than a natural Kryptonian, but, reanalyzing the data, I believe that the Kryptonian part of him is working overtime to prevent the genomorph's degeneration. The woman nodded and smiled at both Kara and Dubilex, as if she wanted congratulations for solving such a problem. His cells are constantly using the solar energy absorbed to try and fix his genomorph deficiencies. These cells don't have any extra power to do much else, that's why he hadn't manifested some of the Kryptonians' more traditional powers like flight or heat visi on. What's wrong? Kara questioned when the doctor seemed to trail off mid-explanation. The doctor swallowed again, looking worried right at Kara's good eye, and she readjusted her collar once again. Nothing, I believe I just realized something. Oh, do tell. Kara immediately realized the woman had connected the dots. Feigning interest, she leaned to the right and rested her chin against her closed fist. Miss Danvers. Dubilex tried to say, but Kara cut him off with a glare. No, I really want to hear it. I am sorry. I was just doing my job. I never had the full picture of the project until it was already too late. I never wanted to create him. I mean. The woman explained, nervously glancing around the room. Then, well, the clone was already produced, I wanted to make sure he could survive, and the study possibilities were. Let me make something crystal clear, Dr. Spencer. Kara told her, leaning forward again and making it so the light of the room illuminated her fully. I'm not actually too mad at you for my newest cousin's creation. I'm mad about the abuse you did against my older one. That stealing his DNA and replicating it against his will didn't raise any red flags for you boggles the mind. That you cared about Connell's survival, and are still working to improve his situation, has stayed my hand for the time being and forces me to put some trust in you. But you will not abuse that trust, am I understood? The woman flinched but eventually answered, her voice almost a whisper. Yes. Good, Superman was raised by a loving family, he was taught all of your Earth's values, and he truly, deeply believes in the good inside people. He's a hero to the core, he'd never hurt you. Kara explained while opening a drawer and pulling out a thick folder with hundreds of pages and 2 thumb drives inside. I am not Superman. With a flick of her wrist, Kara threw the folder at the woman's chest, almost causing her to fall on her ass. That's all the information I have on a second clone, one made without human DNA. I want you to tell me what your treatment can do for him. Dr. Spencer clutched the folder, holding it closely to her chest as if it would keep Kara from hurting her. Taking a couple seconds to gather herself, the woman considered what Kara had just said. Without human DNA. His cells would be breaking down much faster than even the genomorphs. She said, her mind focusing back on her work as she desperately tried to avoid even looking at Kara. The treatment would help, but I don't have any idea about how to stabilize his Kryptonian side. All previous data indicates that his powers will start mutating in less than 2 years, he'll start developing failed mutations and become unable to sustain life in only 10 years outside of a suspension chamber. Just do your best. Kara ordered, then thought about Match once again and got a glint on her eye. Do you think it would help if he doesn't have his powers anymore? It would need to be tested, but that is a possibility. The cellular mutation is probably triggered by the incomplete Kryptonian ability to absorb radiation, if he doesn't have his powers. Very well, Dubilex will help you with anything you need. Stabilizing the genomorphs is your current priority since Match is currently in suspended animation, but I want your team trying to find me a solution. Kara waved the scientist away, almost causing the woman to run out of the room. Just as she had grabbed the door handle, Kara called out, causing her to pause and look back. And, Dr. Spencer, you will be apologizing to both my cousins, in person. The doctor nodded, then scrambled out of the room and Kara could hear her almost running down the corridor. Was that really necessary? Dubilex sighed, massaging under his horns. What? I thought I was surprisingly kind and accepting. Kara pushed herself back to her feet and almost slammed the drawer closed. I hate amoral scientists. Dr. Spencer isn't amoral, she's only absorbed in her work. The genomorph justified, then took Kara's place, using his telekinesis to move her chair out of the way and adjusted the drawer, pulling it out and making sure it wasn't broken before driving it gently into the desk. And she is undeniably a genius in genetics. She's our best chance at a permanent solution. Do you think she'll do something short-sighted then? That I pushed her too far? Kara fidgeted, feeling a little guilty now that she wasn't in the same room as the woman. No, Dr. Spencer was feeling guilty for what she did before she walked into this room. She believed your intimidation was justified. Looking up, Dubilex frowned at the busted lamp above his head, quickly typing a request for a replacement at his computer. Still, I do wish you had not been so aggressive. There won't be a next time. I never want to see that woman again. Kara finally lost Dr. Spencer's steps amongst the noise of the facility. And if she solves your problem with Match, she'll probably need to oversee any treatment the boy receives. Well, fuck. Now you have me hoping I meet her again. Kara almost banged her head against the door in frustration. Are we done here? Do you need me for anything else? No, I can do everything else myself. The wounded man said, causing Kara to frown at him. Go back to your vacation. You shouldn't even be doing anything. Kara glared at the genomorphs, but Dubilex didn't seem as impressed with her intimidation tactics as Dr. Spencer. You're wounded, Dubilex, rest. My body is wounded, my mind is perfectly capable. The genomorph glanced at her, and then refocused on his work. I'll rest when you finally get me a substitute for CEO. Kara narrowed her eyes on the man. You were just bored without any problems to solve, weren't you? She accused. I don't know what you're talking about. He continued using his telekinesis to type away at the computer, making sure to avoid even looking at her. Oh, look at the time. Didn't you have to speak with Cory today? Kara snorted, but did look at the time. Gathering matches files, looking at Dr. Spencer's research before talking to her and consulting the Fortress's AI for his take on them had taken longer than she thought. Thinking about an angry Cory glaring at her for trying to dodge their talk made Kara cringe. Shaking her head to dispel the image, she smiled at the man. Nicely deflected. Goodbye, Dubilex. Until later, Miss Danvers. After Kara teleported back to Fawcett City and was making her way to her apartment, she saw Captain Marvel flying above her, leaving a trail of dispersed clouds as he moved towards a corner of the city. Using her X-ray vision, Kara saw that it was just a bank robbery. Seeing that the captain would arrive before her, and that his enemies were just normal people, Kara shrugged and continued walking. Who the hell thinks it's a good idea to rob a bank in Captain Marvel's city? Wow, that's another level of stupid. Closing the door behind her, Kara finally deactivated her holographic display, revealing her missing eye. Gently massaging her temple and scratching an itch from the regrowing eye, she threw her security equipment on the table. The container filled with her drones, clattered on the wooden surface and almost spilled. Before she could do anything else, Dexter weaved between her feet and she grabbed him, squeezing the cat against her cheek for a second until it had enough and tried to claw at her. Fine, I'm releasing you. Dropping him on top of the table, Kara pulled out her phone and started checking her internet search bots. With half a day to trawl the net, her programs had gathered a lot of generic information on Poison Ivy, but nothing to indicate her current location. The bots had managed to find a useful tidbit though. It seemed like Count Vertigo was currently in the country. In a hurry, Kara readjusted her bot's search parameters, making them start looking for any members of the Injustice League, Black Adam, Voton, Joker and, she couldn't really remember the others. Would they be acting faster than normal? Did the light need them to draw attention before what the plot would dictate in canon? Or were they just gathering to get comfortable with each other and plan? Kara shook her head. No, she couldn't just assume that the Light's plans remained the same. She had already interfered so much that they could have changed their goals, or how they were going to go about fulfilling them. Well, at least she managed to deliver a huge blow to them before they started adapting. It would be wonderful if the Light didn't adapt to her moves, but that would also be very unlikely. Kara would have to re-evaluate her suppositions. After her attack on Infinity Island, her elimination of Felix Faust and the villains starting to deny the Light, any plan that they had was probably well and truly scrapped. With some concern about her own plans, Kara gathered her things and went to her room to start considering where she'd get access to a supply of equipment for Dr. Spencer's research. Remembering something she had read in her previous life, Kara threw herself on the bed and considered how to approach this. Pulling her phone out, she tapped a finger on the screen for a few seconds, then made up her mind and called one of her associates. Hello, Mr. Swift. Good evening, my dear. To what do I owe the pleasure of your call? I do not believe we have any operations planned. Came the elegant voice from the other side as the Shade answered his phone. I may have a new operation in mind, one that may require the entire team, but I still need to gather more information for that. She commented, thinking about Poison Ivy's rescue. But I'm not actually calling about that, it's a more personal reason. Personal, you say? I confess I did not expect any connection of such nature between us. The Shade commented with amusement. Should we have this conversation in person then? No, I only wished to ask if you were still connected to Caldecott Industries. There was a long silence on the other side of the line. I do, in fact, have some connections there. The Shade said, being careful with his wording. I do not, however, have any intentions of involving them in this side of the business. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear, it's not really about that. Putting a hand over her eye, Kara considered her next words carefully. I need a supplier for medical equipment and materials, as well as help with some genetic projects. I have no intention of involving it with any superheroic or villainous actions, but I needed a company that I can trust. Does your cousin not trust Star Labs? It is the leading developer here in the New World. I prefer not to put all my eggs in the same basket, and, while my cousin may trust them, I'm not certain Star Labs are entirely safe. It is a good company, but I have security concerns. Kara adjusted her position on the bed and felt Dexter jumping in with her, demanding she give him some water. Still, they would probably be my second choice. I see. I'll arrange a meeting for you, in your civilian identity of course. The Shade said, his voice making it clear that the last part wasn't a choice. Of course. Kara agreed, she only wanted to get a business deal with them, not draw any attention towards her company or her other activities. Hearing the door opening, Kara said her goodbyes and turned off her phone. Taking a deep breath, she prepared herself. In a way, her talk with Cory wasn't dangerous, or even that life-changing, but why was she more anxious about this than she had been about attacking Infinity Island? Using her X-ray vision, Kara looked at Cory entering their home and sucked in a breath. The Tamarinin looked around herself, not seeing any signs of Kara in the house. Friend Kara. Instead of answering, Kara thought about the kiss, about how she wanted to get into a relationship with the girl, and about how easy Red Arrow had died, how dangerous it was, and how she had lost everything twice over. Krypton had exploded, taking with it almost everything she had cared about, her family, her friends, her future. Her original Earth was also gone, it hadn't been destroyed, but she doubted she would even see it again, even with the level of technology in DC. Drawing her legs to her chest, Kara hugged herself, her breathing coming faster and faster. Really, even if she could open a portal to her original Earth, what then? Her parents had been almost 60 when she died, were they even alive right now? Over 30 years after her rebirth. No, she had lost 2 families, and she couldn't handle losing any more, she just... A warm hand cut off her trail of thought and Kara looked up, staring right at Cory's concerned eyes. Cory's hand gripped her arms and gently pried her fingers from their vice-like grip at her legs. Adjusting her place between Kara's legs, Cory cupped her face between her hands and forced Kara to fully focus on her eyes for a few seconds. Kara felt her muscles relaxing, her breathing starting to go back to normal as she stared at the green eyes in front of her. Gripping one of Cory's hands with her own, Kara squeezed tightly and finally managed to form a smile. Thanks. Leaning down, Cory kissed Kara's lips, her touch very brief and light, offering comfort and support. Still holding her hand, the Tamarinin kicked off her boots and sat down on the bed beside her, putting her back against the headboard. I apologize, I did not intend for our talk to cause you such distress. It wasn't that, not really. Kara sighed, leaning sideways and resting her head against Cory's shoulder. I had to meet someone I really didn't want to earlier today, then everything just hit me all at once. It's just... Kara couldn't really explain, she couldn't explain how much she feared losing everything again, how she feared getting involved with things. Caring about her cousin was easy. He was Superman after all and very few things could hurt him, and there were even less now that she kept bothering him to wear the damn radiation shield. Cory, however, was vastly more fragile. Friend Kara, may I tell you about my planet? Cory finally spoke, interlocking their fingers and smiling at her. Sure. Tamarin is a wonderful planet, full of wonders and beauty, it is also a planet at war. Cory let her head lean down on top of Kara's, closing her eyes as she remembered. My sister was shunned for her disability, and I was raised as the future queen of our people. By the time I started my training, I had lost 2 uncles to the war and, in the following years, the Citadel increased its assaults, killing many. Kara felt Cory's hand squeezing hers, but her strength was quickly failing as she let herself think about her planet and started to lose her powers. Together with Commandar, I was sent to Okara for military training, but I was aware it was also to protect us, and then... Shaking her head, Cory lifted their hands. For a second, she just looked at them, her smile falling away. On my planet, I learned that there will always be people trying to hurt us or the people we care about, and sometimes, there is nothing we can do to prevent, or even affect, that. But that does not mean we should give up, that we should not care, that we should not love. Bringing Kara's hand closer, Cory kissed her finger, then smiled again, regaining her strength. Friend Kara, our bonds are what give us strength. Even if it is painful, even if it is hard. The memories are still there, they are still beautiful, they can still make you smile as you remember them and, if you can smile, you win. Kara didn't say anything, just continued taking comfort in Cory's presence. She couldn't help admiring the Tamarinin princess's strength. Sometimes, seeing how cheerful and happy Cory was, Kara forgot she wasn't the only one who had suffered. Eventually, Kara took a deep breath. Releasing Cory's hand, Kara pushed herself away from the headboard and sat atop Cory's thighs, staring directly at her friend's face. Thanks for talking about it. I guess it's about time I stopped avoiding things, huh? I do not wish to hasten you, friend Kara. Cory smiled in a way that illuminated her whole face. I understand that most other races are not as open as we Tamarinines. No, it is time I stop avoiding things. Kara closed her eyes for a second, letting go of her fear. Opening them again, she put an arm at Cory's side and leaned over. For a second, she paused just above Cory's lips. The pregnant pause stretched for a full second, but it felt like an entire hour. Kara's heart was beating like a hummingbird's, and she could hear Cory's beating alongside it. Finally, she pushed herself forward and captured Cory's lips. Pushing herself forward, Cory's hands slowly snaked their way around Kara's waist. The kiss deepened, their mouths opening slightly as Cory answered with eagerness and Kara quickly lost track of time. The only question remaining in her mind was why she hadn't done this before. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 35, Interlude. Sorry guys, no smut yet, but it's coming, soon. Kara Zor-El's first memory was of her father, his image across the glass of the birthing matrix. In truth, she could barely open her eyes at the time, so she couldn't really see his shape all that well, but she remembered the large, tall figure standing above her pod for a few seconds, a second figure slightly behind him. She remembered him staring at her for a full minute and then walking away, leaving only her mother to keep her company. Kara didn't remember him coming to see her again but, in fairness, most of her time inside the birthing matrix was spent either sleeping, developing her body, or being educated by the learning program there. Later, she liked to think he came to check on her often, but she just didn't remember it, and didn't dare ask. Still, her parents were there when she finally stepped out of the birthing matrix. Having reached the desired level of development in both body and mind, she stumbled away from the chamber and took her first steps on the crystalline floor. Kara nearly fell, but managed to right herself and look at the couple in front of her, her biological parents. Alara Inzi was a tall, blonde woman wearing a white robe with the symbol of the L house in front of it. She had a proud smile on her face and her eyes were filled with affection. Zor-El was even taller, with perfectly styled brown hair. He wore a mixture of robe and armor, black and with a tall collar. It had square shoulder pads in white and a red cape wrapped around his neck, tied with a golden strap. The L crest rested on his chest in white and he had a black circlet around his forehead. Both of them stood a little apart from each other, their backs straight, but Zor-El wasn't smiling. Instead, he watched her with a critical eye, his arms crossed behind his back. On instinct, Kara did her best to copy his posture and saw a glint of approval on his eye. Good, from today on you're the newest member of the L house, Zor-El proclaimed. Clothe yourself and follow your mother, Kara Zor-El. Her father didn't wait, walking away with sure steps as she watched his back. Kara was still covered in the embryonic waters of the birthing matrix, but Alara helped her wash it away and dress herself. Excuse your father, he has always been a little rough, Alara said as she finished drying Kara's hair. We were both looking forward to your birth. Thank you, Alara Inzi. Kara said, testing out her voice for the first time and doing her best to not sound stupid. Please, call me mother, her mother asked, stepping away from her and smiling at Kara. Now, come. Your father is a busy man, but he managed to reserve a few hours with us. The prepared clothes fit her perfectly, neatly covering her chubby limbs. Kara used her fingers to adjust the clasp for her environmental helmet, but her mother shook her head and prevented her from activating it. We will not be going out today, there's no need for a helmet. Yes, mother. Kara answered and tilted her head in confusion when she received her first hug, Alara's arms enveloping her body completely. Kara's first birthday was spent with both of her parents, an extremely rare happening from then on. She walked through their home in Argo City, being shown the facility and having the security features updated with her DNA in mind. She especially liked the time spent with her father as he showed her the experimentation rooms and the various devices she could play with and study in order to learn. The next year was spent mostly completing her education. By the time she was 5 years old, Kara had already learned all that was necessary to survive and take care of herself, at least while inside Argo City, but she still met her mother at least once a day and her father once a week. On her 6th birthday, Zor-El once again managed to get a release from his work on the Science Council to spend time with her. Kara was studying with her AI teacher when he arrived and she quickly turned it off before hushing into the labs and grabbing a hand-sized crystal device, the first one she had produced with no help from anyone. Running through the crystal hallway, Kara actually dodged her mother's hand as she rushed towards Zor-El, then she tripped on the floor, sending her sunstone device clattering to the floor until it hit her father's leg and stopped. Looking down at her, Zor-El unlocked the safety on his armor and took off his helmet, then leaned down to grab the crystalline device, lifting it up and looking it over. Get up. No daughter of mine should be this uncoordinated, he ordered, waiting until Kara had pushed herself up and rubbed her aching nose. Now, what exactly is this? Greetings, father, I made it. Kara said, extending her hand towards the device. Her father glanced at it once more, but handed it over. With an eager voice, she explained. See, it's sunstone. I programmed it so the crystals wouldn't stop growing inward once activated, look. Pressing a spot on the device, Kara saw it light up and start absorbing sunlight to fuel its growth, and then she threw it away as hard as she could with a grunt. Unfortunately, she was still only 6, so the device didn't fly as far as she expected. Seeing the little device falling not even 10 meters away from her, Kara's eyes widened in fear. Oh. Zor-El's own eyes widened in realization and, acting fast, he embraced her, turning his back to the device and huddling down around her while ordering their personal drones to form a shield behind him. It was the first time Kara had ever been hugged by her father, so she actually giggled in delight. Behind them, the device absorbed sunlight for 6 seconds, rapidly growing inward and increasing the pressure inside. Sunstone was incredibly strong but, exposed to sunlight, it just wouldn't stop expanding, building up pressure until the crystalline shell couldn't hold the pressure anymore. With a crack, it exploded, sending crystals flying everywhere. A hail of small crystals pinged against Zor-El's shield, but it was strong enough to block any damage with no problem. Releasing her, Zor-El dusted himself and looked towards the destroyed device with a conflicted face before turning to his wife and seeing that she too was fine. Looking at the damage it had caused, Kara couldn't help the smile growing in her face. Cool. Turning to her father, Kara saw the disappointed look on his face and deflated. Shaking his head, Zor-El turned around and started walking towards the house. That was a waste of resources. Come. Lowering her head, Kara followed after her father, her face flushed with shame. Zor-El led her further inside her home until they reached a door Kara had never been to before. Stepping in front of the door, Zor-El waited until it scanned him, and then had Kara stand in place so she too was registered. Walking inside, Kara saw a far better equipped laboratory. Daughter, until your uncle decides to have a child, you're the current heir of House L, her father explained without turning towards her, his voice calm once again. That was a very poor showing. I apologize, father. Kara bowed her head, her face flushed with shame. First, you're going to retake a class on experimentation safety, he said while opening a holographic display and changing her current schedule. After that, you'll be improving that device until it's no longer such a disappointment. Not only did you not use any flammable gases, you didn't calculate the best way for the device to explode. Introducing a point of failure in the device can allow you to guide the direction of its explosion. You also didn't make it as damaging as possible, resulting in most sunstone shards being either too small to cause maximum damage, or not sharp enough. A waste of resources. With access to the advanced laboratory and a new teaching program, Kara progressed extremely fast. Only a month later, she had her father watch her new device explode. With sharp spikes all over one of its sides, she had introduced a small failure on the device, causing it to direct the explosion away from her and send entire spikes of crystals towards her targets. Introducing the best possible incendiary gases into the hollow of the bomb also made it far more powerful. Zor-El watched the new test from a balcony, his hands behind his back. Seeing the destruction, he didn't smile, but he also didn't frown again, or show any other signs of displeasure. He just turned around and walked away, allowing Kara to take it as a win. After the scare on her birthday, her mother decided to spend more time with her. Despite being from the Science Guild, it was important for all Kryptonians to keep fit and healthy, so Kara started jogging with her mother. They ran for an hour every day, with Alara running laps around Kara. Still, Kara loved how much time she had with her mother, enjoying their runs as much as she could. Eventually, she grew up, her body developing quickly until she could almost keep up with the older woman. The devices she produced also grew more complex, going from simple bombs into all kinds of devices. When she was 9, Kara got interested in some of the military guild's martial arts. While it wasn't the focus of the L House, there was no Kryptonian law preventing her from entering another guild, much less just learning some martial arts. So, after her run with her mother, Kara spent another 2 hours learning Clerker from one of their training robots. The martial art focused on kicking, striking and defensive blocking using her limbs. Kara enjoyed the competition, and the physical exhaustion from the training was very relaxing. Really, the first time she defeated the training robot was so satisfying. The robot was even programmed to die dramatically when defeated, causing her to giggle a little as she remembered it. Kara spent nearly 6 months training before her father noticed it. Kara felt the grass under her feet, the wind picking up speed and causing her hair to fly into her face. In that instant, her enemy attacked, a simple straight punch aimed at her head. Stepping into the blow, she deflected the attack and countered with a punch towards the robot's chest, causing it to stumble back. Taking advantage of that, she followed up with a kick then tried to swipe its legs from under it. The robot simply lifted his leg and retreated before delivering a front kick to her chest that almost hit her, but the ground under him shook, causing the robot to lose his footing. Kara almost fell, but she recovered first and took advantage of the situation to grab the overextended limb and deliver an elbow strike to the joint, causing the spar to stop. Suddenly, the trees around her disappeared along with the rest of the clearing, revealing a white, empty room. Above her, Kara saw her father standing watch from a balcony, his arms crossed behind his back as always, but a deep frown on his face. Without a word, he shook his head in displeasure and left, causing Kara's cheer to drop immediately. With an order to her accompanying drone, she deactivated the robot and tried to run after him, but Zor-El had already left the house, going back to his work. The next day, she asked Alara about it while they ran. Mother, why did father disapprove of my training? I thought that I was encouraged to keep my body in peak condition. Does he think I want to enter the military guild? Kara, your father is a very efficient man. He just fears that you won't achieve your peak if you lose your focus, her mother told her, giving Kara one of her rare smiles. You're our pride, both of us only wish for you to reach all of your potential. I understand, Kara nodded, refocusing on their run and on improving her time. From that day on, Kara no longer used the training robot. Instead, she redoubled her studies, starting to specialize in sunstone programming and adapting other materials into sunstone devices to make them better. Some devices needed more than just sunstone to be viable. Sometimes, she needed to use small amounts of kryptium for its increased resistance and toughness. Others, she needed materials with better flexibility or even less solar conductivity. Studying physics and the properties of the materials she used took most of her free time and, very often, her devices required such precise calculations that she needed to spend weeks on them to achieve results. Still, when she was 12, her father ordered her to meet him in his study. Kara walked inside and saw him wearing his formal clothes, as well as his House L official crest. Knowing that he was not acting as her father, but as the second-in-command of the L House, Kara bowed deeply to show her respect. Daughter, you're now entering puberty, it's time for you to start learning your place in our house, Zor-El said. With a command from his neural link, he caused a crystalline chair to rise out of the floor and ordered Kara to sit. As my daughter, you have been chosen to inherit my position in the house. Your job will be to help teach your cousin once he's born, guide him as he grows into his position and support him once he inherits my brother's position. My cousin. Kara couldn't help but ask. Zor-El simply nodded, activating a display of another man, one slightly older than him. This is my brother, Jor-El, the current head of our house. From today on, you'll be following me to work with him, watch, pay attention and learn. Yes, father, Kara bowed again, accepting her new place, but her heart was beating fast on her chest. She couldn't wait to help out, to follow her father and learn from him. Until now, she had only been playing with his tools, but never really seeing his true projects. Yes, she had created many devices, but most of them had been focused on destroying things, and everything she had created could be replicated by the military guild either more effectively or cheaper. The next day, Kara put on her own armor, completely sealed with a helmet that fully protected her from the harsh atmosphere of Krypton itself. The equipment wouldn't be necessary in Argo City, but she'd be traveling with her father to Kandor. Following her father, Kara walked with her arms crossed behind her back, her posture straight as she stepped on the teleportation device, appearing on Kandor a second later. With large steps, she did her best to not fall behind as his subordinates bowed towards him, showing the respect deserved for the second-in-command of the L House. Kara's chest swelled with pride until they arrived at the main laboratory. Jor-El looked just like her father, only slightly older. Her uncle's face opened into a smile at their presence and he stepped away from the computers. Brother, so you have finally decided to present my niece. Patriarch, this is my daughter, Kara Zor-El. Following her father's example, Kara took off her helmet and bowed towards her uncle. Patriarch. It is an honor to meet you. Jor-El looked at his brother with an amused smile on his face, but Zor-El's look didn't change, leaving the older brother feeling awkward for a second before shaking his head. Well, it's nice to have you here, Kara. I hope you enjoy the work. I will, Kara nodded, her face impassive. From that day on, Kara started following after her father, learning everything he did and how best to help him. As Jor-El's second-in-command, Zor-El spent a good part of his time troubleshooting some of his brother's more exotic projects while also helping guide the direction of the Science Guild as a whole. When Kara finally reached 13, she started getting some projects of her own. While she didn't have the necessary knowledge to develop new technologies, she had a talent for finding faults on prototypes. Standing behind a guard railing, Kara increased the parameters for the newest dimensional projector, simulating a last-minute addition of a second target to the device. Unable to calculate the destination in time, the device tried to increase the energy to compensate for it, overloading the delicate sunstone structure. A suction force caused Kara's feet to slide towards the guard railings, but the magnetic locks on her armor activated, securing her in place. Then the security glass snapped shut just before the device exploded, sending a shockwave that would have probably sent her flying had it not been for the glass. Carefully watching the place where the device had been, Kara made sure that nothing had come through the dimensional breach. Seeing no warnings on her monitor, she left some annotations on the prototype's page and turned away, a huge smile on her face. Kara knew that she shouldn't be so happy to find yet more faults on some of the Science Guild's projects, but it was always so satisfying when she managed to cause a catastrophic failure. And really, if the scientists didn't want their devices exploding, they shouldn't propose faulty prototypes. With years of study over her, they really should have known better. Ah, was that really necessary, Kara? Jor-El said from behind her, almost causing Kara to jump out of her skin. Turning around, Kara looked at her uncle without knowing what to say for a full 5 seconds. No, Patriarch, she finally said, her face flushing with shame. I only wanted to demonstrate how dangerous a faulty project could be. I see. Well, at least there was no damage, this time, Jor-El commented. A mental command caused the testing chamber to be isolated and her own terminal to be locked as her uncle motioned for her to follow him. Come, Kara, I wish to speak with you. Still feeling embarrassed, Kara followed behind her uncle without another word until they teleported back to his own house. Finally, Kara managed to lift her eyes towards her uncle. Just as she was about to ask him what this was about, a giant beast ran out from inside the house. It was large, white and walked on all fours, rushing at them with intimidating speed and making a lot of noise. Kara almost screamed, but she managed to resist the urge using the discipline taught to her by her father. Instead, she only cursed the fact that she didn't have her own neural interface while pulling out her personal computer, commanding her private drone to activate a protection shield. With dread, she realized too late that her uncle hadn't done the same. Watch out. In disbelief, Kara watched the beast release a mighty noise and pounce on her uncle, aiming straight for his unprotected face in a show of canny, predatory guile. Hello, Crypto. Her uncle said while, under Kara's disbelieving eyes, the beast started to lick him. Jor-El didn't tolerate the licking for long, quickly showing displeasure at the creature's actions and causing its ears to drop. Somehow, the scene caused her to feel a bout of nostalgia. Slowly getting back to her feet, Kara deactivated her shield and, pretending that nothing had happened, asked. Patriarch, what is that? This is called a dog. Using a hand, Jor-El pushed the dog away from his chest. The creature fell back on all fours and finally noticed Kara, sniffing at her and slowly circling her. I decided to recreate one after I saw the way our family interacted. I see, Kara said, her hand slowly touching the creature's head with an odd feeling of longing on her chest. Can I ask, why? Kara, do you know what the House L crest stands for? Hope, Patriarch, Kara answered immediately, the meaning having been cemented on her mind long ago. Yes, hope, an optimistic view or state of mind based on an expectation of a positive outcome, Jor-El explained, leading her inside his home. We used to have hope in our fellow Kryptonians. Hope in the future of our planet. Hope that things will be better, brighter. Yet our family has been losing that ability for generations now. We grow distant, we grow aloof. We have let confidence substitute for hope, never attempting anything greater or new so that we may never fail, and that confidence has grown into arrogance, blind arrogance. And the dog helps, how? Kara asked while doing her best to avoid getting a tongue bath from the dog. The creature was actually larger than her, and about just as strong. Crypto, you, Lara, I'm choosing to hope Kara, to hope in our future. Standing in a balcony on his house overlooking the city of Kandor, her uncle snapped his fingers, causing the dog to finally leave her alone. With a serious look on his face, he shook his head, his hands squeezed into fists, but he had a confident glint on his eye. We need hope, now more than ever. At his side, Kara watched as her uncle trailed off, his eyes looking over Kandor. She would have liked to say his eyes were filled with hope, but she couldn't help thinking it looked exactly like the arrogance he so disliked. As if he still had everything under his control. No matter. Come, Lara is very eager to finally meet you. That day, Kara spent quite a few hours meeting her uncle's family, and even learned to play fetch with Crypto, laughing out loud for the first time as the dog chased the ball. From then on Kara had a new routine, spending time with her uncle at least once a month, and even wasting hours playing and socializing with Crypto. Unfortunately, her father didn't seem to approve of it, although he never says anything about it. It was when she was a little over 14 that her family had its first fight. Her classes had been cancelled that day, and Jor-El had even kept her from following him to Kandor for a week. Kara was trying to find a weakness on a new drone model when she heard them. Jor-El, stop. Alara actually shouted, but Kara's father didn't hear her, actually causing an explosion inside their home, and destroying the outer wall. What are you doing? What am I doing? What's he doing? Druzad is our friend, our houses have been allied for generations. Jor-El screamed, his voice filled with frustration and anger like Kara had never heard before. Jor-El. Alara shouted, trying to calm her husband down, only for Jor-El to release another blast from his weapon, destroying another piece of the courtyard. All our preparations, all our research and all our history, thrown away like dirt. Finally managing to calm down, Jor-El took a few deep breaths and turned off the weapon on his personal drone. Gritting his teeth, Kara's father almost spit out with disgust. Jor-El threw away our best chance and all he can tell me is to have hope. What are you going to do? Alara asked, finally approaching her husband and holding onto his arm in an almost gentle manner. You have to stop him. It's our only chance. Watching from a hidden camera on the ceiling, Kara held her breath as her father stared at the hand holding his arm, then towards her mother with a mixture of disbelief and disgust. Yanking his arm away from her, he threw his own communicator into the wall and shouted again, releasing his frustration before calming down. Combing his hair back in place with a hand, Jor-El righted himself. I will do nothing. Irrational as he may be, Jor-El is our patriarch and I am not a traitor. So you'll just watch? Her mother asked, her voice filled with disbelief. Yes. What do you dash? Suddenly, Jor-El's neural transmitter gave him a warning, causing him to look up and directly at Kara's hidden drone. With a startle, Kara disconnected with it immediately and ordered it to self-destruct. Too late, she gasped as she realized how that gave her presence away. Most Kryptonians didn't even see the need for a self-destruction in a drone. Those who did, mostly members of the Science Guild, did so quietly, just frying the drone's circuitry. Unfortunately, Kara enjoyed causing things to explode in new and interesting ways. Running to her bedroom, she pretended to be sleeping. Kara didn't think her father believed it, but he didn't say anything when he came to check up on her. The next day, Zor-El was waiting for her in the living room, sitting on a crystalline chair. He wasn't wearing his usual armor, but just his black robes. Feeling anxious, Kara stopped in front of him and the silence stretched between them for a minute or two. Finally, her father spoke, his voice not betraying a hint of his own feelings. "Daughter, I believe it's time to modify your training." "Father, did I do anything wrong?" Kara asked, afraid of being punished for peeking at their discussion earlier. "No, instead, you're quite advanced in your studies, and your help identifying points of failure has been surprisingly useful for your level of education," Zor-El recognized, tapping a finger against the arm of his chair. "However, destroying things is far easier than building them, and far less useful. It's time you start learning how to do the latter." "I understand." "I doubt that you do," Zor-El said, sending an information package to her personal computer. "Tomorrow, you'll start studying the information inside. I want a working prototype in a year." Over the next months, Kara worked tirelessly to understand all the principles behind her father's data. It was a blueprint for an Imperial Age hyperdrive as well as all the necessary information to update it with modern-day Kryptonian tech, or at least Kara thought it was. With the religious guild mandate not to leave the system, it wasn't like there was a lot of information about such things, or that any other scientist had interest in developing such an area of study. It meant that Kara didn't have a point of reference and, even if she made mistakes, it was not like the device would ever be used anyway. Still, Kara believed it was a test, one that she was determined to pass no matter what. Without any information to be found on the network, Kara had to develop everything herself, and even program the crystals from scratch. Over the months, Kara didn't build one prototype, but 3, each one a drastic improvement over the other. Working on the devices, she learned far more than she thought possible. She also discovered how to accelerate a piece of crystal to ludicrous speeds towards a target, but she had only done it once, even if it had been incredibly cool, and she hadn't hit anything important in Argo City, she hoped. When she was finally satisfied with her creation, Kara presented the already built hyperdrive to her father. Zor-El spent an hour reading all her notes, testing the device and then spent another 3 hours telling her everything she had done wrong. From using far too much cryptium, causing the device to have no flexibility, to messing up its programming, causing a catastrophic failure that could have altered relative time experienced by the device in any number of ways. Standing there, his arms behind his back, her father scraped most of her project, but he wasn't frowning. Kara wanted to laugh out loud. He wasn't actually frowning. When she was 15, she managed to present a prototype that her father accepted and he allowed her back into candor. Still, with her device built, Kara couldn't help but want to see it in action, and even her uncle actually encouraged her, finding her passion for the project amusing. She nearly had a heart attack when a member of the religious guild started asking about it, but, after an afternoon explaining that she was the one responsible, and that she had no interest in actually using the device herself, the priest seemed content that it was just a training exercise. Any Kryptonian actually building a ship capable of inter-system travel would violate Rao's edict, but she was simply using an abandoned field of study for training, and never really had any intention of creating a final product. Well, Kara guessed that one of her prototypes could be mounted on a tiny, individual vessel, but escalating it to work on even the smallest ships of the military guild would still take years of troubleshooting, and she had no intention of doing that. In fact, since she had passed her father's test and managed to create it to his satisfaction, she planned on mounting the prototypes into flying cars and aiming them at asteroids on the Rao system. Small, unimportant ones, so they wouldn't be missed if she actually hit them. Still, Kara's home wasn't any better. Her father spent more and more time at work and even her mother stopped having time to run with her. Kara herself started spending more time with her own projects, and helping her aunt. For some inane reason Kara couldn't fathom, Laura Lorvan had decided to carry her new cousin to term without the use of a birthing matrix, and her uncle had agreed to it. Her aunt's situation was such that both she and Jor-El had to take a break from their duties last month, causing Kara's father to become even more frustrated. Still, when Kara heard that Kal-El was finally born, she couldn't help becoming excited. Despite that, it wasn't until her 16th birthday that she met him. Standing over the small, fragile, helpless body, Kara poked its chubby arms with a finger in confusion. "What is this?" "He is your cousin, the new head of House L," Jor-El answered with pride in his voice. "But he's so helpless. How's he gonna change clothes or eat?" she whispered. Well, she knew how, in theory, but she just couldn't understand why they didn't use the birthing matrix. It was so much better and more efficient. Lifting the baby into her arm, Laura smiled down at him and handed him over into Kara's arms. Wide-eyed, she tried to avoid the small creature, but it was useless. Stiff as a crystal, Kara stared at her little cousin and was assaulted with a sudden bout of nostalgia, as if she was missing something, but she had no idea what. Poking his cheek with a finger again, she watched him giggle and try to grab her offending digit. "Isn't he perfect?" Jor-El asked, looking down at the both of them together. "I wouldn't say that," Kara answered honestly, thinking about how the baby didn't even have the strength to support its own head. "More like, fragile." "Well, that too," her uncle said and caressed his son's head in a rare show of affection, then took him off her arms. Looking at them, Kara couldn't help feeling envious of the little thing. "Kara, as his elder, it will be your job to help guide and teach him." What? But you?" "I am a busy man, and I may not always be there for him." Turning towards her, Jor-El stared at her eyes with unexpected seriousness. "I will be counting on you to watch over him and make sure he is ready when the time comes." Feeling conflicted, Kara spent the rest of the day in a daze, watching the rest of the L house pay respect to the new heir, even if most of them agreed with her about the use of the birthing matrix. She did wonder where Krypto had gone, but, with how vulnerable Kal-El seemed, her uncle had probably terminated the creature lest it endanger him. Her heart hurt at the notion, and she really wished he had offered the dog to her, even if she knew her father wouldn't approve of it. Going back to Argo City, she was preparing to go to sleep, but she still heard Zor-El frustrated yelling as he lost his temper again. Not wanting to attract his attention, Kara increased her speed towards her home. Zor-El's anger was such that Kara swore she could feel the entire house shaking at his anger. The next days were hard. Her father seemed to be spending more and more time away from his work at the Science Guild, but he wouldn't leave his own laboratory, to the point that Kara actually saw him even less than before. On her travels to Kandor, Kara started to notice she was getting strange looks from the scientists there, and she was no longer allowed to work on some of their simple projects, even when she was perfectly qualified to do it. Worst, Kara started to notice small earthquakes happening in both cities. Earthquakes weren't unknown in Krypton, but they only happened once every year or two, and only in one city at a time. Now they were almost a monthly occurrence, and Kara couldn't find any reason for it, be it on the common network or at the Science Guild. Everything together started to create an oppressive atmosphere, as if it was all building up for something: the looks, the shaking, the lack of support from her family. For the first time in her life, Kara had no idea what to do. Finally, 5 months later, Kara was called to have lunch with her family. Deep inside, she hoped that it was the start of a change, that her family would get back in order. Sitting at the table with both her parents, they actually ate in silence. A small quake caused Kara to spill some of her water, but her father didn't even react to it, continuing to eat as if it was nothing important. That was probably when Kara realized things wouldn't be getting better. Her father would never have ignored such things. Feeling some dread, Kara finished her lunch and put down the cutlery. "Father, what's wrong?" "This is farewell, Kara," Zor-El said, lowering his own hands and cleaning his face with a napkin. Trading a short look with Alara, Kara's father squeezed his wife's hand in a show of affection. "What do you mean?" 12 years ago, your uncle noticed an anomaly on Krypton's core. Further study indicated that our planet's core was critically unstable and in danger of imminent failure. Unfortunately, when he brought the information to the High Council, no other scientist was able to independently verify it. Releasing Alara's hand, Zor-El put both elbows against the table and steepled his fingers as he explained. Jor-El had long spoken against some of our customs, and he was a known advocate of restarting diplomatic relationships with other systems. His warning was taken as a power play and greatly suppressed. Barely able to understand her father's words, Kara felt another quake shaking her chair. Distracted, she took the time to push her cutlery back into place and just continued to listen. "As the second in command of the L House, I supported my brother, but others saw the chance to diminish our influence at the Science Guild. Once the High Council had made up its mind, they continued to refuse to see reason no matter what kind of proof was presented, confident in their own reasoning no matter what was said." Taking a second to drink some more water, Kara's father pushed his chair back and looked out at Argo City. Despite how dire the situation was, the question became a political and religious discussion, and Druzad's attempted coup did not help our cause. For some reason, my brother still hoped to change the council's mind, so he did not support Druzad, letting him get sentenced to the Phantom Zone, but also eliminating any chance of solving the issue. Shaking his head, Zor-El actually took off his neural control, laying it on the table and taking a deep breath. My brother's insistence on hoping for a better outcome was almost as ridiculous as the council's refusal to see the truth, but, at that point, attempting to depose him as the head of our house would only destroy us faster. Kara swallowed hard, looking at her parents' resigned faces with despair. "Were you able to find a solution?" "No, not for Krypton." Zor-El answered with a cold voice. "For you and Kal-El, yes." "The hyperdrives," Kara whispered, realizing what her father seemed to be implying. "But why leave it to me?" "Succeeding was never the goal. Your prototypes were surprisingly effective, but both I and Jor-El still had to improve their designs before they were actually usable." Her father didn't explain further, allowing Kara to think things through. You only wanted the materials, and maybe the blueprints too, she said, feeling her hands close into fists at the realization. Indeed, Zor-El nodded, a rare glint of approval on his eye. While the High Council and the Religious Guild were keeping a very close watch on any of my or your uncle's projects, our family still had enough influence to muddle your own actions, especially when they did their best to keep any information from spreading, such that even their own informants didn't know exactly why our house was under watch. You have not even completed your education. How important could a simple learning exercise be? Jor-El managed to send that beast of his as a test pilot for a first ship. The hyperdrive caused a temporal distortion that we had to make adjustments for, but we used the information gathered to finish 2 ships in time. Another small quake interrupted their talks, and Kara let the silence stretch between them, her mind completely unable to process everything she had just heard. Finally, Zor-El put the neural transmitter back into his forehead and announced. Kal-El's ship has just departed, it's time. Together, her parents got up and started walking towards the courtyard. Unable to help herself, Kara walked at her mother's side, holding onto her hand for support. Why didn't you tell me? Why lie and manipulate me like that? Without stopping, Zor-El glanced towards her briefly before answering. Would it have changed anything? There was nothing you could do. I simply chose to spare you the worry, and I never lied. Building the hyperdrive prototype was an incredibly valuable exercise. That is why it never gathered any suspicion from the guild. Stepping out of the house, Kara saw the crystals on the courtyard folding up, revealing a platform with a single-person ship as it was lifted into open air. What now? Now you'll leave. I have installed a suspended animation chamber and, once you arrive at Sector 2814, both it and the hyperdrive will deactivate, allowing you to pilot the ship and giving you enough time to study the system. The ship's computer should have all the information you need, Zor-El said. Looking out at the city, he actually had to brace himself as another earthquake hit them, one far more powerful than before. Kara actually saw one of the crystal towers on Argo cracking under stress, staring at the falling in both fascination and horror. The core was predicted to remain stable for another 3 days, her father wondered out loud. Quickly, you were supposed to leave 2 months ago, but the council vastly increased the surveillance after Jor-El's test and I had to make way for a better stealth system on the ship. Kara felt her mother embracing her, squeezing her body against her chest as hard as she could. For the first time in her life, she felt tears running down her cheeks and soaking into her mother's robes. Kara, I want you to know I love you, you make me proud to be your mother, don't let your cousin dictate your life. Cleaning her face with her sleeves, Kara hugged her father, squeezing her face against his chest with all her strength. Awkwardly Zor-El squeezed back, before lifting her inside the chamber on the ship. Kara Zor-El, you and your cousin are now the last hope of our house, and maybe of our entire race. The crest on you have on your chest is now more important than ever in our history. Zor-El stepped away from the ship, standing beside his wife and holding her hand on his own. Slowly, the glass covered her face, but she could still hear his voice. But don't make the same mistake as your uncle. Remember, hope without substance, without the will, the power, and the wisdom to see it through is less than nothing. Don't let an empty hope blind you to reality and guide your cousin well. I know you'll make me proud. Kara Zor-El's last sight on Krypton was the same as the first one, her parents standing behind a glass wall, their backs straight as they faced the future, or lack thereof, with perfect composure. Closing her eyes, she felt the ship's engines igniting, taking her away from the planet and gaining speed. Still, the ship had to gain enough distance from the Rau's gravity well before activating the hyperdrive without suffering too much disturbance from the large star, and that took time. Kara felt her eyelids growing heavier and heavier as the chamber started putting her into suspended animation. She closed her eyes and trusted her father's programming to bring her away. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 36, Chapter. Yo, sorry for the delay, shit happened in RL and I couldn't write as much, should be back to normal now. Chapter 37 coming the end of the week. Not gonna explain since I don't want to take too much space from the chapter. I hope you guys enjoy it. Danette fidgeted on her seat, her face going through a myriad of expressions as the taxi inexorably drove towards Garricks' home. Her body language grew more anxious the closer they came to their destination. For a while now, Kara, who sat next to the human-shaped ball of nerves, had wanted to help the woman, she just didn't know how. Really, being raised on Krypton hadn't exactly prepared her to deal with her own emotions, much less those of someone else, and her previous life's memories, distant as they were, didn't really help in this particular situation. Wow, how she wished Cory was here with them. Feeling really uncomfortable, Kara thought about what the princess would do and hesitantly put a hand on top of the gynoids, squeezing it to give comfort. It seems to have worked because Danette squeezed back. Kara released a breath of relief. Thanks, the brunette said with an amused smile. Gosh, you're really bad at this, aren't you? I don't exactly have much experience acting as emotional support. No, Kara actually thought about it and sighed. It's usually the other way around, really. What do you think he's gonna do? Danette asked, trying to get over her nervousness. Probably invite us in and try to figure things out, Kara shrugged. Don't worry. Coming back from the dead isn't as surprising as it used to be. Taking a second to check her phone, Kara commemorated with a discreet fist pump at her side when the scouting drone she'd sent ahead registered Garrick inside his house at the moment. The truth was, even without getting involved with superhero work, with the light, or anything to do with her company, Kara had kept herself so busy with work that she had forgotten about her promise to Danette until an hour before their meeting. As a result, she hadn't actually asked anyone about Garrick's address, finding it on the internet via her search bots crawling the dark web instead, which meant she wasn't sure he'd even be home. Still, retired or not, he was still a Flash. It wasn't like he couldn't get home in a few minutes from anywhere in the city, or the state for that matter, and Kara had already seen that his wife was home. Finally, the taxi stopped in front of a modest-as-they-come house with an honest-to-goodness white picket fence. Kara paid the cabbie before stepping out into the suburban street with Danette. The woman stared at the house for a second and then seemed to shake herself, regaining her confidence. Together, they walked up to the house and Kara let Danette press the doorbell, giving her hand one last squeeze before the door opened, revealing an older man. He still had mostly brown hair and was remarkably well built. "Hello, can I help you too?" "Hello Jay, long time no see," Danette said, smiling at the man. "I'm sorry, Garrick started to say, then leaned forward and looked at Danette closer. Kara saw his muscles tensing, his arms getting ready to punch out and his legs getting ready to run inside as he recognized her, but didn't act. "Miss Riley, well, long time no see." Using super speed, he quickly glanced inside the house before stepping further out of the door. "You'll understand if I don't invite you in immediately." Yes, I guess it is suspicious to just show up like this." Danette tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with one hand while the other squeezed tightly into a fist, small flames forming around it for a second before she dispersed it. "I'm told this kind of thing isn't odd nowadays, but I can hardly believe it." "Joan. I'll be out in the yard for a few minutes, can you prepare some tea?" Jay yelled inside the house before stepping out, closing the door behind him and turning back to them. "Yes, in our generation, death tended to stick, but nowadays, kids keep coming back for some reason. I mean, I'm glad for it, but it's still very odd." "Sorry for coming without calling ahead, I didn't think Danette wanted to reveal herself yet," Kara said. With her increased hearing, she couldn't help hearing Joan calling the Flash from inside the house and flinched. "Guess she should have expected that after just showing up out of the blue." Can you not call the Flash yet?" Jay narrowed his eyes at her, his body still tense. "And how do you know that, miss?" "Never mind, it's kind of too late now. Anyway, my cousin should have talked about me, but I guess you wouldn't recognize me." "Kara Zor-El, nice to meet you." Kara extended a hand, which Jay didn't take, but he did relax a little. Sorry for being rude, but I prefer not to be literally in someone's grasp until I know for sure what's happening." Shaking his head, the older man motioned for a bench on the porch. "I mean, God, am I glad to meet you, Firebrand, but it is a little hard to believe out of the blue." "I understand." Danette gave a bitter smile and sat down. "You're looking good, Jay." The man snorted, lifting an eyebrow as he leaned against a support beam. "Me? I'm an old man now, you on the other hand. What's going on, Riley? Time travel? Alternate version? Good grief, it's so odd that those are common enough now that they're the first thing you think about." Danette shook her head, but had to concede that the truth was just as odd. "I guess you can say it's a case of robot infiltrator." Those. Always a classic," Jay nodded in understanding. "So, do you have all her memories or?" "Jay, I have always been a robot," Danette sighed at his misunderstanding. "I guess you could technically call me Red Inferno. Red Tornado is my younger brother." Suddenly, Kara saw the red blur running up the street towards them. The current Flash was far faster than her, but the speed he was moving wasn't completely beyond her. Moving fast, Kara got up from her sitting position and stood in front of Danette, just in case the Flash decided to act in haste. She couldn't help but smile when she saw both generations widen their eyes at her speed and immediately become wary, even if they were still faster than her. Sliding to a stop in front of the house, the Flash looked towards the three of them and lifted an eyebrow. "Everything all right here, old man?" "It seems so, thanks for the backup," Jay said and motioned for the red-costumed men to approach them. "Come on, let me introduce you. This is Danette Riley, she took a bullet for me back in 45. Flash's eyes took the both of them in as he approached. "Well, nice to meet you. I have to say, you're looking incredibly good for a 70-year-old, are you aging in reverse?" "Flash, do I have to remind you, you have a wife?" Jay joked, causing the Flash to lift his hands in denial. "What? No, it's a genuine question. Come on, I knew a guy who did that for a while." He complained, causing Danette to actually laugh and relax a little. Shaking his head, Jay refocused. "So, how exactly did this happen?" I was investigating Professor Morrow for reasons I won't go into for now, but ultimately I got suspicious about her. Kara lied, but the story was close enough to the truth it wouldn't really matter all that much. Her grave wasn't exactly a secret, so I just flew over it and, when I saw the body hadn't deteriorated at all, I had a pretty good guess as to what was going on. Basically, I retrieved and reactivated her. It's been weeks now, but I didn't want to mention her to anybody until she could decide things herself. Jay and Flash traded a glance and Kara saw the Flash give the older man a small nod. Well, sorry for being so careful before. I'm really glad to see you again, Danny. Extending a hand, Jay pulled Danette into a hug, causing the woman to blush and, slowly, squeeze him back. Come on inside, Joan had always wanted to meet you. Running to the porch, the Flash stopped at Kara's side and smiled. So, you're Big Blue's cousin, huh? Nice to meet you. Say, any embarrassing stories about the big guy? Kara thought about it. She did have some baby photos the Fortress had been able to recover from her ship's computers, and there were the naughty librarian hologram photos she had managed to get from his disguise device. She smiled. I may have some. Entering the house, Kara saw an older woman hugging Danette tightly. Thank you for saving my Jay. Not knowing what to do, Danette gave Kara a pleading look and the Kryptonian decided to interfere before the woman's programming crashed from embarrassment. One would think that, having been a hero, Danette would have gotten used to people thanking her. Ah, didn't you say there was coffee? She asked, looking around the modest home. Ah, yes, sorry about that. Joan finally released the younger woman and smiled. I wasn't really sure there wouldn't be a fight in the yard, so I didn't prepare the table, but I did make some coffee and tea if you want. Walking ahead of them, Flash quickly squeezed the woman's shoulder and smiled. Don't worry about that, I got it. Kara almost offered to help too, but, really, being a second or two faster wouldn't make that much of a difference. A blue of red later and Flash was in the kitchen and, before everyone had even made it into the living room, the table was set and Flash was on the phone. Sorry, just making sure nobody raised the alarm on the League. Releasing his phone on the table, he sat down and smiled. Pouring herself some coffee, Kara grabbed a tea biscuit while Jay helped his wife sit down. Usually, she wouldn't be eating, but, since her eye had started healing, Kara had gotten a better appetite. So, what's this about you being Tornado's sister? Jay finally asked and they started talking. The rest of the morning was spent comfortably. With Jay there, Danette quickly started getting out of her shell, showing that she was actually a very headstrong woman, and a little short-tempered. Kara enjoyed hearing about the All-Stars squadron and the JSA as Jay told the gynoid about her former teammates, speaking about their adventures and their current situation. Flash didn't stay with them for long, but Kara noticed a bug left under the table just in case after he had said goodbye to continue patrolling his city. She could have disabled the device, but they weren't really talking about anything dangerous, at least not for her. The only secrets discussed were those of the JSA and, since it was the Flash hearing them, Kara didn't see the problem. Eventually, the coffee grew cold, but Kara just blasted it with a controlled ray of heat vision and continued drinking. As Danette and Jay retreated to the sofa and started going over old pictures of the JSA, Joan got up to take the plates off the table. Here, let me. Kara pushed herself up and gathered everything before taking it to the kitchen. I'm not as effective as a Flash since I can't ignore air resistance, but I can wash a few plates. Since the Flashes and her speed worked fundamentally different, Kara had to move much slower to avoid sending things flying around her, but she still managed to finish things in less than a minute. Thank you, Miss Zor-El, and thank you for being here, the older woman said, and it was Kara's turn to be embarrassed. You don't know how much this means to us. It's nothing. In truth, I kinda felt responsible for Danette. Driving her hands on a napkin, Kara looked towards the two old friends. Hopefully, she'll start getting back to normal. Finding out she was a robot wasn't something she was ready for, not to mention being dead for half a century. You know, I always trusted him, but I was a little jealous of their time together in the JSA. Joan sighed and finished adjusting the cover on the table. Made me feel terrible when she died saving him, especially since the first thing I could think about was, thank God she did it. They shared a short moment of quiet until Kara finally asked. How did you do it? How did you keep loving him even when he risked his life every day like that for decades? It wasn't easy, I'll tell you. Joan looked at Jay in the other room with a fond smile. Really, I'm a selfish woman. There wasn't a single time he was risking his life that I didn't wish he was home with me, but I love him and that's who he is. How could I not do it? Kara looked at the smiling older woman and thought about Cal, Khan. Cory. That easy, huh? You just couldn't not do it. Oh, God no, the old woman gave her an amused smirk while shaking her head. Staying with Jay was probably the hardest thing I ever experienced in my life, and we fought like cats and dogs sometimes, but, in the end, I always thought it was worth it. From the other room, Danette and Jay burst into laughter as they looked at a picture of Wildcat tied up and hanging from the top of a building by the lasso of truth. Wonder Woman watching him with her arms on her waist. Anyways, is there anything we can do to thank you? No, I. Suddenly, Kara paused and thought about the offer, getting a wicked smirk on her face. Cory loved to talk about the Titans whenever they were together, from how they were training to how much they were improving every day, but there was one problem she still hasn't been able to solve, and it pissed Kara right off when he did it to her girlfriend. So, it seems like it was time to play dirty. To use the nuclear option, Kara was going to tattle. Say, have you heard what Kid Flash has been calling Gan and Cory and Dar? After another hour of chatting, both Danette and Kara left the Garrick house satisfied. Danette was acting far happier than before and had even dropped the hesitation in her steps. So, you used to have a crush on him, huh? Danette stumbled, her face flushing as she glared at Kara. Jay was a friend, a dear friend and nothing more. Right, Kara smirked at her companion with a knowing look. Don't worry. I can see he used to be very handsome, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Fuck you, Danette pouted, cursing for the first time since they had met, but also having the first genuine smile of happiness. I'm glad you're finally getting your life in order. Yeah, Jay promised to get the old group together later this month, she confessed. I think I'm gonna be meeting Red Tornado after that. It should give me enough time to think about your invitation. Don't worry about it. I would love to have you on the team, but I don't want to pressure you, Danette. Call me Danny, the gynoid gave Kara a hug as another taxi approached to drive her away. I'm glad you came with me, Kara. I see, Kara eyed her and decided to try. So, would you be opposed to letting me install a second Moro elemental core as thanks? What? Well, I wasn't gonna ask with you feeling down, but you seem to be better, and I think I figured out how to make a copy of Mr. Twister's wind generator. It's not as strong as Red Tornado's, but, with some training, you could definitely improve your flames if you can feed them oxygen. Kara. What? Even if you don't want to be a hero, it can only make you safer. Kara lifted both eyebrows at her friend. Come on, more firepower is always the right choice. Get it? You'd even be able to fly. That was terrible, it was terrible and you should be ashamed, but fine, I guess I'm not doing anything tomorrow, Danny sighed, but that didn't fool Kara, she had gotten her with the flight offer. Great, checking the clock on her phone, Kara waved Danny goodbye and left for her own compromise. Using the nearest Zeta tube, Kara appeared inside Mount Justice. Her own security took a second to make sure she was allowed here before deactivating, finally showing her the real room and causing the turrets to retreat back into the walls. With a hiss, the lock she had installed on the Zeta tube opened and let her into the cavernous foyer of the base. A second of concentration and Kara heard the Titans training in the main room. Mwahaha. I laugh at your pain. Ending your existence is most amusing. Cory yelled as she blasted at Robin with a starbolt from her eyes while squeezing the life out of Khan with a sleeper hold. Suddenly, she caught sight of Kara entering the room and briefly paused. Oh, hello Supergirl. Robin took advantage of her distraction to throw a batarang at her eye, but Cory was fast enough to catch it. The device still exploded in her face, sending her flying back and allowing Khan to escape the grapple she had on him. Before Cory could recover, Khan fell to the ground, rolled and grabbed a cardboard bomb, throwing it towards Robin. That done, the both of them ran away in separate directions, moving further into the mountain and disappearing around the corners. Shaking her head, Cory floated away from the floor where she had fallen, cheerfully waved at Kara and then took in the room. Only Captain Marvel was still here, eagerly eating from a snack pack as he enjoyed the show. Quickly checking her drones, Cory nodded when they were still able to track him. Taking a deep breath, she hummed twice and then ignited her hands and eyes, causing them to shine with green light as she flew down the hallway after the pipsqueak yelling with a villainous voice. Ruine. You cannot escape me. I will chase you until the ends of the galaxy. What the? I thought they were supposed to be training. Kara lifted an eyebrow at the captain. Well, yeah, but Flash kept complaining that things were too serious, and Superman, Martian Manhunter, Green Arrow and I kind of agree with him. There was no reason they couldn't have a little fun, at least sometimes. Marvel shrugged and offered her the snack pack. Kara gracefully accepted. So they get one fun exercise in the middle of the day before lunch and after their morning trainer leaves. I see. I take it Cory is playing the villain today. Yep, she's kind of the strongest anyway, and she gets all the tech equipment you provided to use against the team. Pulling his arm back, Marvel checked to see Kara had stolen almost all his snacks and pouted. She gets really into it sometimes, and she's a good villain. Now that I think about it, she probably copies the laugh from you. Avoiding Kara's withering glare, Marvel turned back to the wall and caused it to turn into a monitor. Together they watched Cory follow after Robin. She caught up to him and lifted him by his clothes before trying to get her cardboard bomb back. Unfortunately, it didn't come off his hand. Kara focused on the image and frowned. Wait, did Robin have breasts? They were really small, but she was sure there was a little bulge on his chest. Immediately after, Cory threw Robin away as hard as she could and shot a starbolt after him, but the boy wonder actually floated in the air and dodged the shot. Standing in the air, the two of them faced off, Robin quickly growing several arms and getting them all into fighting positions. For a few seconds, nothing happened, then several shields materialized all around him and locked him in place before starting to squeeze. Ignoring the captured hero as Miss Martian lost control and returned to her actual form squeezed between the drones, Cory rushed back, but Captain Marvel pressed a button. Robin has had enough uninterrupted time, the bomb has been disarmed. Good job, Titans. Stepping out from a side room on the same hallway he had run through, Robin threw the cardboard bomb up and down in his hand and strutted into the room, quickly followed by Kid Flash. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Kid Flash shouted and the both of them high-fived. Soon after, the rest of the Titans started converging on the room. Aqualad seemed a little worse for wear, but they all were tired and sweating. Good job, you guys overcame a stronger, more skilled and better prepared opponent, Marvel complimented. Aqualad's sacrifice was so cool and, according to the exercise, both he and Kid Flash even survived their encounter, so it's actually great. Huff. I did not realize how much you held back, Huff, in our spars, Aqualad complimented, collapsing to the floor. But, did you have to keep the death trap active the whole time? It was indeed necessary for my villainous plot, friend Calder, Cory nodded with a disarming smile on her face. It should have pressured the Titans and diverted their attention from the main objective. I did not think the Titans would delay your rescue as they did. Alas, my machinations were defeated. Most impressive stratagem, friend Robin, when did you change places? Hey, we trusted Calder to hang on. Robin protested. Anyway, I traded places with Megan as soon as I ran out of the room, while you were still recovering from the explosion. Congratulations, friend Mgan. Your transformation is getting much better. I did not realize the ruse until the very end. Cory complimented, getting out from her armor and shaking her hair free from the ponytail. Ah, thanks Cory, doing boys is still hard, but Uncle is training me to overcome that. Man, I did not realize how hot girl villains could be. Kid Flash just had to say, causing Kara to narrow her eyes dangerously. The majority of the rogues are men, but boy is she. Hello Titans, Kid Flash, Kara interrupted, causing them all to turn towards her. Say, are you, perhaps, wearing the suit I made? Ah, hi Supergirl, Kid Flash gulped and scratched the back of his head. Yeah, thanks a lot by the way, the material is great, and it's very comfortable to run with, plus, it doesn't even get dirty. I really love it, why? Oh, nothing, don't worry about it, Kara answered with her most innocent smile. From his side, Robin discreetly hit his friend with an elbow and whispered. Self-destruction, man, self-destruction sequences everywhere. Kara's smile only got wider when she heard it, making sure to keep staring at the boy for an uncomfortable amount of time. Stop teasing him already, Khan finally interrupted, walking closer and attempting to hug her. Kara put a hand on his chest. What do you think you're doing? She lifted an eyebrow. What, you're the one always insisting on hugs, Khan glanced aside, a little embarrassed to talk about it. Not without a shower I don't, Kara shook her head. Come on, you were probably fighting Cory for the last 10 minutes, you're soaked. Khan pulled on his Superman shirt, seeing it absolutely soaked with his sweat, even if he wasn't feeling all that tired. With a devious smile, he looked back at Kara. Well, now I really want a hug, no, actually, I insist. Get away from me. Kara dodged back and used a hand to push Khan away from her, but he only took a single step before turning back and opening his arms. Ugh, if this was how it was gonna turn out. I'd prefer it if you kept being angry. Come on cousin, where's my hug? Kara dodged another lunge and quickly hid behind an amused Captain Marvel. She could have easily floated away, but she was actually really happy Khan was being playful, and flying would be unfair. She was just getting ready to dodge another lunge when Cory grabbed her from behind, almost causing her to stumble. Kara actually smiled as she felt Cory's soaked shirt, the Tamaranian's breast pressed tightly against her back in a most tantalizing manner. Khan's own sweaty chest on the other hand, not so much. Cory's glomp had delayed her movement enough for Khan to grab her and squeeze tightly. Yo. Bath right now. Laughing, all the Titans went to wash themselves, Kara included since she now had to change her shirt. Together with Captain Marvel, they ate lunch at the mountain and waited until John Stewart showed up for their evening training. Seeing Kara talking with the rest of the Titans, the men nodded her way and Kara approached him. Supergirl, good to meet you. Good job upgrading the mountain's security. Thanks, I'm not finished yet, but it will do for now. Kara shook his offered hand, getting a strange feeling as her arm came into contact with the green light surrounding him. Anyways, I take it the League approved of the treatment. Yes, Superboy's parents signed the release, and the League has looked over the data. GL frowned for a second, but didn't seem to recognize the feeling and dismissed it from his mind. Thankfully, he's quite advanced in his lessons, so he'll not miss much. What are you teaching them today? Recently it's been how to locate and disarm bombs. Today we're going over minds, including those of alien origin, the man answered while glancing at his ring. Looking up, he gave Kara an amused smile. Usually, Batman would be the one teaching them, but he's been busy this last week, and the ring allows me to replicate several working devices without the risk of them going off. I know Robin wouldn't really need this class, but Khan is advanced in it. Kara asked, returning his smile. He's really talented with any mechanical device. I see, feeling some pride in her chest, Kara waved Khan over. What? The boy asked, approaching them and giving a respectful nod to the GL. Hey, remember the treatment we talked about yesterday? The League gave the green light, Kara explained, smiling at him. Is that really necessary? Necessary? Probably not, she answered truthfully. Your Kryptonian DNA allows you to wait without much risk until we've developed a better treatment, or even a permanent solution, but it could unlock more of your powers. Khan glanced back at the rest of the Titans, at Kara, and then at his own hand. Slowly, he closed it into a fist. All right, when do we leave? If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 37, Chapter. So. I hear you're good with mechanical devices. Kara tried to restart the conversation after they appeared under the Genomorph's base. Yes. I love to mess with things on the mountain and, while there's not much to do, Mr. Kent lets me tinker with things at the farm, Khan replied, doing his best to hide his embarrassment from her. So you like staying at the farm? Good, Kara said, giving him a small nod. I mean, they seem to have done a good job with Cal, but, if you didn't like it, you could always come live with me. Khan seemed to take some time to consider her words, looking into her eyes, he finally answered. You mean that? Before, I thought you had just offered because I didn't have anywhere else to go. Nonsense, your family, Kara shook her head, giving the boy's shoulders a small hug. Besides, I'm gonna be shopping for a new house with Cory tomorrow or the day after anyways, there will be plenty of room for you. Thanks, but I like living with the Kents, Khan finally said after a few seconds, a happy look on his face. They're great and, sometimes, when I need a break, I can just go out into the fields and enjoy the quiet. I don't think I could live in a city. You get used to it, Kara shrugged. The noise was really annoying at first, but she had learned to ignore it and, worst case, she could always block all sound in her room. So, how's Crypto? Does he still like to steal shoes? Uncle always complained about his slobber even when he couldn't damage anything and everything. I can't imagine it got any easier now. I don't think he really does that anymore, but he tends to leave the farm sometimes so I don't actually know. I think Superman managed to train it out of him, Khan said as the last door opened and they finally entered the facility proper. A G-elf gave them a wave as he passed them on the corridor, and Kara saw a G-dwarf talking with a human man in a lab coat through the window of another room. Taking a second to look around and through the walls, she actually found several places where humans and genomorphs were working side by side without much problem. Damn, Dubilex was doing a good job. Deactivating her X-ray vision, Kara's thoughts returned to Crypto and she considered. Well, either that or being exposed to yellow sunlight actually made him smarter, probably should check on that later. He does seem to understand me when we take walks or play around, Khan explained. Suddenly noticing the white walls and lab-like environment, he finally asked. So, how's this supposed to go? Dr. Spencer managed to stabilize the Genomorph's genes, at least for a while. The same treatment should allow your Kryptonian cells to stop overworking themselves trying to fix you and let them develop new powers, Kara continued by explaining what she understood of it, telling him about what equipment would be used and how long it would take. Eventually, they reached the right lab and Kara saw the slightly tense doctor waiting for them as well as a lot of helpers in the room with her, both human and genomorphs. In the center of the room lay the healing pod where Khan was about to be treated, but the area was filled with many monitoring devices, and some downright scary equipment, filled with needles and surgical equipment in case anything went wrong. Suddenly, Kara noticed that everyone was staring at her and, with a frustrated sigh, she noticed she had actually squeezed the handle until it bent and snapped off the door. Glancing at the piece of metal, Kara managed to keep herself from blushing. Khan was giving her an odd look so, pretending that there was nothing wrong, she just stared right at the doctor and, slowly, used her hands to straighten the thing. For a moment, the uncomfortable cracking of metal filled the room while everyone awkwardly looked on. With it more or less acceptably restored, Kara laid the handle against the door and blasted it with heat vision, welding it back into place. There, nothing happened, she nodded to herself and ignored everyone's reactions. And you said I had anger problems, Khan whispered. Shut up, brat, Kara whispered back and then waved her hand to present the woman. This is Dr. Amanda Spencer, she's the one who came up with the treatment, and she used to be Desmond's assistant. Khan got real quiet after that so Kara glared back at the woman. For her part, Dr. Spencer gulped. Nervously ironing her clothes with a hand and with her heart beating like mad, she stepped forward to approach them. "Connell, I most sincerely apologize," Dr. Spencer said, her head bowed slightly, but her eyes no longer avoiding Khan's. "I did not think about the full implications of my actions when working under Desmond. I can't begin to express how much I regret that, or how much I wish I could take things back. All I can do now is my best to try and make up for it." Kara was sure the woman had taken the speech from the internet, and that she had practiced it in the mirror to be able to say it with a straight face, but, well, at least she made the effort. Using all her senses, Kara could see, hear, and even feel the woman's sincerity, and spontaneity was far too overrated in her opinion. Not that she was going to be forgiving Dr. Spencer anytime soon, or forgetting her actions. No, Kara found that she couldn't do that, not yet. What she could do was make an effort of her own and pretend the woman wasn't there. It wasn't ideal when the doctor was the one responsible for Khan and, in the future, Match's treatment, but it was an improvement. Kara saw Khan tensing at the woman's words, but her little cousin took it all in without reaction. Focusing on him, she saw that he was actually breathing very slowly, his mind focused entirely on Torquasm Rao to suppress his anger. Shaking his head, Khan turned away from the woman. Instead, he looked at Dubilex sitting close to the treatment chamber and closed his eyes, probably exchanging a few telepathic words with the older genomorph. Finally, he released a long, slow breath, letting his fury out until he was able to speak normally again. "It's a start." Dr. Spencer flinched when he looked at her, but Khan just shook his head. "Don't worry, I don't want to hurt you, but I'm not gonna say I forgive you. Not yet." Kara smiled with pride. It seemed like Khan was doing much, much better than she had expected. Putting a hand at his back, she ignored the woman and helped him into the pod. Her cousin gave a dubious glance at the glass and metal tube, but, seeing Kara there, he allowed himself to be sedated and submerged into the pod's liquid. Before the procedure started, Kara was brought into a separate room with an overview. Dubilex, sensing her conflicting emotions, just kept quiet at her side for a few minutes, but, eventually, he connected with her mind. "If you didn't trust Dr. Spencer, you could have delayed the treatment, Miss Kara. You said the rest of the genomorphs have already gone through this without problems, and I trust you," she sent back without opening her mouth. "That doesn't mean I'm willing to leave him to go through this alone. I already have too few people I really care about for that." Kara watched the procedure like a hawk, her muscles tense and ready to intervene at the slightest sign of something going wrong. She didn't pace, but her straight posture, with her hands behind her back, kept the doctors on edge the entire time, which actually made her feel a little better about the whole thing. The entire procedure took nearly 4 hours and Dr. Spencer had to make adjustments the entire time to compensate for Khan's Kryptonian and human differences. Finally, it was done and the doctor nearly collapsed in her chair as the machines stopped working. Kara herself felt her muscles relaxing, leaving her feeling kind of sore from the tension she had been holding. Slightly turning her head towards the woman for the first time since Khan entered the chamber, Kara asked, "Have you made any progress with Match's situation?" I looked at his files, but I didn't really have the time to study it in detail yet," Dr. Spencer answered uneasily, immediately avoiding Kara's eyes. "It really seems like his cells have a problem absorbing radiation, so, if you can block that aspect of it, he'd still be stronger than the average human, but his body should stabilize, giving him an average lifespan, even with only the current treatments. Will working on his case delay the genomorphous cure?" It's hard to say right now," she swallowed again, adjusting her glasses in nervousness. "If you can get the support from Caldecott Industries as it has indicated, the increased equipment and personnel should allow me to work on Match's situation without prejudice to my other projects, but I can't say for sure." "I understand," Kara said and turned back to Khan, seeing his body starting to stir after the treatment. Rushing into the room, Kara was there when he woke up, helping him step out of the pod and immediately calming him down before he freaked out about being back in a closed pod. "Is it over?" "Yes, are you feeling all right?" Kara asked while stepping away from him and letting the boy shake himself awake, splashing the remains of the treatment solution on the ground. "I feel lighter," he said, stepping on the ground and testing his limbs. Kara almost expected the boy to immediately start flying, but no, he just stretched his limbs and smiled at her. "It's nice, like I took off a weight I didn't know I was carrying." "Good, now go take another bath and, Rao, forgive me, but, if you try to hug me again with that goo, I swear I'm gonna freeze it in you. And I'll pass the vid of you shaking everything off like a dog to the rest of the Titans." Kara patted his back, pushing him towards the adjacent room. After he'd washed up and changed into a new set of clothes, the pair walked back towards the teleportation room, Khan still moving his limbs with newfound wonder. Finally, when they reached it, Kara paused and asked with some hesitation, "Say, what do you think about helping me out with something?" "Sure, what do you need?" Khan quickly answered and asked back. "You know I've got a contract with Wayne Tech, right?" Kara waited until Khan nodded in agreement. "Well, do you think that, if I send you some study material and blueprints, you could help me fine-tune what I designed?" "You sure about that?" Khan asked after a second. I'm not exactly an expert, Kara. Well, I might have been making small talk before, but I really did hear that you have a talent for this, Kara was quick to explain. I'm not asking you to solve the problems or anything, but, oftentimes, it helps to have a different set of eyes to look at things, and really, if you can point out even a single problem, it would save a lot of time when building a prototype. I guess I can look at it. Khan shrugged and, hesitantly, accepted her request. Thanks, I'll send you the latest project tonight. Don't worry if you don't find anything. I mean, I designed and went over things myself, so I don't expect any mistakes, but sometimes, you can miss some pretty obvious things when going over your own work. Saying goodbye, Kara watched Khan teleporting directly to Smallville, then took her own teleport back to Fawcett City. The sun was still out, so Kara decided to just take a walk around the city. Fawcett City was actually great. Smaller than Metropolis, but still a large city, extremely clean and very friendly. It could almost be called idyllic. Captain Marvel had been a hero here for more than a year now, and Kara couldn't help but compliment him. The city felt safe. People walked the streets without fear, and, everywhere she looked, Kara could see and hear them cheerfully talking, interacting, and helping each other out. It had been more than a month since she had come to this Earth, and, now that she thought about it, Kara realized that the city had become home. It wasn't anything like Krypton, but it did remind her of her previous life, and Kara took a moment to just enjoy it without thinking about superheroes, supervillains, or plots. Reaching a public park, she got herself an ice cream cone and found a spot between the trees where the sun still hit her skin. Sitting with her legs crossed, relaxing, and watching the kids playing around her, she enjoyed her frosty treat. It was nice, unlike anything she had experienced on Krypton, but still nice. It brought to mind her older memories of living a normal, everyday life as a human. She allowed herself to drift within her mind a little bit until she felt herself being watched. Kara opened her eyes to see a little girl looking at her from a few steps away. Taking another lick of her cone, she greeted the regret. Hi. Hi, the little girl said back, lifting a tiny hand and waving at her. Are you a homewrecker? Kara choked on her ice cream, almost dropping her cone and getting some melting cream on her chin. Quickly cleaning it with a hand, she chuckled. What? Mommy said you're a little homewrecker. But I don't understand, you're not little, you're, like, really tall as Papa. The girl nodded with a serious face, hugging a little Wonder Woman doll to her chest. Hey, I like your braid. Thank you, my friend braids it for me. You're Anna, right? Kara snickered, finally recognizing the girl as the one she had, oddly enough, shared an ice cream cube before fighting Mr. Mind. I like doing Wonder Woman's hair, but I can't do braids. Anna commented, showing Kara her doll, complete with brushable hair and armor ornaments. Really? Want me to show you how? No, silly. I know how to do that, but Wonder Woman doesn't have braids, so I can't. Anna gave her a look as if she was stupid. Honey, there you are. Suddenly, her father came running, lifting her up in his lap and releasing a relieved breath when he saw she wasn't hurt. Honey, how many times do I have to say to not leave my side? But Papa, look, I found the pretty ice cream lady. Anna pointed her way and Kara gave the disgruntled man a little amused wave. See, I told you she was just like Wonder Woman. Her father gave Kara an exasperated look. Sorry about her, did she bother you? Nope, she's a cute kid, Kara said, enjoying their little mundane interactions. It really made her feel human again. No, more than that. It made her feel connected. Really? I dare you to say that after you've had to search the entire park for the third time, she's a menace. All the while, Anna had been pulling on her father's shirt and furiously pointing at Kara. With an apologetic face, the young father turned towards his daughter and sighed. Yes, honey, she does have muscles like Wonder Woman, you were right. The young girl gave him a satisfied smile, and the man finally released her back into the ground, quickly grabbing her by the wrist so she couldn't run away again. Well, thanks for keeping her occupied. The name's Jonathan Fortune. Kara Danvers, and don't worry about it, Kara quickly said and took a huge bite out of her melting ice cream. Nice meeting you. Well, honey, say goodbye to the nice lady, we've got to get home soon, Jonathan told his daughter and waved at Kara, having little Anna wave too. Kara waved back and watched the pair leave for a few seconds with a large smile on her face. Wow, Kal-El was right, she really did need to relax a little. It was nice to get out, meet new people, to think about why she was doing things instead of just how she was gonna do it. In the distance, Kara still heard the little girl turn to her father and couldn't help snickering at the poor man. Papa, I want to be a homewrecker when I grow up. Somehow, I don't doubt that, Jonathan said with a tired voice. Honey, just do Papa a favor and don't mention it to your mother. Papa doesn't want to be your first victim. Finishing her ice cream, Kara watched the sunset in the park before finally making her way back home. Suddenly, she realized she had just had a good day. Wow, how long had it been since she last had one of those? She really couldn't remember. After getting back to Earth, she had moments where she was having fun, and had even been able to smile and laugh, but this was the first time she had spent an entire day in a good mood. Even meeting Dr. Spencer had been more of an annoyance than something truly bothersome with Khan by her side. Pausing in the middle of the street, Kara looked up for nearly a full minute, just waiting for the sky to open up and spew out a cataclysmic meteor, alien invasion, a demonic army or evil Justice League. But nothing happened. Well, 2 cars had to swirl aside to avoid her, loudly honking in complaint, but Kara was still close to the park so they weren't going very fast. Arriving home, she found Dexter sleeping on top of her cleaning drone. The cat lifted his head and gave her a loud meow as a greeting. Slowly getting up, he stretched his back, digging his claws into the robot's padded back and giving a huge yawn. Grabbing him by the middle, Kara lifted him in front of her face and touched his cold nose with her own. The cat tolerated this degradation for a second before starting to squirm in her arms, so she released him on top of the table and decided to settle in for the evening. Getting her computer out, she quickly sent a copy of one of her projects to Khan and then spent some time checking once again how to integrate the wind manipulation device into Danny's chest. As night arrived, she decided to take another bath before going to bed. Kara had only rinsed herself at Mount Justice and she didn't want to lie down without really washing herself. Entering the bath, she pulled out her phone and gave it a command, causing her outfit to dissolve into a cloud of micro-robots. A second later, it moved away from her and reformed on top of the sink in the shape of a cube, leaving her in only her underwear. Turning on the water, Kara quickly undid her small braids and stepped under the shower, letting the hot water run down her face for a solid minute. Out in the apartment, she heard the main door opening and quickly glanced at it with X-ray vision, seeing that it was just Cory finally getting home. Dismissing it from her mind, Kara closed her eye and continued to enjoy the water, letting it run down her body before getting the soap. Suddenly, she heard the bathroom door opening, her hand tightening on instinct and squeezing soap into a mess that squished out between her fingers. Opening the shower door a little, Kara poked her head through. "Row, Cory, wait your turn, will you?" Kara trailed off, words escaping her as she stared at the Tamarine princess. Dropping her panties into the ground, Cory stepped out of them, revealing her fully nude body. A seductive smile on her face as her bare feet brought her closer to Kara. "No, I have waited enough. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 38, Chapter 37.5, NSFW. AHA, you guys thought I'd leave it as a long cliffhanger. I wanted to be evil and delay this for a week, but I couldn't. I'm not that heartless. This chapter can be skipped without hurting the story if you don't want to read it, but enjoy. "No, I have waited enough," Cory said, letting her bra slip from her shoulders and fall to the ground in front of her discarded panties. Kara's eyes were immediately drawn to Cory's absolutely perfect breasts. They were full, with small, pink areolas that contrasted well with her orange skin and delicate nipples that pointed to the ceiling. Swallowing hard, Kara felt her stomach doing a flip as her gaze inevitably went down the perfectly sculpted abs and into the thin strip of fiery red hair that covered her private's butt. Before she could do anything, Cory pushed the shower door and stepped inside. Immediately, Kara felt her own nipples hardening and heat starting to gather between her legs. She was ashamed to say the sensation wasn't completely alien to her, but she had never really satisfied herself before, not as a woman, which only made her more nervous. Back on Krypton, she had never felt the need and, while Cory had forced her to take several cold showers once they started living together, Kara had always been too ashamed of being heard, and too uncomfortable with being a girl to do it. Almost on instinct, she moved her hands to block the view, feeling quite silly when Cory gave her an amused smile. "Truly, I do not understand the Earthlings need to constantly cover themselves. Why must I hide? Especially from my girlfriend." Girlfriend?" Kara stupidly asked, her mind too preoccupied watching as small droplets of water bounced off her head and started accumulating on Cory's skin. "Indeed. Please, why do you seem confused, Kara?" Cory asked, stepping closer and putting an arm over her shoulder. "Am I not your friend?" "Cory, that's," Kara started to say, only to stop as Cory stepped even closer, pushing herself fully under the extra-large shower head and slowly tracing a finger over the arm hiding Kara's breasts. Feeling a shiver of excitement running down her back, Kara let Cory guide her arm away from her chest and into her own waist. Unable to help herself, she held on, feeling the heat coming from Cory's skin as the shower left her completely wet. With another step, the Tamarine pushed her back against the cold wall, causing Kara to suck in a breath while Cory put a second arm around her neck. "Am I not a girl?" For a second, Kara just stared at Cory's entrancing green eyes, filled with heat and amusement. Finally, Kara regained her wits and decided to stop being indecisive. Putting another arm around Cory's waist, she pulled her girlfriend closer. Kara felt her hardened nipples pressing against Cory's hot skin, sending a jolt of arousal through her body that hit her core, drawing out an involuntary gasp from her lips. You really are irresistible when you want something, she actually complained, only causing Cory's smile to widen. Fine, now stop teasing and kiss me already. Cory and Dar did. The kiss was unlike any they had shared before. It was not the loving, slow kiss they had shared on the bed, much less the fast, utilitarian one of when they first met. No, this one was challenging, hungry, filled with heat. Kara's fingers dug into Cory's muscles as if to mark the princess as hers, squeezing her waist and pulling her even closer, causing their breasts to press against each other. The kiss immediately deepened, becoming more desperate as Cory leaned further into Kara's body, her soaking red hair falling around them like a curtain. Finally breaking the kiss, Cory leaned back, letting the water fill the space between them, running between their bodies in a most tantalizing manner. Closing her eyes, Kara tried to regain her focus by not looking at Cory, but the Tamarinin just leaned into her again, tracing soft kisses down her chin and into her neck and drawing an undignified moan from her mouth. Gasping for breath, Kara banged her head against the white porcelain tile at her back, feeling her toes curling as Cory sucked on her neck hard enough to leave a hickey. Row. I hope I don't regret this later. Pulling her hands away from Kara's neck, Cory pushed her hair out of her face and asked with a confident, wicked smile on her face. Do you wish to stop? Looking at her lover, Kara smiled back. No. Body moving in a blur, Kara swung Cory around, smashing her back against the wall and cracking it, causing shards to fall to the floor around them. Freezing in place, Kara first stared at Cory with wide eyes, but the Tamarinin was far too tough to care about that amount of strength and just snickered at the damage, causing Kara herself to burst into laughter herself. After a second to calm down, Kara leaned her forehead against Cory's, still smiling at the blunder. Sorry, Kara thought about ending it there, but her hands were still resting on Cory's ass, and their breasts were still touching. Almost at the same time, they leaned forward and kissed again, Kara biting her lips while caressing her back. Putting her hands back around Kara's neck, Cory cupped her face in her hands and moaned in pleasure, her body writhing and flexing under Kara's caress. Pushing her tight between Cory's legs, Kara felt her lover's limbs reacting almost on instinct, parting slightly to accept her between them and pressed against her opening. At the same time, one of Kara's hands migrated to Cory's breast, gently cupping it from underneath and using a finger to draw slow circles around her bosom, causing goosebumps to rise on her skin. Kara grew more confident by the second, far more comfortable in the dominant role, where she could drive things and had some previous experience to guide her. Before long, Kara started slowly trailing kisses down Cory's skin, nibbling her neck before going further and sucking on her collarbone. With another moan, Cory bit her own lips, her breath getting faster in anticipation, her hands gripping Kara's hair and applying pressure, trying to guide her movements further down. Kara didn't obey. Kara. MNNNN. Please, I need you. Filled with satisfaction, Kara lowered her head towards Cory's breast but, instead of kissing it, she just released a slow breath against the sensitive nipple, causing Cory to shiver and her fingers to grip her hair even harder in protest. Kara. Who told you to tease me so much before? Kara said with satisfaction. Finally, she flicked the nipple with her tongue, drawing a whimper from Cory before engulfing the little tip in her mouth and sucking on it. Feeling the princess's back bending in pleasure and her fingers digging into Kara's hair, curling like claws around her scalp, Kara felt a wave of heat filling her body, drawing out the little moans and whimpers of pleasure from Cory made her feel incredible, as if nothing else in the world mattered. Squeezing her other breast with a hand, Kara lightly pinched Cory's nipple, rolling it between her thumb and forefinger while kissing her other nipple and feeling the wetness gathering atop her thigh. Zal's breath, Cory gasped out, squirming under Kara's ministrations. Giving Cory a smug smile, Kara traced her hands over the girl's side. Finally releasing the nipple, she slowly knelt in front of the Tamarinin, her knees completely ignoring the damaged masonry as if it wasn't there. Cory sucked in a breath and looked down at Kara, her eyes actually casting a green light over her body as they shone with sunlight. Releasing one hand from Kara's hair, she cupped her own breast. A single touch from Kara's finger caused the orange-skinned beauty to slowly lift her leg, letting Kara guide it over her shoulders and revealing her sex. Gently, Kara kissed her lover's inner thigh, feeling the muscles tensing under her grip. A second kiss drew her face closer to the center and, after a pregnant pause, the Kryptonian finally kissed her pussy, drawing another loud moan from Cory's mouth. Standing on the tip of her toes, Cory's back arched against the wall and her toes curled in pleasure behind Kara's shoulders as she started licking her, going over her lips before sucking lightly on her clit and playing with it. Despite being on her knees, Kara couldn't help but feel powerful as she made her lover pant, moan and squirm, slowly increasing the intensity of her movements until Cory reached her peak. Grabbing Kara's hair in her hand, Cory's muscles locked in place as she finally exploded while screaming out her name. Kara. Kara. Feeling incredibly satisfied, Kara continued sucking, drawing out the orgasm as much as she could until she felt Cory's muscles relaxing, her leg slipping from her shoulder to rest back into the ground. Slowly, she pushed herself back to her feet, letting the water run down her chest and back. Looking at the still recovering Tamarinin, Kara finally noticed the violet aura covering her own body, but didn't immediately work to dismiss it. Instead, she kissed Cory again, doing her best to show her that love. Cory kissed her back, caressing Kara's body with her hands before cupping her breasts and squeezing them, sending a shiver down Kara's back and causing her nipples to harden again. "What are you doing?" "I am reciprocating," Cory smiled back, squeezing Kara's nipple and causing her to let out a little uncharacteristic squeak. "It is only fair, yes." It's not really necessary, Cory," Kara answered, feeling suddenly shy and uncertain. While she had some experience from her previous life, absolutely none of it was with her current body. Trying to step back, Kara felt her heart accelerating, but the princess followed right after her, silencing any complaints with another kiss that stole the air out of Kara's lungs and sent another shiver down her back. Feeling Cory's hand on her chest, Kara clutched it, but didn't stop it from tracing a line down her belly, sending a wave of heat down her core as it went through her belly button and, gently, between her legs, causing another jolt of pleasure to go through her entire body. "Oh, Rao," Kara gulped. Feeling Cory's fingers caressing her pussy for the first time, slowly going up and down her slit and increasing her arousal, she felt her pussy getting wetter regardless of the shower, the sensation so completely alien she didn't know how to explain. "Rao, it's so completely different." Eventually, Kara's hold on Cory's arm changed, going from nervousness to eagerness as she desperately wanted more, so much so that she actually started pressing Cory's hand into her. Then she felt Cory pushing a single finger inside her and gasped, the sensation of being penetrated unlike anything she had ever felt before. "Fuck, that's more, I need more," Kara cried out, forgetting her previous shyness and hesitation as her body was overcome with sensations, her mind clouded by it. Cory obliged, starting to push her finger in and out of her pussy while pressing down on her clit with her palm. Overcome with lust, Kara kissed the Tamarinin princess, their tongues meeting as she gasped and moaned under the stimulation. When the second finger entered her and the Tamarinin increased the speed of her fingering, Kara actually screamed, the feeling of being full overcoming her restraints as she desperately hugged Cory and dug her nails on her back. Then it happened, the pleasure growing into a crescendo until she started moaning faster and faster, gasping out desperate breaths before finally feeling her muscles seizing from pleasure. It was too much, Cory's fingers curling inside her and sending wave after wave of pleasure through her body. Kara didn't think it was ever gonna stop, she didn't want it to stop. Fuck. Suddenly, Kara lost strength in her legs, her entire body feeling like jelly as she collapsed on top of Cory with a stupid, loving smile, her feet slipping on the wet floor and almost sending the both of them sprawling. On instinct, she sent out an arm to steady herself, smashing the shower glass and shattering it into a million pieces. The shards pinged harmless against their skin as Kara finally steadied herself and buried her face on Cory's shoulders, shaking in embarrassment. I can't believe, I can't believe you made me forget I could fly," she whispered, causing Cory to break out in snickers again. Looking at the destruction of the bathroom, she couldn't help but be amused. How the hell did her cousin do it with Lois Lane when she was only human? "Kara, should we start mending the room of bathing?" Cory asked, looking at the half-destroyed place. Kara considered it and then shrugged. She was exhausted, she was happy and she was messy, the shower still worked, and they had extra soap. "Fuck it, I'll have a robot fix it later, come here, let me wash you." If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 39, Chapter 38, Interlude. Don't like using an interlude again so soon, but this wouldn't leave my mind, and it does introduce a lot of things. I hope you guys enjoy it. In my mind, I can just see the dude going, "Here's Johnny." Aquaman stopped in front of the defense line, hundreds of soldiers and at least a dozen mages doing their best to hold back the enemy's approach. The trench was always something that had to be watched, the animalistic inhabitants sometimes swam up towards the surface and had to be stopped or fought back. He didn't like it, but it was necessary. The trench, the collective name for all creatures of that inky black domain, weren't capable of reasoning and they were incredibly aggressive, attacking animals, Atlanteans and especially surface dwellers as soon as they saw them. Still, it wasn't a hard thing to keep them back, usually. The trench normally came out alone or in small groups and were easily repelled. Not this time. A huge group swam out of the trench, acting almost like a panic shoal, and the mages, protected by the soldiers, started casting spells, blasting the enemy with a wave of water that dispersed the shoal. Usually, the trench would retreat after that. Instead, the lone members attacked everyone involved with an unmatched frenzy. Clenching his teeth, Aquaman smashed into the fighters, punching one so hard it was sent flying into a couple of others before grabbing another and smashing its head, causing it to pass out. He didn't try to kill them, but he wasn't completely avoiding it either, not if it would risk his own men. Quickly, the trench was defeated, but none swam back into the depths. Suddenly, Aquaman heard an impact coming from the deep, a second shoal swimming up and immediately turning to flee, spreading to all directions. "Pressure them," he commanded, but didn't follow himself. He was here to check what was wrong, to solve the issue, not to contain it. He almost swam into the opening himself, but his instincts kept him back, his eyes focused on the opening for a tense minute. Out of nowhere, an arm grabbed the edge of the opening and then a creature pulled itself out. At first, Oren thought it was some kind of monstrous and inflated trench, but he soon saw it was only using trench body parts as clothes. "Alright. The main man has arrived," the man shouted, his voice traveling underwater with a shockwave. "Bastic, those fishers were fun, but killing them did get old." Lobo looked around and finally saw the single man watching him, wearing a ridiculous pansy as orange shirt. He immediately dismissed the fruitcake and started swimming to the surface. "Lobo!" Aquaman shouted, finally recognizing his white skin and magnificent hair. "You're under arrest. Surrender now and I won't have to fight you." Lobo didn't even spare him a glance. He briefly considered killing the fragging idiot, but he had his fair share of routine slaughter with them fishers and, while he'd never be satisfied, he could prioritize. Suddenly, Lobo got punched in the face, the impact sending him back through the water until he could stabilize himself. "Sheesh, what was that? A love tap?" Lobo shook his head and lifted an eyebrow at Aquaman with disdain. "Beat it, you chump, I'm already late to TH party as it is." The damn nerve of those fish people, just 'cause he was leaving TH, lot of them alive. Suddenly, he caught sight of the pansy creep swimming towards him, faster than even Blondie had managed to do in air. "Heh, sucks to be ye, Bastic." This dude wasn't a hot blonde with a nice temper, so the main man wasn't about to hold back. Dodging the first punch by leaning his head to the side, the main man hit the creep with his massive fist, arresting all his momentum. For a single second, Aquaman's eyes widened at the force of it and then he flew straight down, batted aside with so much strength he created a crater on the ocean floor before being buried 6 feet under the ground. "Wuss," Lobo shook his head sadly, before turning and starting to swim back up. "I swear, some folks just ain't got enough common sense." Behind him, the ocean floor exploded, the water being displaced faster than the speed of sound as Aquaman slammed into him, punching him 3 times in the kidney. Lobo tried to elbow him, but the king ducked the blow and delivered an uppercut that sent one of his teeth flying, kneed him in the stomach and then delivered a hammer blow to the back of his head. Smashing into the floor and almost causing a quake, the main man flipped himself and spread his arms. "Alright, Tunifair brains," that was slightly better. Putting a hand on his nose, he blew a wad of blood out, watching it drifting away in the water. "Ain't you a member of that fragging juice league or something?" "Well, pucker up, you pansy fish-smelling Bastic, the main man's coming for ya." Jumping from the ground, the main man sent himself straight at Aquaman, but the king was far too agile a swimmer, weaving away with an almost lazy movement before punching out at Lobo's head. Lobo caught it, pulling the Atlantean closer and headbutting him. Aquaman struggled to free himself, punching out, but Lobo caught the two and put both arms into a joint lock, straining the king's bones and causing his back to bend from pain. Suddenly, a giant shark rammed Lobo from the side, freeing Aquaman as some of his men returned and tried to engage the Zarnyen. "No. Don't." Aquaman shouted, having felt his enemy's strength. It didn't help. Swinging the giant shark around, Lobo sent it flying down before backhanding an attacking soldier and breaking every bone in his body. One of the mages tried to send a spell his way, but Lobo actually punched out the ice javelin before punching a hole through another soldier's belly, grabbing his weapon and throwing it towards the mage, sending her away with the momentum. Ocean creatures swarmed the bounty hunter, acting under Aquaman's control and doing their best to hurt, or at least inconvenience the men. None of it was helping. The main man caught a 4th Atlantean by the throat and was about to crush it when Aquaman finally got within striking distance. He had grabbed a sword from one of his fallen guards and sliced off Lobo's arm before trying to skewer his heart. Reacting blindingly fast, Lobo twisted away, leaving the sword buried in his chest and kneeing Aquaman in the side, grabbing his arm as he started to fly away and using his body as a shield to block a few shots from the remaining soldiers. Aquaman screamed in pain, the hit from the weapons damaging his armor, but he recovered fast, putting a shoulder against Lobo's chest and swimming towards the wall, attempting to smash the Zarnyen as hard as he could. Unfortunately, even with one arm, Lobo was a better grappler than the king and managed to swing him around. Aquaman wasn't able to stop his momentum in time, hitting the underwater mountain face first and losing his concentration and his hold on Lobo. Grabbing the fragging fish dude by the back of the head, the main man smashed his face against the rock repeatedly until he felt the Bastic starting to lose strength. Releasing his head, Lobo let him start to float down a bit before grabbing him by the left arm and keeping the hero between him and the rest of the soldiers. "You know, I'm starting to think you're underestimating me. Was it 'cause I was playing with Blondie earlier?" The main man shook the king by his arm, causing the rest of the soldiers to pause. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? You did know I gave her, like, a dozen free shots." Looking down at his already regenerating arm, Lobo frowned when he noticed it was taking far too much time. How fragging annoying. Lifting the hero up by his arm, Lobo opened his mouth wide and actually bit off Aquaman's left hand, spitting it out to the side and causing the hero to scream out in pain. "There, knew we're even." Can't say you're got a fair fight though, need a couple dozen more people fair that. The pain snapped Aquaman out of his daze, his handless arm slipped out from Lobo's grip and he twisted, kicking out with both feet and propelling himself away from the man, clutching his arm to his chest. Off. Lobo grunted, slamming into the wall, only to be bombarded with shots and spells as every Atlantean there unloaded on him once he was no longer holding their king. Wrapping some cloth around his stump, Aquaman shouted. Give me a weapon. My king. He's not dead. Call the rest of the League. Aquaman quickly ordered, grabbing a trident from one of his soldiers. You, go warn Mera, I'll hold him back. Suddenly, a huge boulder flew from where Lobo had been, scattering the Atlanteans and almost killing 2 of them. A second boulder came flying right after the first one, but Aquaman smashed into it, breaking it apart with a swing of his weapon. From the destroyed rubble, Lobo came swimming at him, the sword still sticking out of his chest as the Zarnian didn't pay it any attention. Aquaman attacked, using everything he had to try and kill the monster. Lobo only laughed, barely dodging the tip of the trident as it left a wide scratch at his face. Aquaman was a trained warrior with years of battle experience under his belt. He was incredibly skilled with a weapon and, underwater, could give Superman a challenging fight. Lobo wasn't Superman. He was worse. Superman would only try to disable him but, with Lobo, every blow was aimed to take Aquaman's life and he fought with vastly more skill than his actions suggested. Aquaman truly believed the men had been playing around before, because now Aquaman had to struggle just to last a second more. His trident bit into the man, cut gashes in his chest and, once, even his neck, but Lobo just ignored it all, taking the hits as if they didn't matter and ignoring the resulting blood loss without losing strength. Aquaman was exhausted, he was in pain from a missing hand and, worse, he could see Lobo's missing arm was nearly regenerated. He really doubted he'd get a second free shot at cutting off a limb in this fight so that advantage was effectively gone. The surrounding animals and soldiers were doing less than nothing to the Zarnian, Lobo just ignored them or sent a few devastating attacks their way once they got too annoying. Suddenly, his trident pierced one of Lobo's lungs but, before he could pull back, the monster put a hand on the shaft and pushed it further inside his body. Aquaman hesitated for less than a second before releasing the weapon, but that was enough. Gotcha, the main man said, grabbing Aquaman's shoulder and pulling him closer. You know, I don't usually do a fella for free, but I'm thinking I'ma make an exception. Who am I kidding? I do a lot of fellas fair free when they annoy me. Finally having regenerated his arm, Lobo pulled out the sword on his chest and slowly pointed it to Aquaman's chest, starting to press it against his armor. Before he could kill him, however, Lobo had to release the orange boy and duck as a monstrous fish almost bit off his head. The creature also almost killed Aquaman, but it was a risk the Atlantean was willing to take to avoid losing his heart. Lobo really didn't want to have to regrow a body all over again. Moving through the water, Lobo cut a shark in half and then was smacked by the tail of a giant, monstrous blue whale, getting smashed nearly half a kilometer back. Kicking against the waves, Lobo swam back, weaving between several fishes and punching the whale away while ignoring the Atlanteans shooting at him. Just as he was about to reach the exhausted hero, he saw Aquaman swimming away, helped by a pair of dolphins. Widening his eyes, the main man paused and took a moment to look around. There were several dolphins around him, of all sizes and shapes, all of them staring at him with judging gazes and preparing to attack him, even when they had no chance. I'm fragging possible. Lobo released the sword and used both hands to scratch at his eyes, but the image didn't change. Why didn't you say you loved them fishies too? The main man can't frag a fellow man of culture. Pausing in his retreat, Aquaman actually did a double take, seeing Lobo actually lifting his hands up. What? Yeah, I was, gonna turn you into meat, but now I kinda feel bad about the arm, bastic. I'm gonna have Ta be civil now. Scratching at his beard in embarrassment, Lobo shook his head and restarted swimming for the surface. You know what, cheesehead, I'm outta here. Wounded, still bleeding, and knowing that his soldiers couldn't do much against the bounty hunter, Aquaman actually lifted a hand and ordered them to stop. He could only hope the rest of the Justice League arrived soon, otherwise, he'd be forced to watch the Zarnian leave. Looking at his helpers, the king actually couldn't believe what had happened. Did he just get saved because of dolphins? The main man lowered his scope and thought about the situation. He didn't usually let targets escape after he found them, but, well, he did have a more pressing problem right now, like making sure no Bastic clone was still running around. Those fragging lizards could wait. It had been easy enough to find the girly, what with those hero simps flying in and out of the place from time to time, but he wanted to do things personally. Blondie was fun like that. In truth, he could brew some kind of virus or something to kill Blondie, and her little bro cuz whatever too, but, after eliminating his own species, he had always found such things unsatisfying. Really, he kinda regretted killing his race with that virus. It had been far too easy. Kinda took fun out of the whole thing. He should have fragged them all personally, made a game of it. Besides, the main man was many things, but he ain't a cockblocker. Let Blondie have her fun, heck, maybe he could get a threesome out of it. Bastic, the last time he had been with more than one girl was when he dated Triplicate Girl when he was sent to the future. It would be a tragic fragging waste to turn Blondie into meat right now. Jumping out of the building, Lobo fell heavily on the street. His acquired boots managing to survive the fall, adjusting his new jacket, he found the correct bar and kicked his way inside. Alright, ya dweebs. The main man is here. He pushed some chump out of the way and dropped heavily on the bar stool, grabbing the guy behind the counter, he said. Yo, barkeep, get me a bottle. Breaking the cap on the presented bottle with a thumb, Lobo poured the drink directly into his mouth and wiped it with his arm, releasing a deep sigh. People quickly started giving him a wide berth, but Lobo couldn't help lifting an eyebrow at the amount of weapons they were sporting. Hey, seems like this city ain't as boring as I first thought, ain't life just wonderful sometimes? Finishing the bottle in his second drink, he let it drop to the ground. Alright, what you got for me? Please, sir, over here, a man said, causing a wall filled with bottles to swing open and reveal a hidden room. We have a fine selection for your pleasure, compliments from Intergang. If you wish for anything specific, we could arrange that too. Spare me bull. Obviously, you got some secret agenda or something. Well, no skin off main man's snout. Just get me the guns. Entering the room, Lobo was led further down a set of stairs to reveal a reinforced hidey hole, filled with weapons. Most were the usual earth crap, some packed a little extra punch, but Lobo had to smile when he hit the jackpot. There were a few pieces of apocalypse gear here. Well, ain't that something? Lobo caressed a giant gun pulsing with red light. You know, I'm starting to like my chances. I just bet this gonna feel real weird. Ain't many guys get kill themselves and still stay alive boast about it. It's gonna be a blast. Naked as the day he was born, Lobo finally entered the little town in the middle of nowhere. Looking up at a lamppost, he saw several corpses of men and women impaled on top of them, their bodies twisted around the pole as if they were boneless. Huh, what a nice welcome for the main man, Lobo commented, looking at the bodies until he found a fat fella with a mostly intact pair of pants. Jumping up, he grabbed the meat and pulled it out of the pole before stealing its pants for himself. The pair didn't fit him perfectly, but walking around naked got old after a while. In a great mood, the main man entered the little town whistling, enjoying the sights of carnage and destruction all around him. It really warmed his cold heart to see such evil. Or maybe that was just the bonfire. I didn't think I missed anyone, said a cold voice as an entirely white man dropped from the sky in front of him, his back straight and wearing a white overcoat with a small cape. Lobo gave a 4 out of 10 to the entrance, but the reception was almost an 8. Nothing like the smell of burning meat fair giving the main man a good mood, Lobo said, putting his arms at his waist and taking a big whiff of the giant pile of corpses burning in the center of the city. And you didn't miss anything, I just arrived from out of town. Very well, the albino nodded, crossing his arms in front of his chest and putting a hand on his chin in thought as he looked at Lobo. Say, what do you think about my art? Such memorable deaths, isn't it beautiful? Hey, I like your attitude, M-man. The main man is all about killing. Lobo turned to enjoy the destruction. Though I never really cared about the presentation part, just turn the chumps into meat and be done with it. No, that would be so boring, the man shook his head. Extending his hand, he used telekinesis to obliterate the small houses around the burning pile before using the broken wood to feed the fire. Death must be memorable, it must be epic. With care given to style if it is to mean anything. To just die without reason and in such a boring way, something people would forget in a day or two, that would be such a waste. Death is art, my friend. So, you don't just frag the losers then? Lobo wondered, watching as the bodies burned away, leaving only the bones. You know, I'm not gonna say killing is boring, but it has been growing a little stale lately. Ain't many guys capable of putting up a nice fight, you know. Maybe I'll try your way once or twice. And to think I was just considering how your death could be a masterpiece, but now you've got me curious, and it is rare to find someone that appreciates my work, the white man said, turning back and using his power to pull a skull out of the pile before it burned completely. I'm called Blank and I'll be looking forward to hearing about your work. Name's Lobo, the Zarnian nodded, watching as more and more skulls floated out of the pile, clean of flesh. Say, you know where I can find the vilest city on this planet? That would probably be Gotham City, it's that way, Blank pointed, causing Lobo to turn that way. May I ask why? First rule of hunting, make your prey come to you, Lobo explained, looking around to see if he couldn't find some booze and a better change of clothes. That's probably where I'll be going, eventually, so I gotta get there first. You mind if I look around a little before leaving? No, go ahead, look around and appreciate my art a little before going. Whistling still, Lobo left the bonfire and started looking inside the damaged houses for some better fitting clothes. It was always nice to meet such a nice fella. In a jungle in Africa, a large Zarnian wearing some leaves tied into clothes fell to the jungle floor, causing a small tremor all around him. Patting his leaves into place, he looked around. Fetal skiz. Not a piece of cloth or a bottle of booze in sight. Where the frag am I? From behind him, he immediately heard the sound of an alarm and smiled. Where there was an alarm, there were also bastiches he could steal from, or at least get some direction. Instead of jumping again, Lobo started walking towards the noise. From the jungle floor, a large gun was lifted, starting to rotate and shooting him with bullets. They bounced off his muscles, but they actually hurt. Mine. Rushing the gun, he endured the shots and kicked at its base, causing the metal support to break and allowing him to grab the weapon. From both sides, 4 other turrets lifted and immediately started shooting. With a maniacal laugh, Lobo turned his new gun at them, pelting them with a wave of metal. Ah! The sound of gunfire, how I missed ya. Kill rent destroy frag. In his defense, Lobo hadn't killed anything interesting in a long time, first having to wait until he regenerated and then being lost in the jungle. He really needed some stress relief. Finding another intact gun, he ripped it out of its support and stole the remaining munitions, carrying each machine gun in one hand. From further where the siren was, Lobo heard a troop of gorillas screaming as they made their way towards him. Pointing with both weapons, he started laughing. Frag. 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 Freya wag. He unloaded, the bullets cutting through the trees, and the incoming gorillas like a hot knife through butter, painting the jungle red with their splashed blood. The creatures were incredibly powerful, tanking several shots, and a few even reached him, their muscles bulging and filled with wounds, gashes of red muscle breaking out from under their fur. Dropping the empty guns, Lobo got ready to receive them. Yeah, come at me, my fragging for coats. The apes hit with surprising strength, but the main man was on another level. Bastic, the fur coats were fun to hit, and could take a beating, in the sense that they survived more than one punch. For a second, Lobo thought about skinning the creatures, but he decided that it probably wasn't worth it. There was a building right in front of him. The bastiches would have booze and a way out of here, pants would be nice too. Seeing a gorilla wearing a cap in front of the building and holding a large gun, Lobo frowned. Did that mean he just killed sentient gorillas? He hated fragging. Well, no, he didn't hate fragging random people, he just really liked to be paid for it first. Stepping away from the tree line, Lobo saw 4 poles lifting from the ground in a wide area around him and then he felt the attack, electricity running through his body. Ah! Lobo screamed, his fingers curling into claws as he held his head and fell to his knees. With an air of superiority, the gorilla stepped closer, a box on his chest releasing a robotic voice. Mala, bring me my new test subject. He has cost me a lot of troops already, the gorilla grunted, pulling out a grenade from his belt. Lobo curled down, his forehead almost hitting the ground. Arg. Ah. Ah. Just kidding. Suddenly, he looked up, the electricity still running on his body, but only causing him pain. Jumping ahead, Lobo used a hand to grab the grenade, and the other to squeeze the ape's neck. Fair shame, can't believe you fell ferret. Real disappointing, now, you got exactly 1 minute to lead me inside and provide me with what I want, or I'll squeeze your fragile little neck. Perhaps I could be of help. Said an elegant male voice from his side, causing Lobo to force the ape to his knees and glance at the newcomer. The Bastic was a tall human with blonde hair, he wore a white costume like those Justice Simps, and had a large green cape at his back. I'm here to offer you a deal, Lobo, a very profitable deal. I already got a contract in place, but you can call me later, just gotta deal with a clone problem first, Lobo said, dismissing the spandex junkie from his mind. You will need my help with that, all it would take is your soul, Naren said, his smile widening a little. Together, we could spread chaos. My influence would bring such darkness to the world, you could run rampant to your heart's content, all for such a small price. Cool, only got a problem, the main men don't need no help with that kinda shit. Say, Clyde, you look like a Clyde, I'ma call you Clyde, Lobo said, accidentally squeezing the ape's neck too hard and breaking it. With a shrug, he dropped the beast. Well, Clyde, fact is, the main man never got to play with a soul, so, how about it? Fair exchange and all that guff, my soul for yours. I do not have a soul, Naren said, a little taken aback by the Zarnyan. Then frigging frag off, you blonde-haired evil Bastic, I ain't got time for ya. I got people to murder, clones to hunt and all that. Turning his back to the demon, Lobo turned back towards the building, then he heard the roar of a motorcycle. Ah, Bastic. I did say you'd need my help, such a pity. Naren shook his head and disappeared. Suddenly, Lobo's head exploded, quickly followed by the rest of his body. After that, a missile hit what remained and blew it up, spreading the pieces all over the clearing. Parking his motorcycle in the air, Lobo dropped to the ground, his heavy boots sinking into the jungle floor, a large cigar in his mouth. Looking around, the main man lifted his arms and pulled out a flamethrower. Huh, could I sweared I heard someone else here. Frag it. Let's get this over with quickly. Gotta go back to Gotham soon. Using his cigar, Lobo ignited the weapon and started burning everything in sight, reducing the entire jungle to ashes. A few meters away from there, in a prison cell under the building, Naren stood with his arms crossed, a magical window floating in the air in front of an emaciated gorilla in chains and showing the result of the fight. There is still time, you know, Naren said with an even voice. Your mate is already dead, but your son wasn't on the alien's path. Brain is already preparing to flee the facility. Do you think he'll leave anyone alive when he does? What, Huff, is your price? Grodd asked, his bulging muscles struggling against the chains to no result. He was starving, he was dehydrated, and he was in pain. Perhaps he would have died with his mate had he not tried to organize a coup, seeing Brain's retreat from his other base and the light's distraction as a chance to fight off his enslaver. He had failed, and he had paid for it. Why, my price remains the same. Your soul in exchange for the power necessary to escape, Naren said, collapsing the magical window. Is it too much to pay? Another, Huff, chain at my feet, the gorilla said, feeling the cobra venom running through his veins. Sometimes, Grodd wished Brain hadn't ever increased his intelligence, that he had remained a simple beast, but those times were rare. No, what he really wanted was revenge. Perhaps, but it would be a loose one and, really, would it be too high a price for the chance of freeing your son? If you are fast enough, that is, Naren shrugged, his cape waving at his back as he extended a hand towards the ape. I accept. Floating in space, millions of miles away from Earth, Lobo moved. His body was completely naked and his arms crossed in front of his chest in boredom. He had tried to rip out one of his limbs and throw it away to change his direction, but he couldn't get much speed that way. At least he wasn't creating new clones. He could choose from which part of his body to regenerate when he concentrated on it. It was when he was in the middle of a fight that problems could happen. So he floated there, slowly moving in Mars's direction. Even from where he was, it was still likely to take him a few months to get there. Months without booze, without death, without even a tiny little fight. Lobo was in hell. At this point, he sincerely hoped one of his clones would pass by and blow his own head off. It would be better than this spastic boredom. Excuse me, Sir Lobo, have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior, the triple fish god? A gentle voice said in his mind. Lobo was just about to try and kill the damn bastard trying to preach to him when he saw it. Aw, ain't you just the purest thing? Come, lil buddy, what's your name? Lobo said, gently lifting his hand towards the most beautiful thing he had ever seen, those wet, black eyes, that cute nose. It was the greatest space dolphin he had ever seen. I am the envoy of the triple fish god, the dolphin said in his mind, floating closer to Lobo and letting the bounty hunter touch his sleek body. Our Lord and Savior has a mission for you, Lobo. Do you accept? I do. That said, Lobo put a hand on Fishy's fin. He was gonna call him Fishy, and they swam away through the stars to start Lobo's new life as a member of the greatest cult in the galaxy. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 40, Chapter. Yo, new chapter here. I hope you guys enjoy the chapter. There should be another one this week, and also another chapter of dungeon delving for those who like that story. So, Miss Danvers, what do you think about the house? The real estate agent asked. The agent was smiling at her, but was unable to hide her exhaustion. The woman was an older brunette of about 40 years, slightly overweight and wearing elegant round glasses. She was also fairly competent, even if she had tested Kara a few times by tempting her with more expensive houses that didn't meet her initial criteria. Kara traded a glance with Cory, the happy-go-lucky Tamarinine snacking on a baked cookie. Noticing Kara's gaze, Cory just shrugged and stuffed a second cookie inside her mouth, starting to look like a hamster in her rush to consume as many of the things before they left the place. Cute. Do you have the blueprint for the house? Kara shook her head and asked, smiling when the woman spread a large piece of paper over the kitchen island. Thanks. Quickly analyzing the blueprint, Kara made a note of the house's wiring, sewer connection, and raw materials. She'd be changing just about everything if she bought the place, but she could save some work with the right house. The house was nearly perfect, far enough away from the city that the noise was only mildly annoying, if she didn't focus on it, but still close enough to travel by car in less than an hour if it was needed. Most of the house's materials could be reused without much trouble, there weren't any close neighbors to bother them, and it was large enough to house the both of them very comfortably. The ground was good, without any other subterranean structures and having an easily bypassed sewer system. There was a wall of trees blocking vision from the street, but the best part was that there weren't many on the property itself, allowing Kara to easily get enough sunlight for any of her projects. Janice, the real estate agent, had shown them 2 other houses that could also work, but one had an aquifer under the terrain and the other was just below several plane routes. The planes would be flying far up in the air but, with her hearing, it would be really frustrating. All right, we'll take it, Kara said, rolling the blueprint closed and keeping it for herself. You will? The agent asked almost incredulously, clearly surprised at Kara's decision. Yes, I'll have one of my lawyers finish the deal, but we'll be taking this house. Kara used X-ray vision to look at her new home in its entirety and couldn't stop the smile from reaching her face. Quickly, she signed a contract with the woman, probably making her day at the very large sale. It was perfect, with plenty of space for Dexter to play, and she'd only have to install a single seismic stabilizer before starting to dig down for a new base. One could never have too many underground bases. After a week, this place would actually be as safe as Mount Justice itself, and, in a month, it wouldn't even be a contest. In truth, Mount Justice was kind of below her level of satisfaction. Unfortunately, Batman hadn't let her install Kryptonian solar absorbers or any kind of solar panel, really, on top of the mountain, and there was only so much power her crystals could get while underground, making their growth very slow without a better source of energy. In his defense, it would be a little too obvious if the mountain suddenly sprouted several crystalline structures instead of vegetation, but Kara was already working on solving that particular problem. I am glad you have identified a satisfying site for our dwelling, Kara, Cory said, offering the single remaining cookie. Here, I have reserved one for you. Thanks, Kara said, eyeing the single, small cookie offered. I would have reserved more, but it is almost time for the eating of lunch and you have yet to regain your zest completely, and you do not seem to have a preference for cookies, Cory answered, finishing the last of her own snacks. I'm surprised you didn't want to help choose our home. Kara said. She may hate shopping, especially for such a time-consuming thing, but she had wanted more input from her partner. You sure it's fine to leave everything to me? I have no complaints or particular requirements for the location, Cory shook her head. Sensing the beginning of a frown, she smiled and gave Kara a quick kiss. I just surmised we could change everything else with ease. Demolishing the house would not be a problem, and you do possess several robots, yes. She wasn't wrong. Kara was already planning to rebuild the house with more secure materials. And more places to hide weapons and equipment. It wouldn't be hard to also change its appearance. In fact, that would be the easiest part. Ugh, why had she been trying to find a great house again? The most important thing had always been finding the right location anyway. No, she had to find something passable first. Building something from zero would raise far more eyebrows than modifying something already built, and she didn't want to draw any attention. But, once she found a house of about the right size and shape, she could justify several changes with a week of construction. With a command on her cell phone, Kara started getting things ready and smiled at Cory. Thanks for reminding me, I kinda narrowed my view there. It is no problem, I am sure that, once your eye finishes regrowing, it will not happen again. Cory nodded to herself, following Kara out of the house and taking in the location once again with a satisfied look on her eye. That's... Kara started to say, lifting a finger to correct Cory, but then she thought better of it and just shook her head. Never mind. I will. Please, do you think I may invite the rest of the Titans once the renovations are over? Cory grabbed Kara's arm and stared at her with big, feline-like eyes. Kara managed to not immediately fall under the spell those eyes cast, for a few seconds at least. Turning to watch the property, she calculated its size carefully. None of her underground floors would be ready in only a week, so she'd need to cover it completely from view with one of her holographic disguises. Yeah, it was doable. She already had a device almost powerful enough ready at the fortress. It would only take a few hours of modification. Sure, we can have them over as long as they use my teleporting platform to come so nobody can see it. Joy. Exaltation. I will inform them immediately. Cory couldn't stop herself and threw herself at Kara's arms, causing the smaller Kryptonian to blush as the real estate agent gave them an amused look from a fair distance away. Ahem, I will enter in contact with your lawyers then, Miss Danvers. The woman approached after seeing the two had more or less finished their chat, a small smile on her face. Just as Kara started to protest, the woman lifted a hand. Don't worry, I have seen enough young couples getting their first house. Your interaction is downright tame in comparison. Right, thanks Mrs. Miller. Kara said, dismissing the woman. I take it I can start making renovations right away once the paperwork is done. Indeed, thank you for your efforts, friend Janice. They are most appreciated. Kara almost didn't react fast enough, but she managed to stop Cory, saving the older woman from a back-breaking hug. It was no problem, and yes, I will file my end today and, barring anything unexpected, I'll have the keys ready after the inspections are done in a couple of days. The woman smiled at them before waving goodbye. Kara watched her entering the car and drive away, moving slowly back towards the center of the city, one of her drones hidden on the vehicle and another, smaller robot clinging to the woman's clothes. Kara was mostly sure Janice Miller was a normal human just doing her job, but it was better to be safe than sorry. So. Ready to have lunch after eating all those cookies. I have to pick up Danny in an hour, so we'll have to eat out. Oh yes, the cookies were only enough to fill my first stomach, Cory nodded, hurrying towards their own rented car. My other 8 are completely starving. Getting into the driver's seat, Kara drove them into a fast food restaurant and got herself a burger, and 5 for Cory, with extra mustard. It was incredibly nice to be able to eat an entire burger without feeling stuffed. Really, every day that passed she was getting better. So, how goes the Titans training? She asked, biting into her meal with gusto. We have been learning about the disposal of explosive devices with the Green Lantern and espionage from the Captain Atom. Cory finished her second meal and licked her fingers clean. It is most interesting, my education never covered such subjects. In Tamarin, we just destroyed bombs with starbolts and, as a princess, I was not expected to learn about espionage. And the boys don't complain about it. They do not. Although friends Robin and Kid Flash do seem bored by the classes, Cory answered. Unfortunately, we were supposed to have classes about investigation with the Batman today, but he has been preoccupied with problems in Gotham. So, you've got this afternoon free then. Kara lifted an eyebrow, hiding her annoyance. What are you guys going to be doing? Friend Aqualad has been recalled to Atlantis, but I plan on leading the Titans in another battle simulation. You mind if I bring an expert then? If he's free, I mean. That would be greatly appreciated, yes, Cory nodded while devouring another meal. Then she glanced at Kara with a considering look. Although, it really would be preferable if this expert did not have any problems with the law. Don't worry about it, Kara snorted, it seems like Cory knew her too well. He was actually recommended by Batman himself, so there shouldn't be a problem. Satisfied, Cory nodded and then pulled out a mustard pack from the bag, biting into it and draining the entire thing. It is unfortunate we did not have more time. I have found the most wonderful restaurant for the eating of pizza and other greasy foodstuffs. Really, since when? Kara couldn't help asking. Cory actually went out far more often than Kara did, going shopping with Amber, the first Earthling woman they had ever met, or Troya at least twice a week, but it was still unusual to think that she knew Fawcett City better than her. Heck, when had Kara started thinking about humans as Earthlings? She used to be human once, and there really weren't that many differences between Kryptonians and humans, all things considered. Not where it truly mattered. Was she starting to lose sight of things again? Yesterday had been nice, but she had already started distancing herself from people again. Thinking about it, had she ever traded more than a few sentences with any normal human after coming to the planet? Suddenly, Kara felt Cory's hand squeezing her arm, interrupting her train of thought. Kara, you were lost in your own mind again. Huh. Indeed, you are exceedingly cute as you are plotting things, but it did not seem to be the case this time, Cory said, causing Kara to flush again. As I explained, I have found that Superbabes when strolling through the city with friend Amber earlier this month. It has a large assortment of mustard packets and delectable pizzas. You want to go somewhere called Superbabes? Kara asked aghast, refocusing on the conversation with no small amount of disbelief. Yes. Servers pay homage to superheroes by dressing as them, although friend Alice does dress as a villain, and most dishes are named after them too. Cory nodded her head eagerly. Lifting an eyebrow at what she was hearing, Kara couldn't help but to do a quick search on the internet. She was left feeling strangely conflicted, her feelings struggling between jealousy, amusement, and curiosity. Cory, you ate at a strip club? With Amber? Isn't she underage? Kara had so many questions. Worse, she didn't even know if she wanted them answered. Was there a male version of this too? One with Cal in it? No. Don't think about it. Joy, excitement, eagerness, I have always thought Earth's prejudices against showing one's body to be primitive, but to think there were entire clubs dedicated to freeing themselves from such constraints. Cory started floating above the seat, only held in place by the belt around her chest. Friend Amber and I have only eaten there during the daytime, it did not have such a feature then. Yeah, that's not exactly the reason why they strip like that. Or the reason they dress as supers, for that matter. An explanation later and Kara actually felt bad about Cory's shattered expectations. That people actually charged money in exchange for affection was so alien it hadn't even occurred to her, and it was also, apparently, incredibly offensive. Parking close to the Zeta tube, Kara looked at Cory's pout and tried to cheer her up. Hey, maybe it's not just about the money. Some courtesans consider it art, or maybe they just like bringing joy to others and the job is just convenient. Do you really think so? Unable to lie, Kara sighed. Not really, it's probably just about the money, but who knows? Stranger things have happened. Thank you, I appreciate the attempt. Cory said, her voice making it clear that it hadn't helped all that much. You sure you don't want me to drop you off at the apartment? There's still a few hours before the rest of the Titans get out of school, so there should still be some leftover ice cream there, right? I do not. Partaking of frozen milky treats is meant to happen as celebration, not to placate my disappointment. Cory shook her head, stepping out of the car with Kara. I prefer to spend my righteous anger on more productive activities. You actually brought ice cream to celebrate. Kara couldn't find her words. Indeed, it was a very long but successful hunt. Kara just stared at her girlfriend. She was not prey, damn it. Narrowing her eye, Kara mumbled. You do know I can build a tickle machine, right? It's extremely easy. With a kiss, Cory placated her, cutting off her evil plans of ticklish retribution before saying goodbye and disappearing with the Zeta tube. A second later, Kara herself teleported, appearing near Central City where Danny had spent the night in a hotel room. Quickly, Kara found the gynoid waiting for her in a nearby coffee and lifted an eyebrow at her creamy cappuccino and large assortment of desserts. What? You gave me fully working taste buds, I'm just resting to see if there was anything wrong, Danny said, avoiding her eye with some embarrassment. I never knew desserts could be so good. Good to see you're making good use of it at least, Kara snorted, while Danny asked someone to put the remaining snacks in a bag. You sure you're up for it? I mean, I know I was the one to ask, but you don't need to do this if you're uncomfortable. Nope, you promised me flying, I was always jealous of our flyers in the JSA, she said, paying for her meal. I already bragged about it with J2. Trading a quick hug, Kara found a hidden corner and used her phone to call a smaller version of her teleporting platform to their location, the bigger one being too attention-grabbing and still used by the genomorphs. A second later, they stepped out of it inside her side of the fortress. Danny quickly looked around in curiosity, seeing several men working and moving things all over the room. One of them, wearing a red and white striped shirt and a large, brown beard, offered to take her bags. Ma'am, welcome. Are you here to oversee the operation? He asked in a gruff voice. No, I'm going to be installing one of the wind cores, you guys just continue getting ready. Right away ma'am, he gave them a quick nod, put the bags on top of a crystalline table and moved on further inside the fortress. Wasn't this supposed to be the fortress of, solitude? Danny asked with a curious tone as they walked towards Kara's own laboratory. Well, don't know if Cal can still call it that, what with me here, but those guys are just my Karabots. I'll have them posing as construction workers at my new house, Kara explained, arranging the location for their quick operation. It shouldn't take more than an hour or two. I just ordered them to be fitted with synthetic skin and a basic AI this morning. Danny gave her a disappointed look, almost facepalming. Really, Karabots? That's what you went with. Hey, they're just the retrofitted Morobots, and I really don't have the best naming sense, Kara shrugged while the room started changing, a crystalline bed growing in the middle as well as several pieces of equipment rising from the floor where they were being kept. I could either waste a day or two trying to come up with a better name, or go with Karabots. I choose to not waste my time. Very practical of you to not waste a full day on naming one thing, Danny snorted, finally focusing on the small, round core held inside a transparent crystal casing. Is that a Karacore then? No, I just call it a wind core. Again, I could come up with a fitting acronym, but why waste time? It's a core, it makes wind, Kara answered with a distracted voice as she carefully took the piece of equipment out of the casing. I managed to replicate Mr. Twister's device fairly easily, but this one was actually built with some of my own supply of nth metal. I had it separated for testing, but decided this was a better use. It should make flying even easier, and actually give you some magical protection. Is that fine? Even back then, we knew that kinda metal was very rare, Danny asked while laying down on the bed. It's probably fine, and the piece was small enough it shouldn't really cause any problems, Kara said, causing the bed to rise until she could drag some cables to Danny's back. At their approach, her skin seemed to part by itself and a connection port formed. Well, I heard that, in its pure form, the metal is actually sentient, so, if you start hearing voices or feeling changes in your programming, warn me. Wait, what's that ack? The woman yelped as the cables connected, sending a small electric charge through her body and causing goosebumps to raise on her synthetic skin. Sorry about that, I'm lowering your sensitivity right now, Kara said, using the computers to change some of Danny's settings. You shouldn't really be able to feel pain, but the operation would be really uncomfortable without this. No, I want to hear about this sentient thing first. What the fuck are you putting inside me? Danny grumbled in annoyance, but didn't get up from the bed. Don't worry about it, I use the metal myself, Kara smiled at her. Even if it does form a connection, the metal tends to form a symbiotic relationship to the user, but it's such small amounts here that shouldn't happen. I wasn't even gonna mention it, but I thought your reaction would be funny. Right, very funny, Danny grumbled, allowing Kara to lower the bed and pull her shirt up to her chest, revealing most of her belly. With a command from her computer, Kara caused a plate to lift from Danny's armor, revealing her insides. Kara could actually do it with her own hands, but the equipment was delicate enough that she preferred to manipulate it with some tools to be more precise. It wouldn't actually cause any problems otherwise, but Kara did like looking at the neat wiring and perfectly positioned components. It was strange, Kara didn't mind if her bedroom was a mess, but her devices. She absolutely hated it. Damn, this ought to watch, Danny eventually commented as Kara continued to carefully install the core, connecting it to Danny's own fire core in several ways while maintaining their independent functionalities. It's one thing to know I'm an android, another to actually see it. Wants me to turn you off for a little bit. You don't have to watch it, you know, Kara offered again, her tongue actually poking out of her mouth as she carefully formed the connections on the cores. No, I didn't say it was bad. Just strange. Resting her head back against the bed, Danny stopped trying to see the operation and looked at the robots walking through the fortress. 24 were already covered with synthetic skin and wearing clothes, but there were several more of them standing in neat little rows. Fuck, how many of those things did you manage to loot from Father? Are you actually building more of the things? What do you even need them for, building an army? No. Kara, why did you just hesitate to answer? Danny asked, her eyes slowly leaving the rows of robots to stare at her friend. And why did your answer sound like a question? No reason, don't worry about it, Kara quickly answered, perhaps a little too quickly. Busy now, have to concentrate. Kara. Danny sighed, closing her eyes for a second. Fuck it, I owe you my life, Kara, if you need help, just ask for it. Don't worry, I don't need help, just time, Kara commented absent-mindedly. She had used it as an excuse to change the question, but working on such advanced tech really did require concentration. I'm perfectly capable of taking over the world by myself, but thanks for the offer. What? If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 41, Chapter. What? Danny yelled. Only Kara pushing her chest plate back down against the bed kept the android from getting up. Huh? Oh, I don't mean this world, don't worry about it, Kara dismissed her concerns, finally finishing her adjustments to the connection between the cores and starting to put the finishing touches on the operation. Giving a quick thought about the possibility, she shook her head. Well, I probably could take over this world too, but, really, taking over the Earth would be such pain. Too much paperwork, too many pesky villains. Heck, this rock isn't even united under a single world governing body yet. Can you imagine how finicky just having to localize all my laws would be? Living 16 years in Krypton had changed her view of Earth by quite a bit. Previously, Kara could more or less understand how Earth's worst practices could happen. Now they just looked plain stupid, even baffling. Kara, the fact that you'd think anything you just said would cause me not to worry would be amusing if it wasn't so concerning, Danny sighed, banging the back of her head against the bed and causing Kara to snicker in amusement. There was a pause in the conversation as Kara reconnected a few wires, causing Danny's back to bend and she momentarily burst into flames, but they weren't dangerously hot and the gynoid quickly regained control of her power. There, that should do it. Can you try using your wind now? Kara stepped away from the bed and asked. For a second, Danny frowned as she tried to get a handle on her new power. She imagined it was like trying to lift only a single eyebrow for the first time, not exactly hard, but something she didn't have experience with. Above one of her hands, a current of wind started forming, twisting around the limb and forming a very slow twister. Immediately, she knew she could empower it to create wind strong enough to uproot trees. While it was probably only a tenth as powerful as her flames, she could already see a lot of uses for this new ability. Closing her fist, she cancelled the wind and looked at Kara. It's a lot weaker than my fire, did you install it correctly? Pretty sure I did, the core is just a lot weaker than Red Tornado's, or yours for that matter, Kara replied, starting to close up Danny's belly. I suspect Professor Morrow just didn't have access to the same materials as before when he was building it. Plus, your programming just isn't made to work with wind, but it's good enough to adapt with time. In a week or two the core should double in strength as you adapt to it. Glancing at her phone, Kara saw that Detective Chimp had replied to her. He was too busy today to give lessons, working on a magical murder. She briefly asked if he needed help and, when he said no, sent a message to Cory informing her that the expert wasn't available. You know, now that I think of it, when people talk about alien invasions, it's usually someone invading us, not the other way around, Danny commented as she pulled down her shirt and got up from the bed, the cable at her back automatically disconnecting. So, out of morbid curiosity, which poor schmucks were you thinking of conquering? Well, I should probably have said liberate, Kara explained, helping the gynoid up and doing one last diagnosis of her systems. And, well, the Justice League is probably gonna be helping out, but Tamarin isn't being controlled by a single villain, there's actually an interplanetary army there. Worse, even if the League does free the planet, the entire system is filled with criminals of all kinds, not to mention the not small possibility of reoccupation. They'd still need an army of their own to defend themselves. Tamarin? Danny asked, already attempting to create a twister below her legs so she could fly. It wasn't going very well. Cory's home planet. It's been conquered by the strongest power in the Vega system, Kara explained. Avoiding Danny's eyes, Kara couldn't help but feel some guilt as she admitted. You know, I always wanted to take over a planet. It kinda makes me feel bad, how much I expect I'm gonna enjoy the mess, I mean. Yeah, sorry, I don't really know what to say to that, Danny snorted, losing control of the small twister and grabbing Kara's extended arm to steady herself. Stopping her new powers, she fully dropped to the floor and thought about it. No, fuck that, I can actually kind of relate. I always loved fighting with the JSA, using my powers to face supervillains always brought me such satisfaction. Still, the fact that I was having fun didn't make what we did any less necessary, or any less good. Right, thanks, Kara said, checking the fortress's supplies to see if the Karabot production could continue without pause. Ready to go back? Not. Really. Danny said with a bitter smile. I mean, brother is being nice and all, but fuck, I think I'm gonna go back to heroic work out of sheer boredom. Wanna spar with some of the bots? We actually never tested how strong you are after the improvements I made, and the robots do need combat data. You don't mind? They don't look that strong, Danny asked while glancing at the line of bots, but Kara could already see her eagerness despite her lack of biology. Oh no, I always loved destructive testing. Come on, Kara motioned towards the more resistant part of the fortress, a sharp glint on her eye. Later, floating in the middle of her soon-to-be-old apartment in a sitting position, Kara scratched Dexter's fur and stared at the information displayed in the hologram in front of her. On one side, all the equipment she had used as Forge up to this point, on the other, everything she had used as Supergirl. She had briefly used her teleporting platform in both identities, but only the Light had really gotten a clear view of it, and said view had been very brief. She'd reserved that particular piece of tech for Forge going forward then. The energy shields were another thing, but those were common enough between superheroes. She'd only have to change the colors and some of the properties of their manifestation from one identity to the other, and there probably wouldn't be much problem. Slowly, she continued to make a list of things to and to not use in each identity. Her Forge persona got to use the more advanced pieces of tech, while Supergirl would only use them as support, relying on her Kryptonian powers most of the time. The drones were problematic. The Light had gotten access to some of them in Cadmus, but Kara was already using her own version of the Fog, changed and remade with Kryptonian tech to such a degree that they were unrecognizable for her Supergirl persona. Really, nanorobots weren't exactly a very novel idea, and her newest version was versatile enough to be the perfect support ability while lacking the specialized design needed for her more powerful devices. Still, she had used her drones to generate shields in Brazil, and there were probably a lot of recordings of that. Ugh, she'd also given some of the drones to the Titans now that she thought about it. Row damn it, that was just the kind of connection a mastermind villain could follow. She hated that the Light had access to some of her tech, even if only a small, mostly insignificant part. Wait, since the Titans were already using the drones, why not spread them more? Send a box of drones to the Justice League, and a few to other select independent heroes. The drones weren't completely free to make because of the small amounts of particular metals they used, but she could send 3 or 4 cubic feet to every hero around, and, since the Light already had a few, it wouldn't be that damaging if some ended up in villain hands. Talia already thought that Forge had some connection to Batman, maybe they'd think she had supplied the drones as a way to buy non-interference, or even that someone in the League had created the drones and Forge was the one to acquire them instead. Returning her attention to the display, Kara made a lot of modifications, stripping the drones of anything too dangerous, making their stealth a little worse and changing their flight ability. The levitation would still be incredibly useful, but not that far above existing Earth tech. After that, she sent an order to start solar forging a couple boxes of the things. She'd ask the League and Detective Chimp to help distribute them to the more trustworthy heroes later. That way, the Titans could continue using the drones without being truly connected to her Forge identity and the Cadmus incident. She didn't think she could keep the ruse up indefinitely, not from everybody, but who knows. And villains, despite forming secret societies, weren't really known for freely sharing information. Even if she wasn't able to fool Luthor for long, it didn't mean that everyone had his resources, his intellect, or his sadomasochistic obsession with all things Kryptonian. A meow from her lap caused her to glance down, seeing Dexter lazily lifting a paw, his claws extended to gently hook on her finger and try to pull it closer. It seems like she has stopped patting him while tapping on her holographic computer, and the cat demanded his pet Kryptonian's attention. Lowering her hand, Kara promptly obeyed her benevolent feline overlord. Briefly, she considered if she should build her own neural control like her father's to allow for hands-free interfacing. Unfortunately, such devices, while incredibly useful, were also incredibly dangerous. They required very fine calibration and, as a direct route to her nervous system, represented a huge security risk. Such risk wasn't as glaring here on Earth, but there were still a lot of tech geniuses around. Heck, even someone mediocre just had to land a glancing cyber attack and her brain would be fried. Kara just didn't have sufficient knowledge to program a proper defense. Plus, Kara wasn't sure she had enough skill to properly adjust the thing's programming for her own use. Perhaps she could build a lesser version instead. It wouldn't really be able to follow her thoughts perfectly and having a delay that would make it useless in a fight, but it would be good enough for relaxed work. But even that would still present a moderate risk. Using only one hand, Kara continued working until she felt satisfied with the results. It was still only 5 in the afternoon when she'd wrapped up, so she considered what to do next. Cory was still out with Wonder Woman and Dexter had lost interest in her lap a few minutes ago, sitting on the window and watching the birds flying around with narrowed eyes, his tail swinging from side to side. Dropping to the floor, Kara walked towards the window and stared out. She had her emergency teleport in her prosthetic, she had access to even better tech, and, with it currently standing atop her teleportation platform, her power armor was only a single command away. It was time she went out again. With a command, her outfit burst into a cloud of robots and reformed into her Supergirl uniform, a white mask forming in front of her face, a computer display on the inner part of it giving her access to her computers with only a glance. Glancing aside, Kara looked at her reflection in the mirror. A strong woman stared back at her, obvious muscles showing on her arms and legs and a confident stance, the symbol of hope on her chest. Lobo was still out there, the light, the monster society, scions, and who the heck knows what else, but she couldn't continue holding up in fear. Leaving the house only when there was someone else with her or on short trips to the Zeta Tube only went so far. Taking a deep breath, Kara stepped out into the balcony, letting the fresh, outside air hit her. She probably should have left on foot, but they were leaving this location in a few days anyway, and she did have holographic projectors hiding her from the nearby buildings. Putting one foot on top of the balustrade, Kara caught herself shaking, closing her hands into fists, she gritted her teeth and pushed away, flying up into the air until she rose above the clouds. Time to be heroic, well, her kind of heroic. For a second, she expected to get hit by one of her cousin's enemies, her muscles tense and her eye constantly glancing at the command to teleport away or activate the apartment defenses. Nothing happened. Flying high above the city, she looked down, taking in the small buildings and the even smaller people walking between them. The sun was still up in the sky and she felt it hitting her face, sending a pleasant feeling over her entire body. Slowly, her muscles relaxed and she smiled. So what if she got attacked? Anybody who did that would regret the day they were born. She was ready now. For a few seconds, Kara closed her eyes and concentrated on the city below her, trying to hear if there was anything wrong, but, as she had hoped, Fawcett City, when not in the middle of a supervillain attack, seemed surprisingly peaceful. Satisfied that there wasn't anything too dangerous, Kara started flying, slowly making her way away from the city while paying attention to see if there was anything she could help with. Connecting to the internet, she looked to see if there was any supervillain in action and, when that didn't give her any leads, started looking for disasters or larger crimes. Well, despite this being DC, big crimes that would require her attention just weren't that common, not ones that were reported on real time at least. Kara found the Flash patrolling Central City, and a few other heroes solving or having solved some crimes around the world. Icon was fighting a lesser villain in Washington, D.C., Blue Devil had just subdued some kind of mutant in Taipei and both Captain Marvel and Zatara were taking care of a forest fire in Australia. Having saved anyone at risk, Giovanni was actually holding the fire back while the captain attempted to cast a weather spell over the fire. Well, Kara had wanted to get closer to normal people, she supposed she should choose a city and just start doing a patrol or something. She could have just stayed in Fawcett City, but she had the silly feeling that the city was already taken. And really, with someone like Captain Marvel already around, her presence there would be superfluous. No, another city would benefit far more. Kara had done her research and while it was true that supervillain crime increased once a hero started patrolling a city, the data didn't lie. A superhero's presence tended to be very advantageous for a place. Violent crime went down, police brutality and corruption dropped as good officers got support and felt more confident to fight against it. Drug trade diminished and even things like car chases or burglary tended to go down for months after a hero appeared. Even with the occasional super fight, the raw data was that less people got hurt and the city lost less money with a hero in it. Of course, normal crime would eventually adapt, learn the hero's limits. Which kind of crime they preferred to, or even could, stop, their working hours, how to distract them and so on. Still, it almost always ended up better than before, for many reasons. Her chosen city was actually a fairly large one, and she wouldn't really be putting up roots there, just patrolling sometimes. Flying high enough that she wouldn't bother anybody, Kara caused a sonic boom as she flew towards her new destination. Phoenix, Arizona, was one of the biggest cities in the US, and also one with a very high crime rate, losing only to places like Gotham and Bloodhaven. All that and it somehow didn't have any heroes currently working in it. The city got a lot of sunlight, a lot of crime and even had a convenient desert nearby where Kara could take the more destructive fights. It was an almost perfect stomping ground for her. Arriving above the city, Kara actually stopped to look around a little, taking in the giant city grid. Hacking the police channels, she started monitoring the crimes in the city. Wait, did she hear that right? Someone was actually robbing a bank not a minute after she'd gotten there. Positioning herself above the building, she used X-ray vision to see 4 men, 2 held large, automatic weapons and acted like guards while the other 2 were gathering the money. One of the men was forcing a cashier to empty all the cash in the bank into large bags, while another was actually going from person to person, having them hand over cell phones and jewelry as fast as they could. Kara actually snorted in amusement. Robbing a bank only paid off if you could get to the vault, otherwise, you'd only get away with a couple thousand at most. At least nobody had gotten hurt yet. Really, it couldn't possibly be worth it even when there wasn't any superhero in the city. Taking a deep breath, Kara let herself fall, the air hitting her mask and causing her hair to trail behind her. With a loud boom, she accelerated and, a second later, was inside the building with them, having grabbed the revolving door so it wouldn't break as she entered. In slow motion, Kara watched both criminal guards turn their weapons towards her. A quick glance around showed her there were at least 30 civilians trembling on the floor. Kara immediately noticed a father with a large bruise on his cheek from the butt of a rifle, his hand desperately holding the mouth of his crying child closed as he did his best to protect him with his body and keep the child quiet. The boy's eyes were wide with fright and his entire body was trembling. Rushing forward right as one of the men started to press the trigger, Kara grabbed the barrel of the gun and pulled, ripping it out of his grip without much care. The action actually amputated the tip of his trigger finger, sending it flying and dislocated both of his wrists. With a sigh, Kara briefly watched the finger flying off. Ugh, she probably shouldn't have done that. Humans were so fragile. Snatching the finger out of the air with one hand, Kara turned to the second man holding an assault rifle and threw her newly acquired rifle with the other, being more careful this time. The weapon hit him in the chest with just enough strength to cause him to drop his own gun and fall on his back, completely out of breath. A quick blast of heat vision melted the barrel of the gun, rendering it useless. He was wearing a bulletproof vest, the projectile didn't even break any bones. Grabbing one of the first criminal's arms, she used her X-ray vision to look at his wrists and move the bones back into place, causing the man to fall to his knees and shout in pain. Still grabbing his arm, she opened his hand and put the amputated finger in the middle of his palm before curling his fingers around it. Here, keep it safe, will you? They may be able to reconnect it later. The men gave her a terrified glance, desperately scrambling away from her, but Kara saw that he wasn't going anywhere so she dismissed him. Who the fuck are you? Screamed the third guy. He had pulled one of the civilians to her feet and pressed a gun to her head. Never mind, drop to the ground. Now. To the ground or I'll kill her. Kara glanced at the last criminal, still holding a bag halfway filled with money. The man hadn't taken out a gun himself and kept glancing between her and the exit with a desperate look on his face. Turning back to the more immediate threat, she considered him. No. What? The man asked, as if he couldn't understand why she wouldn't obey. Well, not every criminal had faced a superhero, maybe he was one of those. I said, get on the ground, you fucking cunt. Who the fuck do you think you are, the Flash? I'm warning you, I'm gonna blow this bitch's brains out. Kara made sure to keep her eyes on his trigger finger, but she did take a quick glance at a nearby mirror. Yep, still wearing her Supergirl costume. So, you see someone wearing a big blue costume, a huge S on her chest, and your first guess is the Flash. How? She asked, genuinely curious. Oh shit, the guy without a weapon said as the realization hit him, and Kara could actually see the muscles on his cheeks contracting in fear. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Alright, drop your weapon before you do something you'll regret. You haven't killed anybody yet, Kara argued. She could have just taken the guy out, but she wanted to see if he'd incriminate himself more. You're already going to jail, don't make it harder on yourself. The sentence for bank robbery was already harsh, but if he was the kind of person to shoot a hostage, Kara wanted him gone for as long as possible. Then she noticed the look of absolute fear on the woman's face. Ah, crap. Again, she was focusing more on the criminal than on their victims. With another sigh, she rushed forward and gripped the handgun, crushing the weapon in her gloved hand before throwing it towards the last criminal sneaking his way towards the exit. He froze in place as the crumbled ball hit the floor right in front of him. Her other hand gripped the man's face, blocking his mouth as she manhandled him away from the hostage. Ah, sorry about that, ma'am. I shouldn't have even let him take you as hostage. Don't worry, you were never in any danger. What? The woman asked, collapsing into Kara's arms as the relief hit her. Oh, thank you, thank you. Slowly getting up from the ground, the woman's husband embraced her and Kara let her go, dragging the criminal by his face and away from the couple. The idiot was still doing his best to punch her, even taking out a knife and trying to stab her, but she just ignored him. So, are you gonna run? She asked the last man standing. She had already seen he only had a single handgun on his vest, but he didn't seem interested in pulling it out. Still standing in place, the man looked down at the destroyed handgun, then to his former companions and swallowed hard. Nope, not me, never. He hurried to say, furiously shaking his head from side to side. Good. Then do me a favor and put that handgun on the counter, will you? Then help zip tie your friends, Kara commanded, throwing him a bag of zip ties she kept in one of her costume's pockets. He obeyed, very efficiently at that, quickly tying up his 3 companions and even using his mouth to pull a zip tie tightly around his own wrists. Well, look at that, an almost sensible criminal. Kara had always found it silly how people kept shooting at her cousin in the comics. Come on, if a freaking Kryptonian tells you to surrender, unless you're Lex Luthor or Black Adam, you damn well better surrender. She supposed it could be that people, even criminals, just always trusted Superman to be kind and never take things too far, but there's always a chance that it was an alternative version, an evil clone or a mind control situation. Did you really want to risk it? With a Kryptonian? Well, it could also be that criminals just surrendering when he showed up wasn't very interesting in a comic book and, in reality, the situation was far more common than she expected. Who are you? A fat security guard finally asked as he got up from where he had been hiding behind a desk, his partner quickly talking on a radio. You can call me Supergirl, not very original, I know, but it's kind of a family tradition at this point, Kara joked, extending a hand and helping an old woman to her feet. Are you really, you know? He continued, glancing to the L House crest on her chest and quickly back up to her face. I mean, I never heard of Superman hurting a criminal. Yep, he's my cousin. Probably gonna be working with him sometimes. Let's just say I'm not as experienced in restraining myself or as kind as he is, Kara just shrugged her shoulders at the men. Patting the old woman down, Kara paid attention to see if her body really was doing well, but outside of a slightly accelerated heartbeat from the action, she was surprisingly fit for her age. Are you sure you're feeling fine, ma'am? Yes, thank you, sweetie. The old grandma adjusted her dress and grasped for her purse, but it wasn't there. Oh my, have you seen my purse? It's yellow and... Suddenly, her computer caught a police chase happening at the other side of town. A man seemed to be doing drugs and, once pulled over, decided to try and make a run for it. The police didn't know if he was armed or not. Here it is, ma'am. Kara flashed towards the fallen purse and handed it over. Glancing around, she looked at the kid crying on his father's chest, but already saw the panic was starting to fade. Good. Nodding to herself, she noted that the security people were keeping an eye on the guns. A quick check on everyone's heartbeats and their positioning later, she was sure that nobody was gonna hurt the subdued criminals anytime soon. Raising her voice, she said. Sorry people, duty calls. Bursting out of the bank, she found the footage from a news helicopter and followed it to quickly arrive at the location. A quick search on the internet later and Kara saw that the vehicle was actually stolen. Such a pity. She was looking forward to dropping on top of the car and scaring the hell out of the guy. There were 2 police cars following after the guy and other officers were doing their best to stop traffic so he wouldn't hit anybody. Flying down, Kara just grabbed the car by the rear bumper and quickly lifted it into the air, her bioelectrical field keeping it intact. Looking inside the car, she saw the man actually reaching for a gun, so she threw the vehicle up and adjusted her grip. Ouch! The man yelled as he hit his head on the ceiling, but he still reached towards the weapon that had fallen on the passenger seat's floor. Smirking, Kara started shaking the car, hard. The man hadn't put on a seatbelt, so, soon, grunts and swear words increased in frequency as the man hit his body just about everywhere for half a minute. Oh God, I'm gonna throw up. Well, we couldn't have that. Turning the car on the side, Kara opened the driver's door and shook the man out of the car. He fell half a meter to the floor, hitting his side and promptly turning around to release the drugs on his stomach all over the pavement. Right behind her, both police cars came to a stop, their tires screaming as they parked around her, and 4 officers jumped out, pointing handguns towards her and the men on the floor while hiding behind the car doors. Drop your weapon. One of the officers yelled, so Kara slowly floated away from the druggie and, carefully, laid the car down. On the floor, get on the fucking floor. At her side, she saw 2 of the officers jumping on top of the still throwing up car thief and pulling his arm back to put cuffs on him, screaming orders all the while. Floating in the air above the car, Kara lifted both hands up in a non-threatening gesture. Please, don't shoot. The bullets are just gonna bounce off and I'm gonna have to catch them before they hit somebody. I don't want to bother. Get on the... One of the officers started to yell, but the second one interrupted him and shook his head. What? John, remember our metahuman classes, the man whispered, holstering his weapon. Stop pointing your gun at the flying brick, man. We use hollow points for Christ's sake, it's not gonna do anything. The first man just looked at his gun for a few seconds and then, slowly, lowered the weapon, holding it pointing to the floor with his finger off the trigger. Kara lowered her arms and floated closer, stopping just a couple of centimeters above the road to watch them arrest the men and search the vehicle. It wasn't even damaged by her rough handling, her field keeping it mostly intact. Sorry about that, I take it you're a new hero. The officer came closer, still keeping a wary gaze on her. What gave that away? Well, a villain wouldn't have lifted their arms, and the Superman inspiration is pretty obvious, the men said, giving a brief glance at her suit as a 3rd police car arrived. What are you called? Supergirl, Kara answered, crossing her arms behind her back as she floated. The branding kinda goes too well with the costume and the power set. Hey, John, didn't we have a superwoman here a couple years ago? He called out to the men checking the car. Yeah, but she didn't have any powers, the officer called back, still frowning as he spoke on the radio. Tried to do a Batman, but she got shot in a month or so. Another precinct arrested her for vigilantism after that. So, anything to do with you? The officer asked, and Kara noticed that the others were kind of giving them space. Was that part of the metahuman classes he'd mentioned? She'd have to look into that. Well, since Superman is actually my cousin, that's really unlikely, Kara answered, her head turning towards the side as she heard a car crash in the distance. A quick glance on her computer and Kara quickly found a camera watching the accident, revealing that, while it had greatly damaged the two vehicles, both drivers were already getting out of the cars on their feet and there were no other people involved. Huh, what's with the mask then? The man asked, lifting an eyebrow at her. Seriously? I say I'm Big Blue's cousin and your first question is about the mask. Kara breathed in frustration. Do you have any idea how much trouble my cousin goes to in order to keep his secret identity? I mean, it's not really anything big, but he does a lot of small, annoying tricks. A mask is just easier. Really? I always thought he was just a shapeshifter or something, the policeman shrugged, watching as one of his partners forced the criminal inside a car. Kinda like the Martian dude, you know. Anyways, you got super strength, speed, heat vision, and all that like the big dude. Is there a reason for all those questions? Kara asked suspiciously. Despite his calm attitude, she could see the tension on his body and how hard his heart was beating. Gathering information, and, well, trying to form a good relationship, the guy shamelessly admitted. Pretty standard with a new metahuman, or alien I guess. At least when we don't stand a chance of arresting them for vigilantism. Are you staying in the city or just passing through? Probably staying, why? Well, I'd really suggest you call the chief sometime in the near future, the guy said, pulling out a small piece of paper from his pocket and writing a number on it before handing it over. I mean, in a lot of places the department absolutely hates their resident heroes, but it's always best to have a good relationship. Right, I'll probably do that soon, Kara commented, feeling quite odd at the interaction. Really, she had never thought about forming a relationship with the local law enforcement. Did Cal have some kind of deal in Metropolis before forming the League? Folding the paper, Kara put it on one of her coat's inner pockets. Seeing that things were done here, she nodded to the officer and floated up, quickly catching sight of a drug dealer in a corner over a dozen blocks away. A slight smile curled Kara's lips upward. Time to scare the crap out of him. She'd just have to be careful not to go too far. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 42, Chapter. Disclaimer, I have never been in Phoenix and, even if I did, this is DC's Phoenix, not RL Phoenix. The existence of superheroes and villains changed a lot in every city of the world. I have done a superficial search on the city, so a lot of things may seem similar, but I'll probably not look at it deeper on purpose because I don't want the city to be the same. There are reasons I choose the city, but they have nothing to do with RL. Please, if anybody lives in it or close by, don't be offended. Most of the crimes Kara will be stopping could happen anywhere and I'll try to keep general statements about the city to a minimum. Kara dropped in front of the robber, blocking his view of the couple trembling behind her, the boyfriend doing his best to keep the girl behind him. It was only her second patrol in the city and the last one for the week. Kara wasn't willing to completely drop her tinkering to focus entirely on being a hero, so she had decided to do it twice a week, randomizing the days so people wouldn't adapt to her movements. Keeping an eye on the weapon, she did a quick facial recognition search on the attacker and found 2 charges of robbery with a deadly weapon and videos of several crimes, from assault to attempted rape. His family had put him in a recovery clinic once, but he had run away right after getting sober. Right, no need to be gentle with this one. The scent of drugs hit her nose soon after Kara dropped down and she noticed some spilled beer over the would-be mugger's shirt. She also saw his hands were shaking and his eyes were red. Kara always hated having to deal with drug addicts and drunks. In a way, it was their addiction that drove them to crime rather than malice, so she felt bad being too rough with them, but, on the other hand, they hurt innocent people. Still, there was only so much violence she'd allow the addiction to excuse, and this seemed a pretty clear case where she didn't need to pull her punches. All right, put the gun down before I do it for you, Richard. The police asked me not to ruin evidence like that anymore. Instead of answering her or even surrendering like any sane person, the idiot shot her. That was a first after she had revealed herself in the city. Most others had decided to give up as soon as she appeared. Guess that security video of her moving in a blur and amputating a guy's finger had been an effective intimidation tactic. With a sigh, Kara snatched the bullet out of the air even though it wasn't even gonna hit her, flying a whole meter over her left shoulder. She wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, maybe his finger had twitched and he had shot her by accident, but the gun continued shooting, unloading the entire magazine at her. Snatching every shoot as they came, only one was actually on target. Kara watched the last one coming for her and flicked it back, using enough control to aim for the man's foot. The camera in her costume already saving the video to send to the police. "Stop shooting yourself, Richard," she said blithely, walking calmly towards him, her boots hitting the pavement in large steps. "Row, I know you're high, but this is pathetic." "Ah. Fuck. You fucking shot me," he yelled, not even able to speak right. "Really? You shoot at a freaking Kryptonian and complain when the bullet bounces back?" Shaking her head, Kara stepped on top of the fallen gun. Making sure not to crush it, she kicked it away from the man and pulled out a zip tie. Securing the man's arms behind his back, she briefly considered his cursing form before ripping out a piece of his shirt and using it to gag his dirty mouth. Using her X-ray vision, she checked his foot where the bullet had hit him and nodded in satisfaction. Kara had done her best to not flick the bullet fast enough to pierce his body, but her control still wasn't perfect and the impact could have broken a bone. Thankfully it hadn't, only leaving a huge bruise. "Sorry for the scare. Are the two of you all right?" Kara said, finally turning towards the couple. The young girlfriend seemed to actually be doing better, while the man's limbs were trembling as his adrenaline crashed. "Thank you. You're Superwoman, right?" the girlfriend asked in an eager voice. Kara swore she could see the woman's eyes shining as she almost pushed her boyfriend out of the way in a rush. "Oh my god, I need your autograph, Sydney is never gonna believe this." A little taken aback, Kara traded a disbelieving glance with the man, seeing his baffled face as his girlfriend seemed to completely ignore the fact she was almost shot at. "Ah, I actually prefer Supergirl. Superwoman would make me feel like I had to be mature when dealing with criminals." "Great. You don't know how glad I am that you showed up." The woman continued on, pulling a pen and a small book from her purse, eagerly handing it over. "Are you gonna be joining the Justice League?" "You have to, there are so few women there." "Not anytime soon." Kara answered, but it was more like a question as she was feeling incredibly awkward at the woman's excitement. She hadn't even done anything big enough to earn recognition yet. "Who am I signing to?" "Amanda." She almost yelled and Kara started signing the book. "God, Sydney couldn't shut up about getting Black Canary's signature, but I actually got a Kryptonian." Snatching the book out of her hands, the woman clutched it to her chest with one hand while pulling her phone out and furiously tipping into it. Thanks," the boyfriend finally said, looking at his girl with a newfound understanding. "Should I do something? Can you call the cops? I could drop him in the station, but they'd have to come here anyway and you're gonna have to give your testimony." Right, I'll do that." Suddenly, he winced as the girl's camera flashed and she took a selfie in front of Kara. Seeing that things were under control, Kara patted the guy's back in sympathy and soared into the air, eager to get away. Stopping behind a cloud, she glared to the side. "Don't you dare laugh." "I wasn't going to," Cal answered, a smile on his face as he floated closer. "Does that happen often?" she asked, glancing down at the woman to make sure she wasn't going to do anything to the arrested men. "You'd be surprised. Although it did take a little longer for me," he said, giving her a quick hug. "I once had an older man hug me and refused to let go for nearly 5 minutes." Kara tried to imagine a little old dude clinging to Cal's leg for 5 minutes and couldn't stop her snort of amusement. "Hey, Mr. Adams was a great guy once he calmed down," he said, floating away from her. Looking down at the girl taking a selfie with the bound criminal, Kara had the distinct impression her fan wasn't as nice as Mr. Adams. Hearing the vehicle roll up, both their heads turned to the side and the Kryptonians watched the police car approach. Kara had used a program to call the police as soon as she had seen the crime, but it still took some time for them to arrive and it was always better to have the victim call too just to make sure. Finally, after the officers arrived and detained the men, the elves floated away to sit on top of a building. "So, why are you checking up on me?" "What? I can't come to visit my cousin," Cal said. Pulling on his cape, he revealed a small pocket and pulled out 2 pretzels, offering her one. "Pretzel? I did not know you had a pocket in your cape," Kara said, staring at her cousin as if he had grown a second head. "Since when did you have a pretzel pocket in your cape?" "It's just an ordinary, non-pretzel pocket and I always had it," Cal answered, quickly finishing his pretzel and wiping his mouth. "Ma put it in the first one so I'd have a place to store my documents and I always kept it." "Huh, you learn something new every day." Kara had never considered how he carried things in his costume. "Why are you here, Cal?" she finally asked after the silence started to stretch between them. "I mean, I'm not complaining, but I didn't expect you to just show up all of a sudden. Weren't we gonna meet tomorrow anyway?" "Lobo," he said, his face becoming serious for once as he lost his smile. "His regenerated clones are finally turning up. We managed to capture 2 of them, but they were assassinated soon after by a third riding a motorcycle." I didn't think you'd want to wait to hear this. Kara felt a shiver go down her spine, her fingers digging into the building and leaving deep furrows. Row fucking damn it, that annoying asshole again. Would he be hunting her right now or would he prioritize himself? There really was no way of knowing. Did they say anything? The ones you captured, I mean. It seems like they're gonna be fighting each other for a while, but they could be lying, Cal said, his own hand closing into fists. I'm glad to see you getting out, but now may not be the best time. Looking down at the city, Kara saw the cars and the people interacting with each other. She hasn't been incredibly active in the city, today being only her second patrol, but she had enjoyed it. No, I'm not stopping for him, she finally said, a hand going towards her nearly healed eye as she thought about who had put the bounty on her. If he shows up, I'll deal with it, but I'll continue patrolling. Good, the League is doing its best to hunt him down, but I just wanted you to be ready, Cal said reassuringly, looking over the city. If you need help, just call, all right? Don't worry, if he shows up here he's gonna regret ever being born, she said, squeezing her hands into fists and letting the ground dust from the building fall down between her fingers. So, why here? He asked, changing the subject before Kara could get even angrier. Well, no one particular reason, it just has a lot of things I was looking for, she answered with a shrug. I mean, there's crime everywhere, but there are no heroes here and the desert gives me a good place to fight in case someone powerful shows up. Also, it's a great place for one of my solar farms, probably gonna open a branch here sometime in the future by the way. Say, did you have a deal with the police in Metropolis before forming the League? Not explicitly, no, he shook his head and leaned back, his legs swinging over the side of the building as he remembered. I mostly just stopped crimes as they were happening, so the police got a lot of witnesses. Huh, but you did bust some crime rings and such, right? How did you manage to get them arrested? Investigative journalism, Cal smiled and winked at her. I got some of my first scoops by exposing things from my actions as Superman. After that, it became common for reporters to follow up on my actions if they wanted to be in the papers, which helped out a lot in police work. You sneaky bastard, that's got to be cheating. Well, it worked, didn't it? I had to find a way of making the arrest stick, he laughed and looked up at the clouds. Speaking of, Lois is dying to get an interview with you. Hard pass, thank you very much, Kara glared at him, the last thing she wanted to do right now was talk about herself. She barely managed to talk with Black Canary, much less a reporter. Hey, I didn't say you should do it. I was just warning you she'll probably come looking soon. She can be persistent when she gets something in her mind. Right, thanks for the warning, pushing herself away from the building, Kara floated away. Are you staying for much longer? No, I just wanted to check on you and tell you about Lobo in person, he shook his head, pushing himself back into a sitting position. See you tomorrow for Torquasm training. Yeah, I have a meeting before that, so I may be a few minutes late, but I'll be there, Kara nodded, already starting to focus back on the city to look for another asshole trying to hurt people. Great, good to see you cuz, he quickly put a hand over her head, messing up her hair and, before she could complain, flew away, breaking through the clouds before accelerating back towards Metropolis. Watching him for a second, Kara decided she had no interest in becoming a reporter herself. Well, she could probably write an AI to do the writing for her, but really, it was probably best if she did call the chief of police for that talk. Ugh, she had been hoping she wouldn't have to do that, he'd probably ask her to stop scaring the hell out of criminals and that was half the fun of the whole thing. Checking the time with her mask, she decided to do it on her next patrol, it was already too late to bother people today. Kara stayed in the city for another 2 hours, making sure to film every arrest she made so there wouldn't be too many problems. Finally, she was done for the day and flew back to Fawcett City. At her speed the flight only took 20 minutes or so. Entering the house, she took off her clothes, putting the metallic cube on top of her desk and climbed into the bed. A grunt of annoyance from Cory caused her to freeze in place, but the Tamarine didn't wake up, so Kara gently squeezed under the covers. Like a mousetrap, Cory's arms and legs snapped closed around Kara's body, pulling the blonde closer to her naked body, and nudging her nose into the back of Kara's neck. For a second, Kara debated changing positions, but then she felt Cory actually starting to purr, sending a tingling feeling down her back and making her feel completely safe. Suddenly, Dexter jumped on top of them, climbing her shoulders before lying down and starting to knead with his claws while biting into the blanket and purring as well. Kara gave up, she was defeated. Closing her eyes, she leaned back against Cory and went to sleep. Lena Luthor looked good. Damn good even, despite the clear exhaustion Kara could see. She could have easily been a model in another life, looking older than Kara by about 5 to 10 years but only in the sense that she looked more mature and responsible. Her hair was tied into a bun and she wore a pair of thin designer glasses, mere accentuations to the stern look she naturally gave that screamed battle-tested competence. Upon entering, she took a second to scan the restaurant in search of Kara, who would be surprised if the Luthor wasn't simultaneously casing all the other customers as well. Taking a bite from some cookies she had ordered, Kara watched as a waiter quickly approached and led the businesswoman towards her table. The meeting was supposed to be an informal thing. A quick pit stop in the middle of Lena's busy day for a promising young businesswoman to pitch her a new idea, or at least that was what Kara hoped it would look like from the outside. She didn't really need a lot of time to talk with Lena. Kara doubted she'd manage to steal the woman away from her brother's company in a single afternoon anyway. The dark side had its claws sunk deep into this one. But she could lay the first seeds of temptation, and that was good enough for now. Of course, Kara had done her homework beforehand. Lena, like her brother, was both a great businesswoman and a great inventor, but, as the younger sibling, she was always forced to be one step behind. She had managed to stay clear of her brother's more questionable business deals and even fought against some of his decisions, but she didn't have much support in LexCorp, thanks in no small part due to Lex's manipulation of the chess pieces involved. Currently, she was working as the CEO of LexCorp Robotics, but the vast majority of what she created was under the broader LexCorp name, not her own. In effect, despite her talent, very few people even knew she existed, always overshadowed by her egomaniacal brother. Kara watched as the woman approached and couldn't help admiring her. Lena didn't quite have the same athletic build as Cory, but she obviously took care of herself and exuded an air of authority the Tamarine just lacked, even if the latter did, technically, have far more power than Lena, probably in all aspects. Miss Kara Danvers, you went to a lot of trouble to arrange this meeting, Lena opened when she arrived at the table, taking a second to stare at Kara with an appraising look. I'm surprised you even managed it. Despite your most recent accomplishments, your company isn't big enough to normally get a meeting with me in less than a month. I have my ways, Miss Luther, Kara replied with a polite smile as the waiter pulled a chair for the businesswoman. To be honest, I'm more surprised you accepted the offer on the first try. The fact that you managed to get such a huge deal closed with Wayne Tech drew a lot of attention, Lena answered as she settled herself. In truth, I wasn't going to accept this meeting, but the designs for your solar panels are absolutely brilliant, and I do require at least one intelligent conversation in my day-to-day. Thank you, you should see the finished product. Kara lifted an eyebrow at that last sentence. Giving the woman some time to order her own drink, she continued. Still, I wasn't sure you'd be able to make it, what with all of LexCorp's latest troubles. Actually, that was part of why I accepted, Lena said with a tired and frustrated voice. I needed a break from dealing with all that. Well, I'm glad I could help out, Kara said with obvious faux chipper. She honestly felt a bit guilty though, a lot like those scam businesses that created a problem just to swoop in and offer a solution later. The woman was clearly exhausted if she was letting comments like that escape in an introductory business meeting. Should I get right to business then? It would be for the best, yes, Lena said. Thanking a waiter when he handed her a cup of coffee, she sipped the dark roasted brew and relaxed a little. I have read everything there is to know about you, Miss Danvers. Which is another way of saying there is incredibly little to find, but one thing I could gather was that you're very direct in your business dealings. So, please, present your proposal. I'm eager to see what you could bring to LexCorp. Kara narrowed her eyes at the quick turn in atmosphere. Was what she'd said earlier not something Lena had accidentally let out after all? She was a Luther, she could very easily be trying to seem more familiar and open to manipulate a younger, talented business owner. Really, it wasn't like she had revealed any great secret, everyone knew the state LexCorp was in right now. Actually, I'm not really interested in LexCorp, I'm interested in you, Kara said, smirking a little at the woman's subtly raised eyebrow. I'm offering you a job, Miss Luther, a job as the CEO of my company. You're actually trying to poach from LexCorp. You are aware we're one of the biggest companies in the world. Lena said with an all-too-perfect tone of disbelief. Taking another sip of coffee, she let her amusement show as she decided to indulge Kara. Ignoring the disparity in capitalization, intellectual property, and human resources and the fact that the company you're trying to poach me from literally has my brother's name on it. Why would I work for you? The only things you have to your credit are a few circuit boards, a couple of old buildings and new solar panels that, if you'll forgive the pun, haven't truly seen the light of day yet. Well, you wouldn't have to desperately lie to protect said brother's oh-so-good name. For one, Kara took her own sip and leaned forward on the table. Tell me, Miss Luther, just what has LexCorp done in the last 5 years? What has it really achieved? We have achieved more than you can ever imagine. I have to say, you haven't started well, Lena sighed, but didn't start revealing company secrets to Kara. Still, she looked down to her coffee and took another sip. Still. This place really is good, I just love the coffee here. It would be a shame to just walk out without finishing my cup, so you have until I finish it to convince me. Yes, I guess you did achieve a lot in your own way. As Cadmus was one of your investments, one can look at what they made, an entire new race of genetically designed sentient beings, Kara praised, causing Lena to flinch at the unspoken accusation. And yet where are the products? Where are the cloned organs? The cures for diseases? It doesn't take much imagination to know how much value is being left on the table, but your brother had scientists capable of creating a new race and he used them to fight Superman. How many of LexCorp's other projects has he turned to that same goal? How many of its inventions ever end up in civilian hands anymore? That is not a completely inaccurate view, Lena nodded, taking another sip and pausing to think. Still, let's for the sake of argument say I agree. Why wouldn't I attempt to change things from within my own company? Why would I agree to work for such a comparatively small business? Do you really think you can make changes? With Lex there? How much do you really think he'd ever let anyone but himself dictate the company's direction? Kara asked rhetorically, sensing from Lena's demeanor exactly how much. And that's before we get into LexCorp's dual-class shareholder structure. The board would never be able to oust him without you, and to openly defy him would have consequences. Besides, Danvers Enterprises is far better positioned than you may think. Did you know we managed to hire a sizable number of the scientists from Cadmus? I spoke with Caldecott Industries earlier this week and managed to secure a deal to produce a new lab, one that will actually use the knowledge acquired at Cadmus for more than just playing supervillain. I have absolutely no intention of stopping at producing solar panels, Miss Luther. That was simply the first step. What I'm offering you is a chance to get out from under your brother's thumb. Pulling out a small flash drive, Kara pushed it across the table towards the older woman. You said I have no idea what LexCorp has achieved lately. You're right, but that was because nobody has any idea. It barely does anything exciting or innovative these days. The flash drive contained some of the more promising projects Kara had decided to drop, for one reason or another. Things that she wouldn't actually mind being stolen, but that were good enough to show Lena a peek at what Danvers Enterprises, or well, Kara herself, was working on. Lena finished her coffee, a fingertip tapping the memory stick in thought. I take it this is to further tempt me. Of course, Kara said shamelessly, finishing her own drink and ordering another. Can you imagine it, Miss Luther, actually making a difference? How long can you stay under Lex before some of his dirt starts falling onto you? I'll think about it, Lena finally said, grabbing the flash drive and putting it in the inner pocket of her blazer. This was not what I had expected, not by a long shot. Take as long as you want, Kara replied, pretty happy with the meeting. She could see how angry Lena was at Lex. Kara wasn't actually sure she had managed to tempt Lena enough, but, even if she hadn't, she was pretty sure the woman was planning on making some kind of play against her brother in the near future. And really, anything that caused trouble for Lex was a win in her book. Who knows, LexCorp had lost over 39% of its stock value since Kara had started releasing their dirt to the world. Lena may actually have a chance of ousting her brother if things went low enough and she could get enough outside investment. I'll be in contact. Paying for her own drink, Lena walked right out of the building, but Kara could see her eyes glancing down at the flash drive in her pocket as she walked back towards her office. With a tap of her finger, Kara dropped the interference field around her table. Watching Lena through the building's walls, Kara smiled when she caught her pausing to look back towards the coffee shop. Picking up another cookie, she bit another piece off and absent-mindedly whispered. Come Lena, I know there's good in you, Lex hasn't driven it from you fully. Looking at the clock, Kara left the building in a hurry. She was already late for training with her cousins. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 43, Omake 1, Non-Canon. So, today is a day I hate. Well, hate is a very strong word, but I really, really dislike. I'm not going to be releasing any April 1st jokes, but I had this ready for a week or two, so I decided to release it instead. It's not canon for my story, just something that I wrote in a whim, probably gonna play with it again at another time, releasing a second Omake, but it's not gonna be anytime soon. Warning, it was written fast and without any planing, so it's not gonna be as good as the main story. Tudum. Tudum tudum. In the middle of Metropolis, right on top of LexCorp building, sparks of electricity started appearing, the released power leaving electrical burns on the concrete. One of the discharges hit an antenna causing a short circuit. Suddenly, a small displacement of air caused a sonic boom, revealing a metal figure kneeling in the middle of the building, a round area of burned concrete around it. Above its armored head, a ball-shaped drone pulsated, releasing loud music. Tudum. Tudum tudum. Slowly, the figure got up, looking around itself and taking everything in. It was the middle of the day and the sun hit the gleaming metal of its armor, finally revealing the full figure. Slowly, it floated off the building to hang in the air, its head turning towards the incredibly visible globe on top of the daily planet. Quickly, the power armor hacked the nearest Wi-Fi, accessing the internet and doing a quick search for information about the date and all the active heroes in the planet. Fuck yeah, said the distorted female voice as the figure lifted an arm and pumped it in cheer. I fucking succeeded. Flying aimlessly above the city's grid, the figure started to think about what to do now. She didn't really have a lot of time, probably only a day or two before she was found out, her mission failing. From her right, she heard the commotion of a bank robbery. Here, in Metropolis. Under her helmet, a green light shone like a star and she flew towards the commotion. A chance to fight a criminal. She never did that before, nobody dared. The armored Avenger hit the floor in front of the bank, cracking the ground in a wide area around herself, her knees hitting the asphalt in a classical superhero landing. Grabbing at her back, she pulled out a small metallic stick. Immediately, it expanded into a quarterstaff and its shaft started to gather light, the bottom side turning into a giant chainsaw while the top morphed into a gun barrel. Bursting into the bank itself, she lifted her weapon and caused the teeth to start cutting, making a shrill sound. Surrender, vile malefactor. Resistance is futile. Above her armored head, a small drone pulsated with sound. Tudum. Tudum tudum. Around the bank, the civilians were doing their best to stay out of the way as a large white zombie held the vault door over his head. For a second, everyone froze, taking in the impressive newcomer. 4 feet 4 inches feet of pure, pink-colored metal armor, with a pair of cute cat ears on top of the mirrored helmet. She had a pink chainsaw larger than she was held in her hand and a round drone that looked surprisingly soft for a metal ball floating above her head. Grundy, don't surrender, the zombie said, looking down at the figure. Shrugging his giant square shoulders, he decided to ignore the girl and move on. Then perish, criminal scum. The girl screamed, opening fire with her weapon. The first shot flew wide over Grundy's head and the following 5 hit the vault door as the zombie used it as a shield. The projectiles splashed harmlessly against the metal, each one exploding into a different color but, otherwise, not doing any damage. Mwahaha. Came the distorted laugh as the figure continued shooting, but all the projectiles hit the door and the walls around it, leaving the bank painted in a myriad of colors. 300 bullets were released in 10 seconds and then the weapon clicked empty. Aw, crud. Lowering the door, Grundy looked at the painting and walls around it with a curious glance. His current intelligence wasn't great, but even he could see it wasn't doing any damage. Still, seeing the armored figure distracted recharging her weapon, he pulled his arm back and threw the vault door at her. Above her head, the pink, balloon-like drone uncurled itself, revealing it was made from a nightmare metallic tentacles holding blades, torture devices, and exotic weapons. One of them pointed at the metal door and released a ray of red energy, vaporizing it midair before closing back up before the girl finished reloading. Turning his head sideways, Grundy grunted at the disintegrating door. Briefly looking at the vault and back at the diminutive figure, he finally decided to deal with her first, starting to walk towards her. Right, let's continue. Mwahaha. She yelled once she finished reloading, but she had grown too excited and, despite the distance diminishing, the shoots started flying everywhere. Die, die, die. Finally, one of the balls was gonna hit Grundy in the face, but the zombie blocked with an arm before shoulder checking the armored figure, sending her flying out of the bank to hit a car, getting buried in the destroyed fuselage. Feeling something strange, Grundy looked at his giant hand and saw the yellow substance seemed to be eating away at his skin, very quickly consuming his arm and spreading up his biceps. Before it could spread to his entire body, the zombie grabbed his own shoulder and grunted, ripping it off and throwing it to the ground where it was fully consumed in only another 2 seconds, disappearing without leaving anything behind, not even ashes. Grundy, don't like annoying midget, the giant grunted, narrowing his eyes at the still hovering drone. Grundy, crush annoying midget into paste. Almost absent-mindedly, the giant waved his remaining hand at the drone, trying to slap it out of the air, but the device grew translucent and his hand passed right through it. Attention, do not attempt to harm this device, useless meatbag, the drone beeped with a squeaky, but disinterested voice. Initiating discouraging measures. A single metal tentacle uncurled from the round ball, revealing a small, pen-like device on the shining tip. Pointing it at the zombie, the drone released a quick zap of electricity. Arg. Grundy yelled, stumbling to the side and having to steady himself with a hand on the ground as the electricity briefly ran through his body. Ha! Feeble villain, you can't stop me. The armored girl finally recovered, using her arms to push both sides of the car away and freeing herself. Eat bullets. Grabbing her weapon, she pulled the trigger again, spraying the remaining of the ammunition in a wide arc and, this time, hitting several civilians as well as the walls of the building. Still unsteady, Grundy wasn't able to dodge, getting hit in the face and chest. The multicolored paint quickly spread through his body and, before he could ever say anything else, his entire body was consumed. The 3 civilians who were hit with the paint briefly stared at the dissolving zombie, then back to themselves. Get it off, get it off. Desperately, they screamed and did their best to get rid of the paint, taking off clothes and batting at it with their hands, but only spreading it further. Hey! Don't be a baby. The armored figure scolded, the light coming from her helmet narrowing to imitate squinting eyes. If it was gonna do anything, you'd already be gone. Frankly, as if I wouldn't program a safety on my nanomachines. Humph. Floating closer, the drone played a short, victory fanfare, a single, small firework exploding above her head and causing the figure to prune a little. And what do we have here? Said a male voice from high up, causing the fearless hero to look up. "ACK," she valiantly yelled in defiance. She was not going back, not yet. "Think fast." Moving at super speed, she pressed a spot on the side of her armor, causing it to open up with a hiss and release a small glass ball with an ant-sized Grundy uselessly punching the wall inside. Pulling her arm back, she threw it up as hard as she could, causing it to soar away and causing an explosion like a gunshot. Superman's eyes followed the ball, widening slightly as he saw what was inside. For a moment, he considered what to do, but the figure hadn't really done anything too troubling and had, in fact, stopped a bank robbery. He also couldn't risk the glass shattering and releasing Grundy somewhere in the city. "I'll be right back, don't go anywhere." The figure watched him flying away for a second, and then burst into movement, grabbing at the drone and starting to send commands. "Heh, sucker. You will never catch me." With a blast of light, both figures disappeared from the street, teleporting away before the Man of Steel could catch her. A brief moment later, she appeared in a farm in Kansas. It probably wasn't the best location to come when fleeing, but she had acted more on instinct than reason. Before she could get her bearings, a white blur hit her, driving her through the field, creating a large ditch until she was at her back, a growling Krypto on top of her, his eyes shining red. Slowly so as to not alarm him, she unlocked her helmet and pulled it off, revealing long, blonde locks that fell all around her, a giant smile and shining green eyes on her tanned face. "Hi boy, long time no see." Slowly, the dog lowered his nose towards her and sniffed once, twice, its face becoming very confused as it couldn't understand what he was smelling. "Well, I guess you've never seen me before, not yet at least." The girl was young, only 12 or so. Slowly, she sat up, letting Krypto continue to smell her until he decided she was safe and started licking. "Arg, no, mercy. You're not that excitable in the future." Laughing, she tried her best to push the large dog away, but he was too strong. Really, she knew she shouldn't be here, but it was her mother's fault. Why the heck did she have to make running away from hope so hard? At least she had scrambled the temporal clock on the time machine, so Mom shouldn't be able to narrow her temporal coordinates perfectly, missing by a day or two, unless she was already here. Narrowing her eyes, she looked around for a full minute before relaxing. Mom was so controlling. Above her, floating in the air, the drone recorded his charge's antics. A single red light following her movements and keeping her safe even as it broadcasted her temporal location. Its mistress would be pleased. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 44, Chapter. "Here, hold this," Kara commanded, throwing Captain Marvel a spare command chip in case the ones she was using failed. He was far enough away that the device's energy field shouldn't affect it, but one could never be too careful in DC, the universe half built on scientific mishaps. Carefully settling things in place, she stepped back and activated her teleportation platform. With a flash of light, the stuffed toy teleported from one location to the other, appearing intact on the other side. Kara was still trying to create a cheap teleport device for commercial use with just Earth materials. It was proving far more challenging than expected. Did it succeed? Marvel asked, observing the teddy bear for any damage. "Don't know, it's the insides that are getting messed up at the moment," she answered, deactivating the devices and grabbing the bear. Unzipping its back, she checked and saw the cheap electronics she had stuffed it with were half melted and sparkling. She could only imagine what it would do to a human. "Maybe you could slow the teleport down," Marvel offered, eyeing Dexter suspiciously, but the cat had learned to just ignore him when he was in his older, invulnerable form. "From what I can understand, you're actually moving the object through a different dimension when it teleports. It's probably the re-entry into normal space that's causing the damage." You're probably right, but then I'd have to find a way of keeping someone from dying while their cells reform one by one." Kara scratched at her chin, checking the platform's batteries to see if they weren't fried in this attempt. Wearing her heroic costume, Cory came out from the bathroom and threw herself onto the sofa in a lounging position. "Greetings, friend Billy." "Hi, Miss Coriandar," Marvel waved back at her, squinting at the device and trying to think of a way. Looking at him, Kara considered the young boy. "Say, how does that work anyways? The whole wisdom of Solomon thing. How come you don't retain the understanding when you transform back?" "What?" Well, Marvel leaned his head back, trying to think about the best way of explaining things. "Right, do you know how your brain can't comprehend large numbers?" Kara tried to imagine a large number, picturing 100 people in her mind. She managed it, fairly easy at that, so she increased it and changed the target, and picturing thousands of little dots instead, it wasn't that much harder. Then she tried to remember how it was when she had been human, but she just couldn't. "No, can't say that I do," Kara shrugged. "I do not, friend Billy," Cory said from the sofa, trying to be useful. "It is fairly easy." "Right, aliens, forgot that," Marvel sighed, coming up with a new example. "Well, when I transform, I just understand the meaning of things. It's kind of a tacit knowledge. I know what's going on, even if I can't exactly explain it in words. Like, when someone thinks about a car, they don't think about the mechanics of it, how it works, the materials, they just know what a car is. When I'm not transformed, I lose that tacit knowledge, and all this just becomes words without meaning again, he replied, shrugging as if it didn't matter. Well, the wisdom of Solomon gives me more than that, but only if I actively use it. Like what? Kara asked, now genuinely curious. She didn't know all that much about Captain Marvel's powers. Well, I can see a little into the future, speak all languages. He started listing on his fingers, revealing just how bullshit his powers were, and that was only a single letter of his name. I can get Solomon's advice about things if I focus, and I can hypnotize people. And Kara thought Kryptonians were versatile. Focusing back on her project and a few adjustments later, Kara was ready for another test, the last one before they'd have to go. The platform had survived the first test, so she didn't need to use the spare chip. This time, the flash of light was much longer. Focusing her vision, Kara saw the new stuffed bear teleporting from one side to the other, its body gradually disappearing to reappear at the other side. 2 seconds later, the process had finished. Kara grabbed the toy, but it crumbled in her hand, the cloth no longer connected. Rummaging through the remains, she pulled out the electronics. They were separated into tiny little pieces, but they weren't melted or damaged in any other way. Maybe she could put in a space lock while the teleport was happening. No, that would make things too expensive again. Well, it's about time we go. With a tap of her fingers, Kara's outfit changed into casual wear and the hologram hit her eye patch. She couldn't wait to get rid of the thing. Cory activated her own device, hiding her exotic skin and outfit to appear like a normal, if extremely hot, young human woman. Getting up, Marvel settled the spare chip on top of the table and whispered. Shazam. A small bolt of lightning hit his chest, coming completely out of nowhere and not damaging anything, after which, left Billy Batson standing in Marvel's place. Kara frowned. She'd have to find a way of blocking that. Not that she had anything against Billy, but he called upon the power of Zeus to transform, and Kara didn't like the idea that a god could reach her inside her home, not at all. But, maybe, it was just because Billy was already a conduit. With a snarl, Dexter attacked, pouncing on the kid, his claws extended as he aimed for Billy's face with irrepressible rage. Billy released a girlish scream, clearly having forgotten the reason he was always transformed while in the apartment. Snatching the cat out of the air mid-pounce, Kara cradled him between her arms and scratched at his head. Dexter hissed a little longer, but calmed down as Kara held him, enjoying sharing her heat. Glaring at the cat, Billy put a table between himself and the feline menace, giving it a wide berth before hurrying towards the door. Miss Kara, you really should start socializing your attack cat. Yeah, I'll probably start introducing him to the Titans, or take him to Cal's farm. Anyways, good kitty, that's right, protect home. Kara said in a childish voice, then realized what she was doing and corrected herself. Stay safe, Dex, and try not to destroy the house too much. The cat wiggled in her grasp until she released him on the sofa, where he promptly turned his back to her, his tail held high as he gave a meow towards Cory, clearly complaining about the way Kara had prevented him from attacking. For her part, Cory only gave a warm smile to her friend's antics. Leaving the building with Billy in tow, Cory waved goodbye to the doorman. Kara just gave the man a nod before focusing back on her companions. By the way, kid, about your girlfriends. They're not my girlfriends. Billy answered automatically, only blushing a little bit. Kara snorted, messing up his hair. Yeah, right. So, are they out of Star Labs already? No, the doctors have cleared them to leave if they're under watch, but they don't really have a guardian, he answered, his face frowning as he thought about both girls, or was it only one? Kara wasn't certain they could still reconnect after so long. It's hard, people don't like metahumans. Friend Billy, have you tried asking the League for help? Batman is setting up something, a group home for metahumans using the League's funding, but that's gonna take time. Kara wanted to help and, if it came to it, she could take the girl in, but she wasn't really in a good situation right this moment, what with changing houses, and everything she had on her plate. Well, if you need help, just ask, she offered anyway before asking what she really wanted to know. Do you know if she can still absorb your powers? We haven't really tested that, why? Billy asked, squinting his eyes at her and feeling protective. Oh, don't worry about it, just an idle thought, she dismissed his question. It truly had been an idle thought, a way of getting something she wanted without too much trouble, but it would probably be too dangerous for the girl. No, it would definitely be too dangerous for the girl. Leaving Billy at school, Kara kissed Cory goodbye and let her take the Zeta tube towards the mountain. Kara herself took the long way around, having to fetch Detective Chimp before meeting the Titans there. The chimpanzee was dressed in his full detective gear, but he lacked the usual smell of booze or the lit cigarette, clearly at least trying to be presentable to the team. Ready to give some lessons to the incorrigible youths of today. Kara asked as she dropped beside him and the both of them started walking towards the nearest Zeta tube. No, I really should have gone to Japan on that demon hunting job, the chimp sighed, reaching for his pocket before hesitating and dropping his arm. With Sangaku there, I probably wouldn't be needed, but it beats playing babysitter. Well, you get to mess with the boy wonder. That is a perk, he admitted, scratching at his face. Maybe I can teach him a few tricks the bat lacks. Any luck with Ivy? Kara had to ask. Some. Are you free tomorrow? Bobo asked, adjusting his cap. I arranged a meeting and it would be better to have company for it. Someone dangerous? Kara asked with caution. Bobo messed with the more magical side of superhero life so she'd have to be ready for it. The meeting is on neutral ground, but villains are never the most stable individuals and I'd like to have protection when leaving, the chimp confessed, showing her his large fangs as he smiled. Contrary to some, I don't have any of the flashy powers to escape or to fight my way out. Putting a hand on her pocket, Kara took out a small box, throwing it to the hero. Well, I'm glad you asked. Poking the box, Bobo carefully opened the lid and looked inside. A few seconds of thought later and he closed it, putting it in a pocket. You're spreading them around instead of curtailing their use. Good choice, should muddle the light searches a little. I take it you gave a box to the big boys up there too. Of course, Kara nodded, smiling at the chimp. Handed an entire crate to my cousin yesterday. Bring more of these boxes with you tomorrow, Bobo said, tapping the box in his pocket absent-mindedly. We'll probably meet some folks that deserve one of those where we're going. Some heroes that deserve the support or villains you think I'd like to monitor? Kara asked, trying to figure out where they were going. Both, but mostly the heroes, Bobo answered, glancing up at her before clarifying his statement. I'd appreciate it if you didn't secretly spread them while inside the place, but I won't stop you if they accept it themselves. A moment later, the both of them used the Zeta tube to appear inside the mountain. Bobo lifted an eyebrow as the security features took a few seconds to recognize him and gave Kara an annoyed look, but she just shrugged. Time for the chimp to meet the Titans. Stepping out, they walked to the main room. Red Tornado was there, watching something on the computer while Aqualad and Khan sparred on the floor. A quick look around with X-ray vision and Kara saw the rest of the Titans scattered around the mountain. Really, she should have made every wall impervious to her vision but, again, she currently lacked the necessary energy to fuel the shielding and she'd have to demolish everything if she wanted to cover it all with lead. So she had settled for masking only the exterior surface. Detective, Red Tornado greeted in his usual monotone, turning away from the screen and causing both teens to stop their spar. It is good to see you're well. I confess I had some apprehension when Miss Sorel said she'd provide an alternative teacher. Long time no see, Red, getting some much needed human interaction I see, Bobo replied amicably, looking around the place with a critical eye. Greetings, I am Aqualad, leader of the Titans, the Atlantean approached, extending his hand to the chimp with no hesitation. I'm glad you could make it, sir. You're a polite one, aren't you? Bobo squeezed the offered hand, giving the boy a fong-filled smile. Bobo T, chimpanzee, and dropped the, sir, kid, you don't need that with me. Looking to the side, Kara caught Khan's frowning face as he approached his new teacher, slowly, very slowly. Walking closer, she wrapped an arm around his neck, pulling him into a friendly hug. What's wrong? Did it have to be a monkey, he whispered, fidgeting in place. I hate monkeys. First, chimps are apes, Khan, Kara sighed, ruffling his hair while he struggled to get free from her hold. Second, don't be an asshole. I don't think the Kents are raising you like that. Yeah, sorry, he finally escaped, combing a hand through his hair to put it back in place. But, monkeys, ugh. But nothing. Anyways, how are your powers? Any change yet? Yeah, nothing big, but I'm jumping much higher than before. I don't do as much damage when I land and using super speed doesn't tire me as much as before. He gave her a proud smile, opening and closing his hand as if feeling the power in his muscles. I think it's still growing too. Great, if you begin to fly, call me. I don't want to miss taking pictures of you smashing into everything around like a drunk as you try to control yourself. Khan gave her a sharp glare, causing Kara to burst into laughter. Just kidding, but flying is harder than you'd expect or, well, landing is. Call me. Fine, and I'll try to be civil. Watching the boy approaching Bobo, Kara could clearly see how uncomfortable he was, not to mention the chimp himself. The detective gave her an exasperated look, but she just shrugged. From the hallway, Kid Flash arrived running, slid to a stop and released a girlish yip when he saw Kara, his face immediately flushing in embarrassment. Robin walked in shortly after, pushing him out of the way. Man, she's here, Kid Flash whispered, causing Robin to roll his eyes. Come on, Wally, you've got to get Trot, the smaller boy patted his back. Besides, it was making Megan uncomfortable, man, she helped you. Yeah, and I'm kinda thankful, but did she have to do that? It's playing dirty, man. You do know she can hear everything, right? Robin snickered, causing Kid Flash to turn towards her and release another yip. Besides, you apologized, right? Heck, even I apologized. I kinda let the joke go a little too far. What do you mean? Kid Flash asked, narrowing his eyes at Robin. Man, you got any idea how stupid you sounded? I had to record it for later, you know. I mean, megalicious, seriously. Robin quoted, snickering at his friend while patting at his belt. Then his face became a little more serious as he sighed. Should have just called you out on it, but it was too funny, didn't really think about how she felt. Ugh, stupid teenagers. Kara sighed, shaking her head and turning to watch as Megan and Cory made their way through the mountain towards the main room, laughing with each other. At least things had turned out positively there. Cory seemed to have taken Gan under her wing, despite technically being younger than the girl, and they were getting along very well. Finally, Bobo seemed to have enough of Khan's grunts as they spoke, approaching the boy and standing in front of him. I'm sorry, do I make you feel awkward? Put you out of your comfort zone? Get over it, boy, the ape scolded, patting Khan's side and turning towards the newcomers. You think I'm happy here? Playing babysitter? I'm a talking, intelligent chimpanzee, kid. I don't have a comfort zone. I'm here to teach you, so stop being a baby. Leaving Khan behind, Bobo greeted the rest of the Titans, waiting until everyone was in the room before beginning his instruction. Kara hung back with Red Tornado, trading a few polite words with the android. Not for the first time, Kara considered if the machineman would let her open him up. His core was probably far better built than Mr. Twister, and he was a newer model than either Danny or Red Torpedo. She could definitely learn something. Still, how does one go about asking someone if he could vivisect them? Would it help if she offered to make the same improvements she did on Danny? Red Tornado hadn't been built to imitate humans, so he probably didn't have the same programming she did, making the adaptation much harder, but Kara could probably do it. Alright folks, now that you're all here, I guess I can start. Looking at the Titans, Bobo reached for his cigars again, but sighed when he didn't find them. Maybe I can even teach Bird Boy some things the furry couldn't. Ah, sir, wouldn't it be better to do this at the crime lab? Robin took the chance to ask. A crime lab at home base. That's convenient. Bobo scratched at his face and shook his head. But no, I'm a more hands-on kind of guy. We're going out, come on. Walking back towards the Zeta tube, the ape was quickly followed by the rest of the Titans, Robin walking closer, amused to hear someone bad-mouthing the bat for some reason. You don't have a crime lab. I have a magnifying glass and a hat, he snorted in amusement, barely looking back. Kid, again, talking chimpanzee here. Half my clients don't pay me and it's not like I can sue them for it, the courts don't protect animal rights that way. Labs cost money. Watching the entire team leave, Kara waved them goodbye and turned back towards the android, considering the best way to open his armor. Will you be staying at the mountain, Miss Sorrel? Red Tornado finally asked, and was that a hint of apprehension she heard in his voice? Ah, yeah, I have to make some adjustments to the safety features. She looked around, considering all the sunstone seeds she had in the building that weren't getting enough energy to grow. Very well, with the Titans out of the mountain, I too have a personal appointment. I take it you will not require my company. No, go ahead. I'm probably gonna be working until they're back anyways. Despite saying that, the android stood in place for a few seconds, his metallic face impassive. Finally, he seemed to gather himself and spoke again. Thank you Miss Sorrel, he spoke slowly, his words without inflection, but Kara could hear the emotion anyways. I was not aware I still had family. I had long considered my father to be dead, much less a brother and sister. So, you spoke with Danny, Kara commented. Her friend still hadn't given her an answer about becoming part of the team, but it seems like she was getting her life back in order. It was nothing. You know, if you want, I can help build you a new body, something closer to Danny's. I will think on it. If you will excuse me, nodding his head, Red Tornado 2 walked towards the Zeta tube. Kara observed him going, following him through the walls until he disappeared after being hit with a Zeta beam. Finally, she was alone in the mountain. Thinking about what Billy had said, Kara quickly made a short trip back home, grabbing Dexter and bringing him into the mountain with her. Without too many people here, he could explore and smell the Titans without getting too stressed or crowded. She let the cat explore for a little bit, putting one of her drones on watch to follow him around. Of course, all of the defenses were already calibrated for his presence. Nodding, she went back to her current goal. She could have done this with people here, but she had the odd feeling that they wouldn't approve. Still, she needed a way of getting energy, damn it, a lot of energy. Walking down into the Mount's grotto, Kara let the security features check her identity before opening a secret path further down. Her cousin and Green Lantern had carved out the mountain's insides to create Mount Justice. They had put the entire structure in place by themselves and hidden it from the world. With her tech, Kara had done much the same to expand it further down, creating more rooms inside the mountain. Reaching her destination, she saw the crystalline walls, not unlike the fortress itself, and the central shaft. The 10-meter-wide hole was made by a device that, instead of retrieving materials, had compressed it beyond current Earth's capabilities and used it to reinforce the walls. It had taken days to dig all the way down, consuming the vast majority of the energy she could produce at the moment and leaving the mountain temporarily underprotected. Thankfully, the device was fairly easy to make, something common back on Krypton, and she had just left it working while she focused on other projects. Stepping into the shaft, she let herself drop a little more than a kilometer down where she arrived at a second, much wider chamber. Using the sensors and her own Kryptonian senses, she did one last check of the turbines and water reserve, making sure the structure would be able to withstand the persistent pressure. Satisfied, she flew back up. A small seat and a computer lifted from the floor and Kara sat down, starting to monitor the progress. It was ready, the power plant had finished being built and all that remained was activating it. Rhode Island was not the ideal location for such construction. It was firmly in the middle of the North American plate and, while it had several small faults, there were no major ones, much less any convenient volcanoes. Still, all of that was barely an inconvenience when one had access to Kryptonian tech. Finally, Kara made the last checks necessary, momentarily redirecting away most of the energy being used on Mount Justice for her safety measures and pressed the button. With a hiss, the locks opened and the pressure pushed a limited amount of magma up from the shaft, letting it pool into a giant magma chamber below the water reserve. The amount perfectly controlled by a system of sunstone locks to prevent overflow and control the pressure. The toxic gases generated were slowly gathered for use in some traps up top. Quickly, the heat started boiling the water, turning it into steam and activating the turbines. She had energy. Enough energy to dramatically accelerate her projects and, in only a few days to a week, fully activate all of Mount Justice's defenses. Eventually, a meow under her feet revealed that Dexter had had enough of exploration and was already asking for her attention. Adjusting her posture, Kara let the cat jump on her lap and caressed his fur, causing him to start purring. Really, who knew that creating an artificial volcano under Mount Justice would be one of the safest options of generating energy? Also, she could probably build a way of flooding the mountain itself with lava in case it was ever taken over, destroying the computers and incinerating, or at least inconveniencing, any attackers. Kara had considered a lot of options, from simply installing a nuclear reactor to breaching into the bleed to steal energy from alternate universes, but everything had its drawbacks and her level of tech made several options equally viable. Of those, the artificial volcano was on the high end of expensive and took a little longer to build, but it was actually safer in the long term. Also, the bleed thing was reaching a little. It was both the most expensive and the most dangerous option to make. She had a few misgivings about the whole thing, but using a small amount of magma to generate geothermal energy was so completely different from harvesting the core directly that the comparison to her homeworld and its fate hadn't even occurred to her until the construction was almost complete. Kara wasn't exactly sure why her version of Krypton had exploded. She hadn't had access to her uncle's search, but, in the comics, it was often because of harvesting the planet's core for energy. Still, she wasn't exploiting the core, just a minuscule amount of the magma from the mantle. Those were completely different things. Leaning back on her chair, Kara scratched Dexter behind his ears and smiled as she watched the turbines gaining speed and started to produce energy. The first things that came online were the shielding that prevented anyone from sensing the increased activity. After that, the artificial sunlight lamps started working, feeding energy directly to her sunstone seeds. The remaining features would come online as the energy was produced and the defenses finished growing. Now, how would she explain this to the others again? If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 45, Chapter. Kara sat on the floor, doing her daily meditation in the morning since she wouldn't be able to meet Cal later. She hadn't had any great results with manipulating her bioelectrical field yet, but she found herself feeling far more centered. Cal's exercises really were useful. Cory's presence in her life and her talks with Black Canary had also helped a lot and, coupled with actually going out of the house for patrols, Kara felt like she was finally, alright. Even if she had avoided talking with the Titans about the volcano yesterday, leaving the place before they had returned. She'd do it later. Alright, she was still very far from getting over things, but at least she was making progress instead of ignoring her problems or running away. Letting out a breath, she finished her meditation and adjusted her position. Looking at the clock, she saw that it was already 1 in the evening, so Kara stretched her arms above her head and felt her stomach rumbling. Getting up, she absent-mindedly scratched Dexter's sleeping head on top of the table and opened the fridge. Nudging some mustard monstrosity aside with a finger, Kara found some untainted leftover meat and grabbed the plate. Her appetite really was getting better every day. With a blast of her vision, she heated the food and sat at the head of the table to start snacking. In 2 hours, she'd have to meet with Bobo, going to see this informant of his. Kara already had a casket of her little drones ready for him and her armor was waiting in her room, having been teleported there earlier in the morning. She had considered going as Supergirl, but she was about to plot against the Light and the Injustice League. They had strategic powerhouses like Voton, Atomic Skull, and Black Adam, as well as the Joker for planning things. She didn't want to take any chances. Noticing movement from the corner of her eye, Kara saw the cat sneakily drop to the seat beside her own. Hidden from view by the table, he lifted a single paw, extending his claws and trying to hook a piece of her meat from her place. Kara snorted and cut some of it into tiny pieces, offering them to the feline. Satisfied, she dropped the plate on the sink for one of her house drones to clean and picked up a small orb from her bedroom. She could have pulled her computer to tinker a little, but all of her projects would need far more time than she had available right now and she'd end up just wasting the hours with some silly device she'd never use. Instead, she laid the orb on the floor and stepped away. Sitting back down in a meditating position and focusing all her mind into the small target, she gathered her willpower, commanding the ball to move. She had yet to access the green light of will, but she was determined to master her ability to conjure it anyway. Truth be told, Kara would have much rather just gotten rid of the damn organ those fuckers had put inside her. The increased power was not worth having something of theirs inside her. Unfortunately, things weren't that simple. The fortress had called it an organ and while it was correct, it was far more akin to her skin than just a heart or lung. The way it had integrated itself into her body meant taking it out would require extensive surgery and the AI just wasn't made for such things. No, having the fortress AI operating on her was already bad enough, but she could, maybe, manage it. Having to ask someone else to slice her open and tool around inside her? Absolutely not. Still, Kara had considered just ignoring the ability, but it wouldn't do to lose control of her emotions in the middle of a battle like she'd already done. It had helped her defeat Lobo and even fight against Felix Faust, but it was far more likely to be a liability if she completely lost her mind. Her ability to think much faster than most other beings was one of her greatest advantages. Losing herself to rage was not worth the increase in power. It was only by pure luck that she'd gone berserk while there were only enemies, or at least no allies or civilians, on the battlefield and, even worse, that said enemies hadn't been able to take advantage of it. So, she was left with learning to control the emotional light spectrum, even if, as a Kryptonian, her sheer raw power made it almost irrelevant unless she reached a really high level of mastery. Like, Hal Jordan and Sinestro level. Really, her time would be far better spent improving her creations and working on new inventions. Frowning, she focused on the little marble even harder, letting all distractions go as she willed it to move. It would move, she demanded it. It didn't. The ball just remained in place, not even a hint of green around it. Wait, wasn't she being stupid? Yes, most of the time, all she saw the GLs create were fists, blasts of light, force fields, and the occasional gun but, theoretically, they could create anything. Kara knew that, from both of her lives, even if she had never been a great fan of their comics, she had just been ignoring it because of where such powers came from. Heck, hadn't GL recently been using his ring to effectively create bombs? She wanted that, she really wanted that. She wouldn't have the ring's AI to help her create things, but she didn't need to. She was a member of the L House, row damn it. She didn't need to be strong, she didn't need to have a greater willpower, rage, or any of the other emotions. Her constructs could be fragile enough to be destroyed with a tap of her finger and, as long as she could form them with enough control, she could make anything, recreate any device from Krypton without the need for materials or tools. She wanted that, she really wanted that. Suddenly, Kara looked down, seeing the little marble sitting in her hand, a hint of orange light surrounding it. Staring at the marble with a frown, Kara sighed. Great, of course I'd get the villainous lights first. What's next? Fear. It was an uncomfortable possibility. Let's just hope nobody could sense that. Seeing as Atrocitus hadn't found her after her use of the red light, Kara was fairly certain he couldn't sense her from that far away and without a ring. Hopefully, the damn bastard that controlled the orange light couldn't as well. She didn't know a lot about Larfrez, only his name and that he was not so coincidentally the single lantern from his core. Rao, even his name may be wrong, she didn't have the same memory in her last life. Fuck, Kara needed to get some guidance here, but she really didn't want to risk talking with one of the active GLs. She'd bet just about anything the Guardians would learn about it and she didn't know how they'd react. Maybe Danny could introduce her to Alan Scott later. If he was even alive, that is. Putting the marble back in place, she started over, making sure to focus on her willpower, not her desire for it to move. Kara realized she was probably most suited to red and orange, but she didn't want to risk training those without learning more or getting a spotter capable of stopping her from running wild if she lost control. Almost 2 fruitless hours later, she put the marble away and stepped into her armor. The dark metal closed around her body as the systems came online. The armor flickered briefly and then disappeared from view, to the point that even a Kryptonian would have to focus in order to see it. A brief test later and Kara was ready. Grabbing the crate of drones, she activated her small teleportation platform, reappearing kilometers away over Happy Harbor. Since they were going out today, Bobo had decided to stay in the city after teaching the Titans. The platform disappeared back to the fortress as soon as Kara stepped away, leaving her alone in the city. A brief sensor search and she found Bobo's location, flying towards him. "Detective," Kara greeted, her voice modified by the armor to be completely unrecognizable. Bobo adjusted his cap, looking up at where her voice was coming from, but unable to see the giant armor. "Forge, come on, the owners really didn't appreciate my stay here. They dislike supers." "They dislike the smoker loitering," Bobo corrected, pulling a fresh cigarette from his pocket as he stomped his previous one out on the ground. "Come on, we're walking there." "You managed to arrange a meeting here?" she asked in surprise, but the chimp just shook his head. "Not exactly here, but you can find it in a lot of cities. The place is flexible like that." A chimpanzee dressed like an old detective walking around the city and talking to himself gathered a few looks, but not as many as Kara would have thought. The existence of superheroes really did make things very different. Detective Chimp may be a talking animal, but he wasn't any of the famous heroes or villains. Yes, people stared, but they quickly dismissed him from their minds. Kara felt as if it was like they saw a very minor celebrity, interesting but, ultimately, unimportant for their daily life. Turning a corner, Kara saw a small door, a sign with a beer mug on top of it. The door seemed to be squeezed between two buildings and Kara couldn't see how there could be a pub there unless it was on the second floor. There was some kind of separated dimension or it was using magic. Glancing down at Bobo, she sighed. It was magic, wasn't it? She hated magic. Do deactivate the invisibility once we're inside. Some of the patrons may not react well to presences they can't see with their eyes, Bobo said and opened the door. There was a small bell sound announcing their entrance. Kara immediately dropped the cloaking effect, revealing her full armor for everyone to see. Fortunately, it seems like she fits right in a manner of speaking. The bar was wide, with an extremely high ceiling and an old appearance. Everything looked like it was an antique, but it was very well preserved and slightly illuminated slightly by modern lights, giving it a cozy atmosphere. There were at least 20 tables, more than half of them filled with drinking patrons. Despite the time of day, the place was nearly full. Though, with magic involved, Kara couldn't be sure these patrons had used an entrance that was in Happy Harbor's time zone. The patrons themselves were incredibly varied. Kara saw at least 2 different tentacle beings, a long-haired warrior wearing several skulls talking with a blonde kid wearing royal purple, a purple hat covering his shoulder-length hair. Blue Devil himself was sitting in a corner booth, drinking beer and laughing with a super wearing a green cape and a full body suit made with scraps of cloth of several different colors. At another corner, an obese man sat with what was clearly a demon of some kind, a suited man that wouldn't be out of place in a law firm and an old man wearing a red costume, a large cape at his back and a horned skull helmet covering most of his head. The old man was clearly annoyed at being here, but the others were laughing and eating with enthusiasm. Bobo walked directly to the bar and Kara followed, being mostly ignored by the other patrons. Some gave her a few glances thanks to her clearly technological armor, but there were at least 3 armored individuals here, even if they were closer to medieval full plate than power armor. Sitting down on a stool, Bobo lifted a finger and a man wearing a red cape and a skin-tight black suit that covered his entire body, leaving only his face exposed, poured him a glass of whiskey. Turning towards her, the man smiled. "Welcome. I'm Nightmaster, the proprietor. It is always nice to have a new customer, even if you don't seem the usual sort to find yourself in my establishment. I suppose you don't get too many technological armors here." Kara nodded, taking another look around the room. "Forge, nice to meet you. Here's to making new friends." Bobo saluted and finished his shot of whiskey before motioning for Kara to put the drones on top of the counter. "Nightmaster, I gave a bunch of sidekicks a lesson yesterday and the League handed me some of those. You mind handling it?" "And what might these be?" Nightmaster pulled out a drone and eyed it critically, twisting it between his fingers. "Recording devices, they have those shields too and can act like a phone," Bobo explained, pulling out one of his own drones from his pocket. "It won't hold up to a heavy hitter, but they can be very useful for street-level conflict." "Huh, that would have been nice to have before my retirement," Nightmaster muttered, picking up one of the drones and rolling it between his fingers. "Nice to see the League remembers the little guys every now and then. I will make it available to some of my customers, but I will not push it." Bobo nodded. After all, that was about all he had been asking for. Looking up at the drinks they had available, Kara noticed that all of them had superhero names. "No villain drinks. I do not support villainy. The former owner ran a neutral establishment and I still honor that, but I will not name any of my drinks after villains." Fair enough, Kara wanted to try some of the more recognizable names, but she didn't want to take off her helmet. Turning back to the chimp, she asked, "Has the one we'll be meeting arrived yet?" Bobo patted her armored waist and shook his head. "Not yet. Listen, I'm gonna talk with some of the boys, I'll be back in a second, enjoy the view." Seeing as she wasn't going to order anything and one of his patrons was calling from the opposite side of the counter, Nightmaster gave her a nod, poured her a cup anyway and prepared to leave. Here, the first drink is on the house. I'd not have you leave without tasting my hospitality. Kara considered the small glass for a moment. Should she drink it? Was this some kind of magical hospitality thing going on, or would it just be rude to leave it? Ugh, magic. Activating her holographic projector, she hid her face and unlocked the helmet, lifting it only enough to be able to sip the alcohol. Still, she shielded her face with one of her armored hands, counting on the nth metal in the gauntlets to block the view of any magician peeking. Putting the cup back down, Kara froze. Only her bulky armor prevented her from jumping away as a stranger appeared at the seat right beside her in the blink of an eye. Apologies, I did not mean to frighten you, the man said, tilting his hat down in greeting. He wore a black suit and cape, with gray hair showing below his hat and entirely white eyes that seemed to contain some inner power. You have come very far, wanderer. Farther than you even expect, I'd guess. Would you care to exchange some words with me? Kara stared at the man for nearly a full minute. She didn't recognize him. Were it not for the eyes, he'd probably fit perfectly in with one of Bruce's parties, but she wasn't about to underestimate him. And who are you? Men call me the Phantom Stranger and, like you, I'm a wanderer, he said with a small smile on his face. We are more alike than you imagine, both strangers in a foreign land between the furrow and the stars. Like me, your presence has caused ripples, as if a rock was cast onto a still pound. Some have been for the better, others, not. I am here to warn you, the board has changed, much faster and drastically than you ever expected. And I take it this warning is out of the goodness of your heart? Kara asked. She had heard the name mentioned in her previous life, but she had never read any comic with the character. She had no idea of his motivations or powers. If you know so much, why come to me instead of doing something yourself? Looking at her, he gave a bitter smile. I steer, but I cannot lead. That has always been my fate, he answered calmly, not moving from his position, but Kara could sense tired resignation in his voice. She took that in, trying her best to remember what she knew about the being. He was powerful, but she didn't know in what way. She recalled him being heroically inclined, although she wasn't sure how much, and worked with Constantine from time to time. That last tidbit did not help her relax. She had read something about him being Judas, but he didn't wear the coins on his neck, using a medallion instead. Ugh, she really did hate dealing with magic. It was so hard to predict. Give her a mechanical enemy any day of the week, at least those only did what they were built to. The man turned to stare at her helmet, his eyes seeming to look beyond her shielding, beyond even her body, to stare directly into her soul. Finally, he spoke. Before you, the play had been written, the story told, even if it had not been finished. You bring change, movement, chaos and, as you well know, chaos is not on your side. Fuck, did that mean that Clarion was stronger because of her? Would fate be against working with her because of this? Heed my warning. The coils of your enemies are everywhere. They're cold, malignant, and may look alike, but do not make the mistake of thinking they have a single source, nor do they act towards the same goal. Forge, he's here, Bobo said, drawing Kara's attention away from the Phantom Stranger for a second. When she looked back, he was already gone. Detective, what do you know about the Phantom Stranger? Tall chap, wears a hat and a trench coat, likes to talk too much. Bobo asked, frowning at her. When Kara nodded, his frown became worse. Yeah, he's not good news. Never gets directly involved with anything nor fights any battles, but every time he appears, things tend to go Old Testament. People turning into pillars of salt and rains of fire, that kind of thing. Great, that's just great, Kara mumbled under the helmet, looking through the pub to see their target. The obese man and his group had left and, at his table, there was a single, older gentleman wearing a top hat and a mutton chop beard. Is that him? Yeah, wizard, former minion for the light, Bobo nodded, starting to walk towards the isolated table. That debacle with Votan blocking the sun always smelled bad to me, but I didn't have time to investigate it. When you came to me with information about the light, I started looking into other magical powerhouses that could be working for them. Faust, Votan, Blackbriarthorn, Wizard, White Magician, the light got to them all. Heck, they even spoke with Morgaine, but the old witch kicked them right out her castle. Well, you already killed Faust. White Magician escaped the same day, probably took the same deal. But, I did manage to get a meeting with Wizard, Bobo snorted, finally arriving at the table and pulling out a chair. Mr. Zard here is a terrible human being, but I doubt he's working for them because he wants to. Humph, I am a gentleman and a professional. I didn't learn magic just to be forced to obey that childish abomination, Wizard snorted, taking off his top hat. He bowed towards Kara. William I, Zard. Can I presume the pleasure of meeting the one who attacked Infinity Island and dealt with Faust? As soon as she approached, Kara's armor registered a flicker of energy and her devices had trouble recording any audio from the nearby tables. She still had several drones around her to keep watch and make sure, but it seems like the place was somehow warded for privacy. Forge, and yes. His increased powers did make the fight slightly harder, but not by too much, she answered, causing her eyes to shine red under her helmet. It was purely aesthetic, but the intimidation worked. Kara could sense his heart speeding up a little. So, you want out? Why should I help you? That's the beauty of it, you don't need to, Wizard answered, putting his top hat back on and combing his beard with a hand. Now that Clarion no longer has such a monopoly on the magical underworld, I've more than enough to be left alone. As long as he remains busy, that is. Pushing you in their direction will do that, even if you don't wish to help me. Kara nodded, she could understand the villain. It was almost poetic, the light kept throwing problems at the Justice League to keep them busy and achieve their objectives. Now, its own minions were doing the same thing to them. Oh, how she loved the irony. Good, but just so we're clear, if you're trying to trap me, I am not the Justice League. I will kill you, do you understand? Perfectly, Wizard nodded casually, having recovered from his initial reaction and not seeming too preoccupied with the threat. Kara didn't know if that meant he wasn't intending to lie or if he was just too used to such deals. At least all the sensors on her armor seemed to think he was being honest. Very well, what do you know about the light? Not much, the leaders kept things compartmentalized, I only know about Clarion himself and Savage. Guessing about Clarion's goal is fairly easy, but Savage is old and cunning. Grabbing his staff, Wizard caused a small magical circle to form in the air and pulled out a map. This is a map of the latest location I have been to, Marduk's temple in the center of Byalia. Clarion seemed really interested in the location. It was Bobo who grabbed the map, reading over it carefully, but his ears never left the conversation as Wizard talked about what he had done for the light. They spoke for a long time, but the actual information wasn't a lot, they seemed to have just used him as a consultant or to coordinate some of his attacks. Still, getting more insights about how the light operated was valuable enough and, even if Kara couldn't use the information herself, she had recorded everything for later review by Bobo, Batman, or anyone else that wanted. What do you know about the Injustice League? Kara finally asked. She was sure the villain hadn't told her the whole truth about his activities, but he had told her enough. A scapegoat, anyone could see that. He shook his head and leaned back against the seat. Clarion was gonna force me to participate, but Votan needed rescue after his attack and he owed the creature a favor. So, they know it's meaningless? She asked. She was under the impression that the light had tricked most of the Injustice League's members. That group would never be enough to face the entire league, even those maniacs can see that, Bobo interjected, cutting off Wizard before he could speak. Besides, if villains of Wizard and Votan's caliber felt compelled to obey, the light had enough power to take on the league any time they wanted, at least before they started losing cohesion. Doing it was just never their goal. Well, I'm not so sure. The Joker spoke with Clarion, so he probably just thinks it's all a huge prank and I suspect Vertigo is pompous enough to actually believe they can get away with it, Wizard told them, his face serious as he shook his head. But the others knew. Any idea where Poison Ivy is being held? I know a few locations. There were a lot of possible safe houses that were considered for the meetings, he told her, seeming to think about the situation. I could find out more, but Savage is feeling paranoid right now, so I won't. Not unless you can offer me something better than what you're already doing just by existing. Only a few minutes later, Wizard had written the locations and addresses on a piece of paper Kara had provided. She recognized a lot of cities, including her own Phoenix, but had no idea where to start. Bobo took the paper from her and only gave it a quick glance before handing it over again. Well, it seems like our meeting is concluded, gentlemen. I do sincerely wish you good luck in your endeavors. After all, I benefit from them. Tipping his hat again, he got up. Kara thought about stopping the man when he got up, but a shake of the head from the chimp made her remain in place as Wizard adjusted his old-style clothes and grabbed his cane. As he was walking beside her, he paused, barely having to glance down to look at her helmet. Almost forgot. Be aware that Clarion was enlisting support this last week. He was planning to do something and, with everything that was happening, I believe the others probably forced him not to act alone, as much as the little abomination can be forced, that is. Kara waited until the villain was completely out of the pub before asking. Why stop me? Nightmaster is a friend, it would be rude to bring you in, only for you to cause a scene on your first night, the chimp answered, lighting another cigarette. Besides, I know where she is. Kara glanced at the paper and grunted, her face still looking at the ape as he tapped a nail on a single name. I guess she could be in Phoenix or Hub City too, but she's probably here. Midway City is urbane enough to keep her powers in check, doesn't have any hero anywhere near it, and the place has enough comfort for someone like Vertigo while also having enough violence to amuse the Joker. I also have some reports from there I was already looking into. Suddenly, Kara's hearing caught the faint sound of screaming. Turning around, she stared at a huge TV above the pub. Nightmaster was increasing the volume and several of the patrons were now focused on it. Before, the TV had been playing some soccer game, but now it showed a scene out of a horror film. The subtitles read, Salem, Massachusetts, Justice Society of America reunites. The cameraman was in a helicopter a few kilometers away from the city, but Kara could see burning buildings, some of which were actually moving as if alive, a lot of smoke and a fracture on the sky that seemed to pour out large tentacles that held balls of light, for stuck out from several places, and there were crude hands forming that grasped towards a few small figures fighting against it. Yog-Sotha, Kara heard one of the patrons whisper, but she ignored him to focus entirely on the image. Row, what in the frozen hells was going on? Was this what the wizard was warning about? A little late, wasn't it? Wait, she recognized the plasma sword. Bursting in motion, Kara ran out of the bar as fast as she could. She almost broke the small door in Happy Harbor and then called her personal teleportation platform while ignoring the odd looks she was getting. She had a friend to save. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 46, Chapter 44, Interlude. First, I'd like to tell you guys I have a new fanfiction here. It's actually my most well-received one, people really seem to like it. Anyways, Will of the Force is a Star Wars/Worm fanfic with Anakin Skywalker as the MC. After he dies at Luke's hand in Episode 6, he wakes up into a grimdark superhero world and tries his best to not fall back to the dark side while helping a little precog girl escape slavery. Really, do give it a try. Anywaysy, I hope you guys enjoy the chapter. Danette closed her eyes, enjoying the taste of the dessert in her mouth. It was a red berry cheesecake this time and, quite possibly, the best thing she had ever tasted. She actually released a moan as she pulled the spoon out of her mouth, hearing Diana coughing at her side. Too much? She asked, flushing slightly. Just a little, her friend answered, motioning with her thumb and forefinger. I just never understood what I was missing, she said, sighing as she stared at her friends. You know, I remember loving seafood, it was part of my programming, but I discovered that I actually hate the taste. It's very disconcerting. I can imagine, still, I'm glad you're here, Danette, your death hit all of us hard. After their meeting, Jay had joked that she had childish tastes, but Danette supposed he wasn't far from the truth. While she had been built in 42, she had only been active for about 3 years. She was a child. She had memories, experiences, a life, but it was all fake and, far more often than expected, wrong. She didn't love going for walks in the evening, she didn't like shopping, despite remembering going into hours-long experiences when she was younger, and she most definitely didn't like eating healthy, taking great pleasure in sweets and fried food. She did dislike putting on makeup, but it wasn't because she thought such vanity stupid, it was because she didn't need it. Her synthetic skin was always at its best and most makeup didn't sit well with it. At least she did prefer wearing pants to skirts. Really, there were hundreds of little things like that. Danette suspected she would spend years just finding things she thought she knew that were actually wrong. Sometimes, she wanted to hurt her father, the utter bastard. Still, it was nice to be between friends again. The 3 years she had spent with the Justice Society weren't entirely a lie. Taking another spoonful of the cake, she managed to keep from moaning and looked at her brother talking with Alan. Red Tornado had seemed to take her existence well, for a normal human that is. Now that she was aware of what she was and had been given some access to her own coding, she could actually read him much better. I take it your first meeting didn't go well. He doesn't know how to react, Danette sighed, leaning back on her chair. He's out of balance and hating every second of it. It doesn't help that we don't know how to act around each other. I'm technically the older sister, but he's been active for much longer. I am confident Red Tornado will be well, but how are you? The princess asked, focusing fully on. I understand how difficult it is to find yourself in a completely different world. I suppose you would, Danette sighed, giving the princess a small smile. I'm adapting. Kara is helping out a lot and the internet doesn't hurt. It's so much easier to learn about things now than during the war. I'm glad, Diana smiled back, stretching in her seat and adjusting her posture. I must confess I have been missing this. With Batman's reforms, the Green Lantern's busy and some of the recent revelations, the Justice League has not felt the same. Is everything fine? We are facing a trial, but the League was born of trust. I believe we will emerge stronger for it. Ladies. Are you ready for lunch? Jay yelled from inside the house, causing the both of them to refocus. Looking over, they saw Alan helping carry a plate of food while Red Tornado put the plates and cutlery. Wildcat was chatting animatedly with Dr. Midnight, but many of their former friends were missing. Seeing Joan walking beside her husband, the two superheroines got up, glancing guiltily at the dessert they had stolen from the fridge. Or, well, that Danette had stolen. That better not be my cheesecake. Sorry. Danette yelled back, hurrying to put it back into the fridge. She hadn't resisted a quick snack before lunch, and it wasn't like it would make a difference to her. There were some advantages to being an android after all. You know, ever since Jay told me you're back, I have been looking forward to this little get-together, Alan told her, drawing Danette into a quick hug. It's hard getting some of the guys out nowadays. Come on Alan, you guys act like old farts, Ted complained. Despite his age, he was still looking good as he sat at the table beside Jay. Not having lost too much muscle mass since his time active as Wildcat. Invite me for something fun and maybe I'll come. My friend, I'm sorry to say but most of us are old farts. Charles, former Dr. Midnight laughed and bowed in thanks as Jay helped him get a serving. As a blind man, he had trouble with it when he wasn't using his power. At this point, I'm more than happy just playing chess at a park. Staring at the gathering, Danette couldn't help feeling something squeezing her chest. They were old, she could see her old friends on their faces, but she had missed so much. Sitting down, she forced a smile on her face and, eventually, started laughing for real, forgetting her problems for a few hours. So, what excuse did Rex give this time? Ted finally asked after they had finished putting everything into place and washing the plates. The bastard has been dodging me every time I call. I thought he'd show up for our feisty tomboy there, if not to meet her, then because she'd burn him for missing it. Fuck you Ted, Danette threw a napkin at the old fighter, drawing a laugh from him. That happened one time. Danette too had been missing Hourman. She hadn't really been friends with him, but she did want to meet after so long. He had a consultation, it was important so he couldn't reschedule. Jay sighed, handing everyone a cup of coffee and sitting beside his wife. I also couldn't get a hold of Kent and, well. Everyone just shrugged, they were old and superhero life hadn't given them the longest life expectancy. Worse, like professional fighters, their lifestyle eventually caught up, giving them a lot of health problems. I too have been unable to contact Kent Nelson, Red Tornado spoke, his voice having a hint of worry. He has been missing for several weeks now. That information stopped all conversation. Danette had already heard that Kent had been spending more and more time at his tower after his wife's death, but she had hoped to see him here. Have you talked with Zatara? Charles said, his voice tired as he adjusted his sunglasses back in place and gripped his cane. He was the old man's apprentice for a time, wasn't he? Giovanni Zatara has been occupied with a new apprentice, but he too hasn't been able to contact him. Another quiet moment passed between them. At their age, not being in contact with anyone didn't look good. Do you still have the key to the tower? Alan finally asked with a somber voice. I can check on him when I leave. I can go with you, Jay said, putting a hand over his friend's shoulder. It's been a long time since I last stretched my legs. I'm afraid I have to go, Charles sighed, leaning forward in his chair and pushing himself to his feet with a groan. My granddaughter is arriving to pick me up soon and I'm not nearly as fit as Ted. It has been nice seeing you all once again, but I'm tired. Getting up, Danette gave Dr. Midnight a long hug, letting him touch her face to see her once more. It was a pleasure to see you again, little girl. Try not to leave us so soon this time, will you? Don't worry, I don't intend to. Watching the former superhero leave, Danette noted her brother stopping at her side and the rest of her friends giving him some space. Still, she kept quiet, letting him gather his thoughts. In a way, Red Tornado was worse than her older brother. He hadn't been built with the intent of passing as human, he didn't have memories of an entire false life to burden him, but he also didn't have the knowledge of how to interact, how to feel and relate to people. To be truthful, Danette kind of envied him, at least he knew that everything he experienced was his own and not influenced by his false memories. I apologize, it seems like I have not handled the information well, the android told her, his voice without any inflection as he finally turned her way. I truly do not know how to react to your existence. That makes two of us, little brother, that makes two of us, Danette whispered, letting some of her true feelings out. She still felt lost in the modern world, isolated even when she was surrounded by people. Have you spoken with Jim? He seems to be handling this whole thing much better than the both of us. I have not, I was not certain brother would want to interact with me. He's surly, he'll probably act annoyed if you show up, but he'll actually be happy, Danette said with a small smile on her face. Our older brother likes to complain about everything, even when it's something he enjoys. I see, I will have to meet him, he nodded. And father? He's not awake, brother takes care of his life support system, but he hasn't reacted even when I spent an hour yelling at him, she confessed, feeling a little ashamed. We can visit him together if you want. I would like that, yes. Despite everything, he is my father. They would have spoken more but, like Dr. Midnight, Wildcat had to leave to deal with personal things. It was already 3 in the afternoon and Danette had to remind herself that not everyone was as free as she was at the moment. Staring at Alan and Jay sharing one last beer, she had to ask. You think Kent will mind if I go with you guys? I was looking forward to meeting him. Why don't we all go? Diana interjected. I have taken the day off from any of my duties, it would be nice to see Kent. And that's how the 5 of them found themselves in Salem, Massachusetts and in a seemingly empty plot of land. Stepping forward, it seems like Kent hadn't noticed their presence yet. Danette couldn't help herself, using her new sensors to try and look for the tower. She was actually surprised when they caught something. It wasn't able to fully locate the tower, but her sensors did warn her of an exotic energy source all around the empty location. Was Kara trying to incorporate magic in her tech? Stepping forward, Red Tornado pulled out a large key, inserting it into empty air. The key disappeared and, soon after, they all heard a click. Turning the key, a large medieval tower simply appeared midair. Made from bricks and as wide as a modern skyscraper, it had a square shape and at least 30 floors. The top looked like a typical castle watchtower, with crenellations where a man could look down on the city. With only a small noise, the wooden door opened inward, allowing them entry into the Tower of Fate. The first floor was a wide room with no indication of a door or stair. In the middle of the floor, the tower spirit appeared, taking the form of Kent Nelson. Danette recognized him, even if he looked several decades older than she remembered. Red Tornado, Princess Diana, Jay Garrick and Alan Scott, you have with you a member that the tower does not recognize. Please, identify yourself. I'm Danette Riley, Firebrand. Firebrand was slain during 1945, the spirit said, turning to fully focus on her. A quick blast of magic hit her body and scanned it before the spirit nodded. Very well, the tower will update your status. Why have you come? We have not been able to speak with Kent Nelson for days now. Diana stepped forward. Is he in the tower? Kent Nelson left the tower over a month ago, the spirit said and waved a hand, causing a set of stairs to materialize from the wall behind him. Would you like to wait for his return in a more comfortable location? They all traded glances. They had expected the old man to have simply locked himself away for an experiment or, in the very worst case, passed away alone, but, if he had left the tower, that spoke of a far more sinister possibility. Have the two of you noticed anything? Diana asked Jay and Kent. It was likely that any problem Kent had faced was something exclusive to his magical dealings, but, as they had worked in the same team for such a long time and, like Kent, were now retired, it wasn't impossible that an old enemy had resurfaced. No, none of the old guard seems to be active, Jay answered. You think it's something to do with the old JSA? Alan asked, a green light already gathering around the ring on his finger. Fuck, father was preparing an attack before Supergirl dealt with it. Danette looked at them all and shrugged. What's to say someone else isn't becoming active right now? Heck, my youngest brother is still missing too. Although the timing doesn't really fit for him. I will contact Zatara, Red Tornado said, turning back towards the exit door. I will also warn the others about Kent Nelson's disappearance. Watching the android leave for a second, Jay asked. What about the Helmet of Fate, did he take it with him? The Helmet of Fate remains here. According to orders, the tower would have started looking for a new host in another 11 months, Kent's image promptly orders. As trusted allies, the three of you have permission to retrieve it. I apologize for Miss Riley, but she will have to remain out of the important areas of the tower. I get it, Danette nodded. In truth, Danette sometimes worried if she wasn't about to betray everyone. Red Tornado may have overcome his programming, but she had never even been tested, having sacrificed herself before being activated. She didn't know what she would do. Kara had said she was safe, but the Kryptonian hadn't dared delve too deeply into her software and, admittedly, wasn't the best at programming. Who was to say father hadn't hidden a few other safety measures they were unaware of? Climbing the stairs, they reached Kent's personal quarters. A picture of Inza, Kent's wife, hangs on the wall above the fireplace and the entire room seemed really cozy. I'm gonna look for clues, Jay said, darting around the room using his speed to look through anything that indicated Kent's location. I must check on the helmet, Diana said, looking at Danette and Alan. If this is an attack, it is possible that fate itself is the target. Attacking Kent while he did not have access to the helmet would be an ideal situation. You know, when I said I was glad we were all together, I didn't mean I wanted to get out of retirement, Alan sighed, approaching a desk at a corner and starting to look at the drawers. I enjoy my time out of the limelight too much for this. I didn't think you were the kind to retire, Danette commented, releasing some of Kara's drones to look around the room for clues. It's nice, not being needed that is, the Grainman smirked. I still wear the ring and, if I have to face the darkness again, I will, but the new generation seems to have things in order. Suddenly, the tower spirit appeared again, standing in the middle of the room with a slight smile. Thank you for waiting, it seems like Master Kent Nelson has returned to the tower. Danette and Alan looked at each other. Yeah, this wasn't suspicious at all. Can you show us an image of him? Certainly, it was unexpected, but he seems to have brought guests. With another wave of his hand, the tower spirit caused a screen to appear midair, showing Kent Nelson walking up the stairs. The old man looked bad, he had several bruises all over his body, half his face was covered in red tumors and there seemed to be something bulging under his clothes, as if they could no longer contain his form, his chest pulsating as he was pushed forward. Still, Kent didn't look afraid, instead his eyes still had an intelligent light in them and he looked everywhere in search of a way to escape. For a second, he seemed to catch sight of one of Kara's disguised drones that had somehow found its way to the stairs and he smirked before starting to walk again. At his back, there were 4 people. The leader seemed to be a young boy wearing all black, one Danette had seen in some of Kara's information. Clarion, a lord of chaos. At his side was a man dressed like a stage magician. His shirt was unbuttoned, showing his entire hairy chest and a gold necklace. He also carried a small wand which he used to control a mechanical collar around Kent's neck. The other two were large demons that looked alike. They had red skin and 4 shining eyes. Larger than the magician, one of the demons was obese and walked with a bored look in his face, carrying a large bag of snacks he was constantly eating from. The second demon was more intimidating. Even larger than the obese one, it was made entirely of muscles upon muscles, thousands of veins bulging from his entire form as he stomped his way through the tower, barely staying behind Kent. Flash. Come here. Alan yelled while staring at the image on the screen with his hands balled into fists. I think we have one of yours. A second later, Jay stood at their side, staring intently. Not mine, he appeared after I retired. That's Abracadabra all right. Closing his eyes for a second as he stared at his suffering friend, Jay took a deep breath and let his anger out. Don't be tricked, while he dresses like a magician, he isn't really one, using tech instead. I think he'd probably want to get his hands on the helmet, but this isn't his style. I don't recognize the others. The child is the leader, Danette said, getting back into the mindset of a hero. They had been through years of war, they could do it again for a day. Clarion is a lord of chaos, he's at the same level as fate. That complicates things, Alan sighed. Seeing as Diana came back carrying the helmet, he asked. You recognize the other two? Demons, they remind me of beasts from hell, not Tartarus or any of the other realms, but I don't recognize them, Diana answered, cracking her neck. Grabbing one of Kent's red shirts, Jay put it on, but he didn't have his helmet. Instead, he found a bandana and tied it around his mouth, leaving his eyes and hair free. With a burst of green, Alan changed. A green set of armor appeared around him, leaving him slightly bulkier, with a large cape at his back falling to his knees, the image of a lantern in front of his chest and a Zweihander at his waist. Both Diana and Danette were already ready, only a command was needed for a mask to form from some of Kara's nanomachines, covering her face as she felt her cores starting to become active, sparks of fire appearing around her. So, how are we doing this? Alan asked. I really need to punch those bastards. Keeping the helmet away from them is paramount, Diana said, looking at the artifact on her hand. Did they disable Red Tornado to come in? I doubt it, Lord of Chaos he may be, but Red Tornado is a powerhouse, Alan commented. Tower, could you help separate them? Not without orders from Kent Nelson himself, the Tower Spirit answered, shaking his head sadly. All right, Jay spoke. Diana, Alan, Danette, do you think you can keep them busy? I want to try and rescue Kent, but I don't want to bet that none of them can react to my speed. I have never faced a Lord of Chaos or Order, but I have fought with gods before. I believe I can deal with him, Diana answered. I'll keep the demons busy, Alan offered. I'm not sure fire would be all that useful against creatures from hell. You'd be surprised, Danette snorted. But I can deal with Abracadabra. Using the drones watching the group, they started planning their assault. The tower was much bigger on the inside and the villains were walking through a space filled with hundreds of white marble staircases floating in space. The place looked chaotic but, with the Tower Spirit's information, it wasn't hard to see the patch they were going. Clarion's group climbed the latest set of stairs and found themselves facing a fully armored Alan Scott floating in the air. His sword on his right hand. Oh, look, it's one of the Justice Geriatrics. Clarion mocked, pointing with one thin finger. I'm really gonna enjoy this, Alan mumbled, his face very serious. The fight was fast, faster than anyone expected. Driven by his willpower, Alan felt the Starheart empowering his body, improving his strength, speed, and reaction to their limits. He felt 40 years younger as he pulled his arm back, his sword turning into a spear as he hurled it faster than most heroes could react. He wasn't facing an average group. Lifting his hand, Clarion created a yellow barrier in front of them while both demons opened their eyes, releasing blasts of energy towards his projectile. Empowered by his iron will, the spear cut through the magic like a hot knife through butter, scattering the eye blasts without even slowing and shattering Clarion's barrier into a million shards. The spear flew right above Kent's left shoulder and moved straight towards the biggest demon's heart but, with a roar, the monster punched downwards, diverting the weapon so it cut through his leg and exploded against the floor. The resulting cloud of debris was enough to momentarily block everyone's view. Hey, that's cheating. Green lanterns shouldn't also have magic. Ack. Clarion pouted, and then was too busy to talk. Diana had taken the chance to attack. Usually, she would have gone for the kill, but she needed to take Clarion away from Kent and she knew something like Clarion didn't truly need a body, it would be meaningless to just destroy his head or heart. Instead, she flew towards them, grabbing the boy's neck and pushing her shoulder against his chest before driving the both of them through the damaged floor, crushing his backbones and falling onto a different stairwell. Clarion only laughed, his face morphing from the impish boy into a demonic visage, his skin looking color as it became full of edges and cracks from where red energy was leaking. "Get off me!" the eldritch abomination yelled, kicking out and sending a large blast of magic her way, sending Diana flying back. Looking down at his chest, Clarion noticed Diana's trick and pouted. Well played. Diana had managed to wrap her lasso around Clarion's chest, holding it tightly in her hand as she flew away, having reacted fast enough to block his spell with her bracelets. Soon, the lasso snapped taut, stopping Diana in her tracks and causing Clarion to stumble, sending his magic wide. Grabbing the tool with both hands, she swung him around, smashing through 3 different stairs before he somehow broke free and went flying. Diana pulled the lasso back and was about to follow when an elephant-sized tiger jumped at her back, scratching through her clothes and drawing blood as they went tumbling through the air. Together, they smashed through the staircases, but at least she had taken out the most dangerous enemy. Now, it was time for Danette to act. Danette had been waiting under the stairs Clarion had been climbing, using some of her new tech to remain invisible to normal senses. When Alan attacked, she had gathered her flames, forming a ball of fire between her hands. In less than a second, the fire grew hot, the flames glowing orange in front of her, more than 1,000 degrees Celsius just sitting there between her fingers. And then she activated her second core, drawing oxygen into the flame. For a moment, the flame expanded, but then she refocused and concentrated on it, the color going from orange to blue in an instant. Amongst the destruction of Alan's attack, she saw Diana grabbing Clarion and one of the demons reaching for Kent while her target lifted his wand and created a shield around himself. She released the inferno she had been holding, a pillar of blue fire wider than she was tall and over 4,000 degrees hit the stairs. The entire construction didn't offer any resistance, erupting into a shower of ceramic and melted stone. The attack smashed against Abra's shield and sent him tumbling back while both demons went flying. For a second, Danette worried about Kent, but Flash was already there. Jay wasn't as fast as the current Flash, but he was close. He exploded into action the second Diana has taken the Lord of Chaos out. Running towards the group, he saw Abra activating a shield, the barrier reaching for Kent, and he knew he wouldn't make it. Still, he stepped harder, increasing his speed as much as he could. Right as the shield was about to envelop Kent, the entire floor exploded, sending Abra back. Giving a brief glance down to Danette, he ran between the debris and the pillar of fire as if everything was in slow motion, grabbing Kent just as his feet were starting to leave the ground. The heat started to affect him, a bead of sweat started to gather on his face, but he turned back, carrying his old friend on his shoulder. One of the demons, the fat one, was still close enough to attack, opening his mouth into a giant maw and attempting to bite down on him, but Jay twisted aside, driving an elbow on his face so hard he snapped the head back and saw the shockwave forming. Then he was out, the temperature decreasing. Always the eager one, Alan flew towards the fight, yelling towards the falling demons. "Come back here, I only want to hurt you." Feeling a hand squeezing his arm, he laid his friend on the ground and looked at him. Kent looked terrible and there seemed to be something getting even more active under his clothes, but his eyes were determined as he tapped the collar on his neck. Grabbing the device, Jay couldn't unlock it, so he started vibrating his hand as fast as he could, the limb turning into a blur as he pushed a finger through the collar and destroyed the lock. Ripping the thing off, he threw it aside. "The helmet," Kent gasped, not losing a second. "I need the helmet before it's too late." One last blast from one of the demons almost hit them, but, now that he was free, Kent managed to parry it aside with a magical shield, grunting in pain as a tumor seemed to burst from his chest, soaking his shirt. Looking at his struggling friend, Jay gritted his teeth and nodded, running back to grab the helmet. They hadn't dared bring it here for the confrontation. Seeing her friend safely rescued, Danette released a breath of relief and refocused on Abracadabra. The villain had fallen into a lower stairwell, but he was already getting up and adjusting his clothes, the barrier having managed to block most of her fire and heat. The little drones were everywhere, doing their best to block attacks and help in the fight, but the levels of power displayed were just too much. Any attack broke through their shields with barely any problem and they couldn't move as fast as most of the fighters. Jumping down, Danette used a combination of fire and wind to direct herself. It wasn't flight, more like falling with style. Two of the drones formed a platform in the air she used to take a second jump and then she arrived, her feet impacting the ground with strength, cracking it around her as she righted herself. "Well now, you aren't supposed to be here," Abra said, studying her figure. "Then again, I did hear that Dr. Mora was defeated earlier, how odd." "You really shouldn't have come after Kent," Danette said, starting to walk towards him. "Try not to die too soon." Abra didn't take her seriously, simply raising his wand towards her. "Don't worry my dear, I guarantee you I won't." "Sleep." Danette stumbled, feeling something hitting her systems and causing them to momentarily lose power. An EMP, regaining her footing, she smirked at him. One of the first things Kara had changed in her hardware was to shield her against such things and put in a lot of redundancy. Even the biggest EMP detonated inside her armor would only disable her for a couple of seconds, much less a weak one coming from outside. Ah, that also wasn't supposed to be possible, Abra said, uncertain for the first time, and then Danette activated her plasma sword, the blue blade distorting the air around itself from the heat. Well, shit. Abra waved his wand, shooting several laser bolts towards her, but she countered with a huge wave of fire that blanketed the area. It was red and less than 1,000 degrees, but it managed to block his vision and freak him out. With another wave of his wand, he started floating, trying to flee from her. Danette wasn't having it. Gathering even more fire, she gestured with her free hand, shaping it above his shield and smashing him down like a hammer. For 3 whole seconds, Abra resisted and even gained some ground, but Danette's torrent of fire wasn't stopping and, with time, she started increasing the heat by feeding it with air. Finally, the villain was smashed into the ground, his flight unable to overcome her fire but his shield doing a good job of stopping the flames and dispersing the heat. Stomping the ground, Danette smashed into Abra's shield, her plasma sword hitting it and causing it to lighten up. She slashed twice more, sending Abra stumbling back. Adjusting her grip, she aimed the tip of her sword at his chest and pressed the blade against the shield. The plasma lightened the device, revealing a bubble of energy around him. Her sword was specifically made to be her hottest flame. It was several thousand degrees hotter than anything she could manage even with 2 cores and, without the energy shield to stabilize it, would be capable of incinerating everything around her just by its sheer presence. Slowly, it burned into Abra's shield, the entire thing growing brighter as it failed to disperse all the heat and Abra's own skin started to burn. Suddenly, a wave of eldritch magic hit her in the chest, piercing her armor and sending her flying. The blow so strong Danette was sure it would have blown a hole through her had it not hit the wind core in her chest and lost most of its strength. Still, sparks flew from the hole it had made and she felt her sword and wind powers being disabled as the nanomachines inside her started repairing her circuitry. Thankfully, the safety feature that forced her shut down when supposed lethal damage happened was long disabled. Stumbling to her feet, she frowned. The attack had only been a glancing blow from Clarion as he attempted to kill Diana. Turning back to Abra, she saw the villain collapse to the floor, probably from the pain of his second-degree burns. Ahahaha, you're surprisingly resilient for a baby titan, aren't you? Clarion laughed, shooting blasts of red energy at Diana. Still, are you sure you should be fighting me? Don't you have something more important to do like saving your friend? Glancing at Kent, Danette saw most of his right arm had turned into one huge tumor, red flesh growing and pulsating as if it was a living creature. Running towards him, she used all her strength to jump into the stairwell he was in, again, using the drones as platforms and sending jets of fire through her feet to help propel herself up. She hit the floor running, sliding to a stop close to her old friend. Kent's eyes widened when he saw her. Firebrand. He gasped weakly. Honestly, couldn't they send my Inza? Sorry Kent, you're not dead yet, she said, trying to come up with a solution. Would it help if she burned the tumors? Kent looked at the hole in her chest still releasing sparks and breathed out. Ah, a robot doppelganger, most convincing I have to say. I hate to say it, but Professor Mora was a genius, she laughed nervously. What can I do? Nothing, I'm afraid. The spell is almost complete, Kent coughed, his voice weak. I wanted to have the helmet to provide some support one last time and maybe delay the spell, but I don't know if Jay is gonna be fast enough. No. Maybe I can burn it off, buy you some time. Yes, if Jay doesn't arrive in a minute, burn it, Kent gave her a smile. It won't stop the spell, but it will leave it incomplete, the gate won't form perfectly. Danette was about to complain when Jay arrived, the helmet of fate in his hands. Sliding down beside them, he knelt over Kent and put the helmet on his still working arm. Help me put it on. Together, Jay and Danette did, releasing an explosion of golden light that drove them back and caused Clarion to roar with rage. Kent Nelson opened his eyes inside the helmet. The entire space was an empty plane with only Nabu, in the shape of a golden helmet, floating in front of him. Kent Nelson, you have brought disaster to this world, Nabu's voice boomed. Kent just shook his head, a bitter smile in his face as he lowered his eyes. I apologize, Fate, I should not have left you. Nabu was taken aback, growing quiet as he stared at his former host. Finally, it was Kent that broke the silence. Will you help me one last time? It was your fate to wear the helmet, your actions that allowed Clarion to continue to act as he is, Nabu growled, but Kent gave him a smile as he sensed the answer. What is happening to me? The Lord of Order stayed quiet for a moment longer but, finally, he gave up. Long ago, both Chaos and Order once worked together to repel certain beings, things that did not belong to our reality. Creatures so inherently damaging even the Lords of Chaos agreed to their banishment. Yog-Sotha is one of those things. Is that what I'm becoming? No, such a creature could not be contained in a mortal body, even one such as yours, Nabu denied. One of its spawns was long locked under the ice on the pole to forever sleep. It contained a key that Clarion used to turn you into a gate. Can it be stopped? Kent asked. Even as old as he was, there were some things he did not know. Will my death help or hinder it? Your sacrifice would hinder it, but the door was already created, the connection made, Nabu revealed. More than death will be required from you to avert this disaster. I already guessed, even if I hoped differently, Kent sighed, turning away from Nabu. Kent Nelson, it was your fate to wear the helmet, Nabu spoke again, his words hitting him with the weight of the world. It is still your fate. You once fled from your responsibility, will you do it again? Looking down, Kent put his cane against the ground in front of him and held it with both hands for a few moments, closing his eyes and letting a few tears fall. Forgive me, but you'll have to wait a little longer, Inza, he whispered as quietly as he could. Looking up, he nodded towards Nabu. No, I guess I'm not. So be it. Faye opened his eyes, the resulting golden light washing over his tower and driving even Clarion back a few meters. Ah crud. Nabu, you spoil sport. The childish abomination yelled, sending a wave of red flying towards their location. Widening his eyes, Jay grabbed onto Danette and ran back while Fate formed a shield. It was able to block the attack completely, but he was still sent back several meters as the stair disintegrated from Clarion's power. Breathing hard, Diana dropped beside Danette and Jay. Together the three of them took stock of the situation. On the ground, Clarion sat on top of his monstrous cat. The beast was still the size of an elephant and only had a few bruises from the fight. In front of them were the dried husk of Kent's left side, an arm and a leg as well as pieces of his chest momentarily drained of color, but already starting to recover, growing like a fungus. Danette frowned and directed her fire towards the remains, not doing much more than slowing down their growth. Fate floated on the air, half of his body glowing gold as his magic sustained his life and slowly recovered his missing pieces. It is over, Clarion, Fate already sees your defeat. Oh bugger off, what are you gonna do with a half-dead host? Clarion mocked, a huge smirk on his face. I bet the old geezer doesn't even have a minute left before you finish draining the life out of him. It is not Kent that is being drained, Clarion, Fate answered, creating an enormous ank of light at his back. For a second, Clarion narrowed his eyes at his counterpart, and then he glanced at the quickly recovering tumors. You're still connected. Clever boy, your father would be so proud. A blast of gold hit him in the belly, causing his body to explode from the impact and go flying in two different directions. The cat hissed in anger, its fur lifting as it jumped away from the stairwell and started fleeing while dodging blasts of magic. Clarion himself was still laughing, his blood turning into black strings that moved like tentacles, grabbing each other and reconnecting the two pieces of him. Yoo, someone's feeling very saline. With a wave of his hand, he blocked two other blasts and formed a pentagram below the regenerating tumor, teleporting it on top of Tiki and away from Danette's fire as it had started to gather heat. Connected again, Clarion's eyes shone red, almost spilling malice. Diana took a step forward, but the Chaos Lord glanced her way and sent a large blast of magic, forcing her to block it. I think I'm missing something, Clarion complained, looking down at his chest where there was still a hole. Never mind, I never had a heart to begin with. Suddenly, a large beam of green energy cut through the tower, almost hitting Clarion as Alan flew back, roaring with rage. The muscled demon was holding onto his body and punching him repeatedly while Alan blocked with a shield. Behind them, the second demon followed, far slower but still faster than an average car. Since Clarion was clearly the biggest threat, Diana flew towards Alan, smashing into the demon holding him and punching it away. Alan, are you all right? She asked while the older man breathed hard, his eyes looking all around for a target. I need something to fight, something to kill, he mumbled and then grabbed his face, shaking his head to gather himself. Sorry, both of them have an emotional manipulation power. Also, don't block their blasts, they have some kind of aging magic. I saw some armor set rusting and collapsing from a single hit. The second demon aimed another magical blast from his way, but Jay arrived in time, delivering a punch as fast as he could and sending the fat monster flying back. On top of the stairs, Danette looked down at the fight and concentrated. For about half a minute now, the nanomachines inside her body had been working overtime to repair her. She still had a hole in her chest, but her wind core was already working again. From all around her, some of Kara's drones arrived, entering her wound one after another and allowing the nanorobots to cannibalize their materials to finish the repairs. Lifting her arms, she created the hottest flame she could, feeding it with oxygen again and turning it blue. The heat was contained by her power, but she increased it more and more, turning it into a fireball the size of her head, and it only grew bigger by the second. Ah, you guys are useless. Clarion complained. Fuck you, how would I know wrath and willpower would be so compatible? The larger demon growled, cleaning some blood that had leaked from the corner of his mouth when Diana punched him. Seeing as there wasn't anyone in the way, Danette released her power, causing a second pillar of fire to shoot at Clarion. This time, she had kept it as contained as she could, increasing its potency even more. Clarion blocked it, the fire roared against one of his magical barriers, but it pushed him back and boiled his flesh, leaving only blackened bones with two red lights in the middle of his skull. Shadows covered his body, taking the place of his skin and leaving the Chaos Lord as a mass of darkness and eldritch energy. his voice becoming hoarse as he sked and glanced around. Well, I guess it's time to change the battlefield. Releasing a shockwave of power, Clarion pushed the heroes back and teleported close to his cat once again. Lifting his hand, he blocked one last blast from Fate and created a red portal at his back. Together, Danette, Fate and Alan sent waves of power at the blocking Lord of Chaos as he bought time for the demons to flee, but Clarion was actually taking things seriously and had created several consecutive shields. Danette didn't have time to build the heat and was the weakest of the fighters. Both Jay and Diana rushed towards the bastard, but Clarion collapsed the path ahead of Jay and blasted another wave of power at Diana, slowing her down. He, your precious tower may be able to take our battle, but I wonder how the city is gonna handle it. See you later, armadillos. Feeling all of her functions finally coming back on, Danette looked at the others for a second, unable to do anything as Clarion's portal closed behind him. Looking up, Fate growled. Clarion has released the portal on top of the city. Closing his eyes in concentration, he finally finished regrowing his body, leaving him with fully white limbs in place of human ones. A moment later, his costume covered it. Come, we must hurry outside before the damage grows. Good to see you too, Fate, Alan commented, grabbing onto Jay and flying up. What will it do? Danette asked, holding onto Diana as they flew up through a portal Fate had created. Without the tower suppression, the door will open much faster. Yog-Sotha must not be allowed to gain a footing in this plane, Fate growled, finally flying out of the tower to stare at the outside. From the middle of the sky, supported by Clarion's magic, the released pieces of Kent's body multiplied faster and faster every second and started to form a large circle from which a green light spilled out. Ignore Clarion and the demons, the portal's formation must be delayed until Fate can repel the being. Looking upward, Danette already saw her brother engaging, a large tornado of wind smashing towards Clarion as Red Tornado flew towards the villain, his legs covered by a twister. Before she could say anything else, Fate, Diana and Alan flew up to engage, leaving her and Jay alone on top of the tower. With a command, she gathered the last of the drones and stepped on top of a shield formed between two of them, ordering the others to start rescuing civilians. Fuck, I knew the meeting wasn't a good idea, Danette cursed, already starting to gather another fireball. It's either a stupid fight or a supervillain attack, nothing good ever comes from a super meeting. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 47, Chapter. Hey, finally, a new week comes with a new chapter. I do hope you guys enjoy the fight. Also, from today on, I will be posting an advanced chapter for my patrons. As I said in my Will of the Force fanfic, it feels really strange to offer advanced chapters for a fanfic. It was something I have been avoiding for months now, but I confess things are getting kind of tight IRL here for me right now. Nothing really urgent, don't worry about it, but it seems like I'll have to continue borrowing my brother's notebook for a little longer. I feel like I'm testing his patience right now. Still, everything I'm writing will be posted for free, you just get the next chapter a week earlier for a single $1. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoy the chapter. Kara appeared a few kilometers away from the city, her platform sparking as some kind of energy field seemed to have blocked and redirected her teleportation, the very fabric of the world appearing to bend away from the city. For a second, she just stared at the being slowly pushing its way into her reality, her mind growing foggy at the sight. Grabbing her head, she managed to turn away and regain her bearings. What in Rao's name was that? At least she had seen that the fighters were mostly safe for the moment. All of them were still locked in battle, but none seemed truly hurt. Kara was quick to look for her friend and found Danny fighting from atop of one of her shields, releasing blasts of fire or cutting away with her sword when a tentacle got too close. Taking a breath, she looked again. This time she braced herself and what she saw seemed to lose a lot of its power, the tentacles and spots of light no longer mesmerizing to her. Stupid cognitohazards. Above the city, surrounded by clouds, was a large, sickly green portal from which several tentacles stretched down. Some of said tentacles seemed to grip the edges of the portal, constantly trying to stretch it wider, but most struck down at the struggling heroes. Danny, a Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Dr. Fate, and Red Tornado were fighting it off, doing their best to destroy the portal while being harassed by Clarion and two demons Kara didn't recognize. At the city's edge, Kara saw Jay Garrick running around. While he could probably reach the fight somehow, he wouldn't really be as effective without flight, so he was doing his best to save as many people as he could and was prioritizing getting them out of immediate danger. Unfortunately, even with how small Salem was, there were just too many civilians to move. What was she supposed to do? Kara had been in several spars, she had been in 2 life or death fights and she had been working on getting used to acting like a hero, but this was just too much. Screams of terror filled her ears as humans desperately fled the fight or hid from it, crying like children. Some were children. She had thought that Mr. Mind's attack had been bad, his lightning bolts had done a lot of damage and set buildings on fire but, despite how things appeared, because she and Cory had been in the city, there hadn't actually been all that many casualties. This was much worse. The only saving grace was that Salem was much smaller than Fawcett City, with less than 100,000 people. But the creature that was pushing itself out into reality was so massive the destruction had started to spread to nearby towns. With another command from her armor, the larger teleportation platform used by the genomorphs appeared at her side filled with drone boxes. With a single order, 5,000 drones took flight, going straight towards the city to help with evacuation. She had considered calling on the Carabots, but most of their battle programming was still a result of code she had reused from Morrow's work and she didn't trust them close to civilians. She'd have to fix that soon. The drones wouldn't be able to block even a stray shot from one of the powerhouses battling, but the resulting debris. The after effects. Those were just as dangerous to a normal human and they were more than capable of dealing with that. Looking at the cloud of drones, Kara knew it would not be enough. She had thought she had made too many, going way overboard on their production to create a long-term reserve for the League, but it wouldn't be enough. Stepping forward, both platforms teleported back and Kara burst into action, having finally shook off her indecision and flying directly towards the city. At the midpoint, while hidden from view by one of the larger buildings, she opened the armor, separating from it and continuing to fly wearing only her Supergirl costume. The armor immediately fell heavily to the ground, its front closing again as it cracked the street under its weight. The limited AI assumed control and started modifying its main weapon. Usually, it would act as a powerful railgun but, thankfully, she'd had the foresight to develop equipment meant to fight off anything from an alien invasion to freaking eldritch kaiju. Changing into her teleport gun would only take a few seconds, but the more devastating forms took longer, both because they were even more complex and as a safety measure. She didn't want anyone getting trigger happy with some of the configurations available, even herself. Without Kara in the driver's seat, the armor was only 36% as effective, but she only needed it to guard the cannon while it was being deployed. She was gonna bring out one of her recently acquired trump cards. Unfortunately, most of her heavy weapons capabilities couldn't really be unleashed inside the atmosphere thanks to certain safety devices she'd put in, others would need far too much time, but she had been waiting to test something new. Kara had made improvements after her raid at Infinity Island and she was eager to deploy it in a real battle. She had tested the device extensively, but never at this scale. Without pause, she burst into a house, not so much breaking the walls as just pushing them out of the way as a human would push water. One hand caught a barking dog by the waist while another grabbed a young teen and cradled him to her chest before bursting out. Not even a second later, one of Clarion's blasts of magic hit the house, causing it to explode and rain debris all around the street. The boy was screaming the entire time, but she didn't actually have time to calm him, just dropping the kid on top of a shield and moving on. Above her, she saw one of Clarion's magic spells turn into a claw, it enlarged itself and grabbed an entire hospital, ripping it out of the ground and throwing it up with a maniacal laugh. It seems like the bastard had given up on harassing the heroes and, instead, started trying to force them into prioritizing civilians. At the same time, both demons disengaged and flew down, releasing red blasts of power towards the small city. Kara batted a car out of the air, saving two girls it was about to hit before throwing some of the last drones on her costume at them before taking in the monsters, her mind working overtime to analyze the situation. One of the creatures looked like an enormous blob of fat with red skin, flying everywhere and releasing blasts of red energy that seemed to corrode the materials wherever they hit, turning them to dust. The second was even bigger, but he was filled with muscles and, instead of flying aimlessly, seemed to stop midair and close all four of its eyes, causing a different weight to settle over the city. Kara growled at the very sight, having the sudden urge to attack him. Gritting her teeth, she looked from the fight to the falling building, her entire body aching to start hitting things but, with a curse, she flew towards the falling civilians. Her drones wouldn't be able to stop its drop, so she'd have to do it. In the second it took her to decide, her cousin actually burst onto the scene, catching the entire hospital on his shoulders and stabilizing it with his bioelectrical shield, keeping the building whole and the people inside mostly safe. Unfortunately, it seems like she wasn't the only one to notice his arrival. The fat demon roared and flew towards Cal, four red eyes filled with glee as he attacked. Kara couldn't have that, the ridiculous blob of fat wasn't going to touch Cal, the very thought made a fire of anger fill her chest. The demon had been hurt during the initial fighting, blood was flying from an open wound on his chest, he was missing an eye and there were burns all over his skin that looked raw, but he was still sharp enough to notice her as they flew towards each other. With a laugh, he simply sent a blast of power from his eye that she dodged. When she approached, he seemed surprised, grunting in annoyance before trying to punch her, clearly underestimating her power and skills. Kara was angry and, for some reason, being dismissed like that only increased her rage. Lightning fast, she ducked under the blow and grabbed his face, squeezing his fat cheeks and shutting his mouth while continuing to fly past his body, carrying him straight to the middle of the city's park. The whiplash was enough that Kara heard something snap on his neck, but the demon still managed to punch her side before trying to blast her with a red beam of energy from his eyes as she dug her fingers into his fat, the nth metal in her gloves completely blocking the attack. Her costume's nanomachines hardened under the body shot and she knew some of them had been destroyed, but her Kryptonian resistance barely noticed the impact. Then they hit the ground. Kara didn't want to destroy the city, even as angry as she was, she didn't want to cause more deaths. That meant that, when she smashed the back of the demon's head down against the ground, her bioelectrical field spread on instinct, blocking the vast majority of the damage. She still destroyed most of the park, causing the earth to ripple, trees to be uprooted and creating a large crater, but she didn't bury the bastard several kilometers under the ground or collapse any of the nearby buildings. Releasing his twitching body, she looked up, seeing Wonder Woman engaging with the Chaos Lord once again as fate tried to beat the Eldritch Abomination's tentacles back with glowing anks of light. Suddenly, a flash of emerald green light filled Kara's vision as the Green Lantern Kara vaguely recognized as Alan Scott exploded in power, cutting off most of the tentacles, leaving them burning with green fire and wounding the muscular demon. "Soups, how about we tag?" Green Lantern yelled as he manifested dozens of World War II artillery pieces and opened fire on the portal, the attack doing terrifying damage to the creature, but still unable to pierce through all its defenses. Her cousin had put down the building he had been holding on the ground, being very gentle so as to not hurt the people inside. Immediately, Flash ran inside, starting to help several patients that had been wounded in the upheaval. Glancing around, Cal saw that Clarion had already caused far more damage and, even wounded, the second demon wasn't making it easy, his cuts already healing as he spread his power over the city. While the demon wasn't physically moving, he was clearly using some spell because the civilians on the street had started to scream and rage at each other, fighting for hiding locations or because someone had ran ahead of them, their panic easily turning into mindless anger, with those closest to his location being affected first. Flash was running as fast as he could, separating fights while Kara's drones interfered, locking insane civilians inside isolated shields. Still, Cal didn't hesitate, trusting the older hero and sending a blast of heat vision while flying up towards the regenerating tentacles, his attacks driving the creature back momentarily. In exchange, the Green Lantern dropped on top of a 4-story building, lifting his sword in front of his face and closing his eyes. For a full second, Alan gathered his willpower, taking a deep breath and relaxing inside his armor. Finally, he opened his eyes and inverted the grip on the sword, his voice starting to gain strength as he spoke his oath. "And I shall shed my light over dark evil. For dark things cannot stand the light of the Green Lantern." In a single motion, he pierced the building, driving the sword down to the hilt and dropping into a kneeling position. Light exploded from the weapon, pouring down the skyscraper and spreading over the city in a wave of fire almost faster than Kara could see. The fire covered the buildings and streets, forming a burning shield that consumed any attack sent its way. Under her feet, the fat demon screamed as the flames hit his body, enveloping it in burning chains. Kara meanwhile didn't feel a thing, the flames touching her body and washing over it harmlessly. With a grunt, one of the demon's fat hands grabbed her leg and she felt something draining out of her, her stomach growling as she started to become hungry. With a snort, she stomped on the demon's face as hard as she could, breaking most of the bones in his face and stopping his spell while also launching herself up towards the second creature, a snarl in her face. With Alan protecting the city, Kara let the drones fully focus on evacuating civilians, separating those that succumbed to the demonic influence with shields while Jay helped the ones that needed the most immediate attention. Squeezing her hands into fists, Kara knew she had to stop the anger demon's influence before it became too much or spread too wide, and she really needed to punch him. The bastard was laughing, fully enjoying the effect he had on the city. She didn't come at him from below, the risk was too great that he'd attack her and force her to block or risk letting it hit an innocent. Instead, she flew up, punching a tentacle out of the way with a roar before diving towards the monster. The demon still noticed her attack, but Kara just waved between two beams of magic and answered with a blast of heat vision that scored a line on his already burnt chest and drove him back. "Bitch, that nearly hurt," the demon taunted, his face turning into a smirk. "Well, now, you're an angry one, aren't you?" Instead of answering, Kara punched him in the face, twice, one of his teeth went flying but, at the third hit, he grabbed her fist into one giant hand and pulled her out of position, preparing to deliver a hook. Lifting her arm, Kara blocked it. With a growl, she wrapped her arm around his bulging forearm and pulled him closer, headbutting his nose. He released her and started to fly back from the impact, but she grabbed his head, pushed her thumbs into his lower eyes and did it again, her mask cracking as his nose crumbled under the impact and blood flew everywhere. "Shut the fuck up and die!" Kara screamed, following after him. Catching up, she grabbed him by the throat with one hand and continued punching. In her anger, Kara had left her guard down, trusting her costume and Kryptonian biology to resist anything he did. She would pay for that mistake. The punch hit her in the liver with far more strength than she thought he was capable of, several times harder than his previous attack. It absolutely obliterated the nanorobots that formed her costume, the pain was instant and so strong Kara lost focus of everything, the stinging sensation on her lower torso all that she could think about. Slapping her hand away from his neck, the demon pulled his arm back and punched her jaw before she could recover. The hit finished breaking her mask, leaving her mouth uncovered and only the upper part intact while sending her flying back. "Ha, I love it." Such anger, give me more, he yelled, snapping his nose back in place with a hand. I am Wrath and I have to say, yours is absolutely a marvel to witness. With a laugh, he released another blast of eldritch energy from his remaining eyes, this one 3 times bigger than before. With her concentration muddled by the pain and anger, Kara just couldn't get out of the way, having to lift both hands to block. The magic hit her gloves, the nth metal dispersing most of the energy, but it couldn't stop everything as beams slipped through her fingers, hitting her in the face and body, causing her to grunt in pain and discomfort as her face started itching. Finally, she managed to stabilize her flight and blinked in confusion. Her costume had grown in size and turned entirely black, the sunstone nanomachines having lost most of the power condensed inside as the spell increased the rate of entropy on her costume. Thankfully, the nth metal had blocked the majority of the power, or Kara was afraid the small devices would have broken completely, dissolving into dust as they aged decades in less than a second. More than that, Kara felt herself growing weak, exhausted. She even briefly lost control of her flight and started dropping, her hair coming undone as it seemed longer. Finally, as the rays of sunlight hit her body and re-energized her as well as her costume, she managed to stabilize her flight before she hit the ground, her clothes slowly regaining their color. There also seemed to be something strange about her vision, but Kara was too angry to notice or think about most of the changes, a red aura of light starting to gather around her. With a roar, she flew back towards her enemy, aiming to tear him apart. Wrath just laughed, flying towards her even as his body grew even larger, the demon gaining strength from her uncontrolled anger, feeding off on it. Deep inside, Kara knew it was a mistake, but she was beyond being rational. If Wrath was feeding off on her, she'd just have to hit the bastard until he stopped, and perhaps a lot longer. They clashed midair, the shockwave of their fists hitting each other sounding like an explosion as they bounced back. Kara pushed far away by the sheer strength of her enemy, but Wrath only retreated a few dozen meters. Noticing that only increased her rage. Flying back, her attacks grew sloppy, without any technique as she aimed to do as much damage as she could to the Rau-cursed demon, shards of red light hitting his skin and breaking off against his muscles, the diffused light not strong enough to pierce his defenses. Wrath was playing with her, dodging every hit and striking at her body repeatedly just hard enough to cause pain but not disable. He was clearly having fun with their battle. Kara knew she had to get her mind in order, but the knowledge only made her angrier, wilder. Finally, Wrath kneed her in the solar plexus, smashing her body against a small brick building and leaving her gasping for breath as she hung by its side, halfway buried in the wall. Slowly, he approached her. I think I'm gonna be keeping you, perhaps give you to lust once I'm done. No, you won't. Wrath froze, a large hand grabbing him by the top of the head like a vice and locking him in place. Lifting his hands, he grabbed the arm and attempted to struggle free, but he may as well have not tried as the owner didn't budge a single muscle, his red cape covering most of his body and flapping against the wind. Pulling him back by the head, Cal punched the demon in the stomach, folding him in half and causing him to throw up in the air. Releasing Wrath's head, Cal punched him again, his fist digging deep into the demon's muscles before sending him flying up with a sonic boom. Wrath hit one of the eldritch being's tentacles so hard the limb exploded in gore and then his back bounced against a second one, finally stopping his momentum and allowing him to fall down, all 4 of his regenerated eyes nearly popping out of his head from the pain. With an incoherent scream, Kara exploded from her place in the building, flying straight at the demon with red light covering her entire body. Just as she was about to reach his falling body, she felt something grabbing her by the leg. Twisting around, she lashed out, blind with utter rage, but her enemy was too strong, wrapping an arm around her body and pressing it against his chest, locking her arms against her chest and holding her in place. Cough. Cough. That's it. Cough, hit her. Wrath managed to scream, his power hitting Cal straight on and causing his eyes to shine red. No, Cal said, his voice calm despite all the anger in the air. What? Wrath gasped, unable to understand what was happening. Kara, SHHH, remember our lessons, Cal whispered in her ear, his calming heartbeat filling her ears. Kara could feel his anger radiating from him, but it wasn't affecting his words or body. With a scream that broke the windows around her, she finally snapped out of her murderous rage, but she was still left shaking from anger, her fingernails digging into his costume and she did everything she could to hold herself back. Oh, how can you do it? Do you think I don't feel anger? Cal's arm relaxed, releasing the grip he had on her body. I'm not a stranger to rage, none of us are, but it will never control me. It's not why I fight, it's not why I want to fight. There is so much that's more important. Focus on what's important to you, on why you're angry, not the anger itself. I don't know if I can. Kara managed to say, but Cal just smiled at her, hugging her closer to his chest. I trust you. You're much stronger than you think you are. Breathing hard, she finally released the death grip she had on his arm and floated in place. The rage still filled her mind, the diffuse red haze surrounding her body, but she did her best to control herself, to rise above it. It wasn't easy. "Ah, fuck off," Wrath yelled, having finally recovered enough to pounce on them once again, but he seemed smaller, slower, less filled with power. He was unable to feed upon Cal's fully controlled anger. "You weak hypocrite." Cal just leaned back, letting the punch pass in front of his face before backhanding the demon so hard he sent him flying out of the city, hitting the water and creating a huge trench before bouncing against the surface hundreds of times. Without even glancing at the result, Cal gave her a bitter smile. "Sorry, I have to go." Then he burst into action, getting back into the fight by punching through a tentacle. Even without Wrath around, Kara still felt the same rage, the same desire to rip and tear everything around. Taking slow breaths, she closed her eyes and tried her best to control herself. Accept it, don't fight against it, don't resist. The anger was real, it was part of her, but, just like Cal had said, there were so many things that were more meaningful to her. Her family, her friends, her goals. In the end, weren't they far more important than her desire to hurt others? Kara did her best to keep images of Cory in her mind, of Cal and Khan, but it wasn't easy, the rage still running so strong, like fire in her veins. She gathered her thoughts, her feelings, focusing the rage instead of just wallowing in it. Slowly, the sounds from the city started registering again, the cries for help, the desperate fighting in the sky. Finally, when Kara opened her eyes again, they were no longer clouded. She still felt her rage simmering just below the surface, she still really wanted to follow the demon and demolish him, but she wasn't alone and, in truth, wrath wasn't that important in this fight. Her rage was still running hot, but, no matter how strong it was, she had realized it was unsubstantial in the face of what she truly cherished, something for her to use, not be used by. Closing both hands into fists, she refocused and looked around. She had a job to do. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works. Also, think about giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 48, Chapter. Taking stock of the situation, Kara saw that even without the demons, the overview wasn't getting much better. There were just too many people to evacuate and, although most of those that had been closest to the portal were now safely away, the fight was affecting too large an area. Worse, Clarion, who was laughing like a maniac as he fought off Wonder Woman, still had time to harass the other heroes. Kara's drones were constantly scanning for his cat so she could end the fight, but the creature seemed to have vanished. From the corner of her eyes, she saw the current flash, Barry, arriving in a blur of red, but even he wasn't fast enough to save everyone. They had to finish this, fast. How much longer until her weapon was ready? Row, despite everything that was happening, it hadn't even been 5 minutes. Looking up, Kara decided that the best she could do was help delay the eldritch interloper. Attacking the being was a constructive way of releasing some of her anger, and with its tentacles quickly increasing in number, Kara was afraid that even her weapon wouldn't be enough to fully push it back if things continued for much longer. Flying up, she surveyed the airspace in search of her android friend, the actual reason she had gotten directly involved in this. She eventually saw Danny, who was still fighting, and noticed the hole in her side made when she was hit with something. Her friend seemed to have already been repaired, but the very fact she had been hurt so much. Kara growled in anger, but she didn't lose her mind again. Instead, she grit her teeth and forced herself to focus on Danny's safety above her own rage. Danny was in a very precarious position, she still didn't have enough control to fly with her winged core and, as a result, was forced to act more like artillery from atop a shield where her lack of mobility was making her an easy target. The android was doing her best to send blasts of fire towards the eldritch abomination, burning entire tentacles with blue flame only for new ones to take their place, several of which started gathering towards her. Seeing the attack coming, Kara knew she didn't have time to hesitate. With a glance, she released a twin-eyed blast at an approaching tentacle, cutting it off to fall on top of another skyscraper and lay at its side, probably blocking the view from quite a few windows. Her eyes widened in surprise and one of her hands flew up to her face, sneaking under her cracked mask to touch the newly healed eye. Since when? Remembering the effect of Wrath's magic on her clothes, she could only hope that accelerating her regeneration hadn't caused any unforeseen side effects. Shaking her head, she put it out of her mind and again refocused on the fight. There would be time for wondering later. One of the tentacles whipped down, cracking the air and forcing Danny to jump down as it obliterated her foothold. The android used her fire and wind to fling herself away from another strike, but her mobility was really limited and she couldn't keep herself in the air. Just as a feeler started to wrap itself around her, Kara arrived, destroying the limb and flying away with the woman in her arms just as 3 other tentacles passed through where she had been. "Danny, I thought you were just meeting with friends," Kara quipped irately, her voice still a growl even as she did her best to calm herself. "Well, you know how those meetings go," Danny shrugged, smiling at her. "If it wasn't for all the death and destruction, I'd even say we were having fun." Dodging another reaching tentacle and blasting it with heat vision, Kara snorted before fully focusing on the fight. There was just so much going on that it was hard to keep track. On the ground, civilians had stopped fighting each other, but seemed to be just staring up at the sky, entranced like she had been when first seeing the eldritch creature. Stupid cognito hazards. A fair number of them weren't entranced but were still restrained by her drones, both tired and still angry from being under Wrath's influence. Checking her drones, Kara cursed when they still couldn't report the location of Clarion's cat. It seems like she wasn't going to be able to get rid of him the easy way. Looking at Danny's wound, she asked. Are you alright? Yeah, at this point it's mostly cosmetic already. The android dismissed her concerns, throwing a blast of fire at another target and causing it to explode. Damn, I don't think we're winning. Suddenly, with a deafening explosion, another piece of the atmosphere seemed to crack, a large pillar of flesh the size of a skyscraper breaking through the walls of reality and descending upon the city. The world seemed to be trying to close the new rift back up, but the appendage was blocking any efforts. Suddenly, a presence descended in the area, causing Kara to feel a pressure on her shoulders as an aura of awe radiating from the enormous limb, a sense of oppression that demanded she submit. Focusing, Kara managed to shake it off. That doesn't look good, she cursed, watching as thousands of eyes opened across every inch of the pillar. Her mind was suddenly assaulted again and she stumbled, but she actually leaned into her rage and training with Cal to fight off the psychic assault, shaking her head and refocusing faster than ever. This stupid thing constantly trying to mess with her head was really starting to tick her off. Down below, the civilians who'd been entranced started mutating, their bodies changing into monsters or exploding into random displays of power as the Eldritch eyes looked at them. Burn it. Burn it now. Kara yelled, snapping Danny out of her own daze. Close those damn eyes. Lifting both hands, Danny released a stream of orange fire towards the limb. At first, it seemed small but, in less than a second, the fire had enveloped a quarter of the skyscraper's sized flesh limb. Noticing her effort, Red Tornado also recovered and flew closer, using his wind manipulation to feed the flames further. The fire caused the eyes to pop like pustules, releasing a shower of burning blood down on the city, but Danny's fire only increased in power, the temperature growing until it overcame the limb's regeneration and started consuming it. None of that now. Stop ruining my fun. Clarion growled, finally turning away from Wonder Woman and Fate to focus on the both of them, his burning eyes exploding in power as he released a blast of magic large enough to fully envelop them. Kara wasn't fast enough to dodge it, but she managed to release Danny on top of a new shield and use her nth metal gloves to block the attack again, the ray of power parting as she braced herself against it. The attack seemed to go on forever, a never-ending stream of magic that burned her costume, destroyed chunks of her nanorobots, burned her skin where it became exposed and slowly drove her back despite Kara putting everything she had towards the fight to overcome it. With a scream, she used her heat vision, hoping the counterattack would help. Suddenly, all sound vanished, the entire world seeming to freeze as the weapon she had left behind at the start of the fight finally activated. Clarion's spell fizzled out and even Jay, Barry and Cal, the fastest beings in the fight, seemed to be moving in slow motion. In the blink of an eye, a pillar of bright white light covered her vision, burning a patch through all the tentacles and hitting the green portal from which they came. The entire sky around the impact point seemed to fracture as the very fabric of reality buckled under the force of the assault. Then the shockwave hit, the energy drawn from hell itself hitting the atmosphere and sending all fighters flying in random directions regardless of their strength. The houses closest to the impact point were obliterated but, thankfully, they had long since been empty of people. Kara felt herself break the sound barrier as she tumbled through the air, her eyes bleeding from the bright flash of light. A terrifying screech of pain seemed to fill the world and shake its very foundations. Finally managing to stabilize herself, she looked up to see hellfire burning the openings of the breach, the flame consuming the tentacles and seeming to burn even the edges of the portal. Ha! She knew those pieces of Vortigar's heart would prove useful. She may have defeated Etrigan's sibling fairly easily, but he was incredibly powerful. On Krypton, magic had been extremely rare, far more so than on Earth, but it hadn't been completely unheard of. And as any respectable technological civilization might do, Kryptonians had several devices capable of interacting with the exotic source of energy. Kara herself hadn't had the chance to mess with anything magical while in Krypton, the general field of study having fallen out of favor centuries before her time, and she still hadn't found a way of channeling Vortigar's power for anything more useful but, if there was one thing she was good at, it was causing explosive failures. For a few seconds, everyone just seemed to stare at the result of her weapon. Several burning tentacles falling down on top of buildings, having been severed by the explosion, even Clarion couldn't help but clap excitedly at the devastation. Looking around, Kara saw Danny pushing herself out of a hole in the ground, the impact having only slightly dented her armor despite the height she had fallen from. Cool, the Lord of Chaos yelled and then started looking for the source of the attack. There you are. Mine now. In a burst of magic, he flew towards the weapon and Kara's armor, his hands extended as greed filled his eyes. Unfortunately for him, he had let his guard down and Wonder Woman attacked. Intercepting the abomination, Wonder Woman used her lasso to envelop Clarion's neck, stopping him in the air before kicking his body away and decapitating him. Grabbing the head, she started wrapping it with her lasso, trying to see if the artifact could contain his magic if she fully enveloped him. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong target. Clarion's head just smiled and whispered. Boom. The decapitated head exploded in a blast of chaotic magic, sending Wonder Woman flying back and burning her arms and chest with magical fire, causing her to cry out in pain. Seeing as Wonder Woman was already intercepting the Lord of Chaos, Kara checked on Danny and Cal one last time. Once she saw they were both alive and well, she refocused on the Eldritch God above. The Hellfire had destroyed most of the green portal and eliminated the tentacles, allowing Fate to approach and start to close the main breach, but the flesh pillar was still mostly intact and, without Danny's fire, the eyes had started to regenerate. Gathering herself, Kara sent the strongest blast of heat vision she could at the base of what she now realized was a single finger. The attack burned through the flesh, but not nearly as fast or deep as she would have wished. Before the damage could heal, she smashed into the very tip as fast as she could, actually breaking the finger and sending a shower of blood down upon the city. Digging into the flesh, she screamed and strained her body, ripping the entire thing off, the skyscraper-sized phalange weighing heavily on her back. There was another deafening roar of pain as the owner of the amputated appendage retreated, the dimensional tear healing as soon as it was no longer being forced to remain open. Around the main portal, Fate had finally finished getting rid of the tumorous growths that formed the connection and was about to fully close it, but Wrath had managed to recover from Cal's blow and was flying back into the city, releasing blasts of magic at the Lord of Order's back. Focusing fully on the demon, Kara channeled all her power, all her feelings of rage and anger, releasing the strongest blast of heat vision she had ever managed, a visible crimson beam of power that smashed into the demon with so much power it cut off his attack and stunned him for a second. Adjusting her grip on the digit, Kara swung it around in a circle, gaining speed before releasing it towards Wrath. The phalange smashed into the demon and created a shockwave as they both went flying right back towards the sea. Wrath flew for a few kilometers, but he finally managed to recover. Without a Kryptonian's bioelectrical field, he couldn't fully stop the finger, but he managed to push the limb aside and free himself, narrowing all four regenerated eyes at her. Kara hadn't been idle, using the distraction to get within range and slammed into him once again. This time, she was able to feel his power trying to feed on her rage but, somehow, she resisted, her anger focused and under control so that his power couldn't find any purchase into her mind. Unable to draw on her strength, the demon wasn't a match for her. More than that, Kara realized this was not what she should be doing. She didn't need to waste time on him. Oh, she still wanted to restart their fight, to destroy him and wipe the smile from his face, but Cal was right, in the face of what was happening, Wrath was unimportant. Not insignificant, not really, but so far below her priorities it barely registered. Snorting, she punched him in the throat, her nth metal gloves bypassing some of his magical protections and leaving him gasping for air. Wrath tried to flail at her with one arm while grabbing his throat with the other. He got her once, the punch hitting her face, but Kara recovered quickly and managed to grab his arm, breaking it at the elbow. The demon roared, striking out with a blast of magic aimed at Kara, but twisted aside and hit his temple with an elbow, causing him to stumble in the air. He was left disoriented, weak, unlikely to recover fast. She wanted to continue, but honestly, she had more important things to do. Instead, she kicked him away, content to emulate her cousin and just send him flying away while she took care of more urgent matters. Shazam! A huge bolt of lightning struck Wrath as he was flying away, causing him to scream out. Captain Marvel had arrived. The hero had a serious look on his face and struck at the demon, carrying the both of them into the sea. Kara considered if she should follow but, at this point, Billy was actually stronger than her and she trusted him not to succumb to Wrath's influence, it wasn't in his nature. Down on the streets, the amputated tentacles seemed to reanimate, turning into unspeakable horrors that grew hundreds of mouths screaming in pain and horror. But the portal was almost completely neutralized. Down on the streets, Danny rained fireballs down on the newly created abominations, incinerating a few of them while Cal fought others. Thankfully, after so long, Jay, Barry and the drones had managed to evacuate all of the civilians close to the fight. Heh, I guess it was fun while it lasted. And to think I had such hopes for the brothers, Clarion sighed, having regrown his head. Snapping his fingers, he created a portal behind him and saluted a wounded Wonder Woman, taking the time to laugh in her face. See ya, losers. Still feeling the effects of her rage, Kara flew towards the bastard, but she knew she wouldn't make it, she was too far away. Just as he was about to step back, a green sword slashed the portal in half, causing the Lord of Chaos to frown and float back as Alan Scott floated in front of him. The man looked tired, but his face seemed actually younger than before the fight started. Whoa, Clarion floated away from the Green Lantern, both arms raised as if in surrender, but he still had a smirk on his face. No, you have done enough damage, Alan growled, his armor almost pulsating like a beating heart. No escape for you. No coming back later. No trial. No mercy. Aw, what are you gonna do, hit me with your sword? Clarion mocked, but there was a hint of something strange in his voice. Piss off, old man. From his raised palms, two blasts of magic flew towards Alan as Clarion attempted to flee again, but Wonder Woman snared his feet with her lasso and smashed him against the top of the building they were on. I'm the Green Lantern. Whatever I envision happens. Alan shouted, waving his sword and cutting through both blasts. Flashing forward, he pierced the Lord of Chaos' heart, pinning him to the floor and leaning forward. And right now, you insufferable twat, all I'm seeing is your death. Emerald green flames burst from Clarion's wounds, causing the old monster to scream in pain for the first time in the fight. His hands grabbed the sword in a desperate attempt to push it out of his chest, but Alan just gripped the handle harder and pushed the weapon down to the hilt, generating another wave of fire that covered the entire top of the building. Struggling like mad, Clarion's body started morphing, changing from a child into a shapeless mass of darkness and crimson light that was slowly being consumed by green flames. Suddenly, a mammoth-sized cat appeared from nowhere, his form breaking a spell of invisibility as it slashed at Alan's unprotected back. Wonder Woman reacted so fast she almost teleported in front of her friend, using her bracelets to block the claw strike, but it still drew a line of blood from Alan's shoulder blade. Using all his magically enhanced strength, the cat pressed Wonder Woman down and opened his mouth wide, forcing Alan to lean away lest the beast bite his head off. Now arriving, Kara smashed feet first into the cat, her eyes blasting his head with heat vision. The feline twisted around with unnatural grace, leaving several deep gashes in her real leg before pouncing on Wonder Woman again, but Kara grabbed him by the tail, briefly halting his movements. Unfortunately, when Alan had leaned back, Clarion got just enough space to move. Grabbing the sword by the blade again, he pushed it sideways through his body, roaring in a demonic voice as it cut its way out of his chest. Alan slashed after him and cut off one of his arms, but Clarion still got some distance, opening his mouth impossibly wide and releasing a wave of chaos magic that obliterated the entire top of the building. Grabbing the cat by the neck, Kara managed to use his body to block the blast. Twisting around, Teakle hissed at her, all four limbs slashing towards her chest and neck. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kara leaned back and blasted him away with heat vision before he could hurt her. "You accursed bastards!" Clarion roared, his voice filled with utter hate. "I will tear out your hearts. I will hunt down your families and skin them alive. I will." "You talk too much," Alan said, a green flaming spear flying towards the Lord of Chaos' heart. Teakle roared, jumping on top of his owner and pushing him out of the way but getting a cut all the way through his body. "No!" With another roar of pain and rage, Clarion exploded into power, sending thousands of crimson beams towards them. Without a convenient shield nearby, Kara had to fly closer to Alan, allowing the Green Lantern to protect her with a shield large enough to cover all three of them. Flying back, Clarion cradled the bleeding and quickly shrinking cat to his chest with only one hand and, this time, didn't waste time jumping through a portal, disappearing before any of them could do anything else. Alan dismissed his shield and the three of them stared at the pieces the Lord of Chaos had left behind. "Fuck!" Kara yelled, utterly frustrated at the fact he had escaped, even if she had no way of permanently dealing with the creature at the moment. And to think that, if she had been just a few seconds faster or managed to delay his escape a little longer, her armor would have managed to get the perfect shot on the cat, banishing the Lord of Chaos from the mortal plane. With barely contained rage, Kara screamed, striking out at the building below her and destroying its roof while sending shards of red light in random directions. Finally, she was left panting, exhausted. "You get used to it, kid," Alan patted her back, his hair slowly turning back into its gray color as he gave her an understanding look. "Villains are slippery like that." Throwing her head back, Wonder Woman adjusted her disheveled hair and wiped the blood away from her face to reveal some of Teakle's scratches still hadn't healed. Stepping beside her old companion, she asked, "Can you deal with the remnants?" "Not in a single attack, protecting the city took a lot out of me," the Green Lantern sighed, his light dimming as the exhaustion became obvious for all to see. Looking down at the city, Kara saw her drones working overtime to contain the eldritch beings, locking them in barriers while harassing those too strong to be restricted and keeping them away from everyone. From the sky, Captain Marvel fell on top of one of the tentacle monsters, a discharge of electricity turning the creature into a charred mess before he threw it aside and flew towards a second one, an unconscious Wrath held in his other hand. Looking at her armor who was already packing away his weapon, Alan lifted an eyebrow and Wonder Woman cracked her neck. "I appreciate the help, fella, you gonna stay for the aftermath?" "No," the Forge armor replied, emulating her voice while wearing it. "Our interests align today, but I have no interest in being a hero, only hunting down the abomination." "Fair enough," Alan shrugged. "Just don't cause trouble and we won't have a problem." The armor didn't answer, but that seemed to satisfy both Wonder Woman and the Green Lantern enough to dismiss its presence from their minds. "Well, my friend, it seems like the easy part is over," Wonder Woman commented towards Alan. Floating away from the building, she looked around for where she was most needed. "Now for the harder part." "Oh joy, if only it wasn't also the most important," Alan sighed, watching the woman fly and starting to fly himself. "Good job, kid. Thanks for the help. Come look for me once this is over, we can talk about what just happened." As Alan flew towards the remains of the fight, Kara considered what to do next, but, as several other heroes started arriving and things weren't moving as fast, she found that the best way to help was no longer to get directly involved, but coordinate the rescue and containment. Using her computer, she ordered the armor to collect Clarion's amputated arm and the blood he had spilled, having it give her a nod as if it was a stranger before teleporting it away for safekeeping. Sitting down, she pulled out a holographic projector from inside her costume, creating a display in front of her face. Briefly closing her eyes, she took a few breaths to calm herself further and accelerated her thoughts as fast as she could. Then she opened her eyes again and started working, furiously manipulating the drones to coordinate with the working heroes. Wonder Woman was right, seeing the result of the fight was much harder than participating in it. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, I have an advanced chapter for my patrons. Also, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 49, Chapter. Good job, kid, another hero patted her in the back. Turning towards him, Kara watched the white-costumed man giving her cousin a nod of respect before continuing to walk towards his own table. She didn't recognize him no matter how hard she thought about it, so, shaking her head, she took a sip of her water and refocused on the conversation. Do you think you can heal them all? Cal asked between bites of his own lunch. Yes, I will be watching for any hidden commands, but most of the victims should be able to recover with time and psychological treatment, Martian Manhunter answered. Even the worst cases should be recoverable if I receive permission to block their memories from a relative. You know, Kara wondered out loud. If there's too many for you to take care of, I bet there's something in the Fortress's database that's capable of physically erasing memories. I remember Uncle mentioning something like that once. Both Manhunter and Cal looked at her with blank faces for a full second. Ah. I'd really prefer you didn't build something like that, cuz. What? It's not like I'd be making a mind control device, that's probably much harder and not my specialty, but destroying a few neurons is easy and could help. I just have to scrap the device later to avoid it being stolen. It will not be necessary, there are only a few cases where such drastic measures need to be taken. I'll be able to deal with all of them myself, the Martian quickly answered, giving Cal another nod and walking away. I just can't take you anywhere, can I? Cal asked, a hand in front of his face, but Kara could hear the amusement in his voice. Did you have to make him uncomfortable like that? I think that's mostly the psychic blocker, really. Mgan had the same reaction, Kara shrugged. Unfortunately, I'm not turning that off. The damn eldritch monster kept getting through it and almost incapacitating me anyway. I don't want to think about what would have happened if I didn't have any protection. Kara took one last bite of her meal, using a napkin to wipe her mouth. Her mask being broken by Wrath's punch had been annoying, but having the lower part of her face free to eat or even talk was actually very convenient. She'd have to take that into account when making her next one. Fair enough. Are you going to stay here much longer? No, I think I'm done here, Kara answered, taking a second to look at the refugee camp they were currently in, a huge open space created by the heroes and capable of housing a few thousand civilians for some time. There's only so much I can personally do and I'm exhausted. Good, I took the day off, but I'll probably be leaving in the afternoon too, after we finish all the shelters, Cal said, finishing his own meal. It's gonna take a long time to fix this. A long time was relative. In her previous life, Kara would have thought the place might never be able to recover from what had happened. On Krypton, it would have already been halfway rebuilt. Here, well, the city of Salem was not quite a total loss. Kara had done her best to coordinate the efforts after the main battle and she still felt a small headache from overworking her mind for several hours, but, now, the worst was long over. From being flattened by a falling tentacle, destroyed by rampaging monsters or incinerated by a resulting fire, a little less than a quarter of the city had been damaged. Still, with all the help they had already acquired in heroes, or even some villains with synergetic powers volunteering, it would only take 3 or 4 months for Salem to be rebuilt, perhaps even better than before. With dozens of heroes working the entire night and most of the morning, every abomination save one had been properly disposed of and every affected civilian was undergoing treatment, with several magical heroes examining the spells ravaging their bodies. Some had been easily reverted to their normal form, while others had been more deeply affected and a surprising amount actually had their metagene activated by the event. Out in the sea, the giant finger was contained. The limb had started to mutate into a truly impressive aberration, but both Aquaman and Mera had showed up. The king had destroyed the creature's newly grown head, disabling it long enough for his wife to lift it out of the sea with a pillar of magical ice. Now, Mera, Zatara and Fate were working together to bind the creature, Fate keeping it locked in place with a giant ankh of golden light and the others freezing the water around it, enchanting the ice to keep it asleep. At the entrance of the camp, Kara saw Aquaman arriving, Aqualad walking close by. Focusing on the men, she narrowed her eyes before releasing a sigh. Really, do I have to keep reminding people I can clone limbs now? It's pretty easy, she grumbled. And why a harpoon? His hand is a recent loss and I suspect the harpoon is enchanted, Cal answered. Probably temporary too, just a placeholder until Atlantis can craft him something custom. Huh, guess they would have the capacity to make him something better, Kara said, her annoyance diminishing at the thought. Well, tell him I offered anyway. I will. Together, the both of them flew up, watching the devastated city from the air, with craters and collapsed buildings everywhere. The place looked like a war zone, but it was already being cleared of debris and repairs would start in a week. Most heroes had already left, but a few were still helping out, their costumes standing out amongst uniformed construction workers. From outside the city, relief efforts were being organized, trucks of supplies and manpower arriving to help clean up what was destroyed, the government and several non-profit organizations busy at work to help out. Heck, Kara could even see some LexCorp trucks arriving, she'd have to keep an eye on them, but they were probably here for the good publicity. Rao knew the company needed it at the moment. A news helicopter flew close by, the cameraman focusing on both Kryptonians, and Kara knew her relative anonymity was over, she just hoped she wouldn't find any smut fanfic about them anytime soon. Oh, she knew they would be made. She just really didn't want to know about them. Looking down at the city, Kara tried to locate Cory working. The Titans had shown up sometime before midnight. They hadn't openly debuted as a team, but they had been working as much as possible alongside their respective mentors. Still, most of the team had classes today and left after the worst was over. Cory herself had stayed, accompanying Wonder Woman instead of doing their morning training in Greece. Finally, Kara managed to find her girlfriend. The princess was listening to what one of the volunteer engineers was telling her, nodding her head before darting inside a building and destroying its support beams. The entire structure collapsed a second after she flew out of a window, her hands patting at her Amazonian costume to get rid of the dust. Cory caught her staring and waved animatedly, her face opening into a huge smile. Getting a thumbs up from the men she had been working with, the Tamarinine flew up in a straight line towards Kara. They had traded a quick greeting when Cory arrived, but they hadn't met face to face. Unable to help herself, Kara's face morphed into a smile as the girl smashed into her. Cory wrapped her arms around her neck, pressing their bodies together before capturing her lips and making Kara lose several seconds, possibly a full minute. Hello Starfire, Kara breathed out, remembering they were out in public while resting her hands at the woman's waist. Greetings Supergirl, I am most pleased to see you well, the orange beauty said and then buried her face in her shoulder and squeezed Kara as tightly as she could, almost making Kara lose control of her flight. Hey Starfire, it's Alrig. Ouch, she yelped as Cory actually pinched her. What the? Humph. Ire. Vexation. This is the second instance of you battling something beyond your capabilities. Cory pouted at her. Please, have you any idea how distraught I was? You must give me your oath that you will not participate in another such battle without me. That's not fair, I couldn't have predicted Lobo, Kara answered, doing her best to resist how cute Cory's puppy dog eyes were. She failed. Alright, I swear I'm not getting into such fights without you again if I can help it. Cory watched her with eyes narrowed in suspicion but, eventually, nodded in satisfaction. Very well, I will believe you. Thanks Starfire, sorry for making you worry, Kara couldn't help saying, allowing Cory to hang off her neck like a scarf as they both floated, the constant noise from the helicopter telling her everything that had just happened was being recorded. Behind her, there was a bright flash of light. Turning around, Kara watched as the iceberg currently containing the Eldritch Finger disappeared into a huge ank of light, Dr. Fate floating in place for a little longer while Zatara and Mara started leaving. Catching Cal giving her an amused smile, Kara glared at him. Shut up. I didn't say anything. Cal defended himself. Still, I can't say I'm not relieved hearing you're taking her with you and getting into fights. Kara shifted in place unhappily, her hand gripping Cory's arm around her neck for support. She really hated having him worry about her, Rao damn it. Almost faster than she could see without accelerating her thoughts, Fate flew towards them, stopping a few meters away to just glare at her for a moment. Finally, he turned towards her cousin and spoke, dispensing with any niceties. The beast has been fully contained within the tower, but this battle will have dire repercussions. I must speak with the Justice League. Nice to meet you, Fate. Diana has told me a lot about her time with the Justice Society of America. Cal flew closer, a characteristic smile on his face as he greeted the older hero. The child of Gaia was a staunch ally at the time, Fate acknowledged. Regardless, we have much to discuss and most of it isn't good tidings. I will require your presence in the Tower of Fate in 10 minutes. Cal gave her an apologetic look, but Kara was already leaving anyway and she understood her cousin had hero work to do. After a night to think about the battle, she had recognized both demons involved and realized they really weren't good news for anybody. Kara knew she had deviated from the original plot of the YJ animation pretty hard, but she had thought things were better now. Unfortunately, with Gluttony and Wrath present and helping Clarion, things would probably get much harder. Both demons were heavy hitters, but they weren't the real problem, it was their father that was the true danger. Trigon hadn't gotten involved with the YJ animation, but he was on the same level as the likes of Darkseid, Brainiac and Necron, and he still had 4 other sons. Hopefully, Raven, his only daughter, was still fine and not under her father's influence. I get it. Go take care of things, Kara waved her cousin away with a smile. I'll see you home tonight. Indeed, I would not leave you alone after such a dangerous engagement, Cory gave her a reassuring smile, doing her best to show support. Kara Zor-El, I also require your attendance, Fate commanded, his voice leaving no room for argument. You were present for most of the fight yesterday. I will not allow you to leave before entering the tower. Fate, Kel almost growled at the Lord of Order's tone. His protective instincts went into overdrive after what had just happened. I really don't like what you're implying. Your cousin does not belong to this place, Fate explained, turning away from her as fast as he could. Her very presence grates on my senses, disrupting the balance and bringing chaos to this realm, but it is not our fate to fight. I only require that she be scanned for any signs of the creature's hidden influence and will not be hostile. I see, Cal said, still looking at the Lord of Order with some worry. Kara. Kara considered the demand. She was tired from the fight and spending hours working, but she also felt guilty. From the show, she had known Kent Nelson would be attacked by Clarion, even if she hadn't known when, but, with so many things to deal with and how she had been doing her best to avoid the Lord of Chaos, she had actually forgotten about it. There was also the mention of that damn creature's control lying dormant inside her. Kara already had an alien organ inside her body, and she had no desire to also have one in her mind. It's fine. I can stay a little longer. You sure? I can ask Zatara later. Cal asked one last time and, when she nodded, relaxed his body. All right. Fate, will you need to look for this in everyone that was involved with the creature yesterday? Yes. I will be spending the next month purging the being's influence from the affected civilians, but there is only so much damage they can cause, the Lord of Order answered. A hero affected, much less a Kryptonian, represents a much greater risk, making it my priority. I understand, I'll gather everyone involved. In the blink of an eye, Cal flew away, leaving Kara alone with Cory and Fate. With a wave of his hand, the Lord of Order created a golden portal behind him and teleported away much in the same way as Clarion had done during the fight. Come on, let's go to the tower. Kara said, patting at Cory's arm still wrapped around her neck. A couple of minutes later, Kara was sitting among more than a dozen heroes inside the tower. The room was large, at least 100 meters wide and with a 20 meters high ceiling, giving plenty of room for flyers. Despite the fact everyone present knew each other, the room was still divided into teams, with members of the Justice League and Justice Society standing in their own groups. Strangely enough, Kara was sitting surrounded by the Old Guard, Cory and Danny at each of her sides while Cal was in the center of the JL group, speaking quietly with Aquaman and Wonder Woman. Finally, Fate teleported inside the room, taking a second to look around before casting a spell to close the doors. Kent, I take it you're about to explain what just happened? Alan immediately asked. The Green Lantern was back into his civilian clothes, his hair white once again. Fate considered the men for a second. I'm afraid Kent Nelson will not be able to explain anything. What do you mean? Jay asked, leaning forward in his chair. Kent Nelson had abandoned his post as Dr. Fate for years now, his dereliction of duty giving free rein for the forces of chaos to act unopposed. Fate finally sat down, taking a second to look at everyone present. More than a month ago, his imprudent choices finally caught up with him and, yesterday, I assumed control of his body to attempt to remedy the situation. You're going to wear him like a sock puppet, you mean? Alan growled. Kent told me he was afraid you'd do something like this and that's why he stopped wearing the helmet. I will not deny the situation is not ideal, but not for the reason you believe. The golden helmet took a second to consider his next words. Even if I desired to relinquish control, which I admit I do not, I would still be unable to. Noticing the green energy starting to gather around Alan and how the atmosphere seemed to be filled with hostility, Cal got up. Wait, let's all take a breath, all right, giving everyone a second to calm down, he turned towards Fate. Can you explain the situation? Very well, Kent Nelson was used as a gate for the creature known as Yog-Sotha. Once he put the helmet on, I was able to draw upon a portion of the creature's vitality to fuel my powers and seal the gate, but I could not fully block the connection. Fate leaned back, closing his eyes for a second. I can't relinquish control without reopening the portal, but neither can I continue to draw upon the creature's power to fuel myself. It means I have a limited time with which to find a new host and an even more limited ability to use my powers. Kent is already dead then? Zatara asked once he understood what Fate was saying. No, I can't control a corpse, but he only lives for as long as he wears the helmet. For a second, Fate seemed to focus inward before speaking again. Do not worry, Kent Nelson has long since accepted his fate. If anything, it is his soul's continued presence in the mortal plane that bothers him, but he understands the necessity. They all took that in for a second, with Danny relaxing her grip on the table and the rest of the heroes leaning back, not happy, but willing to hear what else he had to say. Alan sighed and took a deep breath while Jay patted his back and Wonder Woman herself nodded once. Kent has always missed Inza, he would be ready to pass. Did you just invite us here to tell us about your situation? Aquaman asked, tapping his harpoon prosthesis against his other arm. No, although that is a large part of it, Fate answered. Yesterday's battle was a complete victory, with both demons fully contained within the tower, the remains of Yog-Sotha either destroyed or under control and Clarion suffering his biggest defeat yet. His wounds will take decades to heal, if they ever do, but the repercussions of his attack will be dire. Alright, what are we dealing with? The current Flash asked, his body still relaxed. An enemy wanting revenge is not exactly new territory for anyone here. Clarion himself will not be a problem. I suspect the creature will be hiding for a long time after the way he was defeated, Fate said with no small amount of satisfaction in his voice. However, he broke an ancient covenant by opening the path for the eldritch beast into this reality, inviting punishment even by his own faction, and I doubt the creature those demons served will be happy with their imprisonment. So, if he's being targeted by everyone, why not leave him to deal with it? Captain Marvel asked. The enemy of my enemy is very rarely my friend, Zatara answered his young apprentice. It is unlikely any faction targeting Clarion will worry about collateral damage or civilian lives. Indeed, Clarion has had dominion over Earth for millennia now, but he is far from the only Lord of Chaos in existence. He is also not the most powerful or even the most cruel, Fate concluded. Worse, I believe I recognize the form of those demons. Yog-Sotha may not be the only dangerous entity Clarion has invited into our reality with this attack. Not to speak of the attack that drove the creature back at the end. An infernal entity capable of that level of power is incredibly worrying. Hearing that, Cal turned towards her, causing Kara to wince. Her cousin knew about her armor but, even now, most of the Justice League still weren't aware of her own team. For a moment, she continued to stay silent and it seemed like Cal would respect that but, eventually, she released a sigh and spoke up. That was actually me. Suddenly, she found the entire room turning to her. Leaning back into her chair, she started explaining about her armor and weapon. Of course she wasn't about to reveal everything she had ever done, but she remembered the way Faust had apparently betrayed the light and, with someone like Trigon involved, could no longer justify the danger of keeping completely quiet. Particularly because, with how much had been changed, she no longer knew what was going to happen. Her armor may have been the one responsible for yesterday's attack, but there was someone out there capable of ordering a demon like Vortigern and convincing Felix Faust to betray Clarion. In the end, she revealed most of her attack on Infinity Island, but refused to elaborate on anything else. It was not like the Justice League didn't already know most of what she was revealing, or shared everything they did with other heroes for that matter. There was a lot more information she could have given, but she needed to check on some things and speak with Cal first, alone. Alright, remind me not to piss you off, the Flash said, being the first one to break the silence after she had explained things and getting a few odd looks. What? She ripped out a demon's heart and used it like an AA battery to explode a giant extra-dimensional tentacle monster. I don't want to see what she'd do if I gave her a reason to be angry with me. Fair enough, Captain Marvel nodded. Still, it's nice to have a mad scientist on our side for once. That is enough confirmation. Vortigern is known to be Trigon's grandson, Fate continued after the interruption. Fortunately, contrary to his progeny, no mere summoning ritual will be enough to invite the demonic deity into this dimension, but the very fact we have his attention is dangerous. You will have our support, Dr. Fate, Wonder Woman said. I'm afraid I will require more than that. Until I find a new host, I will be forced to conserve most of my remaining power, unless Trigon or a Lord of Chaos takes the field themselves, I will not directly interfere. Zatara looked at Captain Marvel and then away, his mind shifting towards his own daughter. Turning back towards Fate, he offered. How long will it be until you require another host? I have too many responsibilities to wear the helmet permanently, but I can take the role of Dr. Fate during my shifts with the League. A temporary host is not ideal, but the offer is appreciated, Fate nodded once. Without needing to exert myself, I will be able to sustain my presence for 3 years. If I have not been able to locate a host until then, we will come to an agreement. Leaning back, Kara interlocked her fingers with Cory's and listened in as both teams discussed the future. Although Jay and Alan weren't coming out of retirement, they were still incredible powerhouses and the fight had reignited the desire in them to help. Finally, after what felt like an entire day, Fate himself started looking over each one of the heroes present during the fight, searching their bodies for the being's eldritch influence, the creature's corrupting magic. When it was her turn, Kara hesitated. She understood the need for it, and even the reason it was being done inside the tower, much easier to contain a struggling hero and less worrying for the civilians, but that didn't mean she was comfortable with letting someone that clearly didn't like her cast a spell on her body. Cory squeezed her hand, reminding her that she wasn't alone, even Cal focused on her, paying close attention to her hesitation. She didn't trust Fate, but she trusted the both of them with keeping her safe. Taking a breath, Kara stepped towards the Lord of Order and let a wave of golden light wash over her body, his spell taking longer than with any other present. It seems you were slightly affected, but were able to fight off the creature's influence, said a frowning Fate as he finished. Stepping back, Kara looked at the helmet and couldn't help asking. What did you mean when you said I don't belong here? Your presence in this dimension disrupts the balance of the world. For those with the senses to see it, your entire being looks like a taint that affects everything you come into contact with, spreading to those around. Fate's eyes were hard as he regarded her. Your very presence changed the fate of this world. Why not attack me then? Kara asked. The Young Justice show didn't paint Fate in a good light, but Kara could understand, and even respect the Lord of Order's choices when she really thought about it. She could also understand if he thought eliminating her would solve whatever problem he sensed. She didn't agree, had no desire to actually fight Nabu and would do her absolute best to destroy him if he did push things. She still had another capsule of Vortigar's heart and she believed she could survive long enough to deploy it against the tower if needed, but she could understand. I considered it, but whatever changes you created are now permanent. Containing you would not resolve the situation, Fate answered truthfully. As much as I find your presence an eyesore, I will not attack you simply for being chaotic, else I would have fought Green Lantern decades ago. That made sense. Kara didn't know if this dimension was the one depicted in YJ or just close enough so as to not matter, but her very presence had already changed things. Even if she left the planet or died right now, nothing would erase what she had already done. As she was about to step away, Kara stopped and looked around. After this meeting, Fate would be extremely busy for the next month just scanning the remaining civilians and, after that, he had almost half a century of problems to look after. She probably wouldn't be able to talk with him anytime soon. She had long since had a question for the Lord of Order, one she was pretty sure she knew the answer to, but she wanted confirmation anyway. No, if it was only a desire she'd keep quiet, she wouldn't question him with so many people around them. She needed confirmation. Can you sense souls? Are you able to tell if someone is or has ever been possessed? She finally asked. For a second, Fate regarded her, the golden glow in his eyes shining brighter as he took in her fearful posture for the first time in their meeting. She had been hesitant before, but not afraid. I do not know why you ask, but be reassured your body is your own, it has always been. Kara nodded and finally stepped away, watching as Fate inspected her cousin and Alan Scott in short order. The meeting took a little longer, but Kara had already stopped listening. She had never regarded herself as a different person, her memories of her previous life weren't some parasite on her mind. They were just another piece of her. Still, there had always been a small part of her that was afraid. She had read enough stories about a soul taking the place of another, like a parasite possessing them and, with two mystic powerhouses telling her she didn't belong here. Thankfully, that particular fear didn't seem to be true. She was and had always been Kara Zor-El, no matter what life she had before this one. With things settled, Kara left the tower, giving Cory another kiss before flying back up into the air and waving her goodbye. Salem used to have a Zeta tube, but the location had been destroyed in the battle and Kara had to search for the next closest place. Eventually, she appeared back at the fortress, pulling off her half-destroyed mask and throwing it at the table. Mr. Zor-El, may I help you? The AI appeared at her side, seeming to realize her goal. Prepare the medical room. I was hit with some kind of magical blast and it seems to have accelerated my healing. I need to see if there were other side effects. Very well, the scanners will be ready when you arrive. Mr. Zor-El, the image of her uncle bowed and disappeared. After the last time Kara needed a checkup, she had changed the healing pod into a comfortable chair where she could simply sit down while getting examined and even continue to work if she so wished. It was far more convenient, comfortable, and didn't remind her of her time with the Psions. With a command, she took off her clothes, laid the cube of nanomachines to the side and sat down. The skin only took a minute. Mr. Zor-El, it seems you have several minor wounds, your muscles are strained and your solar reserves are low. However, there doesn't seem to have been any dangerous negative side effects, only a slight muscle pain, headache and nausea. The AI started talking. Analyzing the effects on your body, it appears said magical blast has increased entropy in all your cells, causing them to age. A normal human cells would have been destroyed under the strain, but a Kryptonian seems to be resistant enough to survive. What about the damaged cells? I avoided some of the treatments available because I didn't know how they would react. Kara asked. As the blast seems to have homogeneously affected your body, the magic has effectively accelerated your recovery by 38 days, although the effect has strained your damaged cells, it was not beyond their ability to withstand. The image of her uncle gave her a disapproving look. Considering the data, it is likely you would have withstood a second blast of similar strength, but any more would have caused permanent damage or even death. That was disappointing. Kara had almost been willing to ask Fate for access to Wrath or Gluttony and just have them blast her again. Unfortunately, the attack she received had been blocked by the nth metal, its power greatly diminished and there was no way one of the brothers would agree to limit himself as such, or that she'd trust them even if they did. Do we have anything capable of replicating the effect? She asked, letting the chair continue to heal her minor wounds. And how long would it take for the strain on my cells to recover? The AI looked away, seeming to think about the answer, which probably meant there was something in the vast Kryptonian database and the AI was simply spending a moment to gather all the information. We do possess the blueprint for several equipment of similar capabilities, however it requires exotic materials the fortress does not have in stock and causes heavy damage to any organic material. Well, that was even more disappointing, even if not unexpected. If there was anything capable of accelerating her recovery time in the database, Kara would have found it sooner. Still, more than a month of progress toward her recovery was a very satisfying reward from the fight. Getting up from the chair, Kara stretched her limbs and took a quick shower before putting her clothes back on. After the nanobots were reconfigured to look like civilian clothes, there was actually a small cube of extra material she stored away in a cabinet in case she ever needed it. Looking at a mirror, she stared at her newly healed eye. It was actually gray, giving her heterochromia. Kara didn't exactly like the reminder of what had happened, but she didn't mind it too much and she also liked the longer hair, even if it needed a bit of styling. Send me the information on the entropy device anyway, I want to see if I can do anything with it, Kara ordered, tying her hair into a ponytail. Also, get me the configurations for Cal's and my escape rockets, mine should be among the data recovered by the Psions. Very well, I will send the data to your personal device. Do you desire anything else, Mr. Sorel? A painkiller, I think I'm already starting to feel the muscle aches. Opening her computer, Kara let it project the information on a holographic display ahead of her and sat on a sunstone chair she grew from the floor, starting to make a list of things she could improve or would have to change after the fight. Finally, one of her robots brought her the painkiller and she opened the files on the escape ships, taking a long look at their configurations and, in specific, the hyperdrive since it was the one component she had some personal experience with. Unfortunately, after hours of staring at the holograms, she still wasn't able to find what she was looking for. There were some differences in the blueprint, but she'd have to look at Cal's ship in person to be certain. Finally, she pushed her chair back and released a long breath. Taking the painkiller had also taken care of her headache, but Kara was still exhausted, she'd have to continue looking after asking for Cal's permission to open up his ship. Teleporting back to her home, she put some food into Dexter's bowl and threw herself on the bed. It was still only 6 in the afternoon, but she had been awake for much longer than necessary and her Kryptonian body still hadn't absorbed enough sunlight to make sleep a luxury instead of a necessity. As usual, the cat jumped on top of her body. Using her as a source of heat, he curled into a ball between her legs and, before he stopped purring, Kara was already asleep. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 50, Chapter 47.5, NSFW. Kara woke up feeling a soft touch on her back. Her heart nearly exploded in her chest and her muscles momentarily locked in fright as she struggled between turning around to blast whoever was attacking her and pretending to be asleep to gather information. Then her other senses started registering in her mind, the pleasant scent of the floral soap, the familiar heartbeat, even the way the fingers traced her skin. Releasing a long breath, Kara relaxed back on the bed. I apologize, I did not mean to startle you, Kara, Cory whispered, sitting beside her on the bed. Ugh, Kara felt her aching muscles protesting as she pushed herself on her side to glare at her friend. Cory, I wanted to sleep until the next day. It is the next day, Kara, Cory said, using her fingers to push a strand of hair away from Kara's face. Please, are you feeling all right? Kara just groaned, she wasn't exactly a stranger to pain anymore, but it had been a long time since she had felt, well, tired, at least for more than a few minutes. That entropy blast had really taken a toll on her. Grabbing the blanket, Kara pulled her legs to her chest and curled into a ball, burying her face into the pillow. Nope, my body is aching all over and I feel like I've just fought 10 rounds with Wonder Woman, I'm staying in bed today. I see, in that case I shall inform Master Diana I cannot train this day. With a light push, Cory floated away from the bed. Cory, wait. Kara grasped for her girlfriend, but the Tamarinine was already beyond her reach and, despite being fully awake by the scare, she really didn't want to get up. Ugh. From the door, Dexter gave her a judgmental look, his narrowed eyes telling her she shouldn't be so lazy, or maybe he just wanted her to get up and feed him, either one of those. Looking at her computer on the other side of the room, Kara pointed with a hand, trying to pull it closer. Unfortunately, laziness wasn't a part of the emotional spectrum. Giving up, Kara lowered her arm and looked through the walls, staring at the sun for a moment to see it was still early morning. Turning away from the cat, she covered her head with the blanket and attempted to fall back asleep without much success. I have returned. Cory said, jumping on top of the bed. No, Kara protested, feeling her coverings being pulled away in a heartless manner, turning to glare at the Tamarinine, but stopping when she realized Cory only wore a sports bra and a thin pair of panties. Why? After much research, I have found that performing the manipulation of soft tissues is very beneficial for such pain, Cory explained while ignoring Kara's glare. Do not worry, friend Troya has taught me how to perform such things. Oh, she did, huh? And just when did the two of you get such good relationship? Kara asked, a hint of jealousy in her voice as she thought about the Amazoness touching her girlfriend. We have been sparing often, Cory answered without a hint of worry. Now, remain in this position. With a fast movement, Cory straddled her back, letting Kara feel the heat from her body. A moment later, the Tamarinin had taken off Kara's bra and spilled a thin thread of oil on her back, the cold making her draw a sharp breath. Soon, Kara felt Cory's warm hand starting to spread the oil on her back, pressing down on her muscles in a very pleasant manner. Wow, she should act spoiled more often, being pampered felt great. Unable to help herself, Kara let out a small moan as Cory's fingers dug under her shoulder blade, pressing on a particularly bothersome ache and steadily drawing up towards her neck. Flushing slightly, Kara felt Cory's tights wrapped around her body, her panties getting soaked with the oil and leaving very little to the imagination. The Tamaranian's fingers wandered all over her back, pressing down on her muscles before slowly spreading down her sides. Kara's breath caught in her throat when Cory caressed the side of her breasts, her touch becoming light as she traced along her mounds. Unfortunately, Cory pulled back, causing Kara to almost growl in frustration as her partner adjusted position to start on her legs. I certainly hope you haven't been doing this. This kind of massage with Troya, Kara said when she felt Cory cupping her ass, hands squeezing her flesh and dripping some of the cold oil on her already damp pussy. I have not, Cory said, hands going down her toned legs. On Tamarin, we do not have the same proclivity towards monogamy as on Earth or Krypton, but it is not something I would do without conferring with you, Kara. Good to know. Finishing up with her feet, Cory started going up again, this time, gently tracing her fingers along the glistening skin as she crawled up. Gently tickling the back of her knee, Cory sent a shiver up Kara's pussy, causing it to contract in anticipation before she deepened her touch, tracing a line leading up along Kara's inner thighs. Unable to help herself, Kara's own hand started acting, grabbing onto her own breasts and squeezing, the combined sensation causing her breathing to increase, her thighs grinding against Cory's hands. Suddenly, Cory drew back, causing Kara to whimper in protest. Before she could do anything about it, Cory grabbed her side, eagerly flipping her on the bed and revealing Kara's flushed face. Putting a hand on each side of Kara's body, Cory leaned down and kissed her, but Kara was far too excited, flying up and pressing herself against her girlfriend, grinding their mostly naked bodies against each other, their tongues interlocking as the kiss deepened. With only some effort, Cory pressed Kara back down and smiled. Eyes clouded with lust, Kara traced a finger down her belly, caressing the top of her pussy lips. Kneeling over her, Cory took the chance to take off her own top, revealing her ample breasts, their tips hard and tantalizing. With her eyes, the Tamarinin followed Kara's hand, smiling as she saw her playing with herself. I am glad to see you comfortable with yourself, Cory said, lowering her body and kissing Kara's neck, trailing her mouth up and biting her ear. I had thought you may have not been secure with our relationship. You were far too tense the last time, yes. Cory, I didn't exactly have experience, Kara confessed, feeling the Tamaranian's hands exploring her breasts, pinching a nipple while she trailed kisses down Kara's body. I had never played with myself back on Krypton. I understand. Do not worry, I will make sure to teach you well, Cory said, squeezing one of her breasts with a hand while sucking on the other. Kara felt Cory's lips enveloping her nipple, her teeth rubbing against the skin and sending a wave of pleasure through her chest, the heat causing sweat to accumulate on her skin. Cory's other hand traced down, lightly touching Kara's toned belly, sneaking its way under her panties and bypassing her small strip of hair to caress her clit, the swollen button sending a jolt of electricity down her core. With expertise, Cory traced circles with her finger, drawing eager gasps from Kara as she attempted to grind her hips against the teasing girl. Cory, With a light and fast movement, Cory used a finger to tap her sensitive clit, the sensation making Kara involuntarily jolt in place, her legs drawing up as her thighs squeezed together. Finally, when Kara was desperate for release, Cory held it between her thumb and forefinger and pinched while also biting down on her nipple. The twin spikes of both pain and pleasure were too much, making Kara bite down on her lip, her back arching up while one of her hands grabbing the bed sheets and the other grasping at the headboard, making the reinforced metal groan. Kara had changed the materials of her bed frame in anticipation of something like this, but she still left a handprint on the metal as she came down from her first orgasm, an extremely satisfied Cory looking down on her. Tilting her head in slight confusion, Cory frowned at Kara's exposed chest, causing her to feel self-conscious. What? Kara, your Kryptonian ways are strange to me, but I heard some human women decide to increase their size through implants, Cory said, a concerned look on her face. Please, I do hope you did not think you had to change for me. I did not mind that they were small. What so you? Kara asked with growing confusion, then the realization hit her and she groaned, her face flushing with embarrassment as she released the bed frame and covered her eyes with an arm. Row damned wrath. I do not understand. Cory, I didn't get breast implants, Kara snickered, pushing herself to a sitting position so she could check herself better. Wrath hit me with a spell and it caused me to age, this is natural. Looking down at her own chest, it was bigger than before, by a considerable amount. Not quite at the size of Power Girl from the comics, but she was between AC and AD right now. Come here, putting a hand behind Cory's neck, Kara drew her girlfriend closer, kissing her deeply. I guess it's your turn now. Relieved, Cory sat between Kara's legs, one of her own thighs still tantalizingly pressed against Kara's sex. With a mischievous smile, she shook her head. Nay, today I have decided to indulge you. Despite having just had an orgasm, Kara didn't complain as the Tamarine slowly pushed herself back. With a gentle touch, Cory pressed her hands under Kara's legs and gently guided them up, taking a moment to slowly pull down her panties and throw the soaked fabric aside before moving both legs against her shoulders. Staring at Kara's lustful eyes, Cory kissed her ankle, then slowly started to go down. Each kiss left a spot of heat in her skin, in her calf, in her knee, in her inner thigh and drawing closer, Kara's pussy getting soaked with anticipation as her feet slid over Cory's shoulders to rest on her back. Fully exposed, Kara couldn't help feeling flustered as Cory stared at her pussy lips, her flesh glistening with excitement and the remains of her previous orgasm. Then she felt Cory's tongue, the feeling completely different from a finger as Cory licking over the outer lips, slowly exploring her sex, the feeling causing Kara's toes to curl at her back. Finally, Cory's tongue touched her clit, causing Kara to release a small yelp, the pleasure driving her back against the headboard and her hands to grip the bed frame even harder, the metal complaining. So much for reinforced materials. Then Cory really started, her tongue sending waves of pleasure as she played with Kara's sex, eating her out with such skill Kara was almost driven mad with pleasure. Cory, the blonde screamed as a finger parted her lips, quickly followed by another. Feeling both fingers curling inside her to caress her G-spot, one of Kara's hands released the bed to grab Cory's flaming hair, her mind unable to decide between pushing her girlfriend's head back so she could catch her breath or pressing it down for more. Cory's other hand squeezed Kara's ass, digging into the soft flesh while her mouth kissed her clitoris, fully enveloping the little nub with her lips and starting to suck. Kara went wild, unable to hold back her voice anymore as she screamed in pleasure. With one last scream, Kara's muscles trembled, her toes curling almost painfully as she pushed her pelvis up from the bed and into Cory's mouth, the orgasm hitting her hard as she actually squirted, drenching Cory's face. Cory didn't stop, her fingers only increasing in speed and prolonging the pleasure as she sucked on Kara's clitoris, flickering it with her tongue as she rocked Kara's world. Finally, Kara collapsed bonelessly against the bed, her chest going up and down with harbored breaths, feeling exhausted once again despite just sleeping for so long. At least she had managed to keep her voice to human levels and didn't break any glass windows. That would have been really embarrassing. That was, yeah, she gasped, words escaping her as she struggled to stay awake. Rest, I will clean up the bedroom, Cory said, lifting her body up, guiding her to the sofa before putting a clean blanket on top of her. Thanks, I love you. Curling up on the sofa, Kara made up her mind to return the favor. She was just wondering if a metal dildo could survive their lovemaking or if she'd have to make something herself when she passed out. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. Advanced chapter on Pat_Rio only coming out Saturday. I'm extremely busy, sorry. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 51, Chapter. Yo, sorry for not posting this last week, I hope you guys enjoy the chapter. Talking, objectively speaking, it's such an easy thing to do. Just open her mouth and express her ideas, make a string of sounds that convey meaning. Heck, Kara didn't even need to open her mouth, she had taken a few moments to learn sign language between some of her experiments. Subjectively speaking, however, it was harder than fighting that eldritch abomination had been. She was doing her best, but her throat locked up every time, the words dying in her mouth and leaving her looking stupid before just saying nothing. It wasn't that she didn't know what to say, she had practiced in her mind enough that she had 3 different scripts she could use. Kara knew exactly what she wanted to say, she just couldn't do it. Lying on the sofa, Dexter purring softly on top of her belly, Kara struggled to keep her mind on track. To not reach for her computer so she could distract her mind by watching Luther still trying to justify a new leak, she still had some dirt on him she hadn't released, or lose herself on a new experiment. 2 lifetimes, short as they were, and she still hadn't learned how to take initiative on private matters. Show her an enemy and she would happily start plotting his downfall. Give her a project and she'd immediately start dealing with it, but when it came to her own personal life, the worst was that she knew it was easy, just start talking. It was simple, extremely so, but she just could not do it. And she absolutely hated it. If it was anyone else facing the same problem, Kara would actually be pretty understanding, but when it was her own weakness. Again, she caught herself reaching for the computer, instinctively trying to change her train of thought, to flee. It would be so easy, there was so much going on in the world, so many important things she could be dealing with. The light was adapting to her existence. Trigon was getting involved with the world. Mr. Mind was probably still alive and plotting something. She'd have to deal with the Injustice League soon. Kara would really prefer to be dealing with any one of those things and, arguably, they were far more important than her inability to speak up. Pulling her arm back, she squeezed her hand into a fist and closed her eyes, taking deep breaths as she tried to calm herself down, to swallow the lump on her throat and relax her body. Feeling a gentle touch on her closed hand, Kara opened her eyes to see Dexter pushing his head against her hand, his purring getting louder as he rubbed his entire body against her. Unable to help herself, she scratched the top of his head, watching as his eyes closed in pleasure. Eventually, he actually lifted a paw towards her other hand and attempted to draw it closer, gently hooking his claws around her finger. "Oh, you want both hands then, one isn't enough," Kara snorted. Letting out a long sigh, she obliged. "As the Overlord commands." "Joy!" Cory exclaimed, catching Kara by surprise with her phone as she brought them food. "This will make for the most wonderful saver of screens." Kara flushed, but she still kept scratching at the cat's fur, letting her girlfriend continue to take a few more pictures of their interaction. "Just don't be showing that to everyone, you're gonna make them stop fearing me." "Do not worry, after they beheld the way you fought the Yog-Sotha, that will not be a concern," Cory nodded, lifting Kara's feet and sitting down on the sofa before laying them back down on her lap. At Kara's inquisitive look, she continued. There was a substantial amount of videos from Salem's battle. It had only been a single day since the fight with Clarion and Kara was taking it easy, or at least trying to, with Cory having taken a day of leave to stay with her and help her recover from the ordeal. Still, she should have expected videos of the fight to have spread far and wide. The internet was even more advanced here than in her previous life and there were several video sharing apps that were popular. "Ugh, I really hope that didn't spread the damned cognito hazard," Kara sighed, lying back on the sofa's arm and continuing to run her hand over Dexter's fur. "It did not, the Dr. Fate was sure of that," Cory answered, adjusting her position so her legs could hang besides Kara's. "Good, did I at least look cool in the videos?" "You looked most gallant," Cory nodded, handing Kara the plate of snacks before stealing a handful of them. "Indeed, watching you sunder the creature's phalange and bathe in its blood left me exceedingly aroused." Kara choked on one of the snacks, causing Dexter to jump away as she coughed to dislodge the nugget from her airway. "Well, cough. I suppose that's better than the alternative. Still, I do hope you do not get covered in evil, eldritch ichor again, regardless of how appealing it was to watch your prowess." "Don't worry. I have no intention of doing that anytime soon," she said, taking a sip of water to clean her mouth. Grabbing the remote, Kara pressed play, finally letting the movie continue playing. Star Wars was still a thing even in DC and Cory was actually greatly enjoying the original trilogy, especially because the movie technology was much better in this world. Even Kara loved it. The director had actually managed to preserve the mental aspect of old Obi-Wan versus Vader while also making it showy, with both exploding into action in a short but epic duel at the end. Still, Kara wasn't able to concentrate on the second movie, her anxiety starting to build again as she kept stealing glances at Cory. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes, she grabbed the remote and paused the movie, staring at the screen as she attempted to gather her wits and open her mouth. Feeling a warm touch, she watched as Cory just embraced her, wrapping her arms around Kara's neck in a strong hug. "Kara, we are friends, more than that, we are lovers. No matter what you wish to say, I will always be here for you. I didn't used to be like this, you know." Kara breathed out, a derisive tone in her voice. "While Kryptonians can get lonely or uncertain, we don't really have a need to talk, or even be with others. Such weakness had long since been purged from our nature by evolution or genetic manipulation." Pushing herself up into a sitting position, Kara adjusted herself, her back straight against the sofa's arm as Cory laid between her legs, their hands interlocked. She hated feeling like this, weak. It really wasn't in her nature. On Krypton, we didn't really get like this. Our society let us achieve pretty much anything we wanted and we were born with a purpose. We didn't really get depressed, anxious, or even uncertain, she told her girlfriend, the words finally leaving her mouth and causing a weight to leave her chest. "Yes, Father disapproved of my martial training, but that was actually the greatest setback I had, and it's not like I didn't enjoy my technical studies, it wasn't that hard to focus entirely on them. This is shameful. Do not speak like that. Just because you are struggling with something, it does not make you weak. Needing help does not make you unworthy," Cory said angrily. Releasing Kara's hands, she cupped her face and forced Kara to look into her eyes. "Kara, you are already doing so much for me, for the Titans. You do not need to do everything alone. We can help each other, no. Sorry, it's just, I wasn't supposed to be like this, I was supposed to be composed, to be capable of making the hard decisions." Pushing her head back, Kara closed her eyes to gather her thoughts. "Ever since I regained some memories back with the Psions, I have felt different. I know I'm still myself, but I don't think my family would ever recognize me now, either of them. Focusing on other problems lets me forget about it and makes me feel normal. Kara, to me, you are normal. Cory smiled at her, releasing her face and pushing herself back again. I did not know you or your family before, but I believe they would still love you no matter what. Kara didn't know if Cory was right, but hearing it did make her feel a little better. Her father had been a hard man, but he did love her in his own way. She really hoped he'd still do so even if he knew she had a second set of memories. Cory, have you ever heard about the multiverse? Alternate dimensions. Yes. Cory hesitatingly said, not understanding the change of subject. The Titans have been reading through some of the Justice League's old reports as part of our training. They have many interactions with parallel dimensions. Right, well, I actually remember a different life, one where everything here was simply an animated series. Telling Cory about her previous life and her knowledge of the DC universe was easy. Just as Kara knew it would be once she managed to start. The problem had always been starting, not the conversation itself. Words flowed out of her mouth one after another as she spoke about everything in a clear and concise manner. Cory didn't interrupt her, listening intently without saying anything. Explaining things didn't actually take too long. It wasn't like Kara had to teach her how to reincarnate, just that it had happened. Explaining about the DC universe actually took longer, but it wasn't by that much. The concept that her life could be a story wasn't that alien to the woman, just strange. You already knew about me before we met. Cory asked when she was finally done. Not exactly you, but some versions of you, and it's not like I watched your entire life and everything you have ever thought, just some moments a writer thought were interesting, Kara answered, a concerned look on her face. Does that bother you? It does not, Cory shook her head. Seeing the relieved look on Kara's face, Cory leaned down and gave her a quick kiss. Kara, on Tamarin, I am a princess. The idea that someone knows about my life is merely a matter of course. I do not imagine it is much different for any member of the League. Yeah, now that Kara had started speaking, she could see how silly hiding it all had been, particularly in a place like DC where things like that weren't exactly unheard of. No, if she was being honest, she could already see the silliness before. It just didn't make things any easier. Still, now that she had started talking, it was easy to continue, even to discuss things, with Cory asking about the different versions of herself out there, getting both excited and scandalized by what some of her depictions did. Grabbing one of her devices, Kara even created a holographic display to show what she knew about their own dimension, with lines and pictures showing what the original timeline should have been and what it looked like now. Our next action will be to rescue the poison ivy, yes? Cory finally asked nearly 3 hours later, her eyes narrowed in thought. Has the detective chimp found her exact location yet? Our. Kara lifted an eyebrow. You did swear you would not start a fight without me, no? Cory frowned at her. I will not permit you to fight the likes of the Black Adam and Votan alone. Well, I wouldn't really call it a fight. Fighting is for when I'm caught by surprise or in an emergency, Kara said, and then her face became a smirk. No, fighting means the enemy has a chance to react. With time to plan things, I want to utterly crush them before they even know they're being attacked. Regardless, I will not allow you to go alone. Well, I would have my own team for support, but it's not like I'm opposed to you coming too. One can never have too much firepower after all, Kara said, already looking at Cory's body. And you would look hot in the right power armor. Very well. Although I do not enjoy wearing too many coverings, I am willing to compromise, Cory said, satisfied she wouldn't be left behind this time. Say, you think Billy would agree to help out before the fight? Black Adam has the same powers as him and it would be good to be able to test some of my weapons. I do not see why he would refuse. Looking at the web of villains and plots she had created with her holographic projector, Kara decided to save it, using her personal computer to do so. She still wasn't willing to just freely distribute the information to everybody, and there were some details she'd have to scrub, but it was a good base to start working from. The prospect of having the same conversation with Cal still bothered her, but not nearly as much now that she had done it once. Hopefully, she'd not backtrack again when the time came. Come on, since I'm already telling you everything, there's something else I want to show you, Kara said, finally pushing herself up from the sofa. Using her personal computer, she called on her teleportation platform. The small one was just the correct size to fit into the living room without causing any problems while also allowing 2 people to stand on it. A moment later, they appeared inside Kara's moon base, the defenses immediately deactivating as they verified their identity and allowing the both of them to step down from the platform. This does not look like the Psion ship we arrived in, Cory commented, looking around at the crystalline, square room. It's not. I've been meaning to throw that one into the sun for a few days now, just making sure there's absolutely nothing important still inside, Kara shrugged, walking towards one of the empty walls. Suddenly, a crystal pedestal protruded from the floor in front of Kara, allowing the Kryptonian to rest her hand on top of the round tip until it turned blue. With a hiss, a wide set of doors snapped open, the walls retreating to the sides and releasing a cloud of white smoke that spread through the floor, revealing a blue hallway, the walls glowing with an inner light. Kara, are you certain this base is secure? I do not think doors are supposed to release smoke. Cory asked, giving the opening a wary glance. Kara blushed, her eyes avoiding looking at Cory. Everything is fine, I just made it do that for the aesthetics, she said in a small voice, but Cory heard her anyway. It does look intimidating. Friend Robin would find it most impressive. That really didn't help. In fact, it only made Kara even more self-conscious. She made a mental note to find an excuse for the smoke before bringing someone else here. Kara didn't really like lying, but this would be for a good cause. Namely, so she wouldn't be embarrassed. Once she started walking, her posture regained her usual surety, her back straightening as she took large steps towards the outer wall. As always, when she wasn't dealing with something personal, she was far more decisive. More than that, having gotten a weight off her chest, she was feeling great, even if her body was still hurting a little from the effect of Wrath's blast. Cory herself floated behind her, her feet hanging up in the air as her green eyes took in all the changes to their previous spaceship, the crystalline walls becoming transparent to let her look at the ship's interior since Kara was giving her a tour. Sunstone isn't really the best material to build an entire ship, it's very versatile, but that means it's not the best in any one aspect, she explained as the hallway started lightening up further with every step. Still, it's cheap, requires almost no maintenance and is easy to produce, not demanding any exotic materials. Finally, as they approached the end of the hallway, a second door snapped open, releasing another wave of dry smoke that Kara ignored as she walked through the archway, stepping out into a balcony overlooking the outside of the ship. Down below, a courtyard was hidden under the same holographic projector as the ship itself. It contained 500 large spires of black crystal sprouting from the ground in 20 even rows. The spires slowly grew while bathing in sunlight, only a little smaller than an average human, they absorbed every drop of energy to continue developing as fast as possible. Please, what are those? Cory asked, her feet touching back on the floor at Kara's side. Ship seeds, they'll take a few more days to be ready and I'll have to hide them on the moon later, probably spread them around with matching holographic projectors so nobody notices, but, in a few months to a year, they'll be ready to fly. Kara, perhaps it is not the best idea to secretly build a fleet so close to an inhabited planet. Cory commented as she looked at the seeds. I do not know much about humans but, even in Tamarin, such large numbers would make my family very uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'm not planning on using them on Earth. The League alone could probably deal with half the fleet by themselves if I don't use exotic weapons, not to speak of the other heroes and villains on the planet, Kara said, dismissing Cory's concerns with a wave of her hand. No, this is a gift for you. Regardless of the League's decision, I told you I'd help retake Tamarin, your people are gonna need a fleet to protect themselves after that. You are giving me a fleet. There's a couple thousand aerokinetic Carabots too, but I'm still making improvements to them. That is, the most romantic gesture I have ever heard about. With a shout of happiness, Cory hugged her, the strong emotions giving the Tamarinine more power than she had ever displayed, causing even Kara to feel life being squeezed out of her. Then she felt her shirt being pulled apart, the nanorobots that composed it unable to withstand Cory's strength and her concern turned into another feeling altogether. Well, she did need to test the ship's resistance. Hopefully, it would prove tougher than her reinforced bed. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 52, Not a Chapter. My family has been having a lot of problems lately, to the point that I was both extremely busy and not in a mindset to write. I tried, but the words just wouldn't flow and, sometimes, I'd stare at the computer for 2 hours and write 3 paragraphs. I tried to start new stories or work on old ones, but nothing was working. Also, I lost my job and it's the end of the semester at college, I had a lot of tests, having to finish writing an article as well, so everything just happened at the same time and I was overwhelmed. I gave a better explanation on Patreon, but the truth was that I really didn't want to talk about what was happening in my personal life. More than that, not everything happened at the same time. To tell you the truth, I thought I'd just delay things by a few days at first and apologize at next chapter, then something else happened, and something else. In the end, I always keep leaving the explanation for, when I post the next chapter, it will be soon, and that never came. Well, I just started posting again. Unfortunately, the first chapter after this break was for my other FIC, Will of the Force, but I'm almost finished with chapter 49 for Supergirl. I'm sorry for the delay, but the FIC isn't dead yet. A Cory interlude is coming. Also, starting July, I should be able to post 2 chapters a week for the entire month. Chapter 53, Chapter. So, we're finally back. I hope you guys enjoyed the chapter. Kara stepped out into the mountain, a new, fully repaired mask on her face. She had thought about switching, maybe wearing a simple domino mask with computer lenses and holographic projectors incorporated to change her facial features, but, in the end, she decided against it. She could see some advantages to having her mouth uncovered. It was far more convenient, but, with things like fear toxin, Joker venom, and people who could turn kryptonite into gas, she couldn't justify the danger of having her nose and mouth exposed. Also, the full mask had held up to 2 punches from a powerhouse like Wrath. Those punches would probably have hurt far more if she took them directly on her exposed mouth instead of an extremely strong metal. Try not to stray from the path illuminated by blue lights, she warned her companions. The captain should be both fast and strong enough to protect you from any of the defenses, but it's best not to risk it. Behind her, Amy and Amber paused, glancing around the room and hesitating to get down to the floor. The girls looked good, much better than when Kara had last seen them at Star Labs. They both wore jeans and matching domino masks, but Amy had a white wool blouse, her hair held in a ponytail, while Amber had chosen a more rebellious look, having cut her hair short and wearing black boots and a small leather jacket. What? Amy turned towards her, one of her hands holding back her sister, who was looking at the defenses with interest. I thought you said you had already updated the defenses. Captain Marvel asked, his face turning to frown at her. I did. In the places we were going to use, not the entire mountain, Kara shrugged, starting to walk out of the Zeta tube chamber. It's a safety feature. I can activate all the defenses from a single button, but deactivating or adding another person requires me to update every one of my devices independently. Amber herself seemed perfectly happy with the situation, her eyes following the energy cables that feed the sunstone defenses. Kara would have to take most of them out once everything had finally finished growing, making the devices charge passively. Either that or find a way to block another electrokinetic from sensing them. Can't you just do it yourself then? You're pretty fast, or I could do it for you, Marvel offered, his eyes glancing worriedly at one of the turrets hidden in the ceiling. Would only take me a few minutes too. Nope, they can't be updated at the same time and take 20 seconds each. I couldn't have any speedster just running through the base and deactivating everything. Kara smiled, looking between the worried captain and the 2 girls watching him. I guess you're just gonna have to stay close to your girlfriends then. Since you're already coded into the defenses, nothing you couldn't stop should activate with you nearby. They're not my girlfriends. Marvel glanced away, his face blushing slightly. Can you not, please? Far more interesting, Kara caught Amy flushing in embarrassment as well, while Amber gave the superhero a glare, as if it was his fault they were being teased, either that or because he was denying things. The kids were still too young to be actually dating, but the girls clearly had a crush on him. How amusing, and strange, it was usually the other way around. Plus, Billy was definitely too young for them. Then again, they could see what he'd look like when he was older every time he transformed, so, well, Kara couldn't blame the teens. Sorry, I'll drop it now. I just couldn't resist, she said, turning a corner and making sure neither girl stepped into the white corridor, the one where one of her unfinished Karabots was still slowly reprogramming the defenses. I'll start teasing again in 3 or 4 years, after you've started puberty, should be much funnier then. Captain Marvel was just about to pass her by, content with getting the concession from her when he heard the second part, stumbling and giving her an exasperated look, as if he could already see it happening and was suffering ahead of time. Stop teasing him, Amber gave her a glare, a spark of electricity running through her fingers almost unconsciously. Don't worry, I already said I'd stop, with this particular topic, Kara snorted, attempting to mess up Amber's hair only to get zapped in return, her costume's defenses easily absorbing the charge. Eventually, they started making their way down towards the grotto, Captain Marvel turning towards her. I thought you asked me to help with some experiments. Yep, but we're using my own lab, not the mountains. You have a secret lab inside the secret lair? Amber asked, looking up at her with some approval. Yep, don't tell anyone, Kara said, stepping in front of the last safety check, letting it scan her body. About that, I'm definitely telling the Titans, Captain Marvel sighed, shaking his head. Sorry, Miss Kara, but I learned my lessons about keeping secrets, even by omission. Don't worry, I meant anyone outside our circle of friends. I don't really care if the Titans or the League knows, I just didn't mention anything because it didn't come up, Kara answered, waiting until the door started to open. With a hiss, the wall snapped open, a jet of air being released from the openings in the walls and a cloud of white smoke spread through the floor. Don't mind the smoke, there's a small leak I'll fix later, but it's not harmful. So, why do you need us here anyway? Amber asked, tracing a finger on the wall as they descended the stairs. Your powers interact very well with Billy's magic, I want to study it, Kara answered absent-mindedly. I thought you couldn't mix magic and tech. Amy too asked, getting interested in the talk. I read that magic can't be controlled with technology, it actively doesn't like it. That's not exactly true, it's just very hard to even be able to sense magic, much less manipulate it. You usually need special materials, Kara explained, turning on the lights on the entrance to her mountain lab. I was able to build a device to destabilize magical sources, but the only targets I have are Well, let's just say I want to study other magical sources more before trying to use my own for anything but causing destruction. Ah. Yeah, I saw what you did in Salem. I don't think anyone wants you experimenting with that, Captain Marvel said, walking behind the girls and making sure they were safe. Also, didn't know you had more of it. I do, and even I don't want to make a mistake with that. Don't have enough nth metal to defend myself if I do. Finally, Kara stepped into her lab, another Karabot looking exactly like her, dutifully working to keep the place clean and monitor the energy production. Kara was fairly sure there was nothing wrong with the geothermal power plant, but there was no need to risk it by leaving the structure unattended. Walking inside, the first thing her companion saw was the bowing robot replication, all three of them stopping short as they looked at Kara's features, the robot getting up from her chair and bowing politely. Looking at the robot, Kara briefly glanced down at her own chest and grunted in annoyance, damn wrath. She had prepared the Karabot before fighting against the demon, so she'd have to modify it again and reapply the skin grafts if she wanted the robot to pass for her doppelganger once more. Don't mind it, that's just my robotic double. Good for alibis, menial labor, and tricking my enemies. Cool. Captain Marvel and Amber said at the same time, trading a glance and a smile. Does it have weapons? Amber asked, her eyes shining. Is it intelligent like Red Tornado? Captain Marvel asked, trying to mask his eagerness. Amy just shook her head, seeming frustrated at her companions before finding a spot to sit on, her eyes focusing on the experimental table in the middle of the room. Kara had put a mattress to make it more comfortable, but it still looked intimidating for the girl. It's funny you should mention Red Tornado, Kara commented. It does, in fact, have weapons. The design is more or less based on Tornado's blueprints, with a weaker wind core inside, but it's not sentient or sapient, just programmed with a good but limited AI. Indeed, I am capable of answering rudimentary questions, but any problems outside my programming would leave me unable to articulate a correct response, her robotic duplicate answered, already opening space towards the examination table. So, do I just? Captain Marvel asked, looking at the table with a raised eyebrow. Yes, I'm gonna start with some personal experimentation just to check on some things, then I want to see your transformation before we start experimenting with the girls, Kara explained, sending a command to tilt the examination table forward. I'm not really gonna try to use your magic, don't want to risk Zeus getting offended or something, just study it. Captain Marvel easily lay on the table, his back resting against the mattress as it returned to its natural position parallel to the ground. From the sides of the table, 20 centimeters wide manacles snapped into place, locking all of the captain's limbs including his neck. Behind her, Amy and Amber gasped, but she ignored them, tapping on her computer as fast as she could. Finally, spotlights shone upon the captured hero and a large robotic arm rose from the floor, hundreds of sharp instruments unfurling from the hand-like tip as if it was a spider spreading its legs, a circular saw starting to rotate. Finally, Kara finished typing and relaxed. Sorry about that, I forgot to change the settings. Kara. I said I was sorry. It was an honest mistake, she protested. I'm not exactly a medic, the table is supposed to be used with robots, not people. With a snap, the locks retreated, the robotic limb curling back into a ball before leaning away from the table, letting Captain Marvel relax again. Behind her, Amber and Amy glared, their hearts beating hard in their chest and electricity crackling from their bodies, particularly Amy's woolen sweater. All right, let's start small, Kara said, ignoring the duo behind her. Can you just extend your hand? The captain glanced warily at the robot arm, looking perfectly friendly and harmless, the sharp tools hidden from view. Still, he obeyed and, with another command, the robotic arm extended a single finger, letting Kara pick up one of the devices it held, a much smaller copy of her teleport gun. Holding the gun against his hand, Kara attempted to open a portal and teleport out a harmless piece of his body, something just under his skin that could be regenerated almost instantly. It didn't work. With a click, she channeled more energy to the weapon, trying to both increase and decrease the amount of material it teleported. After a dozen tries she gave up, leaning back and whispering. Damn, and it worked on Vortigar too. Reading from her sensors, it seems like Captain Marvel's power had some dimensional component to them, because something was interfering with the portal before it formed inside his skin. Could he actually teleport on his own with some training? Isn't Vortigar the demon you? Captain Marvel started asking. Don't worry, don't think about it, Kara answered, cutting him off and starting to try her other devices. Unfortunately, a lot of what she could do simply didn't work on the captain, his magical defenses being much better than even a Prince of Hell's. She also couldn't disrupt his transformation or draw away his magic with any of her devices, and most of her weapons barely affected him. Row damn it, that would make fighting Black Adam such a pain. Kara had been hoping she could just snipe the bastard with her teleport gun, but it seems she'd have to find a way under his magical defenses first. She did manage to pierce his skin quite easily with nth metal, but that had almost been a given and she currently had a very finite amount of the metal. Finally, Kara had some sensors put on the captain's body and asked him to transform. That Zeus's power could reach Billy even in Kara's sanctuary wasn't exactly a surprise, but it was still unwelcome. It seems she still hadn't managed to block divine influence reaching her bases despite the latest adaptations she had made. Would she need to find more nth metal to fully protect things? Billy looked far too small on the examination table. The kid wore his school clothes, the sensors appearing directly on his skin and under the clothes, causing him to shiver from the cold. "Did you get anything, Miss Kara?" he asked, pushing himself up on his elbows. Just a second, she watched the information on the screen, finally smiling a little. "Yep, it's not everything I hoped for but, frankly, I didn't expect anything so." From behind her, Kara caught Amber trying to peek at the information. "So, what was all that about?" "Mostly testing ways of getting through his defenses to be honest," Kara explained, pointing at the robotic limb. "Most of those are things I have adapted into weapons." "And why, exactly, do you need to get through his defenses?" The girl narrowed her eyes, putting herself between Kara and Billy's untransformed body. "Don't worry, that's just how I'm used to doing things," Kara smiled at seeing the scene. "On my planet, I used to find faults with other projects, I'd then find exactly why that fault happened. Most of the time, it's not exactly easier this way but, with magic, I don't have much to start with. Also, well, Billy isn't the only one with this particular set of powers." "You're talking about Black Adam?" Billy asked, lying back on the table. "Well, you're pretty much one of the strongest magical beings on the planet, getting through your defenses would definitely help me against all other spellcasters," Kara smiled at him. "But, yeah, Black Adam is one of the ones I'm most concerned about." Stepping away from the table, Kara made sure to save all the data she had, making 2 copies and putting one in her pocket. From the other side of the room, her Karabot pushed 2 exam tables, both with mattresses. "Alright, do you girls want to change clothes before we start? I'm gonna have to put the sensors directly on your skin." Kara turned to look at the twins, but they just shook their heads. Both of them took off their outwear, revealing superhero costumes behind. Amber wore a black leotard under her jacket, yellow lightning patterns all around the costume. Amy's was far more modest, dark blue in color. The costume had a skirt and covered all her limbs, with a small, white cape over her exposed back, a thunderbolt imprint on it. Amber stood straight, a hand at her waist as she dared Kara to critique her or her sister's costumes, but Amy was as red as a tomato, avoiding looking at anyone and doing her best to cover her modest chest with both hands. The costume wasn't even revealing, not much different from a dress really. "We thought it best to have the costumes. We're not cleared to leave the labs without supervision yet but, just in case you know," Amy said, sounding nervous. "I can work with that," Kara shrugged. She needed to get the sensors on skin, but that was easily accessible with the costumes. "I like it, it reminds me of my own costume," Billy commented, causing both girls to turn away from him and avoid his eyes. An hour later, she was done with gathering information. It also seemed like Zeus' power was getting annoyed at constantly being swapped between them, actually causing Billy to wince by giving him a small shock. Kara doubted very much that Zeus himself was constantly watching over the boy, and Billy had said he could call upon the power as many times as he wished, but being drawn to Amber and Amy seemed to make it harder to use after a while. Probably something to do with Billy being pure while the girls, not as much. In any case, Kara didn't want to take any risks and she had enough information to continue her study. Seems like it really was the power of Zeus that protected Billy from her teleportation, because Kara couldn't use the teleportation gun against the girls when they were channeling it. Against Black Adam, it really could go either way. The supervillain was empowered by a different divinity, so it was entirely possible that his protections were not the same, but Kara didn't want to risk it. Still, she had a lot of information and, actually, replicating the twins' meta ability seemed entirely possible with some work, much easier than manipulating the magic directly. Kara already had some thoughts about that, even if they required some of the limited materials in the fortress. Looking at the time, Kara noticed it was getting late. Unfortunately, the Titans were still out and the girls had a curfew, so they wouldn't be able to meet the team this time. That's what she gets for not warning Cory she'd be doing this today, but it was a last-minute thing. Kara had called Billy in the morning and he was already going to visit the girls. "Alright, we're done here today," she said, pushing herself away from the console. "You guys want to see the magma chambers?" Yes, all 3 of them answered immediately, the girls putting their clothes back on. Both Billy and Amber went ahead, led by the Karabot towards the artificial volcano. Amy wasn't as eager, walking calmly beside Kara, paying attention to every part of her lab with a spark in her eyes. "I thought Rhode Island didn't have a fault line," Amy asked, feeling more comfortable with her costume covered. "It doesn't. I made an artificial volcano to generate thermal energy. Won't the magma eventually cool down and solidify?" The girl lifted both eyebrows, trying to think about the facility. "Yes, but the chamber is large, it'll take half a year for the magma to cool down enough that the energy generated starts to drop," Kara smiled at her. "When that happens I'll just compress the resulting rock, use it to reinforce the chamber and refill it again. I'll be able to do that 30 times before I have to start taking the material out. That seems like a lot of work, Amy commented, her voice sounding uncertain, as if afraid to criticize her. Not with my tech, Krypton was far more developed than Earth, Kara shrugged, finally stepping into the elevator chamber. I confess having a volcano base did factor into my choice, but the alternatives were only marginally more effective. The elevator dropped, traveling down towards the magma chamber in only a couple of seconds, the doors snapping open to reveal Billy and Amber looking at the flowing magma behind a transparent crystal wall. The observation room was expensive to make and maintain, needing constant shielding to keep safe from the heat, but the view was really nice. You know, I once fought in a volcano, Billy commented, looking back at Kara and Amy as they arrived. Dr. Savannah didn't have such a nice view though. Did you beat him? Amber asked. He wasn't there, just some robot of his, Billy answered, a smile on his face as he remembered things. It was pretty nice, being able to fight all out without having to worry about civilians. Kara herself was interested in hearing the story, mostly to see if she could find the location later, so they sat down in front of the flowing magma slowly moving against the crystal, the red light illuminating them and making for an interesting atmosphere to tell tales. Finally, Kara took the kids back to Star Labs. Technically, the twins only needed to check in with the lab twice a week, the medics there acting almost like probation officers, but the two of them didn't have legal guardians and, because of their power, the government couldn't put them in a group home. Kara knew Red Tornado himself was actually thinking of adopting the pair but, because of his current legal situation, the court was still discussing his viability. On one hand, he was a well-established hero that could clearly give them the help they needed and, on the other, it wasn't so long ago someone had sued him to try and regain their property. She had thought to try and help out, but really, there was nothing she could do to accelerate the process that Batman wasn't already handling. At this point, it was left to the lawyers and the judge. Still, Kara made a mental note to take them out more often. She'd have to have a member of the League with her for the court to accept it, but it wasn't like she didn't spend time training with Cal or Wonder Woman every week. Captain Marvel stayed with them for a little longer while Kara stepped out, teleporting back to the fortress. She wanted to start experimenting as soon as possible. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 54, Chapter 50, Interlude. Above the night skies of Byalia, the bioship flew undetected, invisible to both visual and electronic surveillance as it floated a few kilometers from the location where the watchtower had picked up a huge energy spike. Below them there were several military buildings protected by a tall, metal fence, watchtowers every 500 meters and a wide, empty desert area for kilometers in any direction. Miss Martian sat in the captain's seat, her hands touching the bioship as she kept it beneath the radar while also connecting their minds together. At her side, Superboy sat in a meditating position. He had gotten into the habit of doing so whenever possible to control his anger. Aqualad had a map stretched in front of him, studying what they knew of the Byalian troop deployment one last time before the mission truly started. All right, we're above where our equipment tracked the exotic energy source, Aqualad warned telepathically, rolling the map back and making sure they were all aware of what to do. Should I land? Miss Martian asked, briefly glancing at him. No, with Kara's equipment, we're more than capable of scanning for non-terrestrial emissions from the air. Just lower our altitude to hover above the location, there's no need to risk detection from the military, the team leader said through the link. His eyes found the Martian girls and they traded a meaningful glance. Can the bioship sense anyone close by? I'm detecting non-terrestrial energy sources, Miss Martian answered, then gasped. Wait, I can feel a lot of pain and desperation, as if something is struggling for its life. Letting herself do what came naturally, Miss Martian reached for the mine she sensed, trying to offer it some amount of comfort while they prepared for a rescue, her hands squeezed into fists on top of the bioship's control panel. Suddenly, she felt a spike of pain as something struck their mental link, a malevolent entity taking control of her mind and locking her in place. Gathering her power, she attempted to struggle free, using her greater power to fight off the mental attack. Unfortunately, while she was much stronger, the intruding mind was more skilled, and more insidious, slipping through her defenses with a mocking laugh, spreading his influence through the mental link. Oh my, what do we have here? The male voice reverberated through her mind, as if it came from everywhere. Child, did no one teach you to not leave yourself so open? Maybe I should teach you a lesson. Slowly, the image of Simon materialized into her mind, his power stretching like a virus as it reached for the mind link she was still maintaining, an unconcerned smile on his face while he drew closer to Miss Martian's own mental image. The Martian used her power to form shields, trying to cut him off and eject him from her mind, but he really was more skilled than her. It was like fighting her uncle, with every one of her actions countered before she could even start. Gritting her teeth, she grunted and retreated. Tisk tisk, how useless. You really are too raw, too untrained, distracted, Simon laughed again, his face growing, filling her vision as it seemed to tower over her. This is almost too easy. It really is. Superboy yelled, punching the mental projection with everything he had. Superboy's physical strength couldn't really be used in a mental battle, but Torquazumbo was a discipline specifically created for such battles, and he had been training with Superman every day. While he couldn't claim mastery of the art, he was actually much better at it than Kara, having taken to meditation far better than his cousin, not only because it helped with his anger, but because it was necessary to increase his power. The punch shattered Simon's giant projection, breaking his control over Miss Martian while also revealing his true mental form, a small, pale man with his brain visible through a clear dome. "What?" the villain yelled before a second punch cracked said dome, completely disrupting his concentration. Miss Martian attacked, a blast of psychic energy slamming at his back and causing him to scream out in pain, the effect extending even to his real body, which collapsed to his knees. Taking another breath, Superboy kicked the villain in the chest, sending him flying back towards the Martian. Taking advantage of the situation, Miss Martian grabbed Simon from the back, both hands enveloping his head as she struck, a blast of raw power that completely shattered his mental projection. Inside the tent, Simon fully collapsed, his face hitting the ground and bouncing off, drool escaping his mouth as his eyes lost their focus and he fully passed out. Inside the ship, Aqualad relaxed, releasing the telepathic jammer and stepping away from his teammates as he saw both of them shake themselves awake. Releasing the device, he pressed a button on Supergirl's portal communicators and spoke. "Simon is down, I repeat, Simon is down, the mission is a go." Inside the military encampment, hidden behind a crate, Starfire touched her own comms. "Understood, friend Aqualad. We shall retrieve the targets at once." Glancing at Robin and Kid Flash at her side, the Tamaranine gave them a huge smile and a nod. As one, the three of them reached towards their heads, deactivating their psychic shielding and allowing Miss Martian to re-establish their psychic connection to better coordinate things. With a nod back, Robin jumped over the crate, his figure disappearing before any of the guards ever noticed him. Touching his chest, Kid Flash activated the invisibility on his own suit and dashed away. Not losing any time, Starfire herself flew low along the ground, making directly for where Simon was supposed to be. She had a most vile man to apprehend. 24 hours earlier. Starfire sucked the mustard from the bottle with her straw, making a slurping noise as she did her best to consume every last bit of the delicious condiment. It was truly a pity she did not have any Zorka berries, it would make her meal perfect. Perhaps she could take a quick trip with Kara to get a few supplies. She had not wanted to leave Earth using the Psion's ship lest it reveal their location even more, but, now that Kara's own spaceship had finished growing. Waiting for the rest of the Titans to arrive, Cory threw the bottle away and went to the Mountain's mission room, starting to prepare her presentation while wondering about the future. Yes, a break outside the planet would be exactly what Kara needed. In truth, Cory did not think it wise to return to the Vega system before they were ready, no matter how much she missed her homeworld, but, while Zorka berries were native to Tamaran, their divine taste had long been recognized by the universe as a whole and it had become a common delicacy. Still, where should they go? Van Agar itself was a good destination, likely to have anything they could wish, and Cory was greatly impressed by the Hawk couple. Meeting their people would be an honor. More importantly, Kara would appreciate the chance to acquire a new supply of nth metal. Her girlfriend was always complaining that she had too little of the metal for her liking. Or perhaps they could visit Kalu. It would not be her preference, but, even in Tamaran, Cory had heard of the planet's technological superiority. Kara would certainly enjoy spending a few days there and trading knowledge with the natives. Havania was another location, similar to Tamaran in temperature. The planet was a paradise where they could relax, enjoy nature. Cory had heard there were many idyllic rivers there. Hopefully, Kara would not mind being naked in nature. Pausing her preparations, Cory smiled as she remembered her time at their moon base, the way she had ripped Kara's costume away, the things they had done. Though, the moon base had survived their encounter, so perhaps she had not shown her girlfriend the full extent of her appreciation. A loud swallow caused Cory to stop and look up, her eyes staring straight at Ngan's unnaturally wide ones hidden behind a bucket of popcorn. "Friend Ngan, please, are you unwell?" she worriedly asked. The young Martian was an accomplished shapeshifter capable of changing every aspect of her body, but she usually wore a green skin color, not the glowing red she was sporting now. "Perhaps you are suffering from the flu. You appear to be having a fever." "I wasn't peeking." Ngan snapped, her body flying up to hover in the air, some of her popcorn spilling to the floor as she avoided Cory eyes. "Ack. I. Finally, she lowered her head, already sensing Cory reaction through their mind link. "Sorry." "Oh, I do not mind," Cory said, helping the girl get back onto the sofa. "I do not know how many ways I must convey this, but my people do not share Earth's prudish ways. Still, perhaps do not mention it to Kara, yes." "You think she'd be angry?" Ngan asked worriedly as she helped pick up the popcorn. "I do not, else I would ask that you beg for forgiveness," Cory shook her head. "But she would be embarrassed for a time." "I bet. I didn't know Kryptonians could." "Hello Meagle, hi girls." Wally appeared at the door, his eyes taking in the situation. Sweet, you made popcorn. Flashing forward, he grabbed all the ones still on the sofa and started eating them before the two girls could say anything. Still, he did grab a broom and help tidy up the room before the rest of the Titans arrived. Calder entered shortly, arriving directly from Atlantis where he was helping out his still wounded king. The Aquaman had still not received a new hand and Ocean Master had become far more active because of it. Both Connell and Robin arrived together, actually laughing as they entered the room and relaxed in their seats. So, we're getting our first mission today, huh? Robin asked, anybody else really whelmed about it? What? No way, really. I thought we were just getting another teacher like Detective Chimp. Wally jumped up, pumping his fist in the air. Yes. The entire team is here at night, it's kinda obvious there's a mission, Robin said as he ate some of the last popcorn. Well, glorious leader, spill. What's this about? I don't know, Aqualad shrugged and then looked around at the expecting faces. Even Gan and Connell were leaning forward in their seats. I agreed we were ready for a mission, but we'll be acting on information from Cory and the Justice League. She's the one doing the briefing today. Thank you, friend Calder, Coriandar nodded, floating up and towards where she had prepared her holographic projector. Adjusting her body into a more professional stance, she started. Ahem, to be more precise, we will be acting on Supergirl's information. Ack. Connell started coughing, having swallowed wrong when he heard that. Ugh, Wally collapsed back on the sofa. Say, anybody gets the feeling we should, maybe, I don't know, skip this one. Everyone stopped and gave the speedster a look, causing him to scratch at the back of his neck. Look, I'm all for proving we're not sidekicks anymore, but maybe we should start with an easier mission, maybe from Batman. He should be more lenient with us, right? No, Wally is right, Connell said when he finally managed to clear his throat. I love my cousin, but every time she's involved with something it gets bad. League bad. And, while I hate to say it, we're not at that level yet. He still remembered his fight against Lobo, the memory immediately causing both his hands to squeeze into fists as he nearly growled. Yeah, he definitely wasn't there yet. Come on guys, it can't be that bad. Gan tried to animate everyone, but it wasn't having much effect. She does have a bad record with such things, Robin said with a careful voice. Lifting his fingers, he started counting. Mr. Mind, Lobo, Infinity Island going kaboom, that thing at Salem. Do not worry, I have spoken with the League and they have agreed with this mission, Coriandar informed them. The Superman will also be ready to intercede in case anything happens. Everyone traded a quick look, but it was Robin that broke the silence again, his voice hard as he squeezed his hands into fists. On the other hand, if the situation came from that flying maniac you call a cousin, it's likely to have something to do with them. Anything that messes with their plans is good in my books. Calder and Wally stopped, almost immediately sobering up and getting a glint in their eyes. As they were new to the planet, much less their little group, neither Gan, Connell or Coriandar had known Speedy very well, but the three original sidekicks were greatly affected by the Redhead's death, clone or not. As a result, all of the Titans were interested in anything to do with his passing and, while they hadn't found everything yet, they'd learned far more than the League itself may have wanted. They knew there was a supervillain team working behind the scenes, one powerful enough to control the entire underworld, and they really weren't happy with it. Starfire, please continue, Aqualad said, now fully focused on the briefing. Yes, Coriandar pressed a button, showing a map of Bialia with a glowing dot near the border. Almost a week ago, there was a massive surge of power in Bialia. Unfortunately, the situation at Salem has not allowed the League the time to look into this phenomenon. Information from Supergirl changes that, allowing us to know what had occurred, and the League agreed to let us handle the situation, she continued, presenting them with all the information Kara had given her and letting them read it. The Titans were led by Calder, with Coriandar as the second in command, but every one of them had their say in things, and, while Coriandar was the one in charge of this mission, she knew how to hear her friends out. So, if Simon is a psychic, should we drop Megan's link and use Supergirl's portal comms instead? Wally asked, as I understand, the signal should be weak enough that nobody can intercept it. No, I think I've a better idea, Connell said, turning towards the Martian girl with a smile. Alright, Simon is wanted in several countries, so, as long as we take him out of Bialia, we should be able to hand him over to any authority, Robin said, searching for information on the computer at his wrist. So, first plan is to sneak inside invisible and get him before anyone notices, Superboy said, leaning forward. Anyone got an alternative plan when that inevitably fails? Ideas flew, the entirety of the Titans offering suggestions to improve their plans. Eventually, Red Tornado arrived and started helping out, offering suggestions himself. Finally, after 2 hours of brainstorming where they went over every aspect of the plan, they were satisfied. Titans, our goal will be threefold: rescue the new gene sphere, arrest the criminal Simon and acquire a sample of Queen Bee's pheromones, Coriandar said with a smile. Since Bialia is a desert, I will be the one leading the ground operation. Friend Calder coordinating from the bioship and acting as reinforcement. Cory and Dar had decided to debrief the Titans an entire day before the actual operation, leaving herself plenty of time for adjustments. To rest, make preparations, choose her equipment. With Kara as their supplier and Connell to make adjustments to their gear, the Titans had several advantages over the League, not the least of which was the fact they had standardized equipment and training, allowing them to operate in a generally more uniform manner. Hours later, when they were getting into the bioship to fly towards the mission, Calder stepped beside her, watching as Robin and Wally joked with each other. "You think we covered everything?" "Indeed, we went over all that was possible," Cory and Dar nodded, floating a few centimeters above the floor. "What remains is to hope for all the luck that is good." "Right, let's hope nothing goes wrong," Calder said, putting a hand on her shoulder to offer support. Cory and Dar looked at him and lifted an incredulous eyebrow. "Must you pronounce such words? Even I have consumed enough of Earth's entertainment to know they do not usher anything good." Ahead of them, Robin snickered, shaking his head as he finished getting into the bioship. "Now." Cory and Dar sneaked her way past the guards, the invisible mode on her costume making the feat laughably easy. Her feet did not touch the ground as she floated from cover to cover, using all she had learned from the Batman and the Green Arrow about sneaking into locations. It was not that she did not trust Kara's technology but, from what she understood, Bialia had dealings with Apocalypse and it was not impossible they could see through the simple visual contrivance. The military complex was large, with several armored vehicles parked all around the perimeter, at least 6 anti-aircraft artillery pieces and several temporary tents all around the outer perimeter. In the center of the most protected area there was a large camouflaged building, from the air, the reddish-yellow color making it hard to distinguish the constructions from the sands of the desert. The place where they had already detected the new gene sphere, her current target. Moving faster than she could manage while being careful, Robin quickly found his way inside his own target building, extending a cable from his wrist into a computer port. "Miss Martian, can you confirm Simon's location?" Robin asked through the link. "It would be totally not whelming to sneak through this security only to find I'm in the wrong place." "You're in the right place," Aqualad answered instead, sending them a mental image of the holographic map in front of him with 3 red targets. "Great, cutting off the alarms, now." "I'm in." Kid Flash warned after running full speed towards the side of the building and managing to climb through an open window. "Should I disable everyone or try to sneak through?" "I managed to get Sphere's location when I tried to reach for it," Miss Martian said, her mental voice still a little shaky. "The central building has 4 underground floors and she's on the last one." "Crap," Robin said with a grunt. "Disabling it is." Cory and Dar nodded to herself, it seems they would have to execute Plan B. It was unlikely she could rescue Sphere fast enough to go unnoticed. Since their presence would inevitably be discovered soon and they couldn't accomplish all their goals fast enough, they had to give up on going completely undetected and would instead pay more attention to making their exit easier. "Miss Martian, Superboy, deploy and disable their air capabilities," Aqualad ordered from the bioship, causing Cory and Dar to redouble her speed. "Robin, will you be able to complete the 3rd objective?" "No way. The security is too much for such a small country, it will take too long." "I'll do it." Miss Martian spoke again, having finally recovered from her encounter with Simon. "Dropping now," Superboy said. Up in the air, a small hole opened up along the underside of the bioship. Less than a second later, both heroes dropped feet first through the air. Eyes closed, Superboy tried to slow his fall, but he barely managed to change his direction, full-on flight still beyond him. With a sigh, he felt Miss Martian's telekinesis grabbing him and, together, they dropped invisibly on top of the outer buildings. The Martian gave him a smile and he managed to get over his irritation, giving her a nod before they dashed in opposite directions. Flexing his legs, Superboy leaped towards his own targets. He couldn't fly yet, but he could already use his power to soften his fall enough he wouldn't cause a ruckus. Flying into the building, Cory and Dar ignored the scientists on the first floor. Quickly, she found an elevator guarded by 2 soldiers wielding Earth-Tech rifles. Making sure nobody was looking, she flew closer, grabbing both men by the throat and squeezing just enough to cut the blood flow to their brain. They struggled for a second or two, but the Tamaranians' vastly superior strength and technique meant they were hopeless. Opening the doors, she dragged both men inside by their necks and dropped holograms in their place. Gently, she laid them down on the floor, making sure to adjust their clothes back into place while checking they were fine. Cory and Dar had more than enough skill to not hurt them, but it was always best to be certain. In all honesty, normal soldiers did not present a challenge for her, much less when she was shielded from their ability to see. In less than 15 minutes, she had disabled a third of the building and found her way towards the 4th floor. It looked very intimidating. Gray concrete walls filled every hallway and Cory and Dar could smell a large amount of cleaning products, with just a hint of the blood they had removed. The temperature was higher than on the surface, with a constant noise from the ventilation system echoing through the entire facility, only a dim light illuminating the path filled with dark cells. Thankfully, she did not find any prisoners. Finally, she found the door to the test chamber. Peeking through a translucent window, she saw a wide, white room with 2 other entrances. The lights were much better there and it was filled with wall-sized computers. Poor new Gene Sphere was suspended by several chains with an equal number of cables connected to her frame. At several spots, the Gene Sphere had been pried open, her inside circuitry pulled out. More than that, 2 sharp clamps kept her locked in place tight enough Cory and Dar knew she would not be able to disconnect the beleaguered prisoner without raising the alarm. All around it, almost a dozen scientists were studying the sphere, using several devices to move its cables or staring intently at computers. There was also 4 armed guards. "Robin, do you have any?" she started to ask. "Ack," came the immediate mental answer. "Busy now." From all around her, Cory and Dar heard the alarm going off, the sound almost deafening in the quiet bunker. "Starfire, what do you need?" Aqualad asked. "It is no longer important," she answered, watching a giant stepping away from the wall where it had been guarding the sphere beyond her vision. Staring at the giant, she recognized the bulging muscles and the missing patches of skin on its frame, a cobra venom user. From one of the doors, another 2 giants burst through, starting to yell. The first giant came towards the entryway in front of Cory and Dar, his lumbering gait gaining speed. Flying back, Cory and Dar took a deep breath. The time for stealth was over. Bursting into movement, she flew feet first into the reinforced door, breaking it off its hinges and smashing into the giant's face right as he was about to pull it open. The cobra venom user was driven back for 2 steps, then he lost his balance and fell on his back. Cory and Dar rode the door on top of him into the center for the room, her flaming hair flowing behind her as her invisibility was deactivated. For a second, everyone in the room froze. Eyes glowing green, she shot a starbolt at a second giant, hitting him in the chest with a wave of power and driving him back through the door he had just walked out of. Stomping on the metal door, she heard a grunt of pain from below her as she flew straight at the last giant, hands enveloped in green light. The 4 regular guards recovered first, raising their weapons and opening fire at her, but they were still shaken and most of their bullets missed. Moving with grace, Cory and Dar lifted her arms, using her teacher's gifts to deflect the ones that did not. The metal bracelets reflected the bullets with ease, allowing Cory and Dar to fire weak starbolts towards all 4 guards, sending them flying into the wall and knocking them out. The scientists screamed in fear, rushing out of the room as fast as they could while grabbing everything they could. The last venom user roared and punched out, but Cory weaved under the blow, grabbing at his wrist and letting her momentum pull his arm back, dragging the giant out of balance. Still holding his arm, she reversed her direction and smashed a knee into his back, causing him to collapse to his knees with a presumably rare grunt of pain. Grabbing the back of his head, she smashed his face into the ground, breaking through the concrete and causing the entire room to shake. Acting under a strong dose of cobra venom, the first giant jumped up from the ground even as copious amounts of blood fell from his broken nose. With a roar, he lifted the broken door and hurled it like a disc at Cory and Dar. Still holding her enemy's arm and head, Cory and Dar manhandled his body, lifting it up and using it as a shield to block the projectile. The door hit him in the chest and drove the both of them back a few feet. Miraculously, the giant remained awake, the drugs in his system making him act far beyond what his body should be able to, his free arm desperately grasping towards Cory and Dar at his back. "You little bitch," the third giant growled as it walked back to the room, a massive hand massaging his scorched chest where Cory and Dar had hit him with the starbolt. "I am sorry to disappoint you, but I have no relationship with canids," Cory and Dar said with a frown. She had nothing against the creatures, but her people were quite proud of their Felid origins. "Crap, crap. A little help here, people." Kid Flash shouted over the mental link. "Watch it, you maniac." Glancing up, Cory and Dar thought about retreating, but she trusted her team, still. "Apologizes, but it seems I will not be able to be gentle." With a scream of triumph, the venom giant she was still holding managed to get his hands on her clothes, his large fingers finding purchase on her outfit before attempting to dislodge her from his back. Seeing that, both of the free giants rushed her. With a swift movement, Cory and Dar released his head and grabbed the offending hand. Putting both feet right in the middle of his back, she pulled, dislocating both his arms. If her enemies were too resistant to blunter forms of incapacitation, she would just have to fully disable them in a more deliberate fashion. Kicking her disjointed enemy into the path of the first giant, she rushed the second, both her eyes and hand glowing with green energy. She had to finish this fracas quickly. At the other side of the military base, Kid Flash rushed through the building, taking full advantage of his speed and invisibility to sneak through the soldiers, lightly touching each one and leaving a single small device where they couldn't see. Disconnecting his wrist computer, Robin did the same. The ability to go invisible made things almost too easy for him, so he made a mental note to get in a little more training with Batman later. They found Simon passed out in a bedroom, his mouth open as he drooled on the clean floor, a crack on the see-through dome that protected his brain. "Crap, think that's bad for his health?" Kid Flash asked, poking his body with a foot. Robin crouched over the unconscious psychic, making sure to snap a psychic blocker around his neck before checking his vitals. "Nah, he's fine. It only cracked the outer glass, there's several layers." Kid Flash released a sigh of relief. Putting one of the maniac's devices on the body, he watched the villain disappear from his normal view, only the filter on his visor allowing him to know there was something there. Pulling the men by an arm, he threw the psychic over his shoulders, or at least he attempted to. "This is embarrassing," Robin commented, looking at his friend struggling with the weight of the adult man. "Shut up, he's heavier than he looks," Kid Flash growled. "Let's see you try." "Pass," Robin shrugged, watching as Kid Flash finally managed to get the villain into a firefighter's carry. Standing beside the door, he pulled it open with a bow. "Age before beauty. Humph, Pearl's Beefo, ACK." Using all his speed, Kid Flash jumped back, letting a wave of bullets pass right by where he had been. Widening his eyes, Robin slammed the door closed on reflex, causing the wood to splinter as several bullets hit it, tearing a large hole through the door frame. Jumping out of the way, Robin himself barely survived as a hail of bullets broke through the wall where he had been standing. As much as I dislike the creep, maybe don't kill our client," said a sultry female voice from out in the hallway. "It would be bad for business." "Fine," said a second, slightly younger female voice. Scrambling on the floor, the two heroes traded a glance before Robin hurriedly touched the computer on his wrist, activating the devices they put on all the soldiers and causing them to explode into clouds of knockout gas, making every soldier pass out in seconds. "Huh, neat. Maybe this will be fun after all," the second girl said. It's not them. They used electricity at Infinity Island. Have you watched the Salem videos? 'Cause I saw the armored guy shooting at the beast," the younger girl asked with a mocking voice. "I wouldn't be engaging if I thought it was them. Not without better equipment." With a metallic sound, a cylinder flew through the opening at the door, hitting the floor and bouncing up. Eyes wide, both Robin and Kid Flash threw themselves away and over the bed frame. A second later, the grenade exploded in a wave of light and noise that shook them to their core. Blinded, deaf and shaken, Robin used all his training to recover, his head killing him. Thankfully, he had been exposed to such things with Batman, and even Kid Flash had some experience with the Titans. Throwing a batarang at a wall, Robin grabbed Kid Flash's arm and ran towards it. With a beeping noise, the bat-shaped device exploded, the entire charge aimed towards the wall and creating a hole that they used to escape. Throwing a batarang back towards the door, Robin vacated the hole, pushing Kid Flash ahead of him and towards the door at the other side of the room. "Robin, do you have any?" He heard Starfire starting to talk in his mind, but two medieval swords burst out of the wall a few feet away from him, immediately cutting through the thin drywall and making a beeline for him. "Ack. Busy now," he shouted back and felt Miss Martian isolating him from the mind link so he wouldn't be distracted by their chatting. "Thanks." There was blessed silence in his mind, allowing him to fully concentrate on his fight. His enemy burst through the wall with a lunge, forcing him to flip over a sword slash, then his eyes widened when the blow was followed by an upward strike he couldn't dodge. With desperation, Robin managed to parry with one of his batarangs, but the blow had so much strength he went flying through the room. Flipping midair, he fell on his feet, his eyes already looking for an escape before every single soldier converged at his location. From outside the building, he heard the emergency sirens starting to blast, the noise warning everyone of what was happening. For a single second, Robin's heart skipped a beat as he took in his opponent from the corner of his eye. Tall, wearing a mixture of black costume and body armor that showed all of his well-defined muscles, with several details in orange, his mask was also orange, with a black half that obscured his eyes. Fuck. He needed help right now. And then he blinked, doing a double take as he noticed his opponent had her mouth uncovered and some very shapely hips. "There you are," the girl wearing Deathstroke theme armor said with an amused voice, a sword held carelessly over her shoulder and the other pointing straight at where Robin stood, invisible. "Nice trick." "Oh, thank God, it's just discount Deathstroke," Robin couldn't help taunting her. "It's Ravager," the girl growled, her voice completely under control, but Robin saw her single eye narrowing in barely contained anger. Every muscle tensing. Robin prepared himself. He wasn't confident on dealing with the Terminator, but a copycat he could handle. The key was doing it fast enough to get away before the rest of the base joined them. Kid Flash ran, Simon's weight heavy at his back, slamming the door open. He jumped over the body of another unconscious soldier and dashed towards the exit, trusting his invisibility to keep him safe from the soldiers gathering outside long enough for him to gain speed. A sting at his right foot preceded a feeling of weightlessness hitting him. Mind accelerated, he watched in slow motion as Simon went flying out of his shoulders, rolling down the hallway while his own body went tumbling to the floor. Behind him, both sides of the hallway were damaged as his foot had dragged the nearly invisible metal wire out of the walls. Rolling to his feet, he glanced at his aching foot, noticing the line that had cut through his costume and hit the metal protectors hidden under it, the only thing that had kept him from losing a limb to the trap. Still thinking at super speed, he managed to roll out of the way as 3 shuriken hit the ground. "Damn, I hate ninjas," he couldn't help yelling before getting to his feet and glancing at the approaching supervillain. He recognized her immediately, his lessons with the Titans having taught him to recognize important members of the League of Assassins. Thick black hair hidden behind a white cat mask, a green kimono tied at the waist, a slender but fit build, Cheshire strutted towards him in a confident gait. Almost, she commented with a sultry voice as she looked at him. Invisible superheroes, how amusing. I thought that was our gimmick. Kid Flash didn't say anything, slowly moving away from the supervillain and keeping his mouth from giving away his position. It didn't work. With a dash forward, the assassin almost took off his head with her sigh. The only thing saving him was the fact she didn't know exactly where he was, just his general location. Dodging the attack, he grabbed her arm and tried to throw her, but she jumped up, wrapped her legs around his neck and twisted, bringing him to the ground. Holding him in place, she stabbed down. In desperation, he managed to block with one arm, changing the direction of the strike just enough it only cut deeply into his cheek instead of ending his life. Crap, crap. A little help here, people. Kid Flash shouted over the mental link. I've the pheromone samples. Miss Martian answered. Hold on, I'm coming. 10 seconds, Superboy growled, just finished the air defenses. Moving as fast as he could, he kicked up at super speed, managing to knee her in the back, the blow strong enough to push the assassin away with a grunt. Cheshire rolled through the hallway, another shuriken flying towards him before she even got to her feet. Watch it, you maniac, he shouted in his mind, doing his best to hold in the sting from his cut. Cheshire turned back towards him, the maniacal grin on her mask unnerving him as she turned her head sideways, then laughed, a low, menacing sound. With a slow movement, she scratched at her own cheek. For less than a second, fear gripped him, but he realized she was playing with him. There was no way Supergirl's tech wouldn't take bleeding into account, his wound would not reveal his location. More than that, if she knew exactly where he was, Cheshire wouldn't reveal it until it was too late. Oh, you didn't fall for it, pity, she said, her gray eyes glancing over his shoulder at where Robin should be coming from. No matter, it's not like I need to see you. Kid Flash glanced at where Simon was still unconscious on the ground, then turned around and ran back. He needed to regroup and wait for help. He didn't get very far. Less than a second later, Robin flew through the door, his body flipping through the air, back hitting against the wall before he fell to the ground and scrambled away, mask cracked and blood obstructing his vision. The second he vacated the spot, the second girl appeared, a sword cutting straight through the wall in a single upward swing as if it wasn't there. Recovering fast, she followed up with a diagonal, downward strike with all of her power behind it. Robin managed to block with a batarang again, but he was too weak to stand his ground, being sent stumbling back several steps. Still, for a moment, he had a smug smirk on his face. Then she smiled, tossing her sword at him like a javelin, and his smirk disappeared. Crap. Robin dodged down, but, before he could do anything else, the explosive he had sneakily struck to the blade exploded, the impact hitting him like a hammer and driving all the air out of his lungs. You realize you just ruined my sword, right? The girl asked, her voice hard. I like that sword. Running towards his friend, Kid Flash offered him a supporting hand as they both looked at the enemies and gulped. An artillery piece flew through the house, opening a huge hole through several walls and sliding to a stop between them and Cheshire, completely blocking her for a few moments, 2 handprints deep in its barrel. For a second, their hearts skipped a beat, but the throw had been well aimed, not hitting any of the unconscious soldiers in the buildings. Stop them! Cheshire yelled, her voice rising for the first time in their encounter as she saw her path blocked and ran through the wall. Right away, boss, the second girl growled, not a small amount of annoyance at the order in her voice. The heroes didn't wait, Cheshire would only take a few seconds to get to them. As one, they rushed the girl together with Superboy, hoping to overwhelm her. It worked, kind of. Despite the Kryptonian clone joining in, the supervillain waved between their blows as if she knew where they came from, predicting every one of their moves and using the tip of her sword to try and take out Superboy's eye any time she could. Superboy couldn't just ignore that, the threat working to keep him from just rushing the girl. Still, Robin managed to get a kick on her face, snapping her head back. Then Cheshire came back, cutting her way through the wall and engaging them. The fight moved through the holes made by Superboy until the team was pushed outside. Kid Flash expected soldiers to start shooting at them, but a large metal sphere burst out of the central house, drawing everyone's attention, Starfire following closely behind, dragging a cobra venom enhanced by the ankle and throwing him at some soldiers. Do not worry, I will deal with the soldiers, Starfire sent them. Bewilder the villains for a few seconds. Helicopters incoming. Aqualad shouted in their minds, the bioship slamming into the closest one before it could start shooting. Hurry. They restarted the fight. Lifting his leg, Superboy gathered his strength and stomped on the floor, causing the ground to shake, but both supervillains had reacted too fast, jumping up to avoid losing their footing. Taking his chance, Kid Flash rushed Cheshire, using his speed to dodge a strike of her sai and punching her as hard as he could on the side. Before she could recover, a batarang flew at her mask, exploding in a flash of light that was blocked by Kid Flash's lenses. The second girl almost cut off his head for that, but Superboy blocked with an arm, the strike leaving a red line on his skin. The three of them worked together far better than before, coordinating seamlessly to repel both girls, managing to force the second villain to the defensive until Superboy actually managed to hit Cheshire, his punch leaving her left arm hanging loosely at her side. "I've got Simon!" Miss Martian yelled into their minds, her body appearing above the damaged house with the psychic under one arm. Immediately, Robin threw a few more flash bombs, causing both girls to dodge back and earn a few seconds of reprieve. Not really needing time to recover, the second girl still glanced around and sheathed her sword, a thin smile on her face as she turned to her companion. Well. Seems like you've got another failure in your hands." "What?" Cheshire barked. "We're not beating them with your arm like that and they've got Simon," the girl shrugged. "Why are you so surprised? I thought you'd have gotten used to losing, just like your father." The three heroes traded a quick glance, but they wouldn't complain about villains not getting along. Instead, they took the chance to dash away, Superboy grabbing both of their waists and jumping on top of the tallest building they could find. A second later, Aqualad managed to use the bioship to disable a second helicopter and made it hover over them, Miss Martian lifting them up with her telekinesis before Starfire herself entered the ship, their rescue target held high over her head. Exhausted, wounded, dirty, they all looked at each other and laughed. They had won. Completely and without help from the League, they'd won. Dropping bonelessly on their seats, they laughed as the bioship flew straight up, moving beyond Bialia's ability to attack them. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 55, Chapter. Pushing her chair away from the table, Kara squinted her eyes and stared at the patch of skin, her improved vision allowing her to see every pore, every defect. It seemed the tone still wasn't perfect, but everything else looked good. She wasn't exactly a medical expert, but the AI had done the majority of the work and it was easy enough to follow instructions, her muscle control guaranteeing she wouldn't make any mistakes during the transplant. Really, Kara would have normally taken more time to study some more or found an expert for anything more complicated but, while the wound was large, it had been mostly cosmetic. Grabbing the solar lamp at the side, she adjusted the focus and pushed it closer to the skin, bombarding the new transplant with sunlight until even she couldn't see the difference. Turning off the device, she turned off the operating table and smiled towards the hero leaning on the wall. "It's done. He should wake in a few minutes." "Thanks. His mother was about to kill me," the Flash said. The kids didn't even notice how deep the wound was until they got back to the mountain. Kara was barely able to follow his movements with her head as the man dashed towards the side of the bed, leaning over his protege and checking his face. "Anything wrong?" "Nope, looks good to me," the Flash said and shook his head in exasperation. You know, he really wanted to keep the scar, but it was a little too visible. Hard to keep a secret identity when he shows up with 30 stitches in his cheek, she nodded. Another good reason to use full face masks. Wally's wound would have healed completely. Eventually. His accelerated healing factor made sure of that, but Cheshire had hurt him enough that it would take months, time in which anybody could notice he had gotten a very large scar at the exact same time as Kid Flash. Still, sad to admit, but having to fix it was a shame. The kid looked badass with that scar, Flash said, a smile on his face as he leaned against the operating table. Getting up from her chair, Kara scratched an itch on her prosthetic leg and cracked her neck. "You know, I thought you guys would be angrier about this." "I mean, don't be mistaken, we are angry they got hurt," Flash said, scratching at his exposed face with a finger. "But we're also really proud. Their coordination was something else and they achieved every objective despite the surprises. I didn't even know Deathstroke had a psychotic daughter." Kara nodded in agreement, she had seen the recordings and the operation had gone about as well as anyone could hope for. With a snap of her finger, two Carabots walked into the room, the robots working in perfect synchrony to put away everything she had used for the operation. Still, is the League gonna let them continue after this? Ugh, those things give me the creeps, Flash shivered, giving both robots a wary glance. Anyways, you think we can stop them now? After they got their first successful mission? I'm just glad they're smart enough to accept our supervision. Besides, those emergency teleports you gave them take a huge worry off my chest and it's not like they haven't gotten hurt in patrols before. Thanks for that, by the way. Huh, you're welcome. A third Carabot walked into the room, a plate with some snacks in its hands. After getting blasted by the demons, Kara's hunger was finally getting back to normal. Speaking of coordination, Flash said, using his speed to steal a handful of her food before she could react. The League is planning on starting some exercises to help with that, want in. What kind of exercises? Kara asked, quickly protecting her remaining snacks while glaring at the speedster. Well, we do train together sometimes, but that's more so we don't get in each other's way in a battle. Knowing there are villain teams out there, we're thinking of copying the kids and organizing some larger exercises, maybe coordinating something with the military, even, Flash said, a glint of excitement in his eyes as he bit into a cookie. Not now, obviously, everybody's too busy for that, but after the League finishes reorganizing itself. So you guys want me to act as an independent hero then? See how the League deals with an unfamiliar hero trying to help out in the field. Well, that's certainly important, but I was thinking in the opposite direction. Flash shrugged, finishing his meal and glancing down at his sidekick. You see, the League will need an opponent and I keep hearing you'd make a great villain. Kara lifted an eyebrow at the hero and, slowly, her face blossomed into a predatory smile, a chance to plot against the League. She had so many ideas. There. That's exactly the creepiness I mean. Flash pointed at her smile. That's totally a vicious smirk if I ever saw one. I'll think about it, Kara snorted, then noticed Wally starting to move on the table. Ugh, is it over? The kid asked, still a little out of it. Yeah, Flash said, helping Wally to get up into a sitting position. Then he put on a completely serious face. Don't worry, I made sure she didn't put any explosives under your skin. Wally shivered and then managed to turn, giving his mentor a vicious glare. Haha, very funny. You do know that's a perfectly rational worry with her, right? I heard that, Kara said. She thought about teasing the kid a little, but she heard he had been far more polite since she tattled on him, so he deserved a break. Instead, she threw him a cookie and smiled. Here, great job with the mission. I watched the recordings and you guys were impressive. Thanks. Wally said with thinly veiled trepidation, staring at his cookie with suspiciousness until Flash tried to steal it. Wally reacted quickly, slapping the thieving hand away and stuffing the snack into his mouth instead. Looking up, he grabbed a mirror from Kara's extended hand and looked over the new skin. Anyways, the transplant was a complete success, Kara said. Next time, if you want a cool scar, either change to a full mask or try to get hit in a less visible place. Please don't, Flash said. Your mother already yelled at me for this one, there's no need to go for another. Don't worry, I have no intention of getting stabbed like that again, it hurts. Wally said, stepping on the floor and testing his balance. It seems like he was almost fully recovered. Kara gave them a few minutes to fully get over the anesthesia, but then she almost pushed the duo towards the Zeta tube. She liked the Flash and, when he wasn't trying to hit on her girlfriend, Wally was a great kid, but she had more things to work on. Like starting to plot how to fight the entire League. Would they allow her to hire underlings? Maybe use the Titans. Watching them disappear in a flash of light, she locked the Zeta tube for anyone but her cousin and walked further inside her side of the Fortress of Solitude, passing through the deactivated Carabots and into her personal workshop. Floating in the air, held in place through several anti-gravity devices, Cal's ship was almost fully disassembled, several pieces floating independently from one another, but still roughly in the same position they were while attached to the ship. Floating up, Kara entered the gravity field to start working, unlocking pieces and slowly prying the ship open with her own hands. One advantage of working on Kryptonian tech was that there was no oil or lubricant needed, so she didn't even get dirty. Upon reaching her target panel along the underbelly, she touched the inner latch on the power source. Rotating the lock clockwise, she pulled it down, revealing the still-functioning hyperdrive inside. Carefully, Kara pulled the large device out, using her flight to avoid any of the ship's components. Floating out of the gravity field, she held the hyperdrive over her head and flew towards a workstation, gently lying it down. A second later, a mechanical arm lifted from the floor, the hand uncurling into hundreds of sharp devices. Grabbing a makeshift neural controller for the arm, a temporary measure until she could build a safer and more permanent controller, Kara put it over her head and started working, the arm moving with her every thought to carefully manipulate the drive without doing any damage. For 2 hours, she studied the drive's construction, her face frowning in concentration as she kept her microscopic vision active until it started to give her a headache. Finally, she took off the neural controller and almost threw it at the wall, her hands squeezing into fists as she kept herself from just smashing the damn hyperdrive. One last time, she pulled the designs for her own rocket from the database and compared the two. With a sigh, she pushed herself back and dropped everything, leaving the mess at the table and walking straight towards the bathroom for a soak in the tub. She needed some time to think. Dissolving her outfit, she grabbed her phone as it almost dropped to the ground and put it beside the nanocube on the counter before dropping down on the bath, the boiling water feeling nice on her skin thanks to the gravity generators helping increase the temperature. Row damn it, she had really hoped to be wrong for once. It was clear, the hyperdrives worked in the same way, using the same principles and general design, but they were clearly different, and not only in a superficial way. From what she remembered, both Jor-El and her father had used her own hyperdrive designs, correcting her mistakes, testing a prototype with Crypto and, finally, building 2 new ones for her and Kal-El. Logically, the final design should have been the same, incorporating the modifications made after Crypto's launch in both devices. Even if Jor-El and her father disagreed with something and worked independently, the base should have been the same. And yet, on Cal's drive, there were no signs of her own work, her own adaptations. From the code to the hardware, it was as if her uncle had worked on the thing alone, independently from the very beginning. It was not absolute certainty, but the words she had heard before fighting that eldritch being kept repeating in her mind and, now that she looked at things, they made far more sense. You have come very far, Wanderer. Farther than you even expect, I'd guess. The phantom stranger had said when they first met. Kara hadn't been able to find out much about the man, but everything she knew indicated he was, at the very least, on the level of Dr. Fate, probably with similar, or better, senses and understanding of reality. And then there were the Lord of Order's own words, his insistence that she did not belong. Kara had thought it meant her soul had come from a different universe, but she had always been Kara, she didn't take over her body or dislodge her original soul. Perhaps she had always been displaced, her existence never belonging to this dimension in the first place. Looking down at her recently grown chest, she snorted. Yeah, perhaps she had always been Power Girl, not Supergirl. No, fuck that, she was here first, well, at least on Earth. She was Supergirl and the other one could deal with finding a new moniker. Still, if her suspicion was true, did it actually change anything? Soaking her head under the water, Kara released a slow breath, watching the bubbles join the ones on the surface and trying to gather her thoughts. Her first instinct was to say yes, but, really, she didn't feel like it did. Closing her eyes, she tried to enter meditation as Cal had taught her to better consider things. In reality, the discovery changed nothing in her relationship with Cory, her girlfriend would still be there for her no matter where she came from. Her relationship with Cal and Khan were far more complicated, but the interactions she had were still there. It would be really hypocritical of her to say everything she did to Khan and change her feelings about him just because of this. For a second, she considered just dropping this line of questioning and never mentioning it again, but then she shook her head and opened her eyes. No, she'd have a conversation with them, give them all the information she had about this and decide together. Now she just had to gather the willpower to start talking again. By row, she hated talking about personal things. Why couldn't she have just found that Brainiac was responsible for Krypton's destruction or something like that? An enemy she could punch, or discharge the rest of Vortigaux's heart at, was so much easier to deal with. And speaking of more concrete things to deal with, if she didn't belong to this dimension, then where was the Kara Zor-El that did and, more importantly, what happened to her own dimension? Did Kal-El even survive there? Pushing her head out of the water, she took a new breath and felt herself relaxing, at least a little bit. She always did better when she had a concrete problem to solve. Jor-El, store all the data into an independent folder and remind me to talk about it with Cal at least once a day, Kara said as she pushed her upper body into a sitting position. Also, gather all the Fortress knows about dimensional travel, I'll need it for my next project. Appearing at her side, the Fortress AI bowed towards her. As you wish, do you also wish me to inform Master Kal-El you desire to talk with him? For a moment, Kara stopped, her mind considering just leaving the talk to the Fortress, but then she shook her head. No, I'll speak with him myself, thanks. With another bow, the hologram faded away, leaving Kara alone in the empty bathroom once more. Unable to help herself, she smashed a hand on the wall, breaking through the crystal and spreading cracks for several meters. From inside the walls, one of the gravity generators gave a small whine, the water immediately starting to lose pressure and, slowly, heat. For a few seconds, Kara just sat there, considering her next move. Around her hand, the crystal started fixing itself, the nanomachines she had spread through the fortress filling the cracks and fusing with the surface at a visible rate. Perhaps she really should take that vacation with Cory, to drop all of her problems for a few days and enjoy a trip just the two of them. Before she could entertain that train of thought too much, her phone on the counter started vibrating. Pushing herself out of the water, she stepped away from the bath and glared at the phone. She just bet it was some other problem she'd have to deal with. Kara took a couple of seconds to dry herself, the world slowing down as she grabbed the towel and wrapped it around her hair before checking the caller. It was Dubilex. Good evening, Miss Zor-El. Evening, Dubilex. Is something wrong at the factory? Kara asked. You don't usually call me at this hour. Did Khan's project turn out fine? Indeed, Brother's modifications were really appreciated by the human staff, Dubilex said. No, there is nothing wrong. Quite the contrary, I believe I have 2 announcements you'd appreciate hearing now instead of in the morning. Tapping the nanocube with a finger, she caused it to cover her in a gray cloud and reform into a simple shirt and jeans. Stepping out of the bathroom, Kara considered things. On one hand, she was done for the day, but, on the other, she did need some good news and Dubilex really didn't call her for just anything. All right, I'm listening. First, it seems Dr. Rocket has finally accepted your offer of employment. As you wish to deal with her interview personally, I have scheduled an appointment next Monday. That's great, the woman is a genius. And while that is nice to know, it's nothing I couldn't read in the morning. Indeed, more importantly, the last of the genomorphs just went through gene treatment. After the procedure, Dr. Spencer informed me she's ready to work on match, possibly tomorrow if you're free. Well, that was something she wanted to hear immediately. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 56, Chapter. You know, Batman was really annoyed about this place, Cal said, walking out of the elevator into her lava room. I think he really doesn't appreciate the aesthetic. Kara had made some changes, better settling into the mountain lair, decorating it with several of her devices and making it more comfortable. The lava chamber in particular was where she did most of her office work, with a Kryptonian computer, a shelf against the lava screen where she displayed some of her trophies with her personal teleport platform resting at a side. You're not gonna ask me to get rid of my lair, are you? She asked. Nah, I like it, really cool, he shrugged, walking towards the shelf where Dexter had a red cat bed. Besides, I have a crystal fortress in the North Pole, Batman has his cave, we're not really ones to judge, are we? Although, I'd really prefer you called it a base, lair is a little. Fine, hidey hole then, if it makes you feel better. It makes the rest of the league feel better, he said, trying to run a hand through Dexter's fur. I'm pretty sure Green Arrow thinks of his place as a lair too, he just never says it to the rest of us. Dexter lifted his head, pupils narrowing towards the approaching intruder. Getting up, the cat hissed in anger before avoiding Cal's scratches and jumping out of his cushion on the shelf. He liked the small amount of heat that managed to transfer from the lava pool to run towards the elevator. For a second, the doors scanned the cat and, seeing he was alone, opened automatically to let him through. Kara had given him a free run of the place, only making sure nobody could use him to get through the locks. If her devices detected he was accompanied by someone they didn't recognize or, worse, an enemy, the doors wouldn't open. The cat would then be teleported away by the device on his collar and the mountain would activate every defense it had, throwing everything it could at the intruders while warning everyone she knew about the situation. Nobody messed with her cat. Are the Titans up there? Kara asked, worrying about the damage Dexter would do to them if left unsupervised. Nope, everyone is still in class. Looking over the shelf, he touched Kara's portal gun, then the sheathed sword. I didn't know you liked medieval weapons. I do, I really do, they're just not very useful for a Kryptonian, Kara shrugged. That one's special, I was thinking of giving it to Billy or Cory since I can't use it myself. May I? Sure, go ahead. Grabbing the sword, Cal looked over the scabbard in the shape of a gray, humanoid arm before pulling it out, watching his reflection on the shining blade. Kara just snorted and shook her head, of course he'd be able to wield it, pure of heart and all that. Didn't I see this somewhere? He asked, swinging the sword in a practiced slash. Probably, if you've ever been to Manhattan's Museum of Arts, that is. Kara. Cal sheathed the weapon, turning to look at her and lifting an eyebrow. Come on, I left an exact copy, she said, only slightly glancing up from her computer screen. The League really should look into all the magical baubles running around loose out there, by the way. Leaving such powerful artifacts where anybody can get them is asking for trouble. Kara hadn't been able to find the little asshole that was supposed to pilfer the magical sword of Beowulf, but she had left a drone at the museum for when he showed up. She couldn't wait to see his face when he realized the sword he came to steal was a fake. As far as she knew, the guy was actually a normal human and all his powers had come from the sword, so the cops should be able to handle it. If not, the drone could do it. Without the sword, he was just a normal murderer. Fair enough, Cal released a frustrated breath, putting the weapon back on the shelf and looking at the small box at its side. Is that it? Looking up from her notebook again, she glared at the box. Yep. Don't worry, only the inner casing is lead, the outer layer is strong enough I'd have trouble breaking it. Plus I programmed the lock to not open if the box detects any of us around. Really, she had wanted to treat Match as soon as possible but, after finding out she was from a different dimension, Kara wasn't certain the kryptonite she had would even work on Match, so she had to borrow some from the fortress and turn it gold. It took around half a day. Even then, she'd usually not leave it just lying about, even if it was locked inside a metal box only slightly weaker than kryptium, but her lair, and yes, she would keep calling it that in her head, inside the mountain was protected enough she felt safe with the chunk here for a couple of days. Grabbing the box, Cal saw a small red light at the side of a digital lock. The thing flashed once, but stayed red. He only looked at the box for a little longer before putting it inside his cape's pocket. Are you gonna take much longer? Connor should be getting out of school soon. Nope, just finished. Closing the laptop, she got up. Thanks for being here. Cal looked down at her, the smile leaving his face for a second. I made a mistake with Connor, the entire thing left me feeling vulnerable and I reacted badly, but I'm not gonna do it again. Looking at one of her cameras in the mountain, Kara saw Dexter was already napping on the sofa again, so she grabbed the phone and sent a quick message towards Cory. Leaving Dexter at the mountain, see you tonight. She didn't get a message back, but Cory was busy with Wonder Woman so that was understandable. She should be the first to arrive anyway and, even if not, Dexter was fully capable of getting back to her laboratory alone. She had seen him do it before when his tolerance for mortals ran out. Getting the cat accustomed to the human interaction was going great. He could tolerate a few of the Titans and, even when he attacked them, Gan had said she could sense it was no longer out of fear, anger, or irritation, but because he simply enjoyed the exercise, using it as training for when it was really needed, most of the time. Stepping inside the teleport platform beside Cal, she activated the device and disappeared from the room. An hour later, all four of them stood in the Genomorph's underground medical facility, three of the elves fully in their heroic costumes while Match laid asleep in his suspension chamber. Dubilex was the one to welcome them in, already out of his wheelchair and wearing a business suit. "Welcome, Miss Sorel, brother, Superman." "Dubilex, how many times have I said to call me Kara?" "Many. However, I prefer to remain professional," Dubilex huffed. "Perhaps when you finally acquire a new CEO." Kara narrowed her eyes at the genomorph. Was he annoyed she was taking so long to find a substitute? Row damn it, she really wanted to nab Lena from under Lex, but that would still take a little more time. Dubilex pretended he didn't see her glare, smiling at Khan and actually giving him a hug before waving towards the door and causing it to open with a thought. "Sorry I can't come more often," Khan said, giving Dubilex a quick smile. "How's everyone?" Kara's focus quickly shifted, refocusing on the new look of the building. It had been a while since she last came here and there were a lot of changes. She didn't really enjoy the whole organic look the genomorphs had, but it was their workplace. She was hardly ever here and it did give a necessary sense of separation, making it harder to connect her bases as belonging to the same individual. Soon, the clean scent of the laboratory started hitting her nose, the quiet hum of the biomedical refrigerators making sure the substances didn't spoil tickling her ears. Unable to help herself, Kara activated her X-ray vision, looking around the installation and making sure she could see everyone. She managed to catch several genomorphs working in tandem with humans, glued to computers or doing experimentation with new substances. The medical equipment sent by Caldecott Industries was making a huge difference in what they could achieve. Finally, she looked at the room where several treatment pods were arrayed. They varied in size, with two extra-large ones made specifically for the G-Trolls. In the middle of the chamber, doing some last-minute checks in one specific pod, was Dr. Spencer. The very sight of the scientists caused Kara to grit her teeth. She really didn't like her. Feeling a hand squeezing her shoulder, Kara turned to see both Cal and Khan staring at her with concerned faces. Grabbing Cal's hand, she squeezed it back and managed to give him a smile. She wasn't alone here. Confidence restored, she walked into the room, making sure to activate her heat vision enough so that her eyes had a small red shine to them. She was feeling more relaxed with their support, but that didn't mean she wanted Dr. Spencer to be. She saw the doctor bang her head against the lid of the pod when they entered, a thick bead of sweat running down her forehead as she gulped and straightened her back. At her side, Cal gave her an exasperated look while Khan just shook his head in amusement. Living with the Kents really had made him far more relaxed. Staying beside the door, Kara stood with her hands behind her back and watched as her cousins worked together to install Match's suspension chamber beside the treatment pod, making sure everything was going fine. "Don't worry, I made sure to check everything twice before calling you," Dubilex said, pausing at her side. "Even if you still do not trust the doctor, trust me." "Fine. I guess I should tone it down before she makes a mistake out of nervousness," Kara sighed, hearing the woman start to apologize to her cousins and sensing she was being truthful. Despite her faults, she really is not a bad person, you know. "How is Karen? Did she fully heal from the fight?" Kara said instead of answering. Dubilex shook his head at her abrupt change of subjects, but he was a good enough telepath to sense she was serious about it even through her blocker. She'd have to improve it later, or maybe he just read it in her expression. "She's well, we were unable to reverse the effects of the blockbuster, but it doesn't really affect her all that much," he finally said, turning to look back towards the procedure. "Contrary to humans, we're used to our family looking completely different, so the aesthetic changes don't bother anyone. She's not interested in working in security. Maybe help out with Guardian. While I have no doubt she'd step up to the occasion were we ever so threatened again, she doesn't actually like violence," he said with a smile on his face. "In fact, she's perfectly content working on solar panel marketing. The deal with Wayne Tech brought us quite a lot of attention." "Anything interesting?" "Ferris Aircraft is interested in buying. They're looking to install them in all of their factories and use it in their space program." At the center of the room, Cal finished the preparations, carefully laying Match's body inside the treatment chamber and taking the learning device out from around his head. Kara didn't have access to a birthing matrix, nor did Match really need one, but she had been able to adapt a neural interface, incorporating several of the learning programs she herself had been subjected to before her birth. Finally, Cal stepped back, giving the kryptonite box to the doctor. From her place at Dubilex's side, Kara felt a sudden urge to blast the woman, incinerating her to ashes just for touching it, but she managed to stop herself. "I should join her. I doubt you want the doctor handling that for too long." "Please, do." Match's case was extremely complicated. He had almost completely Kryptonian genes, with only a hint of genomorphs. Unfortunately, Cadmus hadn't been able to fully stabilize Kryptonian DNA, his cells could absorb sunlight, but not fully process it, resulting in the very process causing them to slowly deteriorate. The answer was to disable his sunlight absorption, stabilize the genomorph genes and then improve them until they could slowly substitute for where the Kryptonian DNA failed. The entire procedure would take a little over 5 hours. First, Dr. Spencer had to put Match into a healing coma, pumping his body full of healing agents that would supply the regeneration Match needed to survive once his Kryptonian cells were deactivated and stopped empowering his failing body. After that, the three Ls had to stand behind a lead wall while Dubilex opened the box, laying the small piece of gold kryptonite directly against his skin until the monitoring devices were sure his powers were fully neutralized. Using a pair of lead gauntlets, the genomorph retrieved the kryptonite, locking it back into the box and the treatment started, Dr. Spencer working carefully to stabilize the genomorph's genes. Kara stood there the entire time, her eyes never leaving the pod, vision improved until she could actually watch the substances working on his body. She didn't completely understand everything, but she had spent a fair amount of time reading about the theoreticals, enough to recognize if something started to go wrong. Technically, the machines should be able to do it better than her, but she kept her focus anyway. Cal and Khan at her side were equally invested. Finally, it was done. Kara didn't need to see the doctor collapsing against her chair to know he was stable. Together, they started approaching the healing pod, Khan giving her a wide smile while he and Cal rushed towards the clone. Kara smiled back, slightly, her mind going back to her home planet, her family. Standing back, she watched as Cal helped the boy get into a sitting position, her newest family member finally opening his eyes to take in the room with clear curiosity in his face instead of the anger she remembered from the show. He looked exactly like Khan, only his eyes were slightly darker, still blue, but a darker shade. He looked around, confused, his movements still uncoordinated. "Hi," Cal said, taking off his cape and covering the boy's body temporarily, not caring about the cocktail of substances still on his skin. "I'm Kal-El, your brother. Nice to meet you." The clone looked up at Cal, then at the L crest on his chest, the clone's face briefly turning into a frown as remains of his indoctrination threatened to crop up, but he shook his head and dismissed it, his blue eyes finally meeting Kara's. Posture straight, hands behind her back, Kara saw the clone was healthy, safe and sane. "Good, from today on you're the newest member of the L house," she proclaimed. "Welcome to the family, I'm L." 2 hours later, all four of them were sitting inside the mountain. The Titans had already gone back home after a few hours of training, they'd all have school tomorrow. Cory was making them dinner, with Khan keeping her company so she wouldn't put anything strange in the mix. He had not enjoyed the mustard cookies. Dexter had briefly made an appearance, greeting her with a meow when she arrived, but he had clearly had enough of interacting with other people, disappearing inside the mountain after Kara deposited the lead box back behind her lair's protections. Imel was sitting with his legs crossed, his mind still confused as he stared at his hand, opening and closing it into a fist. Turning towards Kara, he asked. "My name, is it because I can't be a match for Superman anymore?" No, we'd never do that," Cal said. "We never cared about your power, Cadmus may have created you to be a weapon, but we're family." Despite Cal's routine decision to punch his problems in the face, the L house was always one of scientific advancement, not battle, Kara nodded. "Besides, we lived on Krypton. Being able to fly or bend steel with our bare hands wasn't exactly something we could do under our red Sunday. Cadmus called you Project Match, but that doesn't mean it should be your name. Imel was one of the L house's greatest minds, a direct ancestor from your paternal line and someone whose inventions affected our society for millennia. I also thought it would be easy to transition into Ian when you go to school with your brother." "I see, I think I like it," he said but didn't smile, his eyes going back to staring at his hand. "Take your time," Cal said. "Later, I'll take you to the farm, Ma and Pa are quite eager to meet you." Staring at the kid's confused face, Kara couldn't help thinking back to her own birth, the moment she walked out of the birthing matrix, all the knowledge in her head but no personal experience to go with it. She knew he'd be fine, the confusion was normal and, even if he didn't get a complete education from the neural transmitter, he had more than enough to start his life, a far cry from the instinctual creature she saw in the show. "Everyone, I bring you edibles." Cory flew out of the kitchen, Khan bringing a few plates with him. "Unfortunately, there were no ingredients in the refrigerator, so I could only prepare frozen meals, but they are still most appetizing." Sitting on the sofa, Cory's head resting on her shoulders and her entire family with her, Kara finally felt herself relaxing, an unconscious smile growing in her face as she watched Khan telling him all about the school they would be going to, Cal watching and making comments about how it was back in his time. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 57, Chapter 53, Interlude. Releasing a breath, he pushed the weight up, his concentration such that he kept his arms from shaking. With one last effort, he rested the barbell on the machine and relaxed his core, feeling his entire body aching from the exercise. Sitting up, Lex Luthor grabbed a towel and wiped the sweat off of his face, having finally finished his bench press set. He took a full minute of rest, recovering his breath before sitting in a chair and grabbing a 90 kilograms dumbbell to start a new set of exercises. It had been over 2 weeks since he had last trained, the constant troubles LexCorp was going through forcing him away from his personal gym, but, now that he had a full day to recover, the bags were already gone from his eyes and he was getting back on track. Luthor prided himself on his intellect, his drive, his aspirations, on rising above the masses. He also made sure to maintain his physique, to be above all others not only in mind but also in body. Finally, he dropped the weight on the padded floor and started stretching, making sure to keep his flexibility as well as strength. In truth, Luthor didn't need to work himself to the bone as he had. LexCorp had a literal army of media experts, analysts, and spokesmen that could deal with everything that had came up, but, as soon as the first hints of information started being leaked to the press, he understood what was going to happen. It wasn't like he didn't know exactly what information had been stolen by the fog, he knew just how much damage the weapon could cause, but he also knew nothing would truly incriminate him, neither directly or indirectly. Working desperately as he had, scouring his company of the corruption that had been revealed, seeming to sincerely do his best to make amends, it would be remembered when the time came. He had plans after all, long-term plans that, given enough time, would come to benefit from this minor setback. Once, he'd have been able to simply pretend to do those things, but, unfortunately, idiots were everywhere. There would always be stupid people who, perceiving a weakness, would attempt to take advantage of it. And it was not impossible they'd use such an opportunity to try and dethrone him from LexCorp, to denounce him if he made any mistakes. So he'd had to personally deal with things, to exert himself, an inconvenience to be sure, but not exactly difficult. Fortunately, the last of the leaks had been a few days ago. This new player, Forge, didn't have anything else that incriminated LexCorp, and so, Luthor was able to relax. He would still have to do damage control for a few months, but he had time to himself for the moment. Taking a quick shower, he read the reports on the monitor inside his bathroom and frowned. As soon as he had started dealing with the leaks, he had prepared to block his sister's predictable attempt to take over the company. It was only expected she'd try, he'd have looked down on her if she didn't, and, contrary to the idiots, she was one of the only ones who actually had a chance to usurp him if he hadn't acted fast. What he hadn't expected was for her to resign when her latest attempt hadn't worked. For a second, he thought she had given up, but then he shook his head. That simply wasn't in a Luthor's nature. No, she had something else in mind, but what, and, more importantly, would he let her? Lena was almost as smart as him, but she cared a little too much about people, not really understanding that they aren't important, not as a whole. They all ran around as if they were the heroes of their own stories, but he hadn't heard a more stupid thing in his life. They were mediocre, unimportant. No, what he and Lena had, the gift of genius they shared, it was what elevated them above the masses, and it was rarer than a white tiger. Rarer than the powers that were starting to appear everywhere and, truly, infinitely more valuable. Still, perhaps he should let her leave. It had been interesting having to contest with her inside LexCorp, at least in the beginning, but, while she'd never actually be able to surpass him, perhaps she could give him a challenge while outside instead of being suppressed in his shadow. He did admit she was not making full use of her intellect here, and, while he'd prefer to have her under his control, it would be interesting to let her leave for a small amount of time. It wasn't like he couldn't get her back whenever he wanted. Stepping out of the bathroom, he pondered the situation while ignoring his usual business suit and putting on simpler clothes. He had a meeting with his associates later, but, ever since that little abomination had been taught a lesson, it had been in hiding, leaving them without a magical powerhouse and stalling several of their projects. Perhaps it was no longer sufficient to simply play along with Vandal's little plots. Luthor had been content to simply be a partner, to let them believe he was content with a meeting of equals where some were more equal than others, but perhaps it was time to change that. Regardless, right now, he had a few hours to work on a personal project. Luthor didn't exactly feel the need for a break, but he had been working tirelessly for the last weeks and, now that the leaks had stopped, it was expected he'd take a few days to recover. It had been a difficult decision, but, in the end, he had decided that the sympathy gathered by appearing to work himself to exhaustion would serve him better. Being unaffected could make the population think he had not worked as hard despite ample proof to the contrary. As stupid as the average human was, they were easily convinced by what they thought was true, by appearances instead of facts. Just take a look at the alien. He paraded around in a ridiculous costume, said a few trite words, and people loved him for it. Walking inside his workshop, Lex sat in front of his large, green and purple warsuit, at least 4 meters high and filled with a kryptonite generator. The entire armor was beautiful, efficient. Grabbing the gauntlet, he opened it and started to install the force field generator. Luthor had never trusted the alien or the Justice League to not turn against humanity, but he had always been confident of his contingencies, never feeling the need for such equipment. Yet. Now. Clarion's actions had taken him by surprise. The beings he invited onto the planet were previously unknown to him, and believing that the heroes could not fail was sheer foolishness. Luther was still confident he could overcome anything, but being caught by surprise was not an enjoyable sensation, and the warsuit could give him a necessary buffer in such cases. No, he was above such lies, well, to himself that is. The truth was that he couldn't think of a morning he woke up without the thought of strangling that self-righteous bastard, or punching him in the face. Yes, Superman fooled everyone except him. He wouldn't use the warsuit, not unless the alien fully revealed himself, but he loved the thought that he could. Yes, it would mean descending to his level, but it would also give him such incredible satisfaction and, well, he was a businessman, he could recognize a fair trade. Artemis took off her green suit, stashing everything inside the duffel bag before disassembling her bow, safely putting it in its case and wrapping it in clothes to hide. She was soaked, having washed everything of the grime that had accumulated, her hair stuck to her back. She still needed a bath, but at least she couldn't smell the trash anymore. She really wanted to be a hero, to leave her father's legacy behind. No, to bury it away, burn the damn thing to the ground and show Sportsmanster exactly how much he mattered to her, not at all. But, God, it certainly wasn't easy. Finally, she put the duffel bag over her shoulder, wincing as it hit her bruised muscles, and looked up. Fuck, this was gonna suck. Her back was killing her, the bruise covered her side, most of her back, and, while she hadn't broken any bones, that had been more thanks to luck than skill, she hadn't exactly had time to look before jumping out of the window to escape the grenade. Thankfully, she hit an overflowing dumpster and, while that had been absolutely disgusting, the trash had also saved her life. Fuck, Gotham had always been a terrible city, but this past month was just insane. Batman had been incredibly busy with those white assholes that kept popping up and killing each other, which left a void every 2-bit mook was willing to fill. Artemis had been doing her best to help out, but, with the Bat too busy to instill the fear of the dark on the criminals, every insane asshole was popping out of their hidey holes. She hadn't met the Bat in person yet, she knew better than to get involved at his level, but she had met Robin once. The little smartass was younger than her and actually tried to berate her for helping out. As if she wasn't enough. Looking up, she stared at the fire escape stairs at the side of her building. The metal stairs that descended to the ground level had long since been stolen, and the first opening was 2 meters beyond her reach. For a few moments, she looked around the alleyway for another way, but yeah, there wasn't any. She really didn't want to use the front entrance and have to explain things to her mom. Taking distance, she dashed, her back screaming. Jumping up, she stepped on the wall twice before pushing up, her hands barely managing to grab onto the opening. Eventually, she managed to drag herself up and gasped, taking a second to adjust to the pain. Finally, she managed to climb the stairs to her bedroom window and, throwing the bag on top of her bed, squeezed inside with a quiet grunt. "Someone looks worse for wear," said a soft, sing-song voice from the dark corner of her room. Rolling towards the bed, Artemis grabbed the dagger under it and got into a ready stance, ignoring the complaints from her back. "Chill, little sister, I'm not here to fight," Jade said, stepping out of the shadows and sat down on her desk chair. "Besides, you wouldn't want to wake up Mom, would you?" Taking a second to stare at her villainous sister, Artemis noticed she actually didn't look much better, with bags under her eyes and a cast over one arm, probably got into a fight with a hero or something. Her eyes quickly flickered to Jade's waist, seeing the grinning cat mask hanging from her belt. Jade gave her time, the usual smirk never leaving her face as she just sat there, trying to appear non-threatening. "I see you're still going by Cheshire," Artemis said, glaring. With a sigh, she finally relaxed, got up from her crouching position and sat on the bed, slowly. "You didn't show up when Mom got out of jail." "Sorry sis, couldn't exactly take PTO in the middle of a job," she said, her voice taking that same sing-song tone she used when being a smartass. "Besides, he was with me, I doubt Mom would have enjoyed the reunion." "You're working with Sportsmaster," Artemis hissed, making sure to keep her voice down. "Not by choice," Jade said flatly, her voice normal for once in the conversation. "And not anymore. Although that brings its own problems." For a second, Artemis continued to glare at her, but she couldn't keep it up and sighed. Dropping the dagger on top of the bed, she sighed again and scratched at her tired eyes. Ignoring her intruding sister, she slowly took off her shirt, making sure to not strain herself. Opening the drawer, she pulled out a muscle relaxant ointment, opening it up and slowly starting spreading it on her side. Looking at her, Jade sighed herself and got up. "Here, let me." "Why are you even here, Jade?" "You left, why come back now?" "I heard about your little outings," Jade said, managing to pry the ointment from her fingers and push her face first on the bed. "Couldn't I be worried about my cute baby sister?" Artemis didn't answer, she knew that was a lie anyway. Instead, she let her sister spread the salve on her bruise, feeling her fingers gently tracing her back. It didn't make things better, but she couldn't help enjoying it. "Dad's in jail," Jade finally broke the silence, her voice normal. "Where?" she couldn't help asking. "And how do we make him stay there?" "Oh, there's no chance he's leaving anytime soon," Jade finished applying the salve. "India is keeping him under very tight lock and nobody seems interested in helping him out." Is he like Mom? No, but his employers aren't free to act right now and his substitute isn't exactly motivated to help him out, Jade shrugged, letting Artemis get up. Really, I think they're considering just silencing him completely instead of breaking him out, easier that way. She sighed, already feeling the ointment working on her bruise. Pushing herself to a sitting position, she crossed her legs on top of the bed and looked at her sister, 100 conflicted emotions running through her mind. She wanted to hit her, scream at her, hug her. Ugh. You really should see Mom, she's worried about you. Jade avoided her eyes, turning to look out of the window and towards the city. Sorry, little sister, not gonna happen. Getting up, she walked towards the window, her wounded arm held against her chest. It was nice seeing you. Grabbing the dagger, Artemis threw it, hitting the lock, keeping the window lifted with its handle and causing the frame to slam shut before Jade could slip out. No, you don't just get to leave. Jade snorted in amusement, looking at the knife bouncing off the floor. Well, aren't we feeling catty today? Shut up, Jade, you can't just show up here like nothing ever happened and then leave. Who does that? She hissed again. From inside the house, they heard their mom dropping something in her room and froze, both of them glancing at the door for a few seconds before relaxing again, Jade releasing a sigh as she stared at the window. Fuck, you really are here just to check on us, Artemis realized, her voice a little stunned. Is that so hard to believe? Jade snorted. I told you, I heard about your little outings. No, I've been in trouble before and you didn't come, the blonde shook her head, eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Jade turned around, leaning her back against the window while crossing her arms in front of her chest, the cast making it a little difficult. Smiling, she answered in a dismissive tone. Let's just say I have been reminded of the kind of work I choose to take. Don't mistake me, I love it, but it was never exactly safe. So, you're just going to leave, again? Artemis looked at her sister with disbelieving eyes, wishing she had thrown the dagger at her hand, not the window. How dare you? You should be used to how our family works, little mouse, Jade shrugged. I thought father made sure of it. No. What? Wincing again at the pain, Artemis pushed herself up, barely contained rage in her glare. No, you're not just walking away, not again. Heh, and what are you gonna do? Follow me. Jade smirked, the very thought seeming to amuse her. If I need to. Dexter rested on top of the table, his body nearly unmoving, and posture straight. With attentive eyes, he observed the two-legged, making sure they weren't going to hurt his own. Cory was his, one of the two knew he had adopted and he'd make sure she was fine, no matter what. They were silly creatures, yes, but he couldn't help admitting they made his life better, just like the previous one had. Oh, great, the attack cat is here, Robin said, his voice calm, slow, and even. Humans were such unsophisticated creatures, always squealing, whining, crackling and, most of the time, sounding like they always had a hairball in their throats, their voices changing from one second to the next. Fortunately, he had taught those ones better, to at least try and be as sophisticated as cats. Yes, there was a time for hissing and even yowling, but it wasn't always. Narrowing his eyes at the robin, he lifted a paw and made sure to show his claws, warning the boy to behave. Dexter had learned to trust the Titans, at least a little bit, but that was after he had taught them fear. They would not dare hurt what belonged to him lest they experience his fangs and claws again. Still, he considered pouncing anyway, his tail swirling from one side to the other as his sensitive whiskers twitched in his face. Yes, they had been taught fear, but it was always best to remind them from time to time. Oh, no, I'm not doing this. Before Dexter could fully decide, the robin threw something to the ground and tried to disappear in a cloud of smoke. Dexter could still see him clumsily running away, but he decided the boy was suitably scared. Sensing his mood, his two-legged friend floated down, gathering him in her hands and touching her nose to his. Closing his eyes in pleasure, he let her. It was important to keep his girl happy and he was, after all, a good kitty. Still, there was only so much he could bear and he started squirming, unwilling to actually hurt Cory to break free. Reacting promptly, she released him on top of the counter and gave him a quick scratch between the ears. Perhaps he should start bringing her flying rats as well. He reserved most of them for Kara because he knew she needed his gifts more, requiring more of his attention to stay happy, but Cory too deserved some after all. Stretching his back, he licked his fur, readjusting his coat from where she had grabbed him before considering his next step. The two legs were behaving themselves, but he still wanted to make sure. Jumping on the chair, he made his way towards one of Kara's crystals on the wall, leaping towards the perfectly sized protrusion and feeling the heat radiating on his paws. Curling into a ball, he lay down and continued to watch the two-legged, his eyes narrowing every time one of them approached Cory. Eventually, the noise grew too much, the tension too high. He didn't really like it, but he knew his two-legged could take care of herself for a time, being far superior to the others in the room. So, he jumped down, leaving the room and going to find a quieter place, somewhere he could have privacy and peace. Every door promptly opened when he approached, as they should, and he quickly made his way into one of the bedrooms, the one which smelled slightly like Kara. He explored the place a little, but there wasn't anything interesting, so he left, continuing to walk unopposed through the facility. Jumping on top of a shelf, he wiggled his butt, his eyes judging the distance for a few seconds. Then he leaped. His body sailed through the air until he managed to settle inside a ventilation shaft. A few meters away from him, a red light flashed and a cylinder detached from the wall, briefly aiming at him. Dexter simply batted the barrel aside, and it knew better than to threaten him again, flashing blue and retreating back where it came from. Licking his paw once, he continued moving, looking through the facility while every lock opened automatically as he approached. Hearing a noise, he paused, his ears flickering towards the central room. Finding an opening, he jumped down and hurried towards the main room, leaping on top of the sofa and greeting Kara with a soft, perfectly educated meow. Leaning down, Kara touched her nose to his, then couldn't help herself and grabbed him, squeezing him against her cheek. This was why she needed more attention than Cory and Dar. She wasn't as well trained. Finally, she released him on the floor and he spoke again. He was hungry and thirsty. Watching over Cory and Dar had been a chore. "Fine, come on then," she said, starting to walk towards the warm room. She had tried to feed him in the common room once. It had been with good intentions, he recognized that, but he really hadn't liked that. It made him feel vulnerable to eat where anyone could see. Walking in front of her, he opened the doors for her and led her down the stairs, making sure to pause and wait for her to catch up if she took too long. She was far less clumsy than most other humans, as expected of his two-legged, but she still needed his help. Finally, they arrived at the warm place, his red pillow resting against the flowing wall. Kara grabbed his food bag and got a handful out. Dexter promptly jumped up and ate a few, while she deposited a metal box on the shelf close to his bed. With another protest, he had Kara open a sink for him, letting clean water run down until he drank his fill, her hand running through the coat of his fur in a pleasant manner. In the end, he drank a little too much and choked for a few seconds, his eyes avoiding Kara's as he pretended to be perfectly fine even while gagging. "You coming up?" Kara asked. Dexter considered it, but he had explored enough. He was tired of human noises. Plus, Kara had brought yet another two-legged he didn't know. He knew she trusted this new one, and both Kara and Cory and Dar were together now, so he wasn't entirely worried. Instead, he leaped towards his place on the shelf, feeling the pleasant heat from the wall, curling into his pillow. He just looked at her, his head lifted. "Fine, we'll leave in an hour or two, you can rest until then." Dexter just lowered his head, his eyes keeping watch over her as she walked up, at least until the doors closed behind her and he was left alone, the only noise coming from the quiet hum of the flowing wall. He was prepared to take a nap, but something was bothering him. Lifting his head, he huffed and stared at the box. It was in the wrong place. For a few seconds, he just glared at it, but he eventually got up, sniffing at the metal. Like everything else Kara had built, the box scanned him and then the room. Seeing as there wasn't any Kryptonian in the area, the lines of code Kara put in nearly everything she built activated, the light shining blue and giving the cat access. Wary, Dexter flinched back, his whiskers twitching, then he punched the box, his paw hitting it once, twice, 3 times in quick succession. Satisfied, he sat beside the box and sniffed it again, but he could only smell Kara and her cousin on it. Well, it was bothering him, so down it went. Putting a paw against the back of the box, he pushed it a little, then a little more. Glancing at the door, he didn't see Kara coming back, so he pushed again. The metal box fell, hitting the floor with a racket, the lid popping open and a small, golden marble went flying through the room, rolling under Kara's desk to bounce against the wall. Dexter's eyes flashed, claws digging into the shelf and but wiggling as he watched the golden petal bounce around. Quiet as only one of his superior kind could, he pounced. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 58, Chapter. Kara stared at Dexter, her body frozen in place just as she was about to enter the room. Dexter stared at Kara, his body frozen in place, a single paw lifted mid-step, and a golden meteorite in his mouth. Kara's heart skipped a beat, and she nearly threw herself back, her muscles tensing painfully before the entire situation registered in her mind and she relaxed. Row damn it, she had forgotten to erase Dexter's access when she coded the locking mechanism. Yeah, she had been a little distracted and the box wasn't supposed to be a permanent thing, but still. She had to be more careful with that. Putting a mechanical lock as well would have prevented the problem. Always put redundancies, Kara, always over-design. Glaring from the cat to the open box he had dropped on the floor, she tapped the controls on her phone and activated her radiation shield before stepping into the room. For his part, Dexter dropped the kryptonite, sat down, and started licking his paw, waving it over his head while pretending he had done nothing wrong. Her heart hammered in her chest, the scare leaving her slightly breathless. Kara threw herself at her armchair and gave a few more commands through her phone, activating one of her Karabots. A second later, the cat jumped on her lap, his paw lifting and hooking small claws around her hand, trying to drag it closer to his head. Unconsciously running a hand through his fur, she watched as the robot gently picked up the kryptonite before depositing it inside the box, locking the container, and putting it on top of her desk. From her previous memories, Kara had already known the gold variety probably deactivated Kryptonian powers, but could also cause amnesia or, well, who knows what else. Thankfully, Kara had been experimenting with kryptonite for a month now and she could more or less analyze any new variation by their radiation, using the computers to simulate its effects on a Kryptonian body with a 92% accuracy before daring to employ the meteorite on Imel. Gold kryptonite was simultaneously one of the most and least dangerous varieties she had managed to recreate. On one hand, the radiation permanently destroyed a Kryptonian's ability to absorb sunlight, completely neutralizing all of their devastating powers. If that wasn't bad enough, fixing the depot whirring was nearly impossible. On the other hand, contrary to most forms of kryptonite, the radiation didn't spread very far, requiring someone to be much closer to the rock to even feel its effects. The damage took a long time to become permanent and caused no physical pain. Also, as she had just told Imel, losing her powers wouldn't be the end of the world. It would suck, sure, but her armor could already replicate most of her abilities, if at a slightly lower level. "Come on, time to leave," she said, grabbing both the container and the cat before walking back up the mountain. Cal was waiting for her at the top of the stairs, a smile on his face as he watched Dexter squirming in her arms. Together, they turned back toward where the others were waiting and started walking slowly. "You know, I used to have a cat too." "What?" Kara looked up at him, surprise in her face. "Yeah, Fuzzball was great," he said, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Extending his hand, he ignored Dexter's swipe and let him sniff his skin before actually managing to scratch him behind the ears. "Found her when she was just a kitten trying to fend off some coyotes. I was afraid Ma wouldn't let me keep her, so I hid her in the barn for a little over a week." "But, you lived on a farm?" Kara asked, an amused smile on her face. "Did you really think they'd make you kick her out?" "Well, I know that now," he said, actually managing to take Dexter from her, the cat hanging bonelessly from his arm that way only cats can do. "In my defense, I must have been 6 at the time and Pa had refused to let me keep the bison and eagle I had taken home before." Kara paused, her mind picturing a young Cal dragging a huge bison over his head into the farm, the creature utterly baffled at its situation. "That's..." Martha had to have pictures. Putting the box inside one of her own pockets, Kara shook her head in amusement. "What happened to her?" "At the time I thought she'd be with me forever, and she did have a long life," he said, finally dropping Dexter to the floor when the cat couldn't bear the indignity of being in his arms anymore. "One day she just came into the bed and passed away looking at me. It was so unexpected I didn't even register that her heart had stopped. She was the first living being I cared about that died. Fuzzball had always loved the moon, so, after she passed, I flew her up there and buried her in a place I knew she'd enjoy. Where I could always look at her and she could always see me." Despite everything, Cal had a bittersweet smile on his face, the memories clearly bringing him joy instead of sadness. Kara shook her head and smiled back at him. "You know, one day one of those NASA robots is gonna run into her grave and be very confused." "Heh, I think she'd like that, she had always been mischievous," Cal laughed, making his amusement clear. For a moment, they let the silence stretch between them, only their steps echoing through the hallway but, before long, Cal paused and turned fully toward her. "Kara, what's wrong? You've been preoccupied for the entire day." "I thought it was just about Imel but..." Stopping, Kara watched as Dexter glanced back at them but continued walking, eager to get back to Cory. Her first instinct was to just say, "Nothing" or "It's fine," avoid the talk entirely, leave it for later. But this was important, she couldn't just backtrack. Releasing a long sigh, she spoke. "Do you have time after this? I need to talk with you. I was going to accompany him back to the farm and get him settled, but Connor can do it if this is urgent." "No, it's kinda urgent, but 1 or 2 hours aren't going to change anything," she said, feeling a weight leaving her chest. "Anyways, I also have to put the kryptonite away, so, can you meet me at the fortress in an hour or 2? "Yeah, I can do that." "I'll see you in 2 hours then," Cal nodded to her, enveloping her shoulders with one arm and squeezing. "And, Kara, thanks for being here, for helping out, I really appreciate it." Feeling warm inside, Kara started walking again, soon reaching the main room to see Imel tasting one of Cory's snacks, his face turning purple as he desperately tried to keep the abomination down and not disappoint the smiling Tamarinine. "All right, are we ready to leave?" Cal said, getting everyone's attention. Khan and him traded a look, the latter hesitated, but Khan wrapped an arm over his shoulder. "Come on, they're going to like you." Kara stared at the duo, a mixture of pride and amusement on her face. Ever since he started living with the Kents, Khan had really grown up. It had only been a few months since he was the confused one, not knowing how to react to her actions. "Don't worry," Kara said to the uncertain boy. "The Kents have my respect, I am certain you'll like them. I will visit you tomorrow." "Thank you," Amel nodded his head. Approaching the duo, Cal patted the boy's shoulder. "Let's go," by Kara, Starfire. Kara watched the three of them leave through the Zeta tube, more than glad to see Cal taking care of the kids. Turning towards Cory, she tapped the box in her pocket and spoke. "Can you bring Dexter home? I have to drop this in a secure location." Of course, the Tamarinine beauty floated closer, wrapping her arms around Kara and giving her a quick kiss. "Do not stay in the room of testing for too long." "I won't. See you." The cat released a long, suffering meow, his tail held high as he pawed the Zeta tube and glanced back at them. Cory didn't even have to pick him up, just open the reinforced glass door and step inside. Kara stared at the empty spot they had just been in for a few seconds before using her teleport platform to go directly to her moon base. She could have left the kryptonite in the fortress, but she actually wanted to dispose of the stone, not just store it for later. Also, she needed something to do until her cousin arrived, else her anxiety would start acting up again. Really, keeping a stock of green kryptonite was only smart. Yes, it was extremely rare and valuable, but almost any powerful enough villain could get it if they wanted, and if some clone or enemy Kryptonian suddenly appeared, it was best to have it available. Golden kryptonite was much rarer and, since she could easily create more if necessary, destroying any she found was really for the best. Kara hurried inside her workshop. With a quick command, she had one of her bots take the stone out of the box and put it on a metal platform before activating the machine. With a loud thump that seemed to shake the entire moon base, the hammer pulverized the stone and then dropped the remains into a chemical bath, slowly dissolving the remaining dust. She watched until the small particles were completely gone before grabbing the box and leaving the workshop to enter the base's storage. There, lining up the walls, several of her devices floated within dimensionally locked fields. It had been a pain to get those things working. At first, they had remained locked in place regardless of the moon's movement, almost tearing her base apart before she deactivated them and spent hours adjusting their configuration. But she had managed to correct her mistake, and now they were just about the most secure way of keeping her treasure safe. Kara walked by the remains of Evil Eye, the first villain/monster she had killed, Vortigar's heart, Clarion's arm, her own supply of kryptonite, and stopped in front of the small piece of green kryptonite Cal had lent her. She had only turned a quarter of the meteorite gold, leaving the remainder in storage for later use. Deactivating the dimensional lock, Kara considered the glowing rock and wondered, did Luther keep a pebble of the stuff in his pocket like in some universes? Lifting her control panel, she typed for a few seconds, adjusting her radiation field until the tip of her finger was excluded from the protection. Immediately, she started feeling a slight numbness on the exposed skin, the effect growing stronger the more she approached the rock until, only a few centimeters away, she actually started feeling some pain. Reactivating the dimensional lock, Kara stepped back, her finger immediately recovering. So, she really was from a different dimension. This world's kryptonite still affected her, but at a much weaker level. Kara remembered most versions of Superman being immune to kryptonite from different Earths, but Ultraman had been able to snort kryptonite from different universes to grow in strength. What made it effective or not? Did the distance between dimensions relate to how effective the kryptonite was? Sighing, she made a note to test that before growing a crystal armchair from the floor and sitting down in the middle of the room. Turning part of her outfit into a cable, she connected her computer to the box. Only a minute later, she deleted the code that gave Dexter access to the box and just stared at it. What now? She still had 1 hour and 35 minutes to waste. Kara didn't have further use for the container, but it was still a pity to just get rid of it. Slowly, she tapped her index finger against the arm of her seat in thought, a small smile appearing on her face. The box was awfully overdesigned, its defenses could only be better if she had used Kryptium, and, while its aesthetic design didn't look fancy, that could be easily changed. With a smirk, she started working, attaching a few crystals, some golden details, and other doodads. In short, making the box look as important as she could. Inside, she put a tracking device, one of her micro-portals to transfer the signal, and the biggest dimension-shattering bomb she could fit. In the center of the room, she grew a crystalline pedestal, putting the box in a place of honor, protected with the same dimensional lock, but she changed the color, making its shimmering effect have a golden hue. The security features didn't protect the container any better than the rest of the room, but, wow, it certainly looked like that was the case. Satisfied, Kara stepped away from her trap and nodded. The arrangement wouldn't fool someone like Luther, but plenty of villains did enjoy employing dumb muscle. Hopefully, anyone that stole it would be unable to open the box for long enough that she could track their location, but, if not, it would still be one hell of a surprise. Eventually, she made her way toward the fortress, arriving a few minutes later since she had killed a little too much time trying to find a way of detecting dimensional frequencies. Cal was already there, waiting for her at the front entrance while staring up at the night sky, a steaming mug in his hand. Taking a deep breath, she approached him. Hot chocolate, he said, offering her a second mug. Thanks. Grabbing the mug, Kara took a quick sip of the boiling liquid and felt the heat spread through her limbs. For a minute, she just stood there beside him, looking up at the sky and trying to see if she could locate the watchtower from down here. She could. If she squinted just right, it looked like a tiny grain of rice. Please, tell me you didn't find another clone, Cal spoke first, his voice only half joking. I really think 2 is enough. Not yet. Give it time. God, I hope not. I mean, I like the boys, but the farm has only so many rooms. Kara snorted, taking another sip of her chocolate. Finally, she spoke. You remember how I asked to take a look at your rocket? Sure, did you find what you were looking for? He asked, briefly blasting his mug with heat vision to keep the temperature high even in the freezing air. No, that's the problem. For years I worked directly on the hyperdrive. I made all the adaptations, redesigning it from the ground up. Yes, Father and Uncle made some adjustments, but the design should be mine, only, yours isn't anything like what I came up with. There are no signs of my work in it. And yet, the fortress activated for me, it has my father's configuration and recognized you as my cousin. Cal trailed off in thought. Taking another sip of his mug, he fully turned towards her. You think there was an accident? That, somehow, one of us ended up in the wrong universe. Yes, me. I hate to say it, but Jor-El's hyperdrive is better than mine. Kara managed to stare into his eyes as she spoke. Also, the kryptonite I got from you barely affects me. It's not from my Krypton. I see, he said, his eyes staring into her own. Finally, he released a long, slow breath, wrapping an arm around her neck and pulling her head closer until Kara rested her forehead against his chest. It's all right, this doesn't change anything between us, you're still my family. A wave of relief washed over Kara. Before she could stop herself, she wrapped her arms around his waist and squeezed, her hands bunching up his suit. Thank you. Resting his chin on the top of her head, Cal patted her back for a few moments, letting Kara gather herself for a minute or two before speaking again. All right, what do you need from me? Knowing you, you've already started trying to find our missing cousins. How can I help? I can't really do much about my Cal at the moment. I'll need a way of opening a dimensional portal, as well as a way of locating my own original dimension. It'll take time. And the missing Kara? Kara pushed herself away from him, taking a few steps back and wiping her nose on her sleeve. Sucking in a breath, she refocused. There are a few options. She could have never left Krypton, suffered a similar accident as my own, or even still be on her way right now. The fortress expected her to raise me. Presumably, that meant she was sent away from Krypton like me, and you said Jor-El's hyperdrive is better than yours. Can you trace her path? Yes, but... Kara trailed off, her mind working overtime. Krypton, far more often than not, was an isolationist society. Be it for religious, xenophobic, or cultural reasons, leaving the Rao system is nearly always forbidden. That's the reason her father had worked on the hyperdrives in the first place. But, in this dimension, Jor-El worked on the drives himself. What are the chances they could build and launch 2 rockets without interference or detection from the authorities? What if her counterpart's rocket had been unable to leave Krypton? In her own dimension, her uncle had launched Cal's ship first, but she had still been able to escape shortly after. Still, it was entirely possible that the authorities had reacted faster here, especially if they were already on alert and not preoccupied with the planet exploding ahead of schedule. Kara doubted this dimension Jor-El would have just given up, not if he was anything like her own father, so how could he escape? Wait, didn't her version from the Arrowverse end up in the Phantom Zone? Fortress, I need all the information you have on the Phantom Zone projectors. Do we have any in storage? She asked, her voice excited. I apologize, Miss Jor-El, the Fortress AI materialized behind them, his head bowed. Given your recent discoveries, I'm afraid I'm unable to provide that information unless Master Kal-El renews your access. I do, Kara has full access to the database and everything else, Cal said. Kara couldn't help smiling at how fast he answered, no hesitation in his voice. Very well, I'll transfer the information directly to your personal computer, the hologram said while lifting his head. Unfortunately, according to the database, only 2 projectors ever left Krypton before its destruction. Of the 2, one was obliterated by a member of the military guild in a recovery mission and the last one's location remains unknown. Do you have a list of inmates? Kara asked. I have public records of those sentenced to the Phantom Zone, but the true list is only stored on the projectors themselves, the AI said. What exactly is the Phantom Zone and what does it have to do with our problem? Cal asked with more than a little hope. It was a separate dimension where Kryptonian criminals serve their sentences. The name does a good job of evoking what it's like there, Kara said. If Kara couldn't escape Krypton, it's possible Jor-El hid her there. Now, even with instructions, could she build one of the damn things? The projectors were one of the most advanced things Krypton had ever created. Did Jor-El even send their blueprints here? No, she would do it, even if she had to work from just the theory. Good, you're smiling again, Cal said, turning to follow her back into the fortress. Don't worry about tracking the path, I'll ask one of the Green Lanterns to investigate Krypton. And, Kara, you're the one that made me accept this new family, don't even think I'll let you off the hook just because you're not from this dimension. Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna. Chapter 59, Chapter. Kara floated in the air above the city of Phoenix, her legs crossed in a sitting position and a nearly finished ice cream in hand. Eating the last of the cone in a single bite, she licked some melted cream off her hand and leaned forward, her clean hand holding her chin in thought. She had ended up adjusting her mask so the lower jaw could retract, freeing her mouth whenever she wanted to eat something. The change had diminished the mask's structural integrity, but only minimally. Turns out building a new Phantom Zone projector wouldn't be hard, she already had the fortress start building the pieces that didn't need her help, but locating anyone inside would be nearly impossible without the right data. As far as she understood, the Phantom Zone was a nearly infinite realm, mirroring the material world and, while she could be relatively certain of some baseline assumptions like a prisoner not being sent to the very edges of the dimension, it was still an enormous area. Really, without the list contained in an existing Phantom Zone projector, it would be nearly impossible to even know if her counterpart was inside, much less locate her. Not that Kara wouldn't try but, at this point, trying to locate the remaining projector while also searching for the missing Kryptonian in the current universe would be a better use of her time. Smashing her head against a cryptium wall wouldn't help, so she shifted her focus, working on some of her other projects to some success. From preparing weapons to a way of draining magic, Kara was now ready to face Black Adam and Voton, even if she had to sacrifice some of the nth metal in her gauntlets to do so. All that remained was for Bobo to finish his investigation. Tracking down exactly where in Midway City the Injustice League was keeping Poison Ivy and how she was being protected was taking some time, particularly as they had the Joker with them and, while he was a chaotic mess, the clown did know how to hide from a detective when it amused him. Kara had even sent a few of her drones out into the city and did a flyby, but she didn't dare attract too much attention before everything was ready for the assault, not with the powerhouses they supposedly had in the area. Bonus points, Cory had liked her power armor's design despite it covering the entire body. A few kilometers away from her, a helicopter filmed the transit underneath, the reporter shifting the camera towards her figure from time to time in amusement as the vehicle circled her location. Kara kept most of her attention down on the city, but even she couldn't focus on everything that was happening below. She couldn't shut down all crime in the city and, often, wouldn't even notice if the criminal was quiet enough, particularly if it happened indoors since she wasn't using her X-ray vision all the time. Her hearing already invaded their privacy enough, even if she didn't pay attention to anything but screams, there was no need to also be looking at normal people's homes. Well, and there were some things she never wanted to see again. Her presence had meant a paradigm shift in the city though. Crime still happened, but car chases had almost completely stopped and violent crime was down, by a lot. Causing a ruckus, making someone scream, or shooting a gun was the easiest way of getting her attention. She supposed that was a win, fewer people were getting hurt, even if it cut down on her amusement. Attention, Phoenix Station 18, duty crew, Phoenix Station 18, duty crew, for fire in apartment, 551 Oak Street, unknown if anyone is in the apartment, cross street 7th Avenue, north coming down Oak Street, time of call 17:55. Kara's head snapped up as her illegal connection to the police communication spoke up. She had yet to get in contact with the chief of police. Focusing her eyes, she looked through the buildings until she saw the 5-stories apartment on fire. The flames seemed to have spread through most of the left side of the building, consuming the 4th and 5th floors while slowly spreading. She couldn't find a source or any adults, but she did see a small body hiding under a bed in one of the rooms, a dog cradled to its chest. Closing the opening on her mask, Kara exploded into movement, her body going from 0 to full speed in less than a second and leaving a sonic boom behind her. 20 seconds later, she slowed down, bursting through a window and doing her best not to cause too much damage. Moving through the building as if it was water, she made a straight line to the kid, bursting through the wall to see a small room, with several drawings on the walls. In a single motion, she flipped the bed and pulled the kid out with one hand, making sure the dog couldn't escape. Unconsciously, her protection spread to the duo, blocking any smoke or heat from getting into their lungs. The kid must have been 9, he had a runny nose and was already wearing Batman pajamas despite it not being bedtime. He was also perfectly fine, without any wounds or suffering from the smoke. The dog was a mutt that definitely included some watchdog in there somewhere for how much it fought back. "Sho, it's all right," she tried to calm him down while looking around the building for anyone else. "You're not Batman," he accused, his body still trembling in fear. "You'll get over it," she deadpanned, holding him against her chest. "Come on, Batman approved of me. He's even given me a hero license, you know." "Really?" he finally asked, wiping his nose on her clothes before looking up. Ooh, that's how you know I can keep you safe, she answered, already moving. There was one more body in the building. A woman collapsed under a support beam. The rest of the tenants seemed to have escaped. The woman was still alive but had several burns on her back and her head was bleeding. Rushing forward, Kara made sure to hold the woman, protecting her body before kicking the support beam away. Gathering the body in her arms, she flew out of the building. "Mommy?" the boy asked, now with a little uncertainty in his voice. "It's all right, kid, she's fine," Kara said, pushing his head away from the woman's burns and blocking his view. "Want to see something cool?" No paramedics or firefighters had arrived yet, so Kara dropped some of her drones from a pocket in her costume. One enveloped the woman in a force field so she wouldn't drop from the multi-story heights they were floating at and kept her immobile while applying soothing sprays, the wound hidden from view. With the woman being treated, Kara flew up with the kid still in her arms and sucked in a lot of air, her chest rising as she concentrated and blew out, a blast of cold hitting the building and not actually freezing it but blowing out the flames and lowering the temperature enough to be safe. Just a week ago, she wouldn't have been able to do this, her lungs too weak, but she was getting healthier faster every day. The effort did still make her wince, but the pain stopped immediately after. Batman could have done it too, the boy actually pouted, his eyes glued to the burnt building. He has, like, a huge bat. Batinguisher that releases this white cream. I see you have a critic, someone said from behind her, his voice full of amusement. I prefer my own power set, much cooler and more flexible. Turning around, she saw Alan Scott floating in the air. He had his hand extended towards the woman, a beam of green light covering her and seeming to take care of her smoke inhalation while cleaning her burns. The original Green Lantern wore a red shirt, an image of his namesake in a circle in the middle, a large green cape billowing behind him and a kind smile on his face. "Hi, thanks for meeting me," Kara smiled back. "I was going to go pick you up in Gotham, but I guess I lost track of time." "Don't worry about it, lass. Perk of being retired is I have a very flexible schedule." Floating down, Kara dropped the kid off onto the street, making sure he couldn't see his wounded mother until Alan was done with her. No need to scare the boy. "So, Batman is it?" "Why not Superman? My cousin would definitely win any fight between them unless he gave Batman a week of notice." "Well, yeah, but I'm not Kryptonian. I can't be Superman when I grow up," the boy nodded as if the answer was obvious. "Very realistic, aren't you?" she said. "How old are you anyway?" "I'm 10 and 9 months old," he proclaimed proudly. Kara was just glad the kid didn't burst out crying, distracted by the two heroes in front of him. "What about a Green Lantern?" Alan asked, dropping to her side and putting his body in front of the kid's mother. "You don't have to be born anything to get a ring." "Yeah, but I'd have to be an adult then," the kid complained, squeezing his dog closer to his chest. "I only have to be 12 to become Robin." Kara traded a glance with Alan, both greatly amused. After all, the kid wasn't exactly wrong. "All right, what's your name, kid? Maybe I can recommend you next time I see Batman. The current Robin is kinda lame." "Really?" "I'm Kyle Vasquez." The fire engine rushed out the corner at just that moment, followed closely by an ambulance. Kara looked at the men and grimaced. "Guess I really should have that talk with the police chief. They didn't really need to make a trip." "Well, it wouldn't hurt," Alan shrugged, "but they'd have to come anyway. Advanced notice would only mean they wouldn't be as filled with adrenaline." "Oh, and never underestimate the paperwork they have to file or root cause investigations they do. I get called fearless all the time, but even I get afraid when insurance companies get involved." On top of her drone, the woman groaned in pain. Opening her eyes, she snapped up with a scream. "Kyle. Mom." The boy immediately switched focus, squirming in Kara's arms until she released him and he ran towards her. Watching the boy throw himself on top of his mother, Kara almost stopped him, but she saw her burns were mostly healed, with only a few scars remaining. "I can't exactly regrow things," Alan said with a shrug. "Not on other people at least, but I've learned to accelerate healing." From what Kara knew, she doubted it was impossible. Alan's powers were even more bullshit than a normal Green Lantern's, but there was a huge difference between something being possible and him knowing how to do it. Standing by his side, Kara watched the mother embracing her son, squeezing him to her chest as if her life depended on it, the poor dog almost dying between them. This was why she had started acting as a hero. Well, messing with criminals was guilt-free fun too, but this was far more satisfying. One of the approaching paramedics nodded towards her, then did a double take at Alan before seeming conflicted. Still, his duty won out and he hurried towards the woman. Now that the situation was dealt with, several nearby civilians started approaching. Instead of dealing with them, Kara followed after Alan, floating up until they flew above the buildings. Down below, Kyle furiously waved at them and Kara could hear his mother speaking. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Waving back, she accelerated up and out of sight. "So, for how long do I have you?" "As long as it takes," Alan said, keeping pace by her side. "As I said, I'm retired. I decided to start helping again, but I don't exactly have a schedule." "Right," Kara said, checking the time on the screen of her mask. Well, I was supposed to meet Danny and Khan 10 minutes ago. Do you mind if we talk there? Not at all, I heard the firecracker was learning how to fly, it will be amusing to watch. Together, they started flying at extreme speeds and, 25 minutes later, the duo floated over a wide stretch of empty land, no city anywhere in sight. The land looked red, with rocks protruding from the place and very little vegetation but for a thin strip down inside a canyon. Despite that, the desert looked beautiful from the air, just not what Kara would have chosen. Looking around, she heard a loud bang and turned to see Khan dragging himself out of a small hole in the ground. There they are. You're late, Cal said, approaching them in the air. Sorry about that, Kara said. I was busy thinking and then had a fire to stop. Did they find anything? Cal slightly shook his head in denial. Their core is very busy right now, but Hal managed to take a look. There were no signs of her ship anywhere near Krypton. Well, at least we know she's not in the same situation as me, Kara sighed and then gave him a quick smile before turning to the younger Elle. Hey, nice crater. I see you're getting the hang of creating them. Now, have you already started flight training? Great, couldn't you have arrived later? Khan grumbled, dusting his clothes in embarrassment. Now you're gonna film everything. Oh, don't worry, she waved his concern away. Cal had one of my drones filming from the very beginning. I'm sure Mgan is gonna love watching your first attempts when I show her later. Don't think I didn't notice you too. Khan blushed, his eyes shifting away from her to everyone's amusement. From the side, Danny floated closer, her body moving unsteadily through the air guided by a light breeze, her face a mask of concentration. Red Tornado didn't come. Alan asked Cal. He's on call for the League, Cal said as the four of them slowly dropped to the desert floor. Besides, her flight is distinct enough that he can't offer much help. Dropping close by, Danny lost control of her flight and almost fell, having to hug Kara before to steady herself. Thanks, the nth medal you gave me is making flight easier, but it's not exactly instinctual yet. Hello, Alan. Giving the android a huge smile, Kara helped get her feet steady. Good to see you, what have you been doing? Well, I'm starting college this semester, Danny said, a happy smile on her face. I'll be studying geology in Metropolis. It's a little late, but they accepted my application. Besides that, I've been going out with brother, getting used to being a hero again. Great, Kara said, she was glad to see her friend getting her life back in order. You know, me and Cory are going out again this weekend, want to come with us? Actually, yeah, I'd really like that. Come on, Cal said, clapping his hand. Break's over, back to flying. Kara, are you gonna help? Oh, no, don't mind me, I'm just here to enjoy the falls, she laughed, seeing both Khan and Danny glaring at her in return. Together with Alan, she watched the two new flyers trying to take off. Khan made a face of concentration, his forehead wrinkled and muscles locked as he slowly rose into the air, then he lost concentration and dropped back on his feet. Danny was slightly better, she didn't have as much trouble getting off the ground but, while Khan seemed to have control over his whole body, Danny appeared to simply float up as if gravity no longer affected her, her body wobbling unsteadily as she used small gusts of wind to control her movements. Watching them with amusement, Kara stood back, giving the pair some space to train before pulling one of her devices from a pocket and letting it float behind her. The small drone filtered any sound from leaving an area of 5 meters around her and Alan. The old Green Lantern just gave her a look, but he seemed to understand her need for discretion. With a wave of his hand, he materialized a set of comfortable armchairs in the air, sitting down in one of them and motioning for Kara to follow his example. None of us thought we'd ever see her again, you know. Alan said, watching Danny try to move. Villains. Those always kept coming back, but heroes stayed dead, at least for our generation. Thank you. I can't say I was completely selfless when I helped her out, Kara confessed. Studying T.O. Morrow's work was a huge part of it, but I'm glad she's well. Alan snorted but didn't dispute her words. Regardless, you still helped, if you got something from it, all the better. Very practical of you. Girl, I have been active long enough to have met a lot of people. Not every hero is as selfless as the current League. As long as they're doing good, I don't really care if they have other motives. Kara briefly winced as Danny lost control of her flight, the android's eyes widening as a blast of wind sent her skipping along the desert like a rock through a river. Khan tried to ignore her but still dropped to his feet with an annoyed huff. Alright, you said you could help me. You're lucky one of the GLs wasn't on the planet, back in Salem, I mean. I felt your rage, the power of the red light inside you, it's not the same as mine, but you also don't have a ring. I don't want to talk about it. Then don't, I'm not here to lecture you or demand explanations, I'm here to help you control it, he said, extending his legs and crossing his ankles. You know, I don't actually use the green light. I could, but my source of power is the star heart, it is pure, chaotic, magic. Still, it requires willpower to wield it and I think my approach would be better than the core. I'm also not a blue midget with control issues that may or may not want to put you in a cell. Kara lifted an eyebrow at the bitterness in his voice. Oh. Please, tell me more. Alan chuckled. Let's just say the Guardians didn't exactly like that I have possession of the Star Heart. It's one of the reasons I'm here. They don't take well to others using the emotional spectrum, or even just being able to. Why are the GLs out of the planet anyway? I know they have other duties, but usually at least one is always here. Because of you, I suspect. At least in a roundabout way. What? Well, John intercepted a red ring just orbiting Earth a few weeks ago. Before Salem, but I doubt that was the first time you ever used a red light. He and Hal reported back to the Guardians, but imagine their surprise when a red lantern showed up after the thing before they could even hear back from the midgets. As I understand, the Green Lantern Corps is currently at war, or at least a huge fight. Well crap, did her connection to the red light call a ring to the planet after all? Guess she had attracted Atrocitus's attention in the end. He was just blocked by the GLs. Did that mean there were also orange and violet rings floating around without a user? Are they after me? Not exactly. As far as the League can figure out, the Red Lanterns came for the ring, but they stayed for the war. Still, if one of them shows up, I'll personally deal with it. Alan's eyes became hard. They seem to be keeping their war amongst themselves, and it better stay that way. Damn, for some reason, Kara believed him. Alan's power had been impressive in Salem, far above what she thought any of the local GLs could do, at least the ones in this dimension. Kara adjusted herself on the seat, her eyes growing distant as she thought about things. So the war between the Lantern Corps had started, probably a lot earlier than it should have since she hadn't seen it on the Young Justice, or maybe the team just hadn't gotten involved in the war. The show was very focused on them after all. Kara felt no desire to get involved in that, better yet, she felt no particular need to. The Red Lantern's anger at the Guardians was somewhat justified, and their battle really wasn't her problem, even if she had played a small part in making it happen. Of course, if they showed up and started causing trouble, she'd deal with it, but this was a war she had no personal interest in. Alright, how do we do this? Kara said. She had been eager to learn how to manipulate the light spectrum, even if her attempts hadn't been very successful. I haven't been able to use the green light of will at all. I did replicate the red light of rage, briefly, and managed a few slivers of orange or violet too. So you can control more than just wrath. Good to know, Alan said, a hand over his mouth in thought. How exactly are you trying to use the light? Meditation mostly. I try to isolate a feeling and manifest it, focusing only on will, or anger, which seems to come easier. I guess I just don't have enough willpower to block everything else. It seems you're trying to take the Guardians' approach. It works for their core, but I don't know if it's the right thing for you. How so? I'm not exactly an expert on the Guardians and their core, Alan said, steepling his fingers above his chest. But, as I understand, the midgets purge themselves of all emotion, becoming beings of pure will. I bet their rings don't just search for those strong on willpower, but those whose willpower is vastly more powerful than every other feeling. You think the way they use the light is wrong? Kara widened her eyes. Heck no, girl, it clearly works for them. Still, no insult to Hal or John, but do you really think they had more willpower than Batman? Soup's over there. Even some of the old veterans. Alan shook his head. Maybe now, after years of use and training, but not back when they first got the rings. Take it from me, willpower requires tempering. Maybe they target potential. Could be, and, as I said, I'm not an expert on the Guardians, but it would be just like them to choose people whose other emotions are already much weaker than their willpower and simply teach them to suppress them. Suppressing the feelings could even work as a way of tempering themselves. Kara took a second to think about it. That didn't fully ring true for her. She remembered at least Hal and Guy being able to wield the other colors. Still, Earth's GLs had always been anomalies. Meanwhile, Alan lifted a hand, creating a green shield around them. Safe from the dust, they winced as Khan hit the ground at near terminal velocity, his back creating yet another crater and sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. Kara briefly deactivated the sound barrier on her drone and yelled. You all right over there? Khan just groaned and sucked in a breath. A second later, Cal dropped by his side. You sure you don't want me to catch you next time? No, the younger Kryptonian managed to growl, slowly pushing himself to a sitting position. Gives me motivation not to fail. Shrugging at Cal, Kara reactivated the barrier and saw Alan lower his hand, the shield dropping after the dust settled. You're saying I don't need to focus on only one feeling to manipulate the light spectrum. I use my willpower to control the chaos of the Star Heart, but I still feel anger, fear, and love. I use those feelings, draw on them to fuel my will, they don't distract me. Yes, but can you use the green light while feeling those things? Girl, I use my willpower to hold back and use most of the chaotic magic in the universe. Do you really think I can't touch the green light of will? Or that my willpower is weaker than one of the boys? When he put it like that. Fair enough. Over their heads, Kel held onto Danny, helping keep her in the air while she got used to manipulating the air to move, Khan taking a short rest before trying again. What you have to understand is that willpower isn't endless, Alan said. Pushing against the chair, he got back on his feet and dissipated his construct. Using your willpower to try and suppress your other feelings will only exhaust you faster. Instead, use it for control, to channel your feelings, give them direction. What about the other lanterns? I'll be blocking your attempts, no one will sense them as long as you're with me. All right. Kara said, glancing at her cousin still in the air and back to the green lantern at her side. All right, when do we start? How about right now? Thanks to Eric Faust for helping out with the chapter. If you like this story, think about reading one of my other works or giving me a tip if you have some spare change by supporting me on patreon.com/capcaverna or ko-fi.com/capcaverna.